pick to the San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Aiyuk, wide receiver, Arizona State.
Roger Goodell. That was the pandemic draft. The pandemic draft.
We were on air.
Yeah, we were on there. I was on it. Yeah.
And
we
then
were on there.
We got Roxy Bernstein to come on.
Roxy Bernstein.
Please explain.
That's right. Please explain. That's right. Thank you, Offset. That was Roger Goodell.
Thank you, Offset.
Thank you, Offset.
The moment of the draft.
The moment of the draft. Thank you, Offset.
And then he got all liquored up.
No. And then when everybody started booing, he started looking at the screen. Come on, louder.
I thought that was the moment he went from heel to babyface.
Nah, he did. He became likable or lovable, depending on what you said. He'll be up there in Detroit as it is draft day. That's right. Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there, overnight dancers. It is your day, baby. New draft picks with new money. People are going to get their life changed today by a team in the NFL. And will the Niners actually make the pick at 31, or will they make the move? As we say, good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages. As we've added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Mike Florida is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Dave Fleming, 8:30. But we're going to be heavy draft today. I've sold the NBA playoffs yesterday. Maybe a quick thing. OKC. Oh, my gosh. Is that the future? Is that the future of this league? Holy smokes. Those boys are balling. What a game for them last night. What a game for the Miami Heat. But it is draft day.
Hawkes hitting.
Hawkes is hitting.
Real quick on the Miami Heat, before you get into the draft. I'm watching Tyler Hero, and I would love your opinion on this, because Miami fans were done with Tyler Hero for a variety of reasons. The team felt like they were done with Tyler Hero for a variety of reasons. They were going to trade him for Dame Lillard. That was what they wanted to do. Now, Dame, I don't know what ended up happening. The GM didn't want to trade him to Miami. Maybe Dame didn't want to go to Miami originally. I don't remember exactly what the particulars were. But everybody and their mothers was ready to send Tyler Hero to Mars. And seeing him do what he did yesterday, I'm going like, felt a lot like the Jordan Poole, that where everyone was ready to throw Jordan Poole away. Let's get whatever we can for Jordan Poole. It's like a year later, I'm sitting here, I was like, well, we're going to lose Chris Paul for nothing. Now, I know there's all these financial dominoes and whatever, but for whatever reason, I'm watching Tyler Hero yesterday, B, and instantly I started thinking about Jordan Poole, whether that's fair or not, because we kept comparing him, Maxey, Jordan Poole, because they all got their extensions around the same time.
So it makes you upset that Jordan Poole's no longer here?
Not upset. It's just like, it's so random how sports works. Like, that guy was going to be dealt in any deal with anyone that was going to deal him, and he has a game like he did last night, and it's one game. It doesn't, mean that the contract was worth it, or that they're happy with him long term or whatever. But 14 assists and 25 points, right. And Jaime Hawkes is hitting threes. They're rookie, and Hightower's hitting threes. Our boy DeLon Wright's hitting threes. I don't know. Watching Miami do what they did, Martin hitting threes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jordan Poole. I mean, it's it had to be done.
You don't see the connection that I'm making?
No, I see the connection. I talk about it all the time. Like with Max, because it was Maxey, Hero, and in back-to-back days, or 2 days, 3 nights, you see Maxey, he's taking another step. You see Tyler Hero take another step. And I'm sorry, you go look at Jordan Poole since March 1st. He got his game right. He got better. He ended the season on a high note. So I wouldn't close the book on Jordan Poole. That's something we're going to monitor. It was funny, you asked me last week, who won that trade, Chris Paul or Jordan Poole? And I said, you got to wait 3 years. Got to wait 4 years. Got to see what Jordan Poole does with the Wizards or on his next team. So a guard who can dribble, drive, penetrate, create for others, create his own shot, that's valuable. And the Warriors missed that this year. There's no doubt about that. They missed that. I'm watching OKC, SGA putting on the show, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams putting on the show, guys who could dribble, drive, penetrate, and create for others, including Josh Giddey. That is the league. Athleticism, quickness. Jordan Poole had that. Maxey has that. Tyler Hero has that. The Warriors got a lot of work to do, but, we'll see what happens with this offseason, man. By the way, I was thinking about this.
What's that?
With the whole Laker thing, a LeBron thing.
What Laker LeBron thing?
No, just, a lot of people I'm seeing the memes with The Last Dance, KD, LeBron, and Steph Curry in the Warriors uniform, and you see it on the stuff, right?
Old guys reunite to try to take one last championship?
Sure, we'll end up like the Houston Rockets with Hakeem, Barkley, Scottie Pippen, and Clyde Drexler.
Or we end up like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2020.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen. You watching KD?
Gronk and Tom Brady.
Suns have KD and the T-Wolves have Jaden McDaniels. You can just see it. It's a young man's league. It's a young man's league. And so how do the Warriors get younger? By the way, the Lakers, if they want to trade Anthony Davis, I'm all ears. Anthony Davis clearly doesn't want to play with Darvin Ham. Clearly doesn't want to play for him.
That means Darvin Ham's out the door.
I was going to say, are you insinuating the Lakers would keep Ham over
exactly.
Anthony Davis?
Yeah, I am insinuating that. Come on, Genie Bus.
I like green eggs and ham.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
That's such a great drop. It's such a great job. But it is draft day, Shasky, and this is the 8th NFL draft for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Their 8th NFL draft together, and it's gone by. I mean, it feels like 3 years. Can you remember their first draft ever? Well, we're at the Fox Theater of Spinoni. And Shasky, I know you were watching that draft, and it's, the Niners on the clock at number 2. They trade down with the Chicago Bears to go to number 3. And the first ever pick for Shanahan and Lynch became Solomon Thomas. It was Solomon Thomas. And they had a lot of misses in that draft. Whether it's Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Kellen Witherspoon, C.J. Beathard, Joe Williams, Trent Taylor, Adrian Colbert. But they did find George Kittle. They did find DJ Jones.
Adrian Colbert was a hit. He started for you for 1 year. He's a 7th-round pick.
It was all right.
Okello was kind of a...
The guys who popped was George Kittle 5th round and DJ Jones 6th round. But they were okay.
Like 5th and 6th and 7th rounders, if they start for you for a year or two,
yeah, that's fine.
You've done pretty well.
Okay, fine, fair,
but whatever.
Fair. The next year you get Fred Warner.
Yeah,
he's a generational talent.
Yeah, grand slam.
Grand slam. So they've got Nick Bosa, they've got Deebo Samuel. They've had some hits, they've had some misses.
How do you evaluate the Mike McGlinchey from that draft?
Didn't pan out well, but he gave you 5 years. It's a whiff in the grand scheme of things, but you know what? He got paid. And did he kill you?
No.
He didn't kill you.
It's just terrible value where they got him, given all the guys around him. But yeah, I know. I'm just curious.
You needed the right tackle. They identified the right tackle. I don't think I was, at the time of the pick, I wasn't angry about it. I was like, Derwin James was there, but whatever. But
I didn't like trading Trent Brown at the time.
Yeah, Trent Brown was good. He ends up winning the Super Bowl with the Patriots. But you know what? The Niners were able to have success despite the pick. But you look at all these picks, and as we enter today, and they have the number 31 pick in the first round. And today's the first round. It starts at 5 p.m., Shasky. And we have the Brandon Aiyuk rumors. Will he stay? Will he go? Will the Niners trade him? Will they move up? Will they go after Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU? Will they go try to get the Mitchell kid from Texas? What are they going to do with the line? What are they going to do? But I guess my question is to start the show, 888-957-9570. With everything going on with Brandon Aiyuk and everything going on with Brock Purdy and possibly resetting the quarterback market next season, and you see this team lose in Las Vegas in the Super Bowl, but considering where they were in 2017 to where the 49ers are now, that was an expansion team. Now they're one of the powers in the NFL. Has Lynch and Shanahan earned your trust to make decisions like trading Brandon Aiyuk? At the end of the day, do you trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right play, to make the right decision? They have a lot of evidence that prove that we should trust them, Shasky.
I mean, I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt. And I would say, for my money, the biggest move that they made was sticking to their gut and staying with Brock Purdy and trading away Trey Lance and moving off Jimmy Garoppolo. And riding with Brock Purdy coming off of that elbow injury. That a lot of different teams, I think, would have reverted back to going to somebody else because you drafted him, somebody else like Jimmy who was a winner. I mean, people forget before Jimmy got injured and before Brock came on, there was an argument Jimmy was playing his best ball at the time after making that trade for CMC. So I think they've clearly earned the benefit of the doubt. They're one of the high-level teams in the NFL. Even if I just take away 2019, just look what they've done the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. And I think they've done a great job utilizing their compensation to get proven players. but now is the time that they need to utilize their draft compensation to move up to get the right guys to fill out the rest of this roster. I think this is a monster day for the organization.
With everything they've done in terms of free agent signings, in terms of the quarterback roulette, in terms of the decision to draft a Debo and draft a George Kittle and to pay George Kittle and to pay Debo Samuel, to pay Fred Warner, to trade Buckner, draft Kinlaw, to let DJ Jones walk, to let Kwan walk, to let Jimmy Ward walk, to drafting Hufanga, to drafting Jair Brown. Has Lynch and Shanahan earned your trust out there, 49er fans? And at the end of the day, when I think about this Brandon Aiyuk situation, because who knows what the hell's going to happen today, I think everything's on the table. I'm prepared for him to leave. I'm prepared to basically welcome in the draft compensation they could get for Brandon Aiyuk. I've just got there. I don't want to trade him. I want him here for a long, long time. I think it's been very, very good for the 49ers. But if they do trade him, I have to sit back, Shasky, and at the end of the day say, you know what? I trust Kyle Shanahan and I trust John Lynch to put together a football team that could compete at the highest level.
Haven't they done that? Like the last 2 years in particular, what has been the narrative around the league by the talking heads who do this nationally? The Niners have one of the most talented rosters on the planet. Hasn't that always been it?
I don't know what the national narrative is. I just look at it and say, yes, they do have one of the most talented rosters out there.
I mean, they've got Pro Bowlers across the board, right? I mean, forget the fullback because I know in a lot of teams don't have fullback. One of the best tight ends in the league. At the time, they had the two dynamic wide receivers that a lot of teams would love to have. I say 25-plus teams would love to have their combination of wide receivers. They got one of the best left tackles in the game. They got the best running back in the game, hands down. On defense, they've got arguably a top 3-4 defensive end, top 2 linebacker. They've got promising young safeties. They have a guy who had a monster year last year at cornerback in Charvarius Ward in terms of interceptions. I think they've got playmakers galore. Drake Greenlaw got hurt, but Drake Greenlaw and Fred Warner make one of the most nasty linebacker combinations of all time in a Niner uniform. So the way I'm looking at this is they have well exceeded how to build a roster. And now we could argue about all the missed draft picks. Every team misses draft picks, even the greatest of all greats. You look at all the teams, they're going to have misses left and right. But this one's a big one for them. Like they've kind of shifted the last 3 or 4 years, and they've traded a lot of their compensation to get proven players. Now's the time they're going to go in the reverse direction, which is trade a proven player if they end up doing it. And they're going to have to hit on these draft picks. The Alex Smith trade comes to mind till I'm blue in the face. What sent Balky down a tailspin? Everyone goes, they drafted a bunch of ACL guys. Yeah, they did. And they also had a 3 or 4 draft picks from the Alex Smith trade, and they traded down into 5, and none of them materialized. Corey Lemonnier and all of Carlos Hyde, none of them materialized, and that's why Bulky's gone. They had a chip in Alex Smith. They traded it away. They turned it into a bunch of picks, and none of those picks materialized. You got to hit on picks.
With Shanahan and Lynch not hitting on the Trey Lance pick, I can see why a lot of people say, you know what, I don't trust John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. If you move off Brandon Aiyuk, a proven commodity, a 1,300-yard wide receiver, I could see why some fans may say, we don't trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right decision. They've won despite them making bad decisions, terrible decisions. The Trey Lance pick still has a lot of people up in arms. The Jimmy Garoppolo signing still has a lot of people up in arms. Hell, a lot of people, not a lot of people, but there's a segment of fans who still don't quite trust Brock Purdy yet to be the franchise quarterback. That's still out there. And you can call them delusional all you want to, but it's still out there. We still have to see it for another year. That's what some 49er fans are saying. I'm not saying that. The guys played well. Guys played at a high level. I have no problem with Brock Purdy being a starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Now, when it comes to money next season, we'll see how that looks and whether or not that's going to be, whether or not they overpay him or whatnot. Let's see how this year looks. But there are some people who say, you know what? You traded Buckner and you drafted Kinlaw, and we're still looking for a defensive tackle. The trickle-down effect of taking Solomon Thomas, that's still affecting his team. You trade Buckner, you don't trade Armstead, now they're all gone. Thomas, Kinlaw, Buckner, and freaking Armstead. But have they done enough to earn your trust? And when it comes to earning your trust, it means living with the fact that they may trade Brandon Aiyuk. And Brandon Aiyuk may be looking for $30 million a year. He may be looking for $50 million guaranteed, $70 million guaranteed. Who the hell knows the number? But if they decide to trade Brandon Aiyuk, have they done enough to earn your trust, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch? Now, there's a lot of executives that have left, right? Rand Carthon's now in Tennessee. Adam Peters is now in Washington. You've lost multiple assistant coaches, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, Mike McDaniel, Hell Slowick is down there in Houston. He's calling that offense.
Steve Wilkes.
Steve Wilkes. There you go, Steve Wilkes, who's doesn't have a job right now. But a lot of people will say maybe Adam Peters was the guy. So that's why this draft is so important. Lynch has to put his stamp on it. There's no Adam Peters. There's no Rand Carthon. We're all going to be looking at him when it comes to this draft pick saying, this is your draft, John Lynch. There's no doubt about it. You're the man. There's no question marks on whether or not, is Aiyuk a Lynch guy or a Peters guy or a Shanahan guy? No. It's Lynch and Shanahan. But have they done enough to earn your trust? Have they done enough? Because there's some people who say, no, they haven't. And this Aiyuk decision could make people jump off that ledge and say, oh, man, they've lost me. They're done.
Let me ask you this one. Just hypothetically, they score a touchdown and Mahomes doesn't at the end of that Super Bowl, or they hold Mahomes after getting the field goal in overtime and they win the Super Bowl. Is there any question or are people still losing their minds regarding Brandon Aiyuk being traded? Or do we trust them more or less because of a couple of plays difference?
I think so. I think there's no question about it. We're like Lynch and Shanahan. They're gods out here. Shanahan wins one Super Bowl. If he would have won that Super Bowl last season, people would have placed him ahead of George Seifert. That's how big that moment was. That's how big that game was. He would have placed him above George Seifert. John Lynch could have done no wrong. And whether or not they trade Brandon Aiyuk, you think people would have been like, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. We'll find somebody else. We've got a Super Bowl. Why pay him?
Yeah, but I hear you, and I think you're right. I think you're right. But I would push back and be like, God, the margins are so thin. Think of how good they were, and they came up just slightly short because the margins are so thin. A bounce here, a bounce there. And all of a sudden now you give them all the credibility in the world. Like, to me, I think they've more than earned it. I just look at their track record the last 3 years in particular and just the body of work overall and what they inherited. And they've built one of the best rosters in the game. And there's misses and there's some big misses. But for all the misses, there's also random ones like Talanoa Hufanga, who came out of nowhere lately and was an all-pro. Aaron Banks, who was an excellent, selection that they sat on that we didn't think would even be able to play. And then I think like the random ones, like kind of more under the radar, like Colton McKivitz, they were right about that.
Yep.
Jake Brendel out of nowhere, they were right about that. I didn't even know who those guys were.
What about Diamondor Lenore, fifth-round pick?
Another guy who's going to have to get paid at the end of this year, right? Or wants to get paid.
Elijah Mitchell, sixth-round pick.
Exactly. Like we can go up and down. I mean, look, the kicker pick was scrutinized, and at the end of the year, the kicker wasn't a problem.
No, he was great.
I'm laughing.
Jake Moody and Mitch Wisnowski.
It wasn't a problem.
You got kickers for the next 10 years.
I mean, in the Super Bowl, just think about this. They win that Super Bowl. There was an argument Jawan Jennings could have been the Super Bowl MVP. He's a seventh-round pick.
Yep.
So I struggle when the margins are so thin and you're so close to the ultimate goal to say that they have zero credibility when you've clearly built one of the most successful organizations in the sport.
Yep. 888-957-9570. Swell said there, they've hit on these low-round picks, the kicker situation. I remember Wisnowski when he got drafted, everybody was losing their mind. I'm thinking, I like taking punters and kickers in the middle of the rounds. If they're good, I know I got a player for the next 10 years.
Absolutely.
I got control of a player who I know can kick, can trust it. I think Jake Moody will still have his naysayers.
He was shaky, but he
in the Super Bowl,
yeah.
250-plus yard kicks.
And in the rain in both the Green Bay and the Detroit game.
No doubt. He bounced back in the second half.
Why are you smiling?
Kicks.
I'm just but everyone's going to think of the PAT that was missed, blocked.
That was that was huge.
That was
massive. Huge.
I mean,
that was massive.
It's also offensive line.
Yeah. Offensive line. Dude. 888-957-9570. The trust with Shanahan and Lynch. Is it there for you? And two, Brandon Aiyuk. Because that's, we see the video last night, Shasky. He's dancing after Amon-Ra St. Brown gets a $77 million contract. I know, Lubman. I know.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
I know. pick it up on the other side. God forbid. God forbid. It's coming up in a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I'll get to my point about Brandon.
I want my number ones back, all of them.
That's crazy. Why would I give them back?
Because at the end of the day, no one's the wiser, Tom. You haven't lost anything, and you get the quarterback messiah you've always wanted for $7 million less.
No, I can't do it. I look like an idiot, like I panicked. You take them. You obviously don't want to. I'll stick with my draft picks.
Yeah, but you want them, Tom, don't you?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Kevin Costner, Draft Day.
It's like not even in the top 10 Kevin Costner movies.
No, but I do like it. I do like Draft Day.
What is your favorite Kevin Costner movie? Can you name a Kevin Costner movie? I guess
the Bodyguard, Whitney Houston. I mean, that's okay.
It's a good one.
it's a great
okay.
one. I didn't think he had it in his arsenal.
No, I'm trying to think. Like,
And I
was he the natural or the Field of Dreams?
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams. He was cool.
Yeah, it was
That
Robert
cool.
Redford was the
Are you
natural.
kidding me?
Field of Dreams is cool.
Dances with Wolves hasn't aged the best.
Yeah,
Dances with Wolves was a great movie.
It was
was.
great. It was.
Was a
It
great
was.
movie.
I remember Dances with Wolves.
Waterworld. I'll fight people to the
Yeah,
death.
Hey, the attraction at Universal Studios
I
still
get a
hits.
kick out of Waterworld.
Yeah, the movie. There's a lot going on.
It's so
in that
bad,
movie.
it's good.
I like
Yeah.
Robin Hood with him too. He had the
Robin Hood
worst
was
English
classic.
accent
Robin Hood
ever.
wasn't bad.
so
Robin
good
Hood wasn't
when he
bad.
licks the arrow and then just shoots the kid down. Robin of Locksley.
Dude, Chadwick Boseman in Draft Day. It's like, watch Bo. What was the quarterback? Bo Callahan from Wisconsin. Watch Bo Callahan after I hit him.
Such a quarterback name.
All right. Not gonna lie, Field of Dreams, the part where he meets his dad, Ghost Dad, or whatever it is, Field of Dreams, Heaven Dad, and they play catch, and it gets me every single time.
Yeah.
Oh, very tear.
Kevin
I get
Costner.
so teared up.
Is Kevin Costner underrated?
Kevin Costner,
Yeah.
properly rated.
I think he's got a lot more shine too because of Yellowstone. I don't know if you guys have seen
Yeah.
that show. It's really good.
It's
heard about
fantastic. The opening scene where I'm not going to give it away, but anyway, I also think one of his more underrated roles is in Man of Steel. I love the Superman remakes. He's the father. He's Jack Kent, and he's excellent in that.
I like Costner. Costner's a good dude. A lot of people used to get him mixed up with Bruce Willis. I don't know why.
Who?
I don't
One
know.
is bald.
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. It's just,
A lot of you mean you got him mixed up.
No.
Well, hold on. Bruce used to have hair.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know for
He
like
used to have
5
a lot of hair.
seconds.
No,
Like
he had
7.5
hair.
It's been about
He
30
had hair.
years.
He had hair. He had a lot of hair.
Yeah,
in Die Hard, he had hair.
Yeah, in 1986.
He had hair.
When did Die Hard come out?
Costner and Bruce were both like active at the same time.
Yeah, they were super active. They were like the two
Especially
top
in the
white
late
guys.
80s.
Yeah. Yeah, Stallone. Yeah, Costner. You have my boy Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Arnold.
Steven Stallone. Oh, no, Steven Seagal. Excuse me. Steven Seagal. That boy, Steven Seagal, had a run. Dude, he had the movies Hard to Kill when he was going at it with the Jamaicans. Oh, my God. It's like Steven Seagal could
worst
do no
actor
wrong.
of
Of all
He could do no
time.
wrong. He could do no wrong.
and all-time bloated face, and trust me, I know because I have one, is Val Kilmer and my guy Steven Seagal.
Oh, my God. Steven Seagal was great,
I
man.
feel like a beached whale.
Oh, man. All right.
Open Range, as someone's was a classic movie. Untouchables, classic. Tin Cup. I mean, so
Mark
many
for
good
Death.
ones.
Mark for Death. Is that what it was? Thought it was Hard to Kill. Anyway, the boss man just came in here during the break. 'Cause we're talking NFL draft.
Uh-oh.
888-957-9570.
Look
How are
at
Niner
this
fans?
rundown.
Are Niner fans willing to accept the fact that if Aiyuk gets traded, do you trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right decision? That's a conversation we're having. Also, the boss man came in. He goes, hypothetically, say if the Niners had the number 1 pick, what would you want? Would you want Caleb Williams? Or would you want to trade down and get multiple picks?
Oh, my God.
And I was like, damn. It'd be kind of hard to pass up Caleb Williams. He goes, see? You're not sold on Brock Purdy. It's not that.
So wait, let me ask you this.
Caleb. It's just Caleb might be that dude.
Might be what,
might
dude?
be that dude. He may have next.
Do you think Cincinnati answers that question differently with Joe
Yes,
Burrow?
I do.
What about Buffalo?
I think they answer it differently too.
Okay, well, clearly Kansas City's not doing that.
Yeah.
Who else?
Chargers.
Oof.
That's an interesting one.
That's a very
Herbert.
interesting one.
I mean, I think Herbert's gonna have a great year with
Philadelphia. What about Philadelphia? What would they do with Jalen Hurts?
I think Jalen fits that team in that
He does.
city really well. Huh. I honestly can't speak for Philly. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I would stay with Jalen.
Would Green Bay stay with Jordan
Because
Love?
I'm betting on the person. What?
Would Green Bay stick with Jordan Love?
Jordan's making like $5 million this year.
Yeah, but take out the finances. Just moving forward.
I
It's
was
Jordan or
listening
Caleb.
to two scouts talk on a podcast on, I don't know if it was Lombardi or somebody, and basically they were saying that if you just looked at his 5 best games, Jordan Love, he was a top 3 quarterback.
Yes.
His 5 best games.
But I mean, just look at the second half of the season. Coming into Levi Stadium, he was as hot of a quarterback as we had in the league.
But we want to see it throughout a year.
No
and then
doubt.
another year.
But
and then
it
another
was
year.
his first year
No
playing.
doubt, no doubt.
And he got better and better as he got playing time.
I probably would trade down. I would probably stay with Brock Purdy.
You would?
Yeah,
Why
I
is
probably
that?
would. Because
You would, because you're like the biggest Caleb Williams fan.
I love Caleb Williams.
I love Caleb,
I just-
but I don't know if I love him as much as
he
you.
holds the
but I love
ball a
him.
lot. Like for NCAA, he held the ball for 3.5 seconds, which is longer than anyone in the game. He likes to allow people to get really far down the field. I don't think he'd be the greatest mesh with the timing passing game of Kyle Shanahan. I think he would frustrate Shanahan at times. He runs around. I mean, look, in a vacuum, I like Caleb as a prospect. You're talking about with this Niner team and everything. I would probably trade down and get picks. I probably would, yeah. Even though I know that you have a suppressed contract for Caleb Williams for X amount of years.
I wonder how many people would do that.
And you have to pay
How
Purdy
many
next
people
year.
would do that? If you had the number 1 pick and you're the San Francisco 49ers, it's a wild hypothetical, but the boss man came in with it. And it just, I think it's deeper than that. It's more so, do we believe in Brock Purdy to be the franchise quarterback? There's people who have doubts about it. I do want to see it with Brock another year. I'm not going to lie to you.
I do too.
When I hear the owner say, in Jet York, he has a right to say whatever the hell he wants to say. But when he says Brock Purdy's going to reset the quarterback market, and I remember walking out of Allegiant Stadium with you thinking, boy, are we sure we have the franchise quarterback? Now, Brock Purdy was really, really good last year. He had a great season. I'm down for whatever. Again, I've been on record for the last 3 years saying I don't give a damn who plays quarterback for the Niners. I just want to win. But if in this wild hypothetical,
Yeah.
if Caleb is on the board at number 1 overall,
Yeah.
and I got to pay Aiyuk, and I think we can all agree the more naturally gifted quarterback is Caleb Williams as
In
opposed to
terms of
Brock
physical,
Purdy.
yeah.
Physicals
Yeah.
are everything about it.
I love Caleb.
I would probably take Caleb and move off.
So-
And see, and then gauge how much value Brock. Like, what would Brock if the Niners went out there and they won't do this? This is
Yeah.
even crazy talk. I don't even know why we're doing it, but we're gonna do it anyway. Brock Purdy, Sports Talk Radio.
Well,
we
in
can
the
have
world
fun
of
like this.
fantasy land,
In the world
you're
of fantasy
Kevin
land.
Costner, and this is draft day.
Right. Brock Purdy, what would his value be on the open market? If John Lynch opened up the lines and said,
But you also
If
have
he-
to
if
pay
he
him,
called-
and you
if
knew
he-
you had to pay him.
and you knew you had to pay him, what if John Lynch called Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco and the Las Vegas
Wow,
Raiders?
that's a great
And
question.
said, you can have Brock Purdy.
I don't know what his value would be. I don't know. When was the last time a good quarterback got traded?
Aaron Rodgers, right? Did he get traded? Brett Favre?
Well, at the
Brett
time,
Favre?
we still viewed Russell Wilson as a
Yes,
good
but what was
quarterback.
it? Okay, so then what was it?
What do you
Two
mean?
firsts?
Yeah, exactly. It was a lot. 2 first-round picks, and then there was
And they gave him an extra deal.
there was also
Wow.
Noah Fant was in that. There's a couple other players.
Yeah,
Drew Lock.
Drew
I think
Lock.
he's fetching you at least a first, if not multiple firsts. You don't think so?
No, first round picks.
I mean, think about this. Sam Darnold, just a couple years ago, I believe was traded for a second and a third to Carolina. He hadn't even accomplished
Yeah.
a portion of what Brock's done in one game.
So the Broncos received Russell Wilson and
Noah Fant.
the Broncos.
Yeah. Oh, Broncos.
Russell Wilson is some defensive line. I'm not even
Okay.
going to enter myself into the Dibby Awards here.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got victorious last year. Audi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run dirt.
Listen, this defensive lineman is currently suspended, so he doesn't deserve a mention anyway.
I love
but
you so much.
But the Seahawks received
Noah Fant.
Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, defensive lineman, and then first round pick in 2022, second round pick in 2022, fifth round pick in 2022, first round pick in 2023,
Wow.
and a second round pick in 2023.
Wow. Yeah,
Could
they
you
wouldn't
get
get
that for Brock Purdy?
That to me, that deal signifies like buyer beware from here on out on quarterback deals. I think you'd get multiple firsts. It might be staggered. It might be like, this year and 2 years from now or whatever. And the team receiving him is thinking, hey, these are going to be picks like the Niners thought about it when they did the Trey Lance deal. These are going to be picks in the 20s, late 20s.
Yeah, I wonder what in that wild hypothetical as we play the movie Drive Day. So what would Brock Purdy's value be around the league? And I'm not trying to trade Brock Purdy.
No.
Don't send a tweet out saying we're trying to we're not trying to do that.
I want to answer your other question about Caleb because I was thinking about this, and now that I've had some time, because you caught me off guard with let's talk about this.
You don't miss that break, bro.
All right, it'll be coming up to you. That little wild hypothetical will be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. By the way, it is draft day. That's right, draft day, draft day, draft day. And don't forget, we have you covered here. Tune in to Draft Night on the Game with my main man, the Grandy man, Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett, starting at 6 p.m. The guys will take you up to the Niners pick and react right after it. Draft night tonight at 6 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Going to be a lot of fun, folks.
When it comes to your business, time is money. So say hello to BMO.
Hello.
A bank that makes
Mr. Irrelevant 2022 with the 262nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brock Purdy, a quarterback from Iowa State. Go Niners!
We're not hard on Brock.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Man, don't forget, make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Love and Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, period. The Giants did lose yesterday to the Mets, but they did win the series. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you like to listen to your podcast, because tomorrow, Sam Lubman, he had a chat with Jordan Hicks. It's going to make the podcast. Jordan Hicks, Sam Lubman. How about that?
God.
Here's a little teaser. The greatest slump buster of all time? Just put Sean Jelly on the mound.
Oh, my gosh.
Next question.
Francisco Lindor has been basically one of the biggest disappointments. Defensively, he's amazing. Amazing. But offensively, he's been one of the biggest disappointments since signing his $320 or $25 million deal with the New York Mets and being traded for a couple years ago. And that guy's been in such a deep freeze, and he hit not one but 2 home runs yesterday. He looked phenomenal.
I know. He smoked that second one. 414 feet.
Look,
smoked it.
I know
Sean Jelly's the batting practice pitcher.
Bonte, I know there's a lot of money left on that deal, and I know that he has not hit. Believe me, I know he has not hit. If he ever became available and someone needed to, I would take a swing on Francisco Lindor.
I would too. Maybe he needs to go back to the American League.
He's a grinder. He's a great player.
Maybe he needs to go back to the American League.
Some guys just need to not play in New York.
Yeah, or New York, or in the National League. I don't know. New York. The Mets is weird. Like it's a weird situation.
It really
What's
is.
up with that franchise? It just seems like you go there, you want to be better than the Yankees, you want to get all the headlines. It's like the NBA, right? If we're going to go to New York, go play for the Knicks, not the Nets.
Think of how many guys they've overpaid who stink. Jason Bay, Bobby Bonilla. Like we just over and over and over. I think of all these guys who go there and do nothing.
The Mets are just like the Jets. They're like kindred spirits out of New York.
So true.
And the New York Giants are like the Yankees.
Yep.
But I will say this: there are certain Mets who I respect over almost, like David Wright. I hold in the highest of
Just
regards.
couldn't stay healthy.
I know, but he was a great ball player.
Stay healthy.
And you know what? I when they put up on the list, Mike Piazza hit like 250 something home runs for them.
He was great for them.
I didn't realize how long he played for them.
He was great for them.
Oh, he was amazing.
He was amazing for them. Howard Johnson back in the day. Remember that baseball? Remember that guy? But even Cliff Floyd has some years for him.
Floyd did have some
Carlos
years.
Delgado.
Deltron was really good there.
Delgado was so sick for them.
Deltron was
And
good.
Matt Harvey, when he burst onto
Matt
the
Harvey,
scene, he
what
looked
a
like he was
night.
about to take that city
The
over.
bloody
And then
nose.
The
DeGrom,
Dark Knight.
Matt Harvey, and then Syndergaard. They were legit.
Yeah,
and then
Steven Matz in the
Steven
wings.
Matz. Yeah, the lefty. Steven
The
Matz.
greatest, I think, one of my favorite from our childhood. Obviously, Doc Gooden's going to come to mind. The Straw.
Johan.
John Franco.
I was going to say John Franco
Come
earlier.
on.
I was going to say John
Franco.
but he got that call against Barry Bonds in the NLDS in Game 2 when JT Stowe hit the home run, struck out Barry. Nah, forget John
Not
Franco.
P-Town's own Keith Hernandez?
I love Keith Hernandez, but Keith Hernandez is also a Cardinal. Like, he's on a lot of different teams for me.
Johan Santana was really good, folks. He was really,
Pedro,
really good.
1 year, couple years. He had a couple good years with them, actually.
Another pitcher who was really good.
Tom Glavine, when he went there.
Tom Glavine was okay there. Yeah, he got the big money deal from the Braves. He was okay. You know, speaking of Tom Glavine and the Braves, Greg Maddux. Let's think about this on the way in. Maybe I'm off base with
350
this. You would
game
know
winner.
this. You would know this more.
Yeah.
But that Logan Webb start the other day, we didn't talk a lot about it. But the way he was mowing down the Mets and the way he's been dealing the first month of the season, you get a little Greg Maddux vibes.
Well, the ball movement clearly on the
like the grounders.
Yes,
like Greg Maddux would get grounder after grounder after grounder. He would just work quick, economical.
Look, I know we hate this guy now, just Giants fans in general. Levon Hernandez used to move the ball the way Greg Maddux does. It's just an old school way of doing it. And I know we don't think of him that way, but go back and watch early Levon Hernandez.
Oh, yeah, that ball was moving.
The ball was moving all over. Sink, dive, cut, like everything.
He was moving 6 inches off the plate in that game against the Braves in the playoffs. But Eric Gregg, rest in peace. Rest in peace. It was all over it. But no, he was.
But it's interesting
really
you reference that because when I talk to kids at the youth level, I say, do you know who was one of the greatest pitchers of all time that no one ever talks about?
Greg Maddux.
Greg Maddux. He won 350 games.
I know.
He won his 350th against the Giants. I believe he was a Cub. He was a Dodger or a Cub. He went back and forth. He won 350 against the Giants. he never threw harder than 92.
Nope, never.
But it was about command and keeping you off balance. That was the art of pitching.
Work the corners. I get a little Greg Maddux.
I like that. No, I like that a lot.
I didn't know if I was off base with it, but the other guy, because Greg Maddux was just.
But the way they approach a bat is exactly it. Here, the art of pitching is guys will make themselves out. Yep. You know what I mean? Let them put it in play. You know, when you want to rack up strikeouts, you rack up high pitch counts.
Yep, no doubt about that. Back to the draft. Let's talk about hypothetical. You said something before we get to Rolando and Napa about the NFL draft. Who's your draft crush, folks? It's 888-957-9570.
What a day. It's one of my favorite days
draft
on the
day.
calendar.
The Niners have 10 picks. Who's a guy that you want the Niners to target, Niner fans, as we move forward? Because, look, now's the time to officially turn the page on last season. That's how I'm using today. It's a springboard to get me excited for the 2024 season.
All right.
What happened in Las Vegas, we'll never get over it. But at some point, we got to pick ourselves up off the ground and say, you know what? It's time to move forward. And today, to me, is the official day. The time to move forward and dream about something big again. We may get heartbroken again. Who the hell knows? We can handle it because we'll be back. We'll be at training camp. And you think about what Lynch and Shanahan has done with this team. It's just think about us going to training camp practices. When they arrived in 2017, nobody was going to training camp. Nobody was going to those games. You get tickets for $20 at Levi Stadium. And you were thinking, boy, this is going to be an uphill battle for Shanahan and Lynch. A first-time GM, a first-time head coach.
Yeah.
How quickly? Like, I think we would have all accepted, hey, if you don't make the playoffs for the first 3 years, it's fine. We understand.
Yeah.
But can you improve? By year two, going into year two, we already had expectations of going to the playoffs.
Crazy.
Because of Shanahan and Lynch and the quarterback at the time, Jimmy Garoppolo, made us all believe for a second. We know that belief quickly dissipated after an ACL injury, but that's a quick aside.
But people, you have to go back and remember, we all were hyped.
We all were
hyped.
Hyped after the Jacksonville game, the Tennessee game, everything.
The Jimmy
And
roller
now you think
coaster.
about where the Niners are at. Business is booming.
I know.
Guys want sideline passes. Celebrities are coming up to Levi Stadium. Steve Young is tweeting nonstop about the Niners. I mean, you can't get enough of 49er football. And today, the draft, that is basically centered around Brandon Aiyuk. What the hell did they do with Brandon Aiyuk? But at the end of the day, do you trust them to make the right decision? Shanahan and Lynch. And I think they have earned our trust. They have. Whether we like it or not, we trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right move. We'll be behind them. But before the break, we were playing this wild hypothetical game.
Just having fun.
You know, having fun. What would Brock Purdy's value be if the Niners offered him up in the trade or whatnot?
Yeah.
I don't know what his value will be, but
I really don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't know what his value would be. But you were like, hey, Joe, would you take Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
If you had the number one pick, or would you trade down? I'd probably trade down just because I believe in Brock Purdy. Like, even though I love Caleb Williams, I mean, the reality is you're hoping he's as good as Brock Purdy, if not better, right? You're hoping. You still got to go out and do it. And look, this might not age well.
Proven talent over prospects all day.
Yeah.
That's basically what you're
And this might not age well. I mean, like, he could have a CJ Stroud-like year, which a lot of people didn't see coming. And this is going to sound really dumb. And then Purdy has a bad year. But, like, I'm going off what I know now. I'd probably end up trading down. And as I think about it here, and I'm thinking about all the prospects, whether number one through whatever you want, coming into the league. I'm talking about coming into the league. There's really only one guy coming into the league that I would take without a doubt, because I was so convinced he was going to win a Super Bowl and be a 15-year quarterback. And even then I was wrong. Andrew Luck.
Yeah. I
was the biggest Andrew Luck fan. I went and saw him as a freshman, a sophomore, and a junior down at Stanford. And I thought that he was Peyton Manning with more movement, an even better arm.
Peyton Manning times Tom Brady.
I'm talking about cerebrally, like pre-snap and what he could do. I just thought he threw guys open. I mean, he was throwing to like Griff Whalen, for Christ's sake. I mean, he looked phenomenal. Think about how high people held Trevor Lawrence in regard. And I was like, I thought he was a great prospect, as a prospect heading in. And even then I was a little skeptical. How's Trevor Lawrence look? Like, no, there's reasons why. He's in a bad situation.
At times.
No, I'm saying he inherited a bad situation.
Yeah.
You know, like, he hasn't come close to looking like Brock Purdy. You know? Now, Brock has a better situation.
Yeah, he's had flashes, though. He's had flashes.
Brock's been pretty damn good.
Brock has been good. I don't want to diminish Trevor Lawrence, but he has, so far, still, is he going to get that next contract?
I'll give you the moments.
He's had moments. He won a division title. I mean, the Urban Meyer year can set a young quarterback back tremendously.
And no doubt.
Doug Peterson to the rescue.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, and he went to a literal expansion franchise at the time. I mean, they had Josh Allen, that was it, the defensive end guy. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, like, 9 times out of 10, I'm keeping Brock Purdy and taking him because he's only 23, 24 years old. And even though I know I have to pay him, I would trade down for a litany of picks and I would make all the picks around him.
Was Joe Burrow a big-time pick? Because it felt like when Joe Burrow came into the draft, he was can't miss, number 1, coming out of LSU.
Skeptical.
Were you skeptical?
Well, because he had the monster year in LSU, and I was like, oh, they got great receivers. I mean, looking back, you had Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. I didn't know those guys would do what they were going to do in the league, but I was like, that's one of the greatest offenses I've ever seen in college. Was it Clyde Edwards-Helaire, the other guy?
Yep, the running back.
I mean, that team on paper was crazy, and it was like one amazing year. And I remember Joel Klatt compared him to Joe Montana, and I was like, that's a little strong.
Yeah, that's a little strong. But you know what?
Looking at it now,
how they love him at LSU, he does remind you of Joe Montana. We watched him at Levi Stadium.
I was just going to say that. That might have been the greatest quarterback performance I've ever seen.
I mean, at Levi Stadium, I just couldn't believe when it was 3rd and 10.
When he
empty gun, and he checked to a quarterback draw, got a first out, and said, all right, this guy is just too much.
He threw a layered ball to the out to Jamar Chase. Yeah. That was one of the perfect balls I've ever seen.
First 2 plays of the 3rd quarter of that game against the Cincinnati Bengals. He runs a back fade stop. Traverse Ward should have been called for a penalty. He calls the same route the next play. They get the penalty, and then they're just rolling. Joe Burrow is just something. I mean, to go to Arrowhead Stadium and win, to get knocked out the Super Bowl, the way he got hit in that Super Bowl, and still trying to bounce back and lead the Bengals to it. Joe Burrow's that guy. And the hype, maybe the hype was dissipated because you had Tua Tagovailoa there. You had Justin Herbert there. Yeah, think about that.
True.
Think about that draft.
Draft was
because I remember Tua. I couldn't get enough of Tua in Alabama.
The Dolphins took Tua ahead of Justin Herbert.
But you know what, though?
A lot of people. I love Tua, too.
But you know what? Tua's had more success than Justin. Has he not?
How many GMs are taking Tua ahead of Herbert right now?
That's not the question. Sure, everybody's going to take Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
But Tua's had more success.
Well,
they both have one playoff start, correct? And both of them took L's.
Yeah, because he didn't start the game.
Skyler, Thompson.
But he was the reason why they were in position to get to the playoffs, right? He gets credit for that.
For sure.
And Tyreek has had a generational, Tyreek has had an unbelievable season.
They had monster years.
Tua's been the trigger man. He's been really good. And I just think he's had more success than him. But it is a risk when you take Caleb Williams. And Caleb Williams, has a quarterback got into a situation that's as plush as the situation he's going to in Chicago?
Trey Lance.
Even with these weapons, I mean, Trey Lance didn't have the running back.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, Elijah, we didn't know was going to be that because that was his rookie year. But
in terms of team, Trey Lance. But in terms of just a unit as an offense.
Okay.
As an offense.
All right.
You go into wide receiver.
Pretty good.
It's pretty good because Aiyuk, we didn't know Aiyuk was this good.
Reggie Wayne's pretty sweet for Andrew Luck.
For Andrew Luck. It's
he's a Hall of Famer.
It's one wide receiver, though.
It's true.
He had T.Y. as a rookie, right?
Yeah, but no one knew T.Y. was a 6th-round pick.
We know Caleb Williams is walking in with DJ Moore.
T.Y. Hilton was
but we know Caleb Williams is walking in with Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's pretty damn good.
It's really good.
And the defense, but we're just talking offense. Yeah. Just offensive units.
I mean, the Niners had, when Trey Lance got here, and when Brock ended up taking over as a rookie, Brock's, actually, now that I think about it, Brock's rookie year might be the best team to inherit. Now, that was by accident, not by design. He wasn't drafted to take over day one.
Yep.
So this is a very unique situation. But, I mean, when you inherit Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and CMC, I don't think it gets much better than that.
It doesn't get better. Yeah, but, for Trey Lance, he didn't have CMC.
No, it's about Brock.
Brock did. Yeah.
His
Brock, coming in. Brock, no, I'm with you there.
That's about as good as it
Following
gets.
you there. I was just going back to Trey.
Yeah, back to Trey.
But back to Trey, though, he didn't have George Kittle in 3 to 4 games he played.
That's true.
Aiyuk missed that game against Arizona, right? So, but
it's time for you to do the legal.
It's a great situation for Caleb Williams. Let's go to Rolando real quick in Napa, then we'll get to the legal. Rolando, Napa, draft crush. Who you got, Rolando? Good morning, man.
Good morning, guys. A big fan. I was talking to your call screener, and we both agreed on the one guy, Brock Bowers. Now, here's my question to you guys. Is he really that good of a tight end? Because I was talking to your screener, and I mentioned Kyle Pitts, because everybody said when Kyle Pitts came out, he was a no blue chip prospect. And I want to ask you guys, this question: is Brock Bowers really that good of a tight end? And here's my follow-up question: if he falls, should the Niners draft him? And also, here's a follow-up question to that: depending on what happens to Brandon Aiyuk, if they do trade him for one of those first-round picks, supposedly, should that pick be Brock Bowers? I want to hear your comments and what do you guys think of him? Is he really that good of a tight end?
Good call, Rolando. I love Brock Bowers. I love Brock Bowers. When he was a freshman, I said, damn, we got to wait 2 years for this guy to get drafted. He reminds me of a little Kittle, reminds me of a little Kelsey. His run after the catch is really, really good. When he gets the ball in his hands, he's as explosive as any college tight end I've ever seen. No cap. The guy can make plays with the ball in his hands. How good of a blocker is he? I don't know. And that's the difference between George Kittle and a lot of tight ends. If he could block, great, because I love a well-rounded tight end. But if he can line up in the slot, if he can line up outside to beat one-on-one coverage, I want to see that as well. But I don't know how he's going to do against press man yet, because you don't see a lot of teams press Georgia like that because they have the best athletes on the field. And teams are scared of getting burnt deep. But Brock Bowers made a lot of plays, man. It's a tough son of a gun. I take him in a heartbeat.
If you hit on a tight end, it's some of the best value in football.
Yep.
Laporta hit, and it's a monster acquisition for them. Even if they have to pay him 3 years down the line, it's like $15, $16, $17 million a year at most, okay? At most. That's half of what one receiver costs now at the top of the charts. So tight end is tremendous value in today's league. But when you look at the hit rates on these first-round tight ends, it's not great. But I like Brock Bowers a lot. Here's the problem, is that you got George Kittle. And how many two tight end sets are you actually going to run? You just brought back, Kyle Juszczyk on a restructured deal. How many of those formations are you actually doing? Now, if you're moving off of George Kittle, absolutely. But I don't think they have the luxury, if you want to be a Super Bowl win now team, to invest that high of a selection in a guy who's only going to be on the field 20% of the time this year.
What if you're trading Brandon Aiyuk and you shift your philosophy slightly, where you're running multiple double tight end sets and you have Debo and another wide receiver? Yeah, no doubt you still need an X. And maybe you get that X later in the draft, but you start with Brock and you start with Kittle and you're saying, hey, come guard these guys. Now, I don't think Shanahan's going to do that. I don't see Brock Bowers or the Niners being interested in him because of George Kittle.
I feel like he's not going to get past the Jets at 10.
Yeah. Oh, boy. If he goes to the Jets with Aaron Rodgers.
Well, they want to get him a weapon.
I've seen Roman Dunze rumored to go to the Jets as well.
The Jets will screw it up, right?
But what if Rome goes to Chicago again? What if Caleb walks into Chicago? He's got Rome, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore.
I think they're a candidate to trade down again.
You think they'll trade down after 9?
I do.
Ryan Poles?
You're looking at Minnesota. You're looking at teams like that have multiple first rounders or another first rounder and a high second rounder. Yeah, I do. I think there's going to be a lot of moves today. I think today is going to be wild NFL trade stuff. Like the Raiders.
How many trades in the first round?
I can see the Raiders and the Bears making a trade where the Raiders move up to 9 to get the guy they want, the quarterback they want.
What if they just stay at 13? Can they get Penix Jr. at 13?
I don't know. I got Penix on my board.
The only team in front of them that might take him would be the Broncos, which is the pick right before them. But I don't know if Sean Payton likes Penix, though. He's been linked to Bo Nix a lot.
Bo Nix. I don't know why.
I keep seeing Bo Nix.
It's the Taysom Hill.
Pull up a website, whether it's Prize Picks, DraftKings, or Bovada. What are the over-unders on trades in the first round?
I'll let you know after you do that legal.
Because you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC.
Thanks, Phil, Mike.
And HC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Draft day. Who is your draft crush, Niner fans? Mike Florio, 8 o'clock. Mike Florio, 8 o'clock. Pro Football Talk.
Is today his Christmas?
It might be. Would they trade Brandon Aiyuk? Would they trade him? Tim Kawakabe. He said this. I want to get your thoughts on this. Kawakabe from The Athletic, Joy Willard and Dance yesterday.
Oh.
A couple years ago, the Niners are close to doing the unthinkable.
they came pretty close to trading Debo 2 years ago, and they didn't. In fact, I would say they probably were more willing to trade Debo Samuel 2 years ago after a monster season, one of Kyle Shanahan's favorite players, than they are now with Aiyuk. Although the more you listen, the more you, okay, maybe they are pretty close, or at least willing to talk on Aiyuk.
So, TK, are they positioning themselves to trade Brandon Aiyuk tonight?
The 49ers are positioning themselves around the league that they could trade Aiyuk. Maybe that's the way to get the best trade offer. Maybe you put a scare in Aiyuk. I don't know. That's how they're positioning it, in the way I've heard. And I think Aiyuk's camp is positioning it. Yeah, fine, trade us. We're going to go somewhere that will pay us. We just want to get what's right. Both sides, maybe it's a stare down, maybe it's a game of chicken. But you know what? Games of chicken sometimes end up in crashes. So I'm going to wait. It's going to be very dramatic. I guess there's a potential they could even do it the next day for a second-round pick. I think that would be silly. I think Brandon Aiyuk, if you're going to trade him, you got to get a really good first-round pick and get a receiver that you can plug right in there. Because if they trade him for a second-round pick, boy, I think they really take a step backwards in this quest to win a Super Bowl.
Bonte, I did a draft selection. The Jacksonville radio station was doing like their own mock draft.
O'Brien. Yeah.
And I was on the clock and I'm driving around and I had my little board here and I swear to God, there were like 17 receivers taken in the first round. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm just taking a step back and I'm saying to myself, if I'm one of these other teams, heck, if I'm the Niners, right? I'm thinking about it this way, like everybody's coveting wide receivers that much. And there's a guy that you can have for a first-round pick. Now, you have to pay him, so that is a big part of it. That you're praying to God one of those first-round picks looks as good as Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, I sent you the video yesterday. Sent the thread the video. I was watching LSU's Pro Day. They had all the Pro Days on yesterday, so I'm geeking out with the NFL Network, and I'm watching the Pro Days. Jane Daniels is throwing in Malik Neighbors and what's his name? Brian Thomas Jr. And Cameron Wolf, who's the reporter for NFL Network, he said, he goes, I was just talking to some GMs before he asked Brian Thomas Jr. a question. And there's a GM that said, I know hopefully you guys clicked on the video and listened to it.
I watched it.
He goes, they're saying that you remind them of Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, he was being the exact phrasing was not on that video, but before, and I saw this on various sites, a supercharged Brandon Aiyuk.
Wow.
That's what his whole thing is. And that's what multiple scouts were calling him.
And I was thinking, boy, the Niners, are they thinking that he could be the Aiyuk? Now, how would people feel after, and this is where the trust factor comes in with Shanahan and Lynch. They did make the draft date or make a trade for DeForest Buckner or traded DeForest Buckner to Indianapolis for their number one overall pick. Or was it the number one overall? Their first round pick, I should say.
13th overall.
And they drafted Buckner's replacement with that pick and gave him Buckner's number and Javon Kinlaw. Kinlaw's now in New York City playing for the Jets. People are getting a lot of vibes about that. Like, do not trade Aiyuk and draft another receiver because they're getting flashbacks with that, which would kind of, put a damper on your trust factor when it comes to Shanahan and Lynch. But I've kind of come around to trading Aiyuk in this sense. What does the conversation look like when they get on the clock? Will they trade Brandon Aiyuk? That is the big story of the day here on 95.7 The Game.
The NFL Draft.
NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Nick Bosa, defensive end, Ohio State.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
2019 NFL Draft, Nick Bosa out of Ohio State. As Kyler Murray decides to enter the NFL Draft, he went number 1 to Arizona. Nick Bosa goes number 2 to the 49ers. Quinnen Williams, 3 to the Jets. You know what? Quinnen Williams and Nick Bosa having a better career right now than Kyler Murray. You could make that argument. Quinnen Williams signed a big-time extension. Nick Bosa got his money. Let's see what happens with Kyler. He did get his money, $50+ million. He played better. Cardinals intrigue me. I think nobody's talking about them as it is draft day, and we have you covered. Tune into Draft Night on the Game with Mark Grandy, the Grandy Man, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett. I'm locked in at 6 p.m. with my guys. I got my guys on the app, Odyssey app. I'll have the draft on the TV. I got to hear Grandy. I got to hear Giddings. I got to hear Bennett. They better bring it. I know they will because this is a huge night for the 49ers. The guys will take you right up to the Niners pick and react right after it. Draft Night tonight at 6 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
You mentioned a guy with Kyler Murray right there. Let's say he's on the trade block tonight. Do you think you're taking maybe Caleb and Jaden over him? Like those are the only two? Or are you taking Kyler over any of those guys?
Wow. I the way I'm thinking about it, I'm not.
Because I would trade a first-round pick for Kyler Murray.
Well, of course, I think a lot of teams would. Kyler, like Caleb right now, there are questions about the person and the leadership and all that. Now, I don't know if this is just what people do right leading up to the draft.
Do you feel like he diffused some of that last season under getting a new coach? I feel like he played a lot better within that system.
Oh, I thought you meant Caleb. No, Caleb, there's all this. I'm talking about Caleb. There's all this smoke coming out right now about who he is as a person, and people are saying he's weird like Russell Wilson, and there's just a lot there. Now again, I don't know if this is just
that stuff.
I do too.
Why do we do that?
Because he wears pink nail polish, he's thus weird now.
Well,
and because he cried after a game that he lost with his parents, he's weird now.
They're like, oh, video games are bad. I'd rather you be playing video games than going out clubbing.
Yeah,
like
I don't like this when we do this with quarterbacks.
But this is what happens.
They do it with Baker Mayfield.
But Ponte, this is what happens when you have old scouts who aren't from this generation. Or even the last generation, they're from multi-generations ago, and they find out stuff about young kids. Like, I'm sorry, young kids are going to do things differently than what's going on right now. So, I don't like it either. Now, Kyler Murray, I'm saying, like, there were a lot of questions about his leadership leading up to it.
Yep.
I'm taking Kyler Murray over Jaden Daniels all day.
Yeah, me too.
It's not even a question. Now, that might not age properly, but I believe in Kyler's talent. Now, can he stay healthy?
Right.
Those are different questions, but I think the guy is a stud.
Caleb, I watched some of his podcasts with the Pivot. It hit my timeline. I say, you know what? I want to hear.
Came off very mature.
I liked him even more after that, and I've always liked him. I liked him from the first day he stepped on the field in the Red River Shootout when he started throwing dives. It took Spencer Rattler's job from Oklahoma, and then the whole big deal. And this is what made me love Caleb even more. Is I didn't like the Patrick Mahomes comparisons. I just let Caleb be Caleb.
It's the arm angles.
I know.
And
but I was just like, let's not put that pressure on the kid. But the way he cried after that loss, who was it against? Washington or Utah? Washington against Penix and them. They lost the shootout, and he sobbed right there in front of everybody with his family. I'm cool with that. The guy's crying tears, all those tears from losing games. I'm cool with that. To me, it matters. Now he'll mature and he won't cry, but he doesn't take loss as well. I'm okay with that. I don't want my franchise quarterback taking loss as well. Cam Newton got a bad knock for that, a bad rap, because, oh, man, he didn't talk after the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. So people handle losing differently. But the guy cares enough to where losing hurts. That, to me, is a plus. When you don't want to lose and you take losing hard, I'm okay with that.
So when you're watching the Caleb stuff, because I watched a lot of USC, there's a guy on USC who's coming out, and everyone, Braden Rice and all these. No. Taj Washington is the guy that I like for the Niners late in the draft. He's a smaller receiver. I don't think they run a lot of quick hitter stuff at USC. Caleb likes to hold the ball, and Lincoln Riley likes to attack downfield. And they were chasing lots of points all year.
I mean, they had no defense.
But I'm telling you, this he's a smaller guy.
I know Taj Washington.
I like him a lot in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. He, to me, is a guy that screams Shanahan late in this draft.
We'll see about Taj Washington. He's a
sleeper.
He's a sleeper.
No legacy? Brendan Rice?
Brendan Rice, legacy pick. Brendan was nice. I don't know where
projected
he's
to
going
be a third, fourth rounder.
I'll take a flyer on him. He's got good size. Really good size. Let's go to Mason in San Ramon. Mason, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, yesterday I called, but you guys called me Nathan.
No, we called you
my name's
Nicholas.
Mason.
Oh, you're Mason. It was Nicholas on the board. It was Nicholas. But it's Mason. All right, Mason.
Okay. I don't think they should trade Aiyuk for a pick because I'm gonna refer to the Warriors here. Wiseman. They tried to get a really good pick with Wiseman. He ended up selling. He wasn't a very good. And if the same thing could happen with Aiyuk to get a better pick, then I don't think it's worth trading him.
All right, Mason. Crack them books, Mason. Crack them books. He doesn't want to trade Aiyuk. Anybody want to trade Aiyuk out there? Day later. Anybody cool with trade Aiyuk?
We
like I see Xfinity Mobile Text line real quick, Shasky 408. If you get 7, Niners will trade up to take offensive tackle. No, where's the pick? Oh, 925. Aiyuk's going to Buffalo. Will the Buffalo Bills make a move today in this draft? Will they make a move?
I don't know what they're going to do.
They need a weapon, right?
You know how we talk about money? They gave Von Miller way too much guaranteed money.
No doubt.
I mean, he just did. He's an older player, and they gave him way too much guaranteed money. I don't know what they're doing. I really don't. I have no idea. I feel like they're drafting wide receivers because they have the maximum quarterback contract.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah has him taking an edge rusher, Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan, who's getting a lot of buzz here.
Oh, that's in the first round.
Yeah,
I'm talking about just in general what their
28th
philosophy
pick overall. Will they go heavy on the pick? Got to get Josh Allen some weapons, right?
I mean, they lost 2 wide receivers this year.
Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis.
Yeah,
they do have James Cook in the backfield. Would they be interested in Brandon Aiyuk? Would Brandon Aiyuk be interested in going to Buffalo? He'd be the man up there.
I don't know. But I will say that, like, the more and more that I think about this is he brings up the number 2 overall pick, and we came back with the sound. Is Nick Bosa the greatest draft pick during the Shanahan era?
I'm not going to say greatest because it was a no-brainer. Well, some people want to Quentin Williams like yours truly, but I'm not mad at Nick Bosa.
So wait, I'm trying to keep up here. Is it the greatest?
No,
pick?
it's not.
Okay, what is?
It's not because it was kind of like Quentin Williams, Nick Bosa. You could go.
It did change their team.
It changed their defense a little bit. It did. Could make the argument that Debo is a better pick than Nick Bosa. Second round pick. You didn't know if he was going to pop. DK Metcalf was on the board.
Yeah, I didn't have Debo.
And you make Debo Samuel, you turn him into an all-pro and the player that he is today. Drake Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Fred Warner.
I was going to go Kittle before all those guys.
Kittle. You could say Kittle, but what about Fred Warner?
Fred Warner's been amazing.
He became the best linebacker of football.
Been amazing.
I mean, best linebacker of football.
But they had Fred Warner before Nick Bosa, and their defense wasn't anywhere close.
Well, they didn't have any defensive ends.
I know.
You got to have some pass rushers, but Fred Warner from day one started.
Okay.
Wore the green dot helmet, and he's become the best linebacker in football. Hands down.
I think he's on the short list. I don't think I would put Debo over Warner, and I don't think I would put Debo over Kittle. If we're going to go value like the way you were describing, I'd probably put Kittle just above him ever so slightly.
What if it's Brock Purdy?
Well, that was where I was going. Like, I think eventually, if he ends up being that guy, like if they had won the Super Bowl, it would have been Brock Purdy.
Hands down, greatest draft pick ever.
I mean,
greatest draft pick ever for Shanahan Lynch for sure.
I mean, it saved their jobs. I mean, I as I think about draft day, like Bosa and Debo and Warner and Kittle, I also think about what they did with Trey Lance. How many organizations can survive that trade?
Yeah,
and that guy playing 3 games. And it just, they just pivoted right to Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is one of the greatest draft picks of all time for this organization.
Yeah, I'm kind of
already.
I'm
in like a year and a half.
There. Yeah, I'm with you there.
I mean, think of how many 7th rounders in the the Niners. Dwight Clark was a 10th round pick, right? They don't even have 10 rounds anymore. So that's one of those ones that I'll always hold in high regard. Name another 7th round pick for the Niners that stuck around.
Nobody even knows. I don't remember one 7th round pick. Not one.
Adrian Colbert.
Not one. Yeah, Colbert. Yeah, but I don't remember those guys. I don't even think of those guys.
Nate Davis.
I don't even think of those guys. I think of the players, but I don't think about where they're picked. They're late round picks. They weren't memorable enough to be memorized like that. You know what I'm saying? Brock Purdy just threw for the most yards in franchise history. There's no doubt he may become one of the greatest picks all time in NFL history. Like, if he wins that Super Bowl, I truly believe he's one of the 5 greatest stories in North American sport history. Brock Purdy. That's how big this is. Like, the last pick of the NFL draft. He's like the first Mr. Irrelevant to ever take a snap in a regular season game, correct? Like, think about that. Not only did he take snaps, he took jobs, and he became a captain. And now we got the owner talking about he's going to reset the quarterback market. You can't script this. You just can't. When we wrap our heads around what Brock Purdy has done and what he may become, he was the last pick of the draft, so there's no doubt. The no-brainer in Nick Bosa, the Fred Warner picks, the George Kittle picks, they're all great, but they're not greater than Brock Purdy.
Well, so
not even close.
Now that you've said all of that, don't you trust Brock, Kyle Shanahan, Lynch, the offense, that if they do move off of Brandon Aiyuk, they'll figure it out?
Yeah, but they may not figure it out this year.
That's an interesting point.
And aren't we in win now mode?
Yeah.
Aren't we in a situation where you got to maximize this Super Bowl window?
No doubt. But that's also like they made financial moves that are going to hurt the team in the interim, but it's about, reorganizing money. Like, for example, Eric Armstead. They're in win now mode, and they want to win. And Eric Armstead is a better player than whatever they have on the roster right now, right? To fill him up.
Well, it depends on who you ask, right? There's not a lot of Eric Armstead fans here. A lot of people, when he got cut, people say, well, he's not worth it.
No, they say worth it is a different conversation. If is he better, just an outright better player than the D tackle?
We don't know. Malik Collins may be good. We'll see.
All right.
We'll see. I don't know.
I mean, look, come on. He was a really good player for the Niners. He wasn't healthy enough that he was getting paid a lot of money. Like,
he was solid.
But in a vacuum, like, they're a better player with him. Right? And you're in win now mode anyway. So you make lots of moves on the roster, left and right, that maybe don't necessarily help you today, but it's about adding something else over there or about being better down the line over here.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust them next season. I trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right decision. But if you're taking away his number one weapon is, but like I'm seeing Chicago, Jason, he's saying Brandon Aiyuk is an easy replacement. Plenty of receivers in this draft. Okay. What's the hit rate on these wide receivers? How many wide receivers make it to their second contract with the team that drafted them? How many wide receivers just pop off the screen? Think about where you drafted Brandon Aiyuk and think about the value you got him at and think about what he's done. Because it ain't just, I know people say, well, I don't pay him to run block. Well, run blocking as a wide receiver is essential in this offense. For Shanahan, you better get physical at the wide receiver position. Aiyuk has done that. He's done that. Not to the level of Juwan Jennings, but he's done that. Okay, Dwight Clark was a 10th round pick. How many times there's going to be exceptions to the rule every single year. But it doesn't mean you're going to make the right pick. How many misses have the Niners had at the wide receiver position?
They've had misses at every position.
Every position. So
Reggie McGrew and
so I want to see what it looks like with Brock Purdy. Like, I trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right move. Do I trust Purdy to thrive without a top-flight wide receiver if they don't replace Brandon Aiyuk? Hell, I don't know who they're going to replace him with. I don't know if these guys can translate to the league.
I mean, look,
it sounds good.
There were times during the Super Bowl and in the playoffs when Deebo Samuel was on the sidelines and he was throwing at Chris Conley. Now that he wasn't the primary guy, you still had Aiyuk out there, but like they connected on some big plays in the playoffs to a guy that most people no one had in fantasy, let alone being one of the top 3 wide receivers.
But it wasn't like they were giving him high volume. What did he catch? Like 2 passes in the postseason?
No, but I'm just saying, like you got to be deeper at that position.
You do have to be deep.
And I think that they need to draft multiple guys there.
Yeah, which is why, though, I would rather keep Aiyuk at the end of the day and draft another. I would draft a receiver anyway to add to Aiyuk and Deebo. Because what was a big conversation we had at the Super Bowl when they lost to Kansas City? It's like, damn, they just had one more weapon. Because when Deebo went down, that offense looked very, very stale.
No doubt. But if, the running back who's an all-world player held onto the ball, if the offensive line gave Purdy more time. Like, there's a lot of ifs.
Purdy's got to make throws, too. He missed some throws.
Yeah, he did in that game.
He's not exonerated.
He did.
Shanahan's yelling, hey, look at McCaffrey. But Purdy's looking the other way on 3rd and 5, and he gets the ball batted at the line of scrimmage. How many balls got batted at the line of scrimmage in that Super Bowl by the Kansas City Chiefs? 2 or 3?
Two at least.
Chris Jones had to go. He felt like he had more.
The linebacker, 51.
They're making plays all over the place. So I would add to the wide receiver room even if I kept Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, I would too, but here's the thing. If you keep Brandon Aiyuk, you have to sign him long-term because that wide receiver that you draft, I want him to be either a complementary player to Aiyuk or he can be a slot player. If you get rid of Aiyuk, I have to get someone who can line up on the outside on that line of scrimmage. And that's just a different receiver.
And you know what?
Not all receivers can do that.
And what's not easy for college wide receivers? How many college wide receivers get jammed at the line of scrimmage?
Not many because there's such a wide formation and they're running so many smoke screens. And
so there's going to be an adjustment for a wide receiver coming from the college ranks. How do you beat press man?
Brian Thomas is a great example of like a guy that he didn't do a lot of work in the middle of the field. A Shanahan offense, you're going to do a lot of work in the middle of the field.
A lot of drags and crossing routes.
Yeah.
So
does he have that in the bag and he just didn't show it, or does he have to learn it?
How do you beat press man? How do you run drag routes? How can you read coverages? How many different coverages, sophisticated coverages are they running in college? There's a few teams like Michigan, Alabama, they're running NFL schemes. You got Saban, you got Harbaugh and this crew, they're running NFL schemes. But how many teams are running NFL schemes defensively? So how do you read cover threes, cover twos, cover twos, all this stuff, nickels, dimes? There's an adjustment period for a wide receiver coming into the NFL. Now, some guys could just pop right away. Justin Jefferson popped right away. But I felt like Joe Brady had an NFL-type style offense at LSU with Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson and who's the other guy on the other side, Jamar Chase. But it's an adjustment period. So you got to think about all that, plus the complexity of Shanahan's offense, especially from the wide receiver spot and the timing routes that they run. So I would rather add and keep Aiyuk as opposed to moving off of Aiyuk and drafting a wide receiver, basically saying, hey, I need you to replace Aiyuk. You're going to light up here. You're going to be opposite of Deebo Samuel, especially if I'm going to be considering moving on to Deebo next year.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to end up doing with Deebo. I really don't. I mean, would they ever do the unthinkable and move both guys today?
I would hope not.
I mean, it feels unthinkable. I'm just asking.
You got dead cap hit. You got a $42 million dead cap hit.
Guys,
we talk about it all week.
We went to a Super Bowl, and Kendrick Bourne was one of your leading postseason wide receivers. I know.
Well, then we think Shanahan can do it then.
That's what I'm saying. I know wide receivers are important, and I'm not devaluing how great these guys are individually. But also, we act like this is the Tom Sula offense. Kendrick Bourne was one of your leading receivers en route to a Super Bowl.
Well, Kendrick Bourne was so good they had to trade for Emmanuel Sanders at the deadline.
No doubt.
I had a wide receiver.
No doubt. He also had the rib injury.
That's how confident they felt about Kendrick Bourne being their leading wide receiver. They went out and traded for Emmanuel Sanders.
I'm not dismissing that. I'm just saying that I just don't think this offense, the way that they want to run things, I don't think that wide receivers spending $60 million on wide receivers is the greatest way to put your team together.
It's only for one season. It would only be for one season. You spend $60 million, and that's $75 million with adding Kittle. That's for 1 year, and then you move off. You move off Deebo next year because it sounds like it's. Let's listen to TK. TK on the Deebo situation.
I think it's set up for Deebo Samuel's contract to be moved off after this season. I just think that's the way the contract was played out. It's like that's where they have this out. It's not this year. It's next year. Aiyuk would not be getting a new contract starting till next season anyway, very likely. You don't really tear up that last season if you do the extension. They haven't with other players, so his number is not going up huge. In fact, it will go down because it's $14 million this season. And the number will probably go down to start the cap hits and then expand, by a lot in later years.
And then TK later added about Deebo Samuel. Is he a declining player or is he ascending?
It's a potential declining player. This was kind of the issue that they had with him 2 years ago. It was like they just didn't see how he was going to be a $27 million player in 3 years. Well, he's probably not going to be. And they have their way out of it. So for pure math, you could say if they give the money to Aiyuk, it's probably not going to go to Deebo. But that's not limited to just the one player, And we saw it with Armstead. We might see it with several other players. They have outs for these long-term deals. That's why players fight for the guaranteed money. And when the time comes, when the guaranteed money doesn't hit the 49ers as hard, you start seeing some players going.
What do you think about that? Deebo declining, Aiyuk not. So maybe adding a wide receiver, moving off of Deebo next year. Then, at least in the future, you have your Brock Purdy getting his deal. You have Aiyuk who has his deal. And you have that rookie wide receiver on that rookie deal who's in his second year learning from Deebo Samuel, and he's ready to roll by year 2.
Well, I mean, that's
the ideal situation.
Yeah, we would prefer that. But, I don't know. I don't know if they can afford that or if they want to do that. And then, like, what are you going to get for Debo? The Debo thing is interesting. Like, I don't know if he's a declining player. I just think he kind of is what he is. He had a monster 2021 season. Just absolute all outlier monster year. And I don't think they're going to use him that way anymore. They're just not. Like, when you got CMC, it kind of, not that it devalued Debo, it just changed Debo's particular role, and it wasn't a necessity to hand him the ball off the way that they did. Is he still a gladiator? Absolutely. Is he still a tone setter and a stud who can pop in any game? Oh, absolutely. Is he the greatest wide receiver in terms of, like, hey, this guy's going to press you. You need to get open in a short area and make yourself get separation so we can hit you on a quick hitter. That's not necessarily what his bread and butter is.
You know, he got shut down in the Super Bowl. And Debo was good last season. I thought he had a good season. I did. Was it great? No.
Yeah, he had a good season. I agree with that.
But he got shut the hell down by McDuffie and the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, there was just no separation. No separation at the line of scrimmage. He didn't fool anybody with his route running whatsoever. I just...
But if you go to practice,
I love Debo, and I love Debo Samuel as much as anybody. I wanted him drafted here,
but he's just not. That's not
his game.
But that was good.
And I need guys with that type of game because we can't talk about the vertical passing game. How the vertical passing game for the 49ers is a bit outdated at times. It looks a bit outdated when you could just drop back. Hey, 3rd and 8, I got to make a throw. I got to get a first down. I know I could do that with Aiyuk. I don't think I could do that with Debo moving forward.
But everyone couldn't have it both ways, right? Like, so you pay him wide receiver money, and now you're paying him, top dollar.
I had no problem paying Debo. I have no problem paying Debo for what he did. But I can still keep Debo, and he can do what he does, and I don't have to count on him to be that X receiver or that guy on 3rd and 8 to put his foot in the dirt, run a great route, and catch a pass and high point the football or whatnot. Now, I do think his hands are a little underrated. This fade route against the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football was beautiful. I think we all forget that. The back shoulder throw by Brock Purdy was beautiful to the corner or the pylon of the end zone. That was awesome. But at the same time, walking out of the Super Bowl, I'm thinking to myself, boy, I need more weapons. Now, I know everybody's talking about Chris Conley, right? Did you know Chris Conley is 31 years old? I had no idea he was 31 years old. He's going to be 32 in October. He's an older player. The guy had 2 catches for 35 yards in the postseason. He had some big catches, but think about it. He's
your 4th or 5th wide receiver.
But you're talking. But people, I keep hearing Chris Conley could maybe make some plays for you.
Can
you give Chris Conley 7 targets a game and be effective? That's what I'm saying.
You're going to draft that guy, but I think it's more indicative of the offensive philosophy where a random guy like a Chris Conley can get a target. I mean, heck, the year before, what was it? Travis Benjamin's out there running routes, and we're all losing our minds. They were playing Mohamed Sanu a couple years ago.
So let me ask you,
he was done
as a makeshift GM. It's a makeshift GM. When you draft a player, we could use Madden for this exercise. I don't care. It's all fun and games. You're running Madden, and a player pops for you in the draft. You're more inclined to get that player a contract, or you're going to flip that player for more picks in the future. Because, like, when you develop a player and he pops after drafting him, don't you want to just keep your homegrown talent knowing that, hey, I groom these guys to play in my system, and they have exceeded in my system, and they've become all pro. Like, Brandon Aiyuk was the 2nd team all-pro last year. And we're just talking about flipping him for prospects.
Yeah, but if he was 2nd team all-pro 3 years in a row like Nick Bosa, then I would keep him. But he's not. And then I'm projecting moving forward, like, is he, the money that he's commanding, am I going to be throwing him the ball 15 times a game? Like, this is not what they do. Yeah. And I love him. I love him as a player.
Think about what they don't do offensively, and what he's done to maximize his opportunities.
Yeah, but you can't keep I keep coming back to the same thing. You can't keep everyone.
For this season, you can.
Okay.
For this season, you can run back.
But you have to look beyond this year.
Yeah, no doubt you have to. That's why next year's next year. You got the out clauses with all these guys, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Debo. You may make a decision on Javon Hargrave. I don't know if Dre Greenlaw's going to be here long term coming off his injury. I don't know what the hell. Use check is going to be probably coming off the books. There's a lot. Trent Williams, how long is he going to be playing? How long is he playing? Does he have another year left? Does he have 2 years left? I have no idea. So for this year, I can maybe add and just have as many weapons as possible because it's about the quarterback. How do I surround my quarterback and put him in the best position to succeed? I think one thing about Jimmy, and I don't think Jimmy was a perfect quarterback whatsoever. But the one thing with Jimmy that I wish the Niners did was build a little more around him. Give him multiple weapons. He walked on the field after that Super Bowl season, in which they lost the Super Bowl 54. He walked on the field in week number 1 with Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis, and Trent Taylor. And it was like, come on, dog. You can't be successful. Who the hell's going to be successful with that weaponry on the outside? Ask Mac Jones about that. Ask Mac Jones about,
but
come on.
You have CMC still. Like that's
You didn't have CMC in 2021.
No, I know, but that's what I would say to you is like you have CMC still.
Well,
right?
CMC is going to see a lot more.
And you have Debo. Like
you don't think CMC
of course it's going to be more difficult.
One less weapon?
Bonte, of course it's going to be more difficult. And the team's going to have to evolve. Like there's no doubt. See, like you're frustrated that the money is coming into play, but like
no, I'm not
I kind of saw this
that.
coming, and like
no.
I think a lot of Niner fans need to just kind of like get their wrap their heads around this is one of, and I don't love it,
nothing to do with
but
that.
because you paid Debo, this is one of the few guys that you can move to get something back and spread those picks around.
He's one of your best players on the team.
So rank him.
He's a top 10 player on this football team.
Yeah, 10's. There's
I'm not going to rank him. Say who's the top player. 22. He's at least in that top 10. He's in that top 10 on this team. Pound for pound, talent wise.
Yeah,
you got your Chris McCaffreys. You got your Fred Waters.
I'm not taking Colt McKivitz over Brandon Aiyuk. Like, I get that, but like, is he a top 5 player on this team?
You could make the argument that he was last year.
Yeah, I would. Throughout his tenure as a Niner.
Well, he's had back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers. He's ascended.
Yeah.
Despite he ran a quarter, he had 1,000 yards despite having, this is something we also forget. We also forget this. When Brock Purdy came into the, Debo got hurt against Tampa Bay. Mm-hmm. And Debo missed a few games. Mm-hmm. What did that offense do?
It didn't look as good.
But Brandon Aiyuk started balling. He balled out, though.
Yeah, okay, but Bonte, I'm looking at it from the GM's perspective. It's like Trent and Bosa. Those are 2, all right? Purdy is 3, CMC is 4, and then your 5th is Fred Warner. Like, those are your top 5 guys. You can't keep all the great players sometimes.
So you're cool with just trading off a player?
I'm not cool. I get it. I understand that there's a business aspect.
But you can keep them for this year together and move off of Debo and make those decisions. You can hold off on these tough decisions by re-signing Aiyuk. You could theoretically move off these guys next season.
But then
why would you try to run back an offense that averaged damn near 30 points a game? It broke all types of records.
Bonte, then I don't know why. I've come to the conclusion that they cannot afford all these guys. Like, I know everyone else is saying that this is what they can do. I think they're going to give CMC money that no one knows about, that they're going to pay him some money. Because if I'm CMC, there's no way I want to see both Debo and Aiyuk making twice as much as me when I'm way more important than them. Trent Williams is going to make twice as much as me if I'm CMC.
Well, you take Trent Williams away from CMC.
No, I know, but I'm just saying twice as much.
Well, you take Trent Williams off this offense, and we see how many yards Christian McCaffrey's running for.
I'm going locker room dynamics here. I'm going locker room dynamics, and then you're going to give Brock Purdy, 40 or 50 million next year. I think they're going to do right by CMC, and I think that there's other moves they have in their head. Like everyone's like, well, you got to extend Aiyuk. Well, what about extending Diamond or Lenore? Maybe that's something that they have in the works. Maybe it's
Lenore more important than Aiyuk?
No, but he could be cheaper. You could be had cheaper, and if it's one Aiyuk or a Diamond or Lenore and giving CMC, I just am like, where is this going? Okay.
So we were talking about basketball, right? We're talking about basketball. And he's like, Bonte, I really believe buckets get you wins. I think in basketball, it's more about the offense and getting buckets. And I said, that's interesting because football is a complete opposite. That person told me, like, actually, that person talked to a 49er scout.
Okay.
True story.
Okay.
Swear to God. True story. That 49er scout said, I used to believe that defense wins championships, but in today's game, this scout truly believed that you need offense. That offense is actually the great indicator. That, defense will keep you in the football game, but you need playmakers in today's day and age in the NFL to really win. You need dynamic players.
Playmakers? Time out. Wait, who had better playmakers in the Kansas City Niner game? The Niners did, and they got stuffed out by a better defense.
I think the offense shot themselves in the foot. How many holding calls did they get called for? How many illegal procedures? How many errant throws? How many bad routes?
Right.
Plays were there to be made.
You're making my point. Kansas City's defense locked up. I thought they were awesome.
Plays were there to be made.
I mean, their wide receiver personnel is like, what is it, like 20th in the league?
Well, they made plays in the Super Bowl. They made players in the Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm looking around the league and everyone is offloaded. Like right now, T. Higgins is probably going to get offloaded, right? Like teams are getting rid of offensive players. You do have to have some balance. No one is saying it has to be one or the other. Like, but you have to balance things out. You're going to have flaws. You're going to have flaws when you build an NFL team.
The Niners average 30 points a game. Offense won the Detroit game coming back. Offense needed to wake up against Green Bay. Offense is the reason why they lost that Super Bowl. Because they didn't have enough productive offense.
I mean, defense stopped the drive against Green Bay at the end of the game and got that interception on
the
Jordan
offense.
Love.
Also woke up and made multiple plays in the fourth without the offense making possession plays. Right? It's all connected. But you could make the argument that offense is a little more important in today's game.
Well, but I find that ironic. Then the Niners gave these Niners scouts that you're talking to. Why give Bosa $120 million? Why not trade Bosa?
You need a pass rusher at least, right? You can't,
I hear you,
can't
but
not rush the quarterback.
But you're investing that much. Like that's historic money.
Yes, exactly. But what are you going to do? Let Bosa walk? You're not going to pay Bosa? It's your only pass rusher. It's the only guy.
Well, I guess then that's the same argument over here. You can't pay all your offensive players. Well, one of them's going to have to go.
You can say defense wins championships, but Kansas City, when they needed to make plays in the fourth quarter and overtime, they all made them. Those no-name wide receivers made plays.
Well, so did Chris Jones blowing up a play at the end when it was 3rd and 4 for the 49ers and they had opportunity to what?
And that playmaker, Brendan Aiyuk, was wide open on that play, right? I don't know. I'm just not moving off.
That's a good example. This is why I need another offensive lineman.
We're talking about a second-team All-Pro in the NFL.
He's a great player.
Think about this. All these wide receivers in the league. All these wide receivers in the league. And Brendan Aiyuk makes second-team All-Pro on the run-first offense? I guess he's easily replaceable, according to some people. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. So I'm having one of those what am I missing moments over this whole Aiyuk thing. I mean, look, if Aiyuk moves on, I think we can all agree that both the Niners and Aiyuk move further away from a Super Bowl win, right? This coming year, I mean, if you believe we're the number 2 team and Kansas City's number 1, and we're just, I think, a Super Bowl experience like last year away from winning, you don't move off this guy. This could be our best chance this year since we won the Super Bowl in '95 to win a Super Bowl. Meanwhile, next year, we could be losing Kittle, we could be losing Williams, and we could be losing Debo. I think it gets a lot harder, potentially. So, no, I mean, I'm not a betting guy, but I would bet just about anything they'll sign Aiyuk. That's going to happen.
Well, Gene, I was thinking last year was their best year to win a Super Bowl, and I think now they're looking at it, not that they're actively trying to tank or not be as good. It's just like you might have to take a little tiny step back this year to set yourself up 2 years from now.
Nothing's guaranteed in this league.
Oh, that's for sure.
We watched Drake Greenlaw tear his Achilles running off the sideline. Fred Warner has had very good health. Very good health. I hope to God he doesn't get hurt next season. But he's one play away. Bosa's had injuries, right? Hell, Bosa was nicked up last year. Deebo Samuel, is he going to play 17 games for this team? 18 games for this team? What is 17 games, excuse me. Kittle going to be healthy the entire season. It all sounds good in the NFL. But I really think today's NFL operates yearly. It's a year-by-year league. To try to build a team and say, you know what, like in basketball, right? OKC has the patience. They have the wherewithal. Basketball's so much different, but you can project in 3 to 4 years. It's easier to do that in that sport. Hell, it's easier to do it in baseball. In the NFL, with all the injuries and all the physicality, there's no guarantee your team will be able to run it back the next season. There's no guarantee your team will be healthy. For crying out loud, we didn't even know Brock Purdy was going to play in week 1 this year because of the elbow injury.
Okay, but I just want to stop you here. I think this is, we're tap dancing around the inevitable. Do you believe in Buffalo today as a championship contender?
Let's see what they do look like in the draft. I do believe they have a better chance. I didn't believe Buffalo was a championship contender last year, but I do believe they still have enough to be a playoff team because of the quarterback.
Oh, okay. Because of the quarterback is the key phrase. What about Cincinnati, Kansas City? Like, this comes down to if you believe in Brock. I think if you believe in Brock, you're not worried about moving off of a playmaker. You think you can reset or at least, figure something out there. Well, if you have tremendous belief in Brock Purdy, it's not just about any one player on offense or defense. They're thinking about it over the next 4 or 5 years.
I hear that. But my belief in Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes is partly due because I've seen him do it multiple years. All right,
Brock's done it for almost 2 years now.
But he almost done it for 2 years. Almost done it for 2 years, but I haven't seen him do it without playmakers. I've seen those other guys do it without playmakers at times.
Debo didn't play the second half against the Green Bay Packers in the playoffs, and he won a game
and they barely,
in the rain.
They barely won it. Jordan Love threw an inexplicit pick. It was terrible.
And he beat the Dallas Cowboys in the second half at home. He has some pretty big wins on his resume.
He didn't beat the Cowboys. That team beat the Cowboys, but I hear what you said. He made the right plays. He did. But he also made the right play to Brandon Aiyuk and George Kittle. He had playmakers, right?
I think this is boiling down to the organization believes in Brock Purdy much more than I think the average person does, and they're banking on him. And they're banking on Kyle Shanahan to figure it out.
My thing is, why create a hole when you have other, all I heard after the Super Bowl, rebuild the offensive line, fix the offensive line, get another corner, get a safety, get another linebacker for Drake Greenlaw. Now we're going to create another hole by trading an all-pro wide receiver.
They just cut a D tackle who was an all-pro 2
wide
years
receiver.
ago.
All-pro
they have
wide
a hole
receiver.
there too.
He wasn't an all-pro last year.
No, I know, but you're not going to be.
And Armstead's been here for a decade. Aiyuk is barely hitting the prime. We're talking about a prime wide receiver. Purdy's number one target. I don't know, man.
So you don't believe that Brock can find the next Aiyuk and Shanahan? Because I do. I actually do.
All right. Well, I believe in them, but it's going to be an adjustment. And there's no guarantee you win next year, and there's no guarantee you win the year after. Because now you're going to be moving off of the other playmakers. And at some point, you're going to have to replace Debo and replace Kittle and replace all these guys. There's a guarantee, man. Not with the hit rates they had. Not with the misses they had. All right, get your news report. I feel like we're underrating Brandon Aiyuk, man, but that's all good. That's all good. All good. Blake Snell, he's on the injured list. We'll talk to Dave Fleming at 8:30 about it. Felt the strain during the bullpen session earlier this week, so he will be out with the left adductor strain. Bob Melvin turned the strain is moderate, and the expectation is that Snell's absence will not be a long one. We'll talk to Dave Fleming about the injury, see how severe it is. That's coming up at 8:30. But next is Mike Florio. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. We'll ask him his thoughts on BA and what the Niners should do here. The injury report brought to you by Boxing Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Mike Florio, talking draft here on the Roast.
Does your heart long?
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It is draft day, Spadoni draft day. That's right. Big day. Big day for your Raiders. Michael Penix Jr., step on up. You look nice in silver and black, but who's going to look good in red and gold?
Just win, baby.
Who's going to look good in red and gold tonight? Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. It is draft day here. We'll talk to Mike Florio in moments as the 49ers are on the clock at 31. They have 10 picks, but the topic of conversation around these parts of what are the Niners going to do with Brandon Aiyuk? We have Mike Florio here, Pro Football Talk. Mike, good morning. Welcome back to the roast here, 95.7 The Game. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Just right off the rip, what are your thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk, the player? Because obviously a lot of conversation about what the Niners may do with him. Will they pay him? Will they not pay him? Will they trade him tonight? Just overall, what are your impressions of Brandon Aiyuk, the player, as a wide receiver here in the NFL?
We were talking about him the other day on PFT Live, our morning show that's on 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Pacific time if you're up really early on Peacock and Sirius XM 85, but it's replayed throughout the day as well. We played some highlights of Brandon Aiyuk and a point Chris Sims made. He's wide open a lot. And at some point, you got to ask yourself, how much of that is the offense? How much of that is having guys like Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, Trent Williams? And at the end of the day, and this gets to the core of the question, the 49ers have had this guy for 4 years. He barely had 1,000 receiving yards his third season. He had 1,300 plus last year, was a second-team All-Pro. They know him better than anyone, and they have a value on him that he clearly isn't happy with. The question becomes, is there someone else out there that values him at a high enough level that they're willing to pay him what he wants and give the 49ers what it would take to make a trade happen? That's the real question. That's the great unknown. So, bottom line, 49ers have made their assessment based on 4 seasons with the guy, and they haven't budged from that assessment yet.
Mike, is there some sort of big deal that we were maybe overlooking? Most people here, all we've been talking about is, draft picks. Is there something bigger in the works that maybe we don't know about, where they would get another proven player from somewhere else? I'm just trying to think outside the box here.
It's not impossible. Look, anything is in play. Anyone's in play. It all comes down to what a team is willing to offer and what the 49ers are willing to accept. Teams always want draft picks, though, because that allows you to start the clock over again with a low-cost contract relative to what veteran contracts cost. And that's what makes it challenging, I think, to find a potential trade partner. Look, it's been a couple of weeks now since I caught wind of this discreet effort to give Brandon Aiyuk's agent permission to try to find a trade, and the 49ers have said all the right things. John Lynch cut off Matt Mayoko the other day when he was trying to ask that question. So I guess if you cut off the question, you've never even answered the question one way or the other. But that's been percolating. I know the Steelers made a phone call a couple of months ago, and the 49ers weren't interested at the time. Basically, that was the end of the conversation. But there's teams out there. It all comes down to what the 49ers would take, what gets put in the package, and is it enough to get them to say, okay, you take Brandon Aiyuk, we take what you're offering us. And whatever happens, if it does happen, there's no reason for it to happen at any time before the best pick they're requiring is on the clock. You want that pick while you run the board. You don't want anyone to have the chance to say, the 49ers picked up the 20th overall pick in the draft, and there's 3 picks to go. Maybe we should try to jump them to get the guy we think the 49ers are going to take.
What do you think his value is in terms of a draft pick for this year's draft?
Well, 2 years ago, we saw A.J. Brown get traded by the Titans to the Eagles for a mid-round, first-round pick. Now, is it Brandon Aiyuk, A.J. Brown? The reporting I saw the other day from Mike Silver in the Chronicle was that the 49ers want a first-round pick, but other teams are looking at a second-round pick. Now, first-round pick is a pretty broad proposition. 1 to 32, there's a lot that goes on in that range. Could there be an opportunity for the Bills to offer pick 28 for Brandon Aiyuk, and what would the 49ers say about that? And what would they feel about the guy they get? You know, there's a thought that maybe we get down to the bottom of the line. There aren't a lot of high-end first-round talent available in those last few picks in the draft, and there's going to be teams looking to trade out of there. And maybe that's what the 49ers could do. They could get that pick and then immediately trade right out of it if they work out another deal. So, you know, it's got to be a team that's looking for a receiver now that has the wherewithal financially and draft pick-wise to get the deal done and has to want to do it. That would be the buyer beware that I would say, even though I always want players to land where they want to land, go where they want to go, and be happy with what they're doing, especially when they've become second-team All-Pro. That's a big deal. Second-team All-Pro is harder to do than second-team Pro Bowl because it's all one league, and there's only so many spots available. What he did last year was significant. But where is that team that views Brandon Aiyuk at a significantly higher level than the team that's had him on the roster for 4 years does?
Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Mike, when you look at this offense here, can Brock Purdy, and I think he's a really good quarterback. He had a spectacular season last year, obviously losing in the Super Bowl in Las Vegas to Kansas City and company. They didn't make enough plays offensively. Can he thrive without Brandon Aiyuk, with Debo, who failed to gain separation in that Super Bowl and has a history of injuries, and a rookie wide receiver, if they went that route by replacing Brandon Aiyuk? Can they still thrive as an offense and average nearly 30 points a game without a Brandon Aiyuk in the system?
Well, I think they believe they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't be flirting with this potential end game that results in no Brandon Aiyuk on the team. Conceptually, look, the draft is a lottery, and your pick is a lottery ticket, and the 49ers moved up in 2020 to get Brandon Aiyuk. When you get a winning ticket, the jackpot goes to the player, and the obligation is you got to pay it. Why would you swap out a guy that has shown he can get it done for an unproven player? Unless you are damn confident that you know how to scout receivers, and hey, Kyle Shanahan, former receiver at the University of Texas, maybe he feels good about this reality we now see in the NFL, where it's almost becoming kind of like the running back position, where there's a lot of great receivers. Why are there a lot of great receivers? Because 7-on-7 camps everywhere. College football, throwing more than ever. Those balls are being thrown. Those balls are being caught. Players are developing. And maybe Kyle Shanahan, working with John Lynch, just has courage of his convictions that I'll find another guy. You know, they're surely eyeing this guy, that guy, the other guy, who would be the guy that they take in the event that they don't have Brandon Aiyuk on the roster. So it's a tough spot because, you know, we're going to see some receivers make a lot of money, and we're going to see some receivers who just want too much, and they're either going to have to take what they can get, or, you know, I don't know what Brandon Aiyuk's options are. I mean, look, you either sign a long-term deal with the 49ers, or you get traded, or you've got $14.12 million as your number for this year. You've got limited options in holding out. The daily fines are there. The fine for missing a preseason game is the amount of a full game check under your fifth-year option, and who knows if the 49ers would enforce those. They'd have the discretion not to. But, you know, I just, if the 49ers are going to keep the guy, let's just get it done. They dragged it out with Deebo Samuel, and he wasn't ready for the next season. They dragged it out with Nick Bosa, and he maybe wasn't the same guy if he'd been locked in all year. It would be nice to see it get done if that's what the 49ers want to do. And if they don't want to do it, then move on. I've been saying that about the Vikings for a while now. They're dragging their feet with Justin Jefferson. Either pay him or trade him to a team who will. It benefits no one by waiting, and especially from the team's perspective. It never gets cheaper if you wait to do a guy's contract.
So, Mike, is this the first domino of other dominoes to fall where they're trying to set themselves up financially to pay the quarterback $60 million a year?
Well, my own thought when this all first came up was they'd love to hold this all together for one more year, where Aiyuk happily takes $14.12 million. They make it work with Kittle's contract, whatever restructuring they did this year. They make it work with Deebo Samuel. They've got one last year of Brock Purdy on this last pick in the draft, slotted rookie minimum salary deal. And let's just do it now. And then next year we'll make the hard decisions. Pay Brandon Aiyuk, move on from Deebo Samuel, move on from George Kittle. I'm not saying that's what they'll do, but I think their hope was let's just hold it together for one more year. Let's try to finally win that Super Bowl, and then we'll make the tough decisions about the composition of our offensive skill position players next year. I mean, through it all, I'm surprised we haven't heard Christian McCaffrey wants a new contract.
Yeah.
I thought going into the 2023 season that maybe at some point during the season we'd start to hear some noise about McCaffrey wanting an adjustment. He had an MVP caliber season. How many more years does he have before the window closes on him? And maybe it's all happening quietly behind the scenes, and maybe it's one of those things that's going to surprise us out of nowhere. But that's the other key piece of this offense that makes the thing go, and he's underpaid when you consider what he's accomplished and what he means to that team. I just think they'd like to keep it all steady for one more year if they can, and Brandon Aiyuk is publicly keeping that from happening. There's a chance privately they're dealing with a McCaffrey complication.
Well, that's interesting. Shasky's been kind of all over that all week long. Isaac McCaffrey maybe asking for a decision. I thought about it as well, $14 million per year. He's just maybe not that type of guy. I want to get back to that in just a second, but you brought up Justin Jefferson. Anyway, he's traded today on draft day. We know about the complications in Minnesota. They're rebuilding at the quarterback spot. Is Justin Jefferson happy? Could we see a draft day trade involving Justin Jefferson?
Well, I said last year as the regular season was approaching that if the Vikings don't extend Justin Jefferson before the start of the 2023 regular season, he's potentially in play to be traded as the Vikings try to get what would be their first franchise quarterback since Fran Tarkenton. And it really has been that long. Kirk Cousins had 6 straight years of 8 or more starts with the Vikings. He's the first one to do that since Tarkenton, who went 7 straight years with 8 or more starts. They want that long-term guy. They want to get him in the door young. They want to groom him. They want to develop him. They've had great receivers there over the years. They've had Anthony Carter. They've had Chris Carter. They've had Andy Moss. They've had Stephon Diggs. They had Percy Harvins, who was an MVP candidate for the first 4 games of the 2012 season before he kind of fell off a little bit, and they eventually traded him. Now they've got Justin Jefferson. They've never gotten to a Super Bowl with all those great receivers, but they got to 3 with Fran Tarkenton. So I think it's, because it would be an easy contract to do. They've already written the check verbally. The GM of the team, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, said at the scouting combine, he deserves to be the highest paid receiver in the league. He deserves to be paid like one of the top non-quarterbacks in the league. Well, that's Nick Bosa. You could sit down and do this deal in an afternoon if you really wanted to. So if you don't want to, then put him in a package and move to number 2 and get Jaden Daniels. Put him in a package and move to number 3 and get Drake May, if that's where you stand. Just like with the 49ers. You either pay him or you trade him to someone who will. And I think that's more clear with Justin Jefferson because I don't think anyone doubts his value. The question is, who's the team that wants to write that check and make that commitment to a guy who, is at times unstoppable. Just throw the ball his way and he's going to catch it.
Yeah, we've been talking about Justin Jefferson being a snap loose superstar forever. It's just, I feel like there's this good, the bad, the ugly thing going on, whether it's Justin Jefferson with Minnesota, the Niners, and Aiyuk, and everyone's waiting for somebody to make the first move here. If you had to guess, is Brandon Aiyuk a 49er tomorrow morning? Yes, that's my guess. And the possibility would be that he's traded in that 18-hour window. Well, no, because, again, I don't want to contradict myself. The trade would be announced when the first pick they're getting is on the clock. So it would quietly be done in the 18 hours with an understanding that they pull the trigger at pick, whatever, 33, 34, 35, anywhere between there and 62 during round 2, plus whatever else happens. But my guess would be it's too much to make it happen today, and it happens tomorrow, unless it's already done, and we're just going to find out, like we found out lightning strike 2 years ago, and Mike Vrabel acquired a pretty aggressive neck twitch as they were sending A.J. Brown and drafting Treylon Burks, who's been a disappointment. I mean, that's the risk. The Vikings got lucky. When they traded Stephon Diggs, they turned around and got Justin Jefferson.
Right.
Upgraded.
It's hard to bank on that.
Yep. I'm with you on that one, Mike. Real quick on McCaffrey. If he did ask for an extension, what would that value be? What could he ask for? What could he get if he went to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and said, hey, look, I had over 2,000 all-purpose yards. I scored all these touchdowns. You don't average 29, 30 points a game without me. I want to get my bag. What would that bag look like if McCaffrey did that?
I don't know. I mean, Would 20 million a year be the magic number? It's amazing to think of a guy who's so important to a team, but he plays a position where it's so hard to get paid. How do you strike that balance to reflect what he means to the team versus the fact that, hey, we can throw a shoe and hit a running back who can come in and get it done in this offense? That's what made the move to get him so strange. They had a different leading rusher every year of Kyle Shanahan's time as head coach, and then they get Christian McCaffrey and everything changes in the blink of an eye, and they go against the entire Shanahan approach to running backs, which is, this year it's Terrell Davis. Okay, fine. Oh, wait, he's injured. Here's Orlando Scary. Hey, he had 1,000 yards. Oh, wait, the next year, Mike Anderson. All right, he'll have 1,200 yards. And it just goes on and on and on. They've turned it on its head. And I think the way McCaffrey does his business, when you look back to Carolina, he got a contract 3 years in, and we didn't even know he was looking for one. So that may be the way. And we know a lot of this stuff happens. Sometimes I'm not trying to throw a dart and predict anything, but how many times do we get surprised when a deal gets done? And we got surprised when his deal got done in Carolina. And I think it's incumbent on the 49ers to try to make sure that they strike the balance between making a commitment that pays him for what he's doing now and what they expect him to do this year, but also doesn't tie their hands with a deal that is going to create a cap problem for them once his prime starts to dissipate. And I mean, let's face it, he's been around since 2017. He's got a lot of wear and tear. How many more good years does he really have left?
Mike, it's going to be a wild day, and it's probably one of our favorite days of the year. It feels like Christmas around here for sports fans. What's the boldest prediction? And we're going off the chart. I'm not going to hold you to this. No one's going to hold you to this. But what's the boldest thing that you could see happening today? Like, because we were talking about this, Detroit trading up to go get Michael Penix or something like that.
Be the heir apparent to Jared Goff.
Yeah, I'm very interested. What do you think is something that's probably not going to happen, but something bold you'd like to see happen?
Well, I mean, two things. Look, wherever Michael Penix goes, I think that's going to be the oh crap moment of the night, because I think somebody's going to take him and we're going to say, oh, wow. The window opens at number 8 with Atlanta, who has done their homework on Penix. And it's like, well, they got Kirk Cousins. Yeah, but Kirk Cousins isn't playing for 5 years. Kirk Cousins may have 2 years in Atlanta by the time it's all said and done. 3 at the most. And, yeah, you don't sit a quarterback for 3 years, but the Packers did with Jordan Love, and look how it worked out. So the window opens there. The Raiders at 13, Seahawks at 16, Steelers at 20. I just think whenever he gets picked, we're going to be like, wow. The Raiders would be the least likely for us to say wow, but Penix is one that I think is a wild card with these quarterbacks in round one. The other thing that I think is going to happen, and I don't know this, I'm just reading the tea leaves and making a guess. I think the Vikings are going to stay at 11, and they might not take a quarterback there. Because I look at it as, the guy that Kevin O'Connell wants, and let's assume it's Drake May, it's going to cost too much to go get him, and the front office is going to say, we're not making that investment to go get him. Okay, fine. Then they're at 11, and the guys that are available, the front office says, how about this guy? And O'Connell, who said himself last week, he's been the quarterback killer in Minnesota. He said, no, I don't want this guy. No, I don't want that guy. No, I don't want that guy. So whoever's left at 11, they may say, we'll just take best available player, and we'll address one of our other needs, whether it's pass rusher or, get a tackle for the future, even though they're doing pretty well on the outside with Brian O'Neill and Christian Darrisaw. You can't have enough good offensive linemen. There's different ways they can go to make the team better. It won't surprise me if they can't get a deal to go up, and by the time they're sitting there at 11, they just say, we're not going to take a quarterback at all, and we're just going to try to make the team better.
Wow. 2 quick ones for you, Mike, because this is I'm loving every
Fonte's a huge Sam Darnold fan. It's a joke.
It's a big joke. I'm not the biggest Sam Darnold fan. But over-under on trades is 6.5 in the first round. Over-under on trades, first-round trades, is 6.5. 1, do you think it'll go over? And 2, will a running back be drafted in the first round?
Good question.
I'm going to say over just because I want chaos and I love chaos, and more trades means more chaos and more surprises, and it makes for a more interesting night. I don't think a running back is going to get drafted tonight. And I don't think that, unless you think the guy's going to be a potential Hall of Famer or perennial Pro Bowler, you can get a running back later. And it's not a great running back class this year, and we've seen a lot of running backs get signed in free agency because of that. Between the fact that running backs have already been spoken for via free agency and just the valuation of the position relative to other positions, I don't think we're going to see a running back tonight. And who knows when the first one's going to go. I think Blake Corum's got a chance to be special, and he's a betting favorite to get reunited with Jim Harbaugh down in L.A. with the Chargers, and that would be a neat little story if that happens.
Huh. I love Blake Corum. He's a baller.
Yeah, he's tough. He's a tough guy, man. Mike, this is going to be a lot of fun. What will happen with Brandon Aiyuk? A lot of Niner fans don't want to see him move on, but what if he does? What would that mean for Brock Purdy? What would that mean for this offense moving forward? Mike, you're always good to us, man. Thanks for the time as always.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Anytime,
buddy.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Lot there. I like draft talk, man. He starts going down the rabbit hole. What could happen at 11 with Minnesota? We're going to be locked in. What is
He had
the
a
draft
new drop.
start?
What's the new drop?
I don't know.
No, the new drop was great. Every time I make a good point, I want to use this. Yeah, we got to tease it. He's going to work on it.
All right,
Here's okay.
I said what I said.
So let's.
We've come a long way with Mike.
I love Mike.
We've come a long way with him.
I love how we're best friends with Mike Florio.
We are now.
The whole industry hates us, but Mike Florio loves us. I kind of like that.
And the whole industry hates Mike Florio.
That's
and
okay.
we love him.
You know what? We're all behind enemy lines. So without us even bringing it up, he kind of brought up what I brought up. And again, I'm not pretending like I'm some sage, but I'm looking at like Saquon Barkley. And if I'm CMC, I'm just going off me, right? Like if I'm CMC, like you're giving Barkley that, I'm way better than Barkley. No, well, talented Barkley is. There's no doubt. I sound like Yoda,
Right.
but he hasn't put together seasons that I've put together on winning teams, doing it in the playoffs. And if I'm here and I'm CMC, I'm saying, all right, look, Trent's making 30, 35. Yeah. He's the best left tackle in the game. I get it. Without him, I can't function. And I do need receivers, but I'm going to have 2 receivers making twice what I'm making?
Well,
man, you got to up my money a little.
It's funny because we quipped about this a few weeks ago when we were like, the bread. I forgot what day it was, but we're kind of cool. We're kind of going back and forth with us like, man, we're lucky McCaffrey's not asking for an extension, right? But it was just kind of just a throwaway.
Yes.
Just a throwaway because in my mind, he's just not that type of dude.
No.
He's going to play under his contract. He's a coach's son or whatnot. But if it was anybody else making 14, you're coming off of that season.
What do you think Ricky Waters is thinking?
Ricky
Waters is like...
Iyuk's looking for an extension, and they may say, you know what, the hell with it. So Mike said maybe there is a secret because the Carolina deal came out of nowhere, but we'll see about that.
But that's the thing that we're going back and forth. Like nobody wants to trade Aiyuk, but I'm trying to think like what are the Niners doing behind the scenes?
Right.
Could they be negotiating with Lenore on a smaller extension and CMC a little extension? And is there this guy they're working on an extension? Like Aaron Banks is a guy from the Trey Lance draft.
Or
maybe
Lenore. It could be Hufanga. It could be whoever.
It could be a variety of guys. Maybe they're changing some of the money of Charvarius Ward so that he stays an extra year or two. Like. That's part of this Brandon Aiyuk thing that we just don't know.
We don't know. And you know what? Again, the reason why I asked the question at the start of the show, do you trust Lynch and Shanahan to make the right decision? It's because I do trust them. And if they do trade Brandon Aiyuk away, Shasky, I do trust them to make the right moves moving forward. I trust them that if they do trade Brandon Aiyuk, I don't want it to happen, but I trust them to make the right move to have a plan moving forward without Brandon Aiyuk. That's where I'm at with Shanahan and Lynch. We'll move on to Dave Fleming coming up here to talk about Blake Snell. Then we'll get right back into the NFL draft as it is draft day. Draft day, we have you all covered. Tune in tonight. Mark Grady, Evan Giddy, Sterling Bennett right here at 95.7 The Game starting at 6 p.m. The guys will take you right up to the 49ers pick and react right after it. Draft night tonight at 6 p.m. right here at 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dave Fleming.
The NFL Draft.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spinoni's in a good mood, man. He's feeling Michael Penix Jr. in the silver and black. Oh, man, Spinoni. He don't even care about the Lakers going down 0-3 today to the Nuggets, right? He don't even care.
No, if they get Penix, I will be ecstatic tomorrow morning.
They're going to have to jump up.
I don't think they have to jump up.
Yes.
No, if they're 13, he will be available.
I think an 8-9 is where they're going to have. I think the Bears, I could realistically see the Bears trading out of 9.
By the way, we got Dave Fleming on. I know he's on hold, but make sure you subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast.
That's BS, man.
No, it's not BS. No, it's not. Sam Lubman,
the real deal Holyfield.
Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, period, every week, all
like
season
a
long.
Win start.
And you can subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify. And guess what? Sam Lubman caught up with Jordan Hicks. How did Sam Lubman sneak into the clubhouse and get Jordan Hicks? That's coming out tomorrow. I can't wait. Can't wait for it. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. And I can't wait to talk to Dave Fleming, who's on the line right now. Dave, good morning once again. Thanks for always joining us here. Giants get the series win. Last night was a dud. Obviously, the day started off on a rocky note because Blake Snell has been placed on the IL with the left adductor strain. So, Flynn, good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. What's the severity so far of the injury? We heard from Blake Snell yesterday. It sounds like it's not as serious. It could just be a 3-week injury for him.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio when you sign off with him. Man.
Oh, that's pretty
Don't worry,
good.
Flynn. We got you covered, man.
Hey,
we got
Dave,
you covered.
there was one point in time where Mike Florio was ready to stab us both with a pen in the eye.
No.
And so we've
come a long way with him.
Come a very long way.
Hopefully we never get you to that point.
Good. He's got a lot of info, but you can't, come on, man. You can't say, all right, give me something wild off the board. You can't say, Minnesota stays put. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
well, Flip, I guess it would be wild to stay put with Sam Darnold, right?
What?
Maybe that's the wildness in it. Maybe it's wild that he's staying with Sam Darnold with Minnesota.
Flem's a roaster.
I was looking for something fun, man.
Me too.
I know. I wanted him to say the Niners are trading up to top 5 to go get Michael Penix Jr.
Right.
Yeah, give me some juice. Oh man, well, you give us some juice on Blake Snell, Flem. It's your turn.
Flem, here's what I want to forget. Like, no one knows how good how good Snell's going to be and how long he's going to. But here's what I want to know. Like, Boris had a horrible offseason, just in general. And I think, I don't blame the Giants. I just think Snell should be frustrated. Boris clearly botched this. The Giants probably wanted to get a deal done sooner rather than no one won in this situation. And the poor guy's now hurt right now. It sucks if you're a fan of baseball.
It does. And it's the game is they're trying to figure out how do we keep this from happening. And it's hard. It's hard to tell players okay, we're going to put a limit on when you can sign, or because then, I think the players feel like, well, that works against us. That taps down our market. But it's not good for anybody to have those free agents last out there as long as they did. It's terrible. It's bad for the game. It's bad for them. You're right. And Scott Boras will never admit this, but it's really bad for his clients. Really bad.
No doubt.
And it's happened now several years in a row. It doesn't help them be the best they can be. Part of your job as an agent is to get your guy the most money. The other part of your job is to help him be the best he can be and be as happy as he can be. And it's just a total failure on that front. And the strategy stinks for everybody all involved. Now, there've been some proposals about, okay, there's a deadline of January 15th, and after that you can only sign a 1-year contract or something. But the players just view all of that stuff as limiting for them, as hurting them. But something like that needs to happen. That the problem, it all goes back to all the other leagues have a cap and they have a floor, and teams know they have to spend a certain amount of money, and it's just baked in. And so you can put these sort of limits, and you can have a free agency week or a free agency couple weeks, and it works in baseball because you don't have those restraints, that doesn't work. It's a really hard problem to solve, but it stinks for everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. As we're talking to Dave Fleming, one of the many voices, great voices of the San Francisco Giants, but he does a little bit of everything. College football, college basketball, of course, and he was at the Masters a couple weeks ago in Augusta, Georgia. So Blake Snell will be out, and he got off to a rocky road. But one guy who hasn't gotten off to a rocky start has been Logan Webb, who I believe right now may be the best pitcher in the National League. I threw at Shasky because he's our baseball historian. You know, I do love the game too, Flem. Greg Maddux vibes I get from Logan Webb because of how quickly he works. He gets the grounders. He paints. He has a lot of movement. Now, Greg Maddux is special. He's a Hall of Fame pitcher. I get all that. But what Logan Webb is doing right now, 7, 7, 7, 8, that's the innings he's pitched the last 4 outings. He really had the one stinker in Dodger Stadium. Logan Webb could do no wrong, man. It feels like an automatic, hey, we're going to be in the game once Logan Webb is on that mound.
Maddox is not a bad comp. It isn't. I mean, they are different. Maddox is the all-time greatest at that style of pitching, so it's not, whenever you compare somebody to somebody that good, but that is who he's like. He is, and he's built to just go out there time and time again and give you, it's not just consistency, because that just undersells it. I think part of what makes me upset about when people evaluate Logan Webb is they focus so much on the innings, which are hugely valuable. They are. It's a big part of who he is. He takes pride in it more than anybody in the game right now. He takes pride in going deep in the game. He wants to eat up as many innings as possible. That's like one of his number one goals. But it does undersell him. Like, it's not just that he's out there soaking up innings. He's dominating during those innings. He is one of the hardest guys to hit in the game. I love watching him pitch. I mean, I think, for too long we have celebrated the strikeout, and there's a good reason why. Strikeouts can be exciting and fun, and a guy who's, like you think of when you think of Lincecum or Dwight Gooden or Pedro Martinez, you sort of think of the strikeout, and like those are the guys that are considered the most exciting pitchers.
Right.
But I tell you what, when I watch Logan, I don't know if you guys feel the same. I find it really fun to watch him get the weak contact and go through an inning in 7. Like, to me, it's fun to be there and watch like 3 of the best hitters on the other side, ground ball, pop up, and the inning's over just like that, and he saunters back into the dugout. I know it's not quite the same, but I love watching him pitch.
I'm going to go old school. He's a way better John Burkett. I mean, he's just, the guy is a stud, and that sinker splitter, whatever the hell that thing is, I absolutely love it. And he's in a beast this year. There's a lot of good stories going on right now. I know the overall record isn't, as robust as other people want. Like, Bailey's hitting right now. Chapman's coming around. Conforto has been, I feel like, awesome this year. But I want to get to Lamont Wade Jr. because I feel like I've slept on him. I felt like, he's going to come back down to earth. He's having a monster start to the year. 21 hits. He's got the 11 walks, situational base running. He seems to always come through with the big hits. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Lamont Wade right now.
Yeah, you should. And he hadn't even hit a home run yet. No. I mean, he basically hasn't gotten a power stroke going. And so that's, I think that will come. We've seen that from Lamont. Like, he definitely has the power to hit 15, 20 home runs. So I think, there could be, I'll have to ask him, because I haven't asked him this yet. Like, is he trading a little power swing for just more contact, more on base? I don't know what the answer to that is. But if that's what he's doing, it's working. I mean, he's really leading the league in on base average. Basically, I don't know if he's yet qualified. Even for a couple days ago, he still didn't have quite enough plate appearances to qualify. But he's been a really good player. I mean, I would say of the early season position players, Jung-Hoo Lee's kind of in a different category because the production, the eye test is like big time. Like, okay, this guy's going to be really good. But the numbers are modest so far. I would say Bailey and Wade have been the 2 best Giants position players so far.
Well, a guy we don't talk enough about that. We asked George Consos yesterday about him, but Keaton Nguyen, I mean, this guy's been dealing. As a number 5 starter, he's kept the Giants in every single game this season, and he got rewarded Monday night with a great performance against the New York Mets. This guy, we don't talk about him enough. Who is this guy? What is he like around the team? You're around him. I want to get to know this guy a little bit more because he could be a factor in this rotation. Robbie Ray, we don't know about. We don't know about Alice Cobb. Obviously, Blake Snell's out. I about this young man pitching in the 5 spot for the Giants in this rotation?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and it's likely that they're going to need a lot more from him than maybe people assumed. Like, I think, at the beginning of the year, it's like, oh well, you could just throw Keaton Wynn in the bullpen. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that the way that everybody kind of assumed. I think Keaton Wynn's going to be an important part of the starting pitching group. We told the story last year when he first came up. He's from Ollie, Iowa, town of 180. I can't remember 1 stoplight or 0 stoplight. Legitimately like tiny town Iowa. Had never been in a big league ballpark ever until he made his major league debut. That was the first time he had set foot in a major league stadium. So he's got the whole sort of small town Iowa kid thing going.
Yeah, that's right.
He was first team All-State in like 5 different sports. He was a great high school wide receiver. He was a great pitcher. He was a really good basketball player. The dude is a massive kid. Like when you stand next to him, he's 6'5", like 240, and looks every bit of it. Like he's one of the biggest guys. He's bigger than Jorge Soler. I mean, he's a big dude. So you can see how he was such a good high school athlete. This guy's just a physical specimen. Really quiet kid, like really quiet, but wants to learn, wants to be around Webb, wants to learn from the veteran guys, wants to be really good. The biggest question with him has been in his career staying healthy. Yeah. For a guy who looks the part, like he's jacked, he is a physical presence. He's had a hard time staying healthy. If he can stay healthy, he's got massive ability. The guy's really good.
I look at this defense as a whole, just for the whole pitching staff. It's been excellent. Last year, there's no other way around. Errors per game, total errors, just the way they played defense, they were horrific. And I'm seeing this guy, obviously Chapman has helped. Tyro's made some plays at second base. Nick Ahmed, offensively, 2-strike hitting, coming through with way more RBIs than I anticipated early on. I don't know if that's sustainable. But defensively, he's been really, really good. No knock on Crawford. It wasn't his best year defensively last year. But I think Nick Ahmed is a guy that you're not going to get a lot of questions about. Mm-hmm. If you're watching every night, he's been awesome. Like an awesome addition.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Not that we haven't seen it before from him, but just the way that the Diamondbacks treated him the last couple of years just made me think, oh, well, they must know, right? He's been with them for 10 years. They must know he's toast. Because they basically, and he's not happy about it. Like, they didn't include him in the World Series. Even he was hurt, but instead of – this guy has played more games at shortstop than any player in their franchise's history. And instead of kind of embracing him and, hey, we want to make sure you're feeling like you're a part of this, like they didn't do that. And so, I basically thought, gosh, that must mean something really went wrong. He looks to me like the guy the Giants played against for all those years. Yeah. Like he looks spry, he looks athletic. His defense, again, Brandon Crawford's the greatest shortstop in the history of the Giants, period. I love Brandon Crawford, but Nick Ahmed is playing a better shortstop right now than Brandon did last year. They've upgraded at that position, and he has given them good at bats. Oh, yeah. So good for him.
Yeah, big 2-out single the other night against the New York Mets as they won that series here. All right, shifting gears from because you touch on everything. You're a big part of college football. These Pac-12 quarterbacks coming out today. Caleb Williams, we all assume.
Michael Penix.
That he's going number 1 in Chicago. It's a great situation for Caleb Williams. But Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr., how will they do, Flem? How will they do? Because nobody's, with Penix is obviously, we saw him in the national championship game, struggled a bit there, but he had the big game against Texas.
I went to the last Pac-12 championship game at Allegiant Stadium.
I wonder how you got there,
because of Bonte. Yeah. Not impressed with Bo Nix at all. Very impressed with Penix.
Are you impressed with Bo Nix? I know you're impressed with Penix, but what about Bo Nix?
Well, Bo Nix is a great kid. Like a lead, that it's important at quarterback in the NFL, like to be a charismatic guy, a hard worker, a processor, a bright kid. Like all those things really matter at quarterback in the NFL, and he's got that stuff. I never looked at Bo Nix playing college football thinking, oh gosh, that guy's making NFL throws. I just never saw him that way. He did put up massive numbers at Oregon, so I don't want to say he can't do it, Michael Penix is, since Andrew Luck, he's the most natural thrower that I've watched. Like, I think Michael Penix's arm talent, I hate that term sort of, but like it's hard to find a better alternative. I am wowed by the way that guy throws the ball. But I understand teams who look at him and say he's just not going to stay healthy. He is not a big dude. He's got these long arms and massive hands that helps him spin the ball the way he does. But his lower body is not really built. He looks fragile, and he's had a lot of injury problems, and it's a different animal playing in the NFL. So I look at if teams evaluate him and say, well, we like his talent, I would take a chance on him just because, like, if we can find a way to protect him and bulk him up a little bit and get our medical group with him, he can make every throw you would ever need to make. He can throw deep. He can throw short. He can throw to the sideline. He's got touch. That guy is a pure natural thrower. Big time.
You got our boy Joe Spinone over here smiling.
He's a Raider fan.
He's a Raider fan. He wants Penix bad at 13.
As a thrower of the football.
But what about Jaden Daniels? He was at Arizona State. I know you call some Sun Devil games. What about him going in that top 5?
He was a mess at Arizona State, and I really have a hard time evaluating him because he was not a good player at ASU. And so that memory is lingering in my brain. I watched him at LSU, and I acknowledge how great he was there. Now, he had some awesome receivers around him at LSU. That's not all of it he did, but, you go in the SEC and do what he did, you got a lot of ability. But I'm having a hard time getting it out of my head what I saw at Arizona State. The body language was terrible. He didn't understand where he was supposed to go with the ball. He held onto the ball way too long. Can you get better? Yeah, he obviously got a lot better, but I would have a hard time watching those games and thinking I'm taking that guy in the top 5.
Dave, I love talking with you about other Bay Area sports teams because I know you have an opinion on this. I know you have. What are you doing with Brandon Aiyuk?
Oh, boy,
you know you can't pay everyone. You know you can't pay everyone.
I thought you were going to ask about Mike Yastrzemski.
No. Mike Yastrzemski's playing better. But here's what I would
get that out of
and
you.
Michael Conforto made a great catch the other day. I'm so happy Conforto did that against the Mets because I can tell it meant more to him. But no, what are you doing with Brandon Aiyuk? You trading him?
I'm not trading him if it's me. Part of the problem for me is I don't like it's the thinnest position on their whole team, isn't it?
Yeah,
feels like it.
I just don't see. If you're counting on drafting somebody to replace him, good luck with that. Like that's just not a. You might find that guy, but it's really hard to do that. It's really hard. The draft is just, you do your best and you watch as much tape as you can and you hope. And the Niners do have a good track record with receivers, but it's not perfect. Dante Pettis and these guys that they drafted high that didn't play us down. It's hard to do. And I just worry if you trade Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo Samuel is a great player, but is also going to get hurt at some point for sure. George Kittle is going to be hurt at some point, and you're just really thin there. So I don't know that they can afford to. I understand the whole thing about how do you pay everybody, but they're not deep at that position, and Brandon Ayuk's a great player.
Dave, we were talking about, like, guys, and you bring up the Pac-12 because you did it for so many years. You do other games as well. I was convinced Andrew Luck was going to win multiple Super Bowls. Now, for a variety of reasons, it didn't come to fruition. Who's the guy that you were the most wrong about going from college to the NFL, one way or the other?
Golly, that's a good question. You were not wrong about Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was a Hall of Fame NFL quarterback who just got in a terrible situation and got his body ruined by that situation. So you were not wrong about Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck dragged that sorry franchise to an AFC championship game when they were doing absolutely nothing to support him, like nothing. His kidney was burst, his shoulder was torn up, and he got him as far as anybody could put. Brandon, if Andrew Luck had landed like, say, where Brock Purdy landed, Oh my God! I mean, you're talking about 5 Super Bowl wins or something like that. Andrew Luck's an all-time. Andrew Luck's an all-time talent.
I totally agree.
I might have to get back to you on that one. Like I definitely have a lot of misses, but
give me one.
I'm just trying to think of who like a good
Darnold.
A couple of these USC
quarterbacks.
I don't know about Darnold. A couple of the USC receivers. I really thought were
Mike Williams.
I thought Mike Williams was going to translate. I don't know. He had some personal issues that might have gotten in the way. I'll have to think about though, like just purely based on talent, not off-field stuff. Who my biggest miss was, because I've definitely had some.
I thought Matt Leinart was going to be a star. He had like one incompletion in that second half in the Rose Bowl against Texas. I was like, man, the accuracy. He's a lefty. He's got the moxie, the poise. I thought Leinart was going to pop. I really did. But that's another USC quarterback, man. They seem to do that to us at times.
Yeah, SC's had a really weird track record. And look, some programs that's the case. And LSU's produced a lot of great players, but the quarterback track record there is not very good. Ohio State finally has a quarterback who's working out. That kind of stuff would spook me a little bit. The other thing I'd say right now in college football, because I did the Orange Bowl, and so I saw Georgia up close, and I saw the staff, the coaches. Like Georgia is the new Alabama. Just pick some Georgia players.
Hey, Ladd McConkey?
I want the right tackle, Mims or Arabius Mims. He's like 6'8", 340.
He is. He's a monster. Like Ladd McConkey's really good. Yeah. I think he's going to be a good NFL player. Like I was watching him just warm up field level. He's strong. He's super explosive. Like he's a good player. I really like the safety, the guy Bullard. He's a good player.
Okay.
Yeah. He's solid.
He's going to be a good NFL player. Just super smart, knows where to be. Kirby's taught him. He can see everything. He's a leader on that team. They got, and the cornerback would be a good pick for the Niners, I think.
Guy out of Iowa.
What's his name? Well, I like him too.
DeJean.
He's cool.
Yep.
DeJean. But is it Kamari Lattimore for Georgia?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yes.
He's going to be a good NFL player.
Are you in or out? Last question here. In or out on the Kirby Smart? It's the high crown visor. Would you rock the high crown visor? I do from time to time on the golf course.
I'm in on that. I wouldn't do it, but I'm in on Kirby doing it. Kirby can do whatever he wants. I haven't had a chance to be around him very much just because, he's almost always on that CBS game. Yeah. And so, I haven't been around him much. That guy has it going on.
No doubt.
He is buttoned up. He really is Nick Saban. Like he's got his hand on everything on that program. It is very professional, but in the best way, like cares about the kids. Like I'd be leaning into the Georgia players if I were an NFL team.
I mean, Philadelphia has.
Yeah, they have.
Philadelphia's basically Georgia East. Oh man, Flip, I love talking Jeff. We could do this for the next hour, man, but I know you're busy. So hey,
Sports
we'll talk
Christmas.
to you next week. It is
Happy
Sports Christmas. There's a lot going on. NBA playoffs. We got the Giants rolling here, winning some series, splitting the series against Arizona. A lot of good things happening in the Bay Area. Flynn, we'll talk next week.
The Giants are good, and we will, and I guess we'll be talking. I'll be at Fenway.
Fenway, that's right. Fenway. I was just showing my fiance yesterday to Fenway Park because he works with a person for Boston. I was like, we got to go to Fenway.
You can go to New Balance. It's right across the street.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Shohei, I'm out.
Flip, take care, man. We'll talk to you from Boston.
All right. See ya.
All right, man. Dave
God,
Fleming, he's Hey, Flynn, I hope you hear this. We love you.
No, he is the
You're
best.
as good as we get, it gets here.
Okay, so one of my favorite
Flem, I don't know which one. I don't know.
When he went, he would have won 5 Super Bowls, and he means that with all his chest.
No,
I believe, like, situation matters. Today, there's so many guys that are going to get drafted, but the situation you land on, like, okay, we talk about Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
If you put Brock Purdy with Urban Meyer on that Jaguar team, it looks nothing like what he looks like on the Niners. We can all acknowledge that, right?
Yep, no doubt.
You've heard this for years. Well, if Joe Montana was drafted by the Tampa Bay Bucks, ask Steve Young. I've read his book, Quarterback, 1,000 times, QB. And he's like, dude, Tampa, we had no chance.
No chance.
You had no chance. I got to the Niners, and I thought that I was working for a Fortune 500 company where I had no shot of not succeeding. Where if I wanted to be the best version of myself, I had to compete there. The Andrew Luck situation is a great example, and he is one of the great prospects outside of Elway.
He's unbelievable.
Right?
Coming off that Orange Bowl against Virginia Tech. I mean, going to those games, the way he worked tight ends, Andrew Luck.
Pre-snap, just pointing, pointing.
I loved Andrew Luck at quarterback.
Me too. He's my prototype.
When they came to Kettlestick Park the weekend, Alden Smith got into that trouble. In that fourth quarter, Andrew Luck put on a clinic, and I just remember him walking into the end zone on that quarterback bootleg, spiking the ball, just yelling at Kettlestick, yeah! And I was like, does he have something against Harbaugh? Is there something there? Like, what is up with that relationship?
In the history of the game, coming out of college as a prospect, not what you know them to be, at their Hall of Fame resume and all that, as a prospect, it's Elway and Andrew Luck, to me, that are the two prototype number one overall quarterback picks.
You don't put Peyton Manning there?
I prefer a little bit of speed and the arm strength. Peyton Manning's definitely
was like, no
doubt.
There were some people that thought Ryan Leaf.
There was the bloodline too with that, right? Because of Archie Manning. No, but I, if you're asking me what I prefer the Elway, Andrew Luck style.
Well,
even though Elway was more dynamic than Andrew Luck.
Elway was, I mean, you had every team in the league, including the 49ers, trying to trade up for John Elway. He was can't miss.
And Michael Vick, I loved, but I didn't know he would do that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I didn't know he was going to, I was like, I don't know what this is going to look like.
But John Elway, I mean, he was going to be a Raider. But Al Davis was busy suing the NFL, and Pete Rozelle was like, yeah, we're not going to let that happen. He's not getting John Elway. I mean, seriously, he was going to trade away Greg Townsend, Howie Long, or something like that?
It's going to be Marcus Allen and John Elway. Wow.
And then Bo Jackson the next year.
And then they said
that's what Bo Jackson said, I'm not playing for Tampa Bay. And he said he got a call from Al Davis, said, would you like to be a Raider? And Bo Jackson's eyes lit up.
Situation matters, though, right?
Matter,
it really does matter.
Well,
so
I'm looking at quarterback misses right now, right?
Yeah.
Tony Banks, Michigan State. I don't think he was really that good.
No, Achilles Smith.
But Tony Banks and Achilles Smith.
Yeah.
Cincinnati was a mess.
Yeah,
was a mess.
Kajana Carter.
St. Louis Rams were a mess with Tony Briggs. Yeah. So I think situation, and we're learning this in baseball, maybe not so much in baseball as opposed to basketball and football. Fit, situation, the culture of the situation,
absolutely,
it all matters.
Absolutely.
Big time.
Now, are there certain comments, CJ Stroud, everything just aligns perfectly and you come in and you ball out. Right. But like, we might look back on history and like, oh, well, Tank Dell ends up being X, and, D'Amico Ryans ends up being some, famous coach. I mean, we saw him firsthand with the Niners.
But that's a great
D'Amico Ryans is this high level of a person as comes. But that organization has been a dumpster fire for a decade.
But one guy can change that.
No
D'Amico
doubt.
did. There were some Niner fans who wanted D'Amico to take over for Shanahan at one point. It's like, give D'Amico the job. We don't want him to leave or whatnot. I think they're doing fine with Shanahan. But that fits you were talking about Bryce Young during the break. In that situation in Carolina, now they have a new coach.
He has no chance to win.
They have a new coach, the OC from Tampa Bay.
There's no players.
But Deontay Johnson's now there. We'll see what happens there. But the situation
is horrible.
Very dire.
Yeah.
You're thinking like, wow, they had DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey. What if he went into that situation?
Like, I acknowledge, I don't think Alex Smith was great. I don't.
But the situation was worse.
I don't know many players that would have overcome it. Now, do I think Aaron Rodgers would have been better than Alex Smith, even given all the same circumstances? Yes, I do.
Like, for example, I'm looking at this draft
but
in 1999.
I think he would have struggled too.
I'm looking at the situation, the draft 1999. This draft was hot.
Give it to me.
Because I remember this as a kid.
Yeah.
You had Tim Couch coming out. Can't miss prospect number one out of Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I remember reading about him in high school. He was on all the high school magazines.
SEC.
He was all on high school magazines. But even before that, he was like, before he got to Kentucky, he was a can't miss prospect going into college. And then you had Donovan McNabb go number 2 overall to Philadelphia, and they booed because they wanted Ricky Williams. Syracuse. Then you had Achilles Smith out of Oregon.
And Marvin Harrison together?
They were together for a year, maybe.
For a year, okay, yeah.
But McNabb and then Achilles Smith out of Oregon.
Yep.
And then you had Then you had Culpepper go to Minnesota, 11 overall.
Culpepper.
Get your roll on. What if McNabb goes to Minnesota and Culpepper goes to Philly?
It's a great question.
McNabb is probably in the Hall of Fame.
I loved Culpepper.
I still think McNabb is a Hall of Famer, but that situation, he goes to Minnesota, and there's Randy Moss and Chris Carter with Donovan McNabb. Are you kidding me? People misremember how good Donovan McNabb was.
Yeah, Culpepper was pretty sweet, too.
He was sweet.
I love Culpepper.
But McNabb,
no doubt. But he had Andy Reid, too.
But, Minnesota had Moss, and they had Chris Carter.
He's throwing to Todd Pinkston.
James Thrash. And then Kate McDowell. Remember Kate McDowell at UCLA?
They said he was the next Steve Young because he was left-handed.
I thought he was. I mean, not the next Steve Young.
I mean, come on.
Not the next Steve Young.
But yes, that was what he was
situation in Chicago.
I thought he'd be better.
It was a terrible situation in Chicago.
Rick Myers, one of my favorite Notre Dame quarterbacks of all time. He went to a horrible Seattle situation.
Yep.
And I thought he had no chance to succeed.
No chance. Who was Kate McDowell throwing to in college? It was Drew Bennett.
I was going to jump.
Monty High School.
It was Mercedes Lewis. He's been in the league for 40 years.
Could have been. But no, Drew Bennett.
Yeah.
And you know what happened to UCLA that year? They were undefeated. They were number 1 in the country. They had a game postponed against Miami.
Was that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, too, around the same time? The running back?
He was around the same time, but I don't know if he was on that team.
The running back, not the basketball player?
I don't know if he was on that team.
Okay.
But they played Miami. The game got postponed due to a hurricane. Hurricane Wardy said they postponed it all the way to December. This is after they played USC. They go down to Miami. And I was talking to Ryan East, Ronnie Lott's son, about this. Tampa Bay Buccaneers won a Super Bowl. And I was like, I remember the game because they didn't show it locally. They did live look-ins. Or like not live look-ins, but they would do updates of the game.
Think of how things have changed.
It's
now
changed.
I can watch 75 games simultaneously on YouTube TV.
Dude, so they go down to Miami, and I think they lose something like, I don't know, you guys can fact check this. It was like 45-42. And UCLA loses because Edgerrin James runs for 300 yards.
The edge?
The edge. And that cost Kate McDowell the shot at the national championship. They end up going to play Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl, and they get beat by Rondé and company. It was just unbelievable. But Kate McDowell, I love that UCLA team. Bob Toledo was the head coach. And they were the cardiac kids. They were always falling behind, and they were just chucking it. Kate was chucking it. I thought he was going to be a star in the NFL. He was not. And that kind of proves our point that the situation does matter.
So now going back to the Aiyuk thing, if the situation matters, and they do end up moving off Brandon Aiyuk, you still have CMC, you still have Debo, you still have Kittle, you still have Trenton Brock, and Kyle Shanahan, the architect. If you take a wide receiver, even if it takes a year, you got to think like, now you could just whiff and the guy just cannot play, like Dante Pettis. He just might not be able to play. But boy, this is a great situation to find out if you can play or not. The infrastructure's there.
Well, how about this? Something we haven't touched on in this situation. How much pressure will be on that rookie if you do trade Aiyuk and replace him? Because I always believe this to my core. I don't know if there's any proof to this, but I thought Kinlaw not necessarily set up to fail, but first of all, it's the pandemic season, so you can't come into the facility until training camp starts. Remember the whole COVID protocols. So I believe that set him back, not getting around Chris Kosaric right away instead of waiting, and then there's some injuries there. But also, you draft Kinlaw to replace Buckner, who was a fan favorite and a great member of the community. That was another thing. He was a great member of the community, did a lot of things off the field. So you trade him, you draft Kinlaw, and you say, replace Buckner, and oh, by the way, here's his number 99.
Yeah, that wasn't the greatest move.
So the pressure on Kinlaw, now he may not just be a good player.
Well, I would lean
he
more
may
in
not
that
be a good
direction.
player.
Yeah.
But the pressure, basically my point though, is the pressure to produce on a team that is training when they Super Bowl now. And they're playing next to Debo and Kittle and CMC and Purdy, and they don't have time to wait. Shanahan's not a patient guy anyway. We all know that. Shanahan and patience do not get along. That's a lot of pressure for somebody stepping in for a guy who made second team All-Pro at the wide receiver position. That's a lot.
Well, so like we referenced it in the Florio interview, Stephon Diggs was a great player for Minnesota, and they traded him to Buffalo, and Justin Jefferson was tasked with trying to, replace him.
Right.
He didn't just replace him. I mean, he was Randy Moss historic in terms of how good he was. I believe that pressure is a part of it, but if you're good enough, you'll just overcome it. Brock Purdy had pressure his rookie year coming in and replacing Jimmy Garoppolo. You don't think?
The fans were split on Jimmy, though.
And then moving off
how
of
many
everyone?
fans were happy to move off of Jimmy? I get the pressure.
There
was a lot of pressure there.
I don't know.
There's
a lot of pressure.
There was a lot of pressure.
I don't know. I do believe I think talent overrides things, and are you good or not? Now, pressure is a factor, but I don't think it's the defining factor.
No, it's not. I didn't say it was a defining factor.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that at all.
It's a factor,
but it's a huge factor.
Yeah,
I think it's a huge factor. You coming into a situation like, think about the Warriors for crying out loud. Kuminga, Moody, Pods, TJD, you want to go Wiseman, you want to go Poole. Coming into this situation, it has not been easy for those guys. Have the Warriors made it easy? Probably not.
This is James Wiseman.
But
like
that's
James,
not an easy situation to go into, playing with guys who have won championships.
So, but then my pivot would be like, well, the only guy to leave the team is Wiseman. What's Wiseman's problem in Detroit? There's zero pressure.
Poole got traded.
I know, but I'm saying Wiseman. There's zero pressure in Detroit.
But you're not playing.
He's just not good
There's so many guys. There's so many guys here. It's not a good team. Not a good situation. Okay. He may not be good enough, but there was a lot of pressure on him to say, "Hey, come save the dynasty." You know, Kuminga and Moody are facing that now. If they move off of Klay Thompson and Chris Paul moves on, and I'm watching OKC last night, and you got Moody and Kuminga stepping up for huge roles, well, guess what? If they don't produce at a high level, guess who's going to be scapegoated on this team with the Golden State Warriors? Whether it's fair or not, it's going to be Kuminga and Moody saying they can't help extend it. They're not good enough. The big three needs help, blah, 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 blah. It's not an easy situation.
Watching the situation. You know what I'm saying? But I also just think that in sports, we overvalue, overdraft, mismanage.
We do all that.
You know what I mean? Like it's all the player just might not be good enough.
It might not be good enough. They might not be good enough, but that's your chance. If Flynn was talking about it, he would not trade Aiyuk because of the chance of something happening, something a player not panning out.
Oh, this is definitely risky. Like, that's one thing that we, like, you and I can agree on this. It's tremendously risky. Tremendously risky. But if you're banking on the coach, if you're banking on the situation, you're banking on the quarterback, they think their odds aren't as risky as maybe the outside does.
Like 510, for example, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HG1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Haha, got it in. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line as well. 925-510. I wanted to read this one. Juwan Jennings, wide receiver number 2. How would we feel as a fan base if Juwan Jennings went to week 1 as wide receiver number 2?
Is he wide receiver number 2 week 8 and week 16?
He's wide receiver number 2 all season long. Now things could change, but he's going into the season.
Well,
he's going into the season.
Yeah, he's
wide receiver number 2.
It wouldn't be optimal, but it'd be like appropriate. And then, you know, are we kind of increase someone's workload so that they can get to that spot? How many, like, is the guy unplayable? You know, like we kind of found out almost immediately, like Solomon Thomas, you almost can't even play him on starter downs. Like,
exactly.
You know, like, are we at that point with whoever the replacement is? And then, I have to know more.
All right. Well, you have to know more then. Well,
look,
this is what I know about Aiyuk.
You're taking a step back if Jennings is your number 2 in day 1. That's no doubt about it. But you're hoping by week 16
somebody else pops.
Yeah, you're in a different spot.
Like having a Debo ascension because Debo got better.
And here's the other part of this. What if the Brandon Aiyuk trade not only netted me a wide receiver, but it also made my offensive line better?
Maybe.
Ooh. That's a trade-off I'm willing to maybe look at.
George Schultz, our boy from Bleacher Report, George Schultz, the Schultz Report, reported that the Giants have been trying to trade up to number 3 with the Patriots, with the belief being they want North Carolina quarterback Drake May. Ugh. They want Drake
Don't hurt
May.
yourself reaching for that platter.
I'm glad I don't want Drake May.
Oh, my
either.
God. Dayball's getting fired.
We're going to play some Florio sound. I want to push back on Florio a little bit. He was like, he barely scraped 1,000 yards in 2022. Okay, that's fair.
That's what I said.
But as a rookie, 748 yards on 60 catches. Sophomore year, 23 years old. Remember, he started that year in the doghouse. 2021, he was in the doghouse. Trent Sherfield started the first game of the season. Aiyuk, 56 catches, 826 yards, and that was with a banged-up Jimmy Garoppolo. We know how we feel about Jimmy Garoppolo as quarterback. Aiyuk kind of touched on that. I was like, who would you rather have, Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo? And he was like, Trey Lance. This was recently. And then, of course, last year, 2 seasons ago, 1,000 yards, and last year, 13. So his production has gone up every single season.
But what if I said to you that he had a career year and you already paid 2 different guys off career years, Kittle and Deebo Samuel, and they didn't look great a year and a half later?
Well, that's because you didn't take care of business early on with their contracts. Deebo comes in out of shape. Bosa doesn't come in, and he blames missing training camp on him having a bad year. Get this deal done. Get this guy in camp. He's been one of your better players in camp. We said that 2 years in a row about Brandon Aiyuk.
No doubt.
Maybe 3. 3 years in a row, really. Aiyuk's been that good, so I don't know. Nick and Berkeley on the other side. We'll come back. 888-957-9570. Final draft thoughts on this show and anything else you want to talk about. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The NFL Draft is today.
San Francisco 49ers select Solomon Thomas, defensive end, Stanford.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shesky.
Play this.
Sorry, Fleming.
I miss this music.
Sorry, Fleming. One of the biggest drive busts happened to be from Stanford in Niners history. We like Solomon Thomas. I almost called him Solomon Torres. Every time I think of Solomon Torres back in 1993.
Not Solomon in the Bible?
No, not Solomon in the Bible. Solomon Torres. Game 162, Dodger Stadium, 1993. I'm scarred.
He went on to have a decent career.
He did, and I'm still scarred. 103 wins.
I'm telling you
playoffs.
who I'm scarred from. When the Niners not once, but twice passed on Deshaun Jackson in the draft.
Oh, my God.
They took Kentuan Balmer and Chilo the Matador Rashal from USC. Two of the worst picks ever. The other one that sticks out in my head, in my craw, is when they passed on Vince Wilfork, and I knew he'd be a 10 to 15 year absolute monster.
Chilo Rashal. I remember going to the preseason. They have the 49ers have a pasta bowl fest or something like that.
Pasta bowl fest.
Yeah, they would have these
Don't
pasta
invite anyone
parties.
from St. Mary's there. They might be illegal for, you don't remember when they got in trouble for feeding too much pasta to one of their recruits?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
That's so silly.
We were so mad at North Carolina, we put St. Mary's on punishment.
So they used to have these pasta bowls, right? And all the Niner players would be there, and they'd be at tables with fans and stuff. And Chilo Rashal is at my table. Me and my little brother Bernard, we're walking around, took pictures with Frank Gore and Vernon Davis and stuff. And then Chilo was the first guy. This is the first time I ever heard about Drake. He goes, "Hey, man, anybody ever tell you look like Drake?" I was like, "Who the hell is Drake?" It's like, you ever watched Degrassi? I was like, Degrassi? What is that? Aubrey Graham? You don't know. And I was like, so then we looked up the Drake guy, and I was like, yeah, I don't look like him.
Is Aubrey Graham the name of the character or his real name?
His real name,
That's
right?
his real name.
That's his real name, not his real name as the character. His actual real name.
His actually real name. Aubrey Graham.
Oh.
I think it's Aubrey Graham. Or was Aubrey Graham his name in Degrassi? I don't know.
Did you see what he did over the weekend?
Who?
He did this AI thing where they...
Oh, with Tupac and everything. And
I thought it was out of bounds.
Yeah, they're not happy with it.
Jimmy Brooks was the character.
Jimmy
But
Brooks.
Aubrey Graham is his real name.
So
Jimmy Brooks.
I just want to talk about this for just 1 second. Drake put out a diss song where he used AI. I don't know if he wrote it or someone else wrote the lyrics. They pumped it into the AI computer or whatever. I sound like such an old person. And then Tupac rapped. It didn't sound like... it wasn't a Tupac rap, number one. It just didn't sound anything like him in terms of how he would deliver the cadence of the flow. And then they used Snoop, who's still alive. It was out of bounds on both levels.
Yeah, Drake's kind of losing it. He is good, though, when it comes to hit 'em ups. He does clap back very well. I'm waiting to Kendrick.
Yeah, I don't think he writes his stuff.
Yeah, but probably not.
Yeah, but
Probably
that's the essence of hip hop.
You know,
write your own
Jay-Z
stuff.
didn't write a lot of stuff. And I love Jay-Z. Dr. Dre didn't write a lot of stuff on the Chronic 2001.
Dre, I don't consider Dr. Dre one of the great lyricists of all time. He's one of the great producers.
Snoop has some guys write some stuff from time to time.
Snoop's 55 years old.
I'm just saying. I'm just naming rappers. It happens a lot. Every rapper's had somebody write something for them.
Yeah, but Drake
That's all I'm
never
saying.
wrote his own stuff.
Nah, I wouldn't say never.
I mean, that's what they say.
Never. That's what they say. They be hating. He's got to write something. 408. Yes, in Santa Clara Convention, the Pasta Bowls back in the day. Niners used to have Pasta Bowls in the Santa Clara Convention Center. So that was a lot of fun. So anyway,
Chilo
Rashal, yeah.
Pasta Bowls.
He called me, yeah, that was the story. He called me Drake. And that's the first time I ever found out who Drake was. That was my Chilo Rashal story.
Oh, I thought maybe it was like, and then I realized by how he ate the pasta, he was never going to be a good NFL
I actually thought
player.
it was going to be legit. I was like, I chopped it up with him. He was cool. I was like, all right, let's go. Chilo Rashal's a big boy. Didn't work out well.
Who's the one guy that you were so sold on was going to be so good, and he was a
Colin Kaepernick. I thought,
but Colin had some moments.
Yeah,
I'm saying like all-time whip for you.
in the draft.
Johnny Manziel for me, I thought was going to be a dude. No, I did. It was when I was like right in college too. Johnny Football was the king of everything. Obviously, in hindsight, after everything come out, it's horrible to even think that he was going to be good in the NFL. Guy couldn't get his life together. But at the time, I did not want Khalil Mack. I wanted Johnny Football. And I was disappointed, and I was totally wrong.
Well, I'll tell you what, with the Niners, I jumped out the seat I was with my guy Aaron Turner. They drafted LaMichael James. I said,
Oh, we all did. No,
oh
we all
my
did.
gosh, LaMichael.
And then I will never forget him fumbling in the Super Bowl ever again.
And then getting the carry in the goal line because Frank Gore needed a blow after a big 45-yard run against the Ravens to get inside the red zone, to get inside the 10-yard line. LaMichael James was amazing at Oregon. Amazing.
Yeah, it didn't translate.
Didn't translate
I
at all.
wanted LeGarrette Blount as an undrafted free agent so bad.
He was committed to the Niners
I
at
know,
first.
and then rescinded.
Yep.
Oh, I wanted him so bad.
Blunt-force trauma.
Yeah, I want to get everybody's favorite draft misses. And I'll keep most of mine Niners related. I did think Rashawn Woods was going to be a dude out of
Well, I'm going to give you one, and I guarantee you're going to agree with me.
Yeah, no, Rashawn Woods was a Biletnikoff winner.
Yeah, I
was the
didn't
best.
think
He was the best wide
draft.
receiver.
Yeah,
He was the best wide receiver. I loved Rashawn Woods. I thought he was going to pop.
It's Taylor Mays.
Oh my God.
We all thought Taylor Mays was going to be the next Ronnie Lott. USC, big body, him and Darnell Bing. I said, like, both of these guys are can't miss safeties.
Dude.
I was wrong on both. They missed.
Taylor Mays. So USC, when they had the Emerald Bowl out here.
You thought he was going to be good too.
They had the Emerald Bowl at Oracle Park. And one of the teams would always practice at City College San Francisco. Miami practiced there one year. That's where I got my first ever credential to go to a sporting event. I'll never forget it. I was like, wow, I couldn't believe it. I was like, can I get a credential? It was like this big thing for me, for everybody. When you first get that credential, you're like, oh my gosh, I made it, right? So USC one year was practicing at USC. And Taylor Mays was one of the last guys to walk out the locker room. I was like, damn, who is that?
He's humongous.
It was like, that's Taylor Mays. Somebody whispered, was like, that's Taylor Mays. And I was like, he was God or something. And then Niners drafted him. And then he had the block punt against the Atlanta Falcons. This is one play he ever made for the Niners. Remember that? The block punt in the Georgia Dome?
Of course I
The same
do.
game, Roddy White forced Nate Clements into a fumble for the second year in a
Bly, I
row.
thought.
Was it Dre Bly?
And maybe it was. I thought
Was it
was
Nate
Dre
Clements
Bly.
or Dre Bly?
It
One year was
one
Dre
of them. Yeah,
one year was Dre
it
Bly at Candlestick. And then the next year, the Georgia Dome, it
When
was
he
freaking Nate
started
Clements.
celebrating?
Yeah, he started high stepping at like the 30-yard line. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You're down 35-10. What's going on here? And then the next year, the Georgia Dome, Taylor Mays blocks the punt. Niners are up 14-3. They end up losing 16-14 because the same thing happened. Roddy White forced Nate Clements to fumble.
There was one time.
We had a sickness, I know.
You know how Niner fans have never been united on anything? Like, you like John Brody? I don't. I like Y.A. Tittle. All the way through the Stephen Joe era to the Alex and Colin. There was one time all of the 49er fans were united simultaneously, and it wasn't over a loss. It was the day they drafted A.J. Jenkins when everyone on the planet knew there was the worst pick. First off, everyone went, who?
Yeah, who?
Who? I will never forget that. That was the one time in 49er history where everyone agreed, what the hell did they do?
See, R.W. McQuarters, I thought was the next
we all
Deion.
thought R.W.
He ended up having a good career, though.
It was R.W. and then the Marquez Pope.
Marquez Pope.
I thought Marquez Pope was going to be that guy.
Was he a free agent signing, though?
I don't know, but I thought he was going to be good.
He was a free agent signing,
I thought he was going to be good. Now
I think they moved him from safety to corner.
Exactly.
He was all right.
I knew Roast Rump wasn't going to be because they took the fifth best DB out of Miami.
Yeah, the Raiders ended up with Philip Buchanan. We ended up with Mike. He said Mike Roast. Mike Roast, be kind,
Roast
man.
Rump.
Roast Rump.
That guy is what a beef roast is. And
dude,
he would always get roasted.
He was a walking pass interference penalty.
Dude, he was horrible.
A.J. Jenkins, it was like, because the Big Ten was hot. It still is, but it was like Illinois. A.J. Jenkins.
And it's not Rashard Mendenhall?
Yeah.
What? Everyone
A.J.
went,
Jenkins,
what?
dude. I saw a dude at my old donut shop, Tip Clement. And
I'll give you
I saw a dude wearing the Raw special, the A.J. Jenkins jersey, number 17.
How about the day we all celebrated simultaneously when the Raiders took Darius Hayward-Bay ahead of Michael Crabtree?
Well, Crabtree still ended up being a pretty good Raider, so it worked out.
It did work out.
I'll never forget that day, though.
Mel Kiper called the Raiders stupid, I think, that day.
Was that the same draft they took Mike Mitchell in?
Yes, Mike Mitchell out of Ohio.
Mel
He's
Kiper,
a 6th-round pick.
I thought Mel Kiper's head was going to explode watching him react to that Darius Hayward.
I think he said clearly the Raiders are smarter than everyone else here, so they should just do what they want.
Like he seemed incensed that the Raiders went away from his mock draft.
True story.
The vein in his head was massive.
Before we get to the calls, I have to tell the story about the Darius Hayward-Bay draft.
Okay.
So this is when Bachelor Pat was in full swing.
Okay.
Big Dog City and I are living together. We're fighting each other every day.
He actually was decent with the Steelers.
No, but listen. So Big Dog City, diehard Raider fan. He's fries some chicken for us, right?
Yeah.
me, Mo Money. We're watching the draft because we're like, hey, they show a picture. They show, the video shot. They're in the green room. It's Michael Crabtree. Do you remember Michael Crabtree's outfit that day?
No. Refresh it to me.
He's wearing all black. He's wearing a black suit.
He fighting for his
black
life,
button up.
like
Dude, listen.
Whenever I hear he was wearing all black, I think of Mark Jackson, Game 7.
So true story. We're in the bachelor pad. Let me get the story out.
I'm sorry.
It's hilarious. No, seriously.
Dion was going to be part of Crabtree's representation.
So Crabtree's in the green. We're wearing all black.
Yeah.
He's got the diamonds in the ear. He looks amazing.
Speaking of double Blitnikoff winners.
We all love Crabtree because he was at Texas Tech. He had the game winner against Texas.
The quarterback
I was like, this guy
from
was going to be.
Texas Tech was going to be the man.
Yeah, well, I thought Crabtree was going to be the man. I was like, he could do no wrong. He's beating everything. Double coverage, triple coverage, single coverage, high points the ball, runs every run. I thought Crabtree was going to be that dude. He's wearing all black. Big Dog looks over as he has a frying pan. He has a frying pan with the chicken sizzling in the pan. I go, Big Dog, look at him, dude. Look at the ice. He's wearing all black. Big Dog creeps over. He looks. He goes, we got our guy. I was like, he's wearing all black. Big Dog goes, we got our guy. We got our guy. He's going to be a Raider, baby. Al Davis loves it.
He'll be a Raider.
So then a couple picks later.
He didn't run because he had the stress fracture.
Yeah, he had the stress fracture, so he didn't run.
I'm telling you, I thought Graham Harrell was going to be the man.
But no, yeah, I didn't. I thought he was just another spread offense quarterback.
I was like, air raid, baby.
I thought
Bring it to me.
I thought it was Cliff Kingsbury 2.0, and he happened to be just that.
I love Mike Leach.
So Big Dog looks over. He goes, oh, we got him. And then the Raiders are on the clock. And when they said Darius Hayward-Bay, I veered to my right, looked at Big Dog, and he had a blank stare.
Oh, my God.
And it was the depression. And Mo Money and I just started. I laughed for the next 45 minutes. It's like Darius Hayward-Bay. So, true story. The story's still going here. Niners obviously take Crabtree. I'm happy.
Amazing.
We're happy. We're like, yes.
Yeah, amazing.
So I'm working at Cobb's Comedy Club at the time. So I go to work that night.
Did
I
he
get
snatch
home.
your chain?
No, he did not. So I go to Cobb's Comedy Club that night. I get off work. I get home. It's like 12:30 in the morning. Big Dog City, by that point, has fully convinced himself that Darius Hayward-Bay was the right pick. This dude's watching all these highlight films. You remember the Cal game, B? We got up early to Cal. I was like, come on, man. He had 2 catches in the Cal game. What are you talking about? He had fully convinced himself that Darius Hayward-Bay was the right pick, and they outsmarted everybody. That's how much denial he was in about Darius Hayward-Bay. I'll never forget that draft. And then we argued for months on months that Darius Hayward is going to be better than Crabtree. Watch. It was just like, what? You took the wrong guy. Nobody knew who Darius Hayward-Bay was, and they took him 7th overall. It was unbelievable. But that's what we do, right? During the draft. We whiff. We know the players that whiff. And I tried to convince myself Kenton Balmer was a player.
No, I knew he wasn't. I was I was with my boy Della. I was furious we didn't take Deshaun Jackson in the first. So then, all right, second round. Oh, he's fallen to us. The Rams took a wide receiver right before the Niners in that same draft, before they took Shiloh Rashad. And I was like, okay, here he is. We're going to take, and we didn't take him.
Nope.
This was ridiculous.
Well, Rupert Foster, I almost wrecked my car on the Bay Bridge because that was the day we had the draft show at the Fox Theater. And when I knew they took Rupert Foster, I was like, oh my God, Lynch is a wizard. He traded down 1 pick. He got Solomon Thomas. We weren't even though inside of me, I was like, we're really not going to take Deshaun Watson coming off that national championship. We kind of need a quarterback.
Hand size.
But whatever, the hand size. By the time, the voice of the Niners I was working with, wasn't high on Deshaun Watson whatsoever. And then by week 5, when he lit up Seattle, this guy could be the Michael Jordan on the football field. I mean, the spirals he throws, Bonte. I was like, I know, Pop. Anyway.
I'm looking at the Kenton Balmer class.
Oh, my
gosh.
it's
just...
Oh, my gosh.
Calais Campbell went, right? Oh, my God. Just listen to this. I want you to hear this. Just Jordy Nelson goes to Green Bay right ahead of him, okay? Right ahead of him. Atlanta takes Curtis Lofton, who had a pretty decent career. Shiloh Rashad goes 39 overall. Eddie Royal goes after him. Matt Forte goes after him. Deshaun Jackson goes after him. Quentin Groves goes after him. Calais Campbell goes after him. Ray Rice goes after him. Dexter Jackson. I mean, Chad Henne. It's like a potpourri of freaking studs. And we took Shiloh Rashad.
I can tell you so bad.
Chad Henne wouldn't even been bad.
That's what I'm saying.
Still bad about
Martellus Bennett, Terrell Thomas. Like, there's so many great players. It makes me so angry.
Let's go to Nick and Berkeley.
No, wait. Before you go to him, I'm going to give you my other favorite. My favorite moment. I pulled an all-nighter. I'm not going to say what I was doing. It was me and Seamus. We were over at his parents. They had a house over in the Mission. We're downstairs in like the apartment area. Stayed up all night. Niners are going to draft number 1 overall. This is the year Alex Smith was drafted. And back when you used to watch ESPN News, and you'd have the ticker, and you'd wait for all the sports highlights on the ticker. And it came out a little early, prematurely, the Niners are going to take Alex Smith. So we were all devastated. And then immediately after that, it said, but the Niners still might take another quarterback and trade back to number 4. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Gruden had number 4. The Niners were thinking about trading back into the top 5. They never ended up doing it. They literally have audio of Mike Nolan coming back saying, we thought about taking 2 quarterbacks in the first round. Mike Nolan.
And you pass up on Aaron Rodgers, who started a game against USC, I believe. Love it. You would know
22.
This. I thought it was 23-23.
Maybe it was 23.
All I remember was Keith Jackson.
And he threw it out to either Chase Lyman or
from
Jeff MacArthur. He threw it out of bounds on purpose. That's what broke the streak.
Well, it broke the streak, and Chase Lyman actually broke his leg that day.
That's right.
And he's from St. Mary's in Mountain View. St. Mary's in Mountain View.
St. Francis kid?
Yeah, St. Francis. What did I say? St. Mary's. I'm saying St. Francis Mountain View.
He was so
broke
sick.
his leg at the LA Memorial Coliseum. They got 1st and 10 inside the 10-yard line and didn't run one run play. Not one run play. When they were running the ball down USC's throat.
Tedford.
Lost 23-17. ESPN Game Day was there. That was like, go get Rodgers if you're the 49ers, and they got Alex Smith. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, y'all, man? Dexter, Little Lester Jackson, RW Fumbles McQuarters. You guys are killing me, man. Like, dude, like, okay, so the fear, the infuriation that we all feel as Niner fans listening to these, like who type of picks. I'm like this, man. We have to realize that old man York has a lot more influence on who the Niners pick than we actually know about. It has to be that. The coaching staff can't be that dumb, passing up all these players. He's just like, no, the contract's going to be too big. These are the lower target groups that I want to go to. It has to be that. You can't be that dumb in the draft. Someone needs to lock Shanahan in the bathroom today and keep him out of the war room because he's doing too much, first of all. Straight up. Let me tell you something. Kansas City's rated up to get because they're going after big Mims, the big 320-pound, 6'8" offensive tackle from Georgia.
I love that guy.
If we don't get him, why? Dude, it's not a panic situation with the Niners. Why are we even talking about trading Aiyuk? He led the team in receiving, and he probably would have put up more yards the year before, but apparently he was in the Shanahan's doghouse in his 3rd year. I mean, it was ridiculous. But, man, I'm telling you, look, there's no way that any NFL team should allow Kansas City to get this dude because he's a monster, dude. He's nobody's getting by him, really. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. And let me tell you something, man. I don't understand why everybody's in this panic mode. We were right there, but we just couldn't run the ball at times. Why not get an offensive lineman? Why not trade up to get the best offensive lineman, the best center that we can get, a versatile guy, you know what I mean, in case someone gets hurt. I mean, dude, there's a couple cats out there that we need to get. But we're focused on, like, Stan has always focused on, like, these position players, man. Like, stop it, dude. Stop manipulating the team and having like, deficiencies that we consistently have every year. Like, what are you not looking at, bro? Like, dude, I swear to God, I'm going to take my TV and huck it like a Frisbee if Kansas City gets that lineman. It's getting hucked, bro. I'm telling you. I'll film it and send you guys a video. I can't take it no more.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Hey, good call, Nick. Hey, by the way, Mibbs, you brought up the Guyton guy yesterday, which was a good call because when I saw his name at first and I saw the college he went to, like we were talking to Flip about, if you take a quarterback for USC, you're a little worried. If you take a receiver from LSU, you feel really good or whatnot. Yeah. We have these stigmas.
It's so weird.
It's so weird how we do it. But there is something about Oklahoma linemen.
That they work.
Lane Johnson, Dickerson, Trent Williams, of course. I mean, they always have studs on the offensive line. So when you said Guyton yesterday, I did double check. It's like, you know what? That may not be a bad pick. Oklahoma knows how to turn out linemen.
That's what I'm saying.
That's for sure.
Top 24 draft busts of all time. And this is from 2022. I got to read this off. Number 24, Matt Leinart. Drafted 10 overall, the Arizona Cardinals. Bonte, get in here anytime you want. Derek Harvey.
They say Matt Leinart's the biggest, number 24 biggest bust in the league? No, he's not one of the 24
Derek Harvey. Derek Harvey, DN from Florida, number 8 to the Jacksonville Jags.
I remember him. Yeah. I think he tore his knee up like the first day of practice or OTAs, if I'm not mistaken. Could be somebody else. Could be somebody else.
I mean, he held out before he even played and said he'd only sign with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Go imagine
number
that.
22.
I'm only signing with the Jaguars.
This guy was on the Niner practice squad at one point. Kevin White.
Ooh.
Wide receiver, Chicago Bears.
Yeah, he was a big bust. West Virginia.
Yeah.
Big bust.
Why
was that after Amari Cooper too, I believe?
Yes.
Same draft.
Yes. White and Amari Cooper, the two top prospects in the class. Yeah, not good. Josh Rosen, number 10 overall.
Yeah, see, I would say he's a bigger bust than, I guess he is. Linus shouldn't be on this list.
Okay.
Linus shouldn't be on this list.
Deion Jordan,
and
also
you know what?
a 49er.
Hold on 1 second. Let me defend Josh Rosen.
And Josh Rosen, Niner.
I don't think Rosen got it. You talk about situations being drafted in the right situation. You go to Arizona, you play for a year, you're in and out the lineup. By the way, the only 2 wins for Arizona that year was against the Niners. The first play of the game. Yeah,
on like the
75
second
yards.
play
First play of scrimmage. No,
it was
75 yards of Christian
Kirk. It was coming right toward me. I go, oh my God, Josh Rosen is the man.
Him and Wilkes got hosed that year.
Dude, he threw a dime. Who was that too?
Christian Kirk.
Oh my
75 yards.
It was an
And then we did a video
throw.
in the bleachers that was popping, and we had to take it down because somebody was snitching on us about the video. Whatever. We moved on.
We'll leave that in the past.
We'll leave that
Deion
alone.
Jordan, number 20. Number 3 overall, the Miami Dolphins. Number 19, Rich Campbell, 1981 draft. Yeah, we'll pass on that. Kevin Allen, 18.
Kevin Allen where?
Kevin Allen, offensive tackle, Indiana, went 9th overall to the Eagles. He was in prison for sexual assault, banned from the NFL.
What year was this?
And he also tested positive for cocaine immediately.
What year was this? We shouldn't be laughing.
1985.
1985. It was before our time. Damn.
He could have played for the Bulls.
Lord. Was Buddy Ryan?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan was with the Bears.
The 17th worst
Jesus
draft.
Christ, wait a minute. He was on cocaine.
Trey might end up being on this one day. All right, Justin Gilbert, 8th overall, the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that was a bad move.
All right, and there's just okay. Justin Blackmon, number 5 overall, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Next time we get Anthony Slater on. Ask him about Justin Blackmon. He's an Oklahoma State guy. Slater's got some stories about Justin.
Blackmon was the next TO.
Dude, Slater used to hang out with him. Slater used to hang out with him at OK State.
Yeah, that would have been the red flag right there.
Why? You hanging out with Anthony Slater?
I mean, come on, man.
Kind of like a mashed potato.
I love you, Slater, but come on, man. All right, Andre Ware, 15th overall. In terms of biggest bust of all time. He went
Detroit
7th
Lions.
to the Lions. Andre Ware did.
He was University of Houston. I think he won the Heisman, right?
I was convinced this guy could turn it around, and I would have kept trading for him. The 14th biggest bust of all time. Trent Richardson, Alabama, number 3 overall to Cleveland.
Bad situation. But then
traded to the Colts.
I thought when he got traded to the Colts, I had him in fantasy football. I remember I had all these trade offers. He got traded. And it was like week 2.
Yeah.
It was like early.
I thought he was going to be
I was
the man.
like, he's going to the Colts? Yes. And then didn't pan out. And then what I remember is that preseason game for the Raiders. He had a hole that was like 10 yards wide. And he ran by somebody and got knocked for a loss of 1. You remember that with Tony?
He was so sick in college.
You remember that still shot when he missed the hole, too?
Number 13, biggest draft bust of all time. Again, this doesn't have a lot of current stuff. Heath Schuler.
Oh, yeah. University of Tennessee.
Number 22 at Tennessee.
21. We're 21. Yeah, 21.
I knew it was the
20 or
20s.
21. 20 or 20. Just an ugly number. Did not play well for Washington. Yeah, that's
4-9 in his 13 games.
Yeah, he was not good.
Couldn't beat out Gus Frerotte.
Nope.
All right. Number 12, Jason Smith, the Baylor tackle who went number 2 overall. A concussion ended his year in year 1. By year 2, he was done. And by basically 2012, 3 years later, he was out of the league.
Wow.
Vernon Golston, number 11, biggest bust of all time. Outside linebacker, Ohio State. Number 6
Jets.
overall to the Jets.
New York Jets. Yep, no doubt. That's a big bust. Huge bust.
He had 5 starts in 3 NFL seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right. Steve Entman, the end. Washington.
University of Washington, national championship.
Look at you.
Played with Lincoln Kennedy.
Went
They beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl. Played with Billy Joe Holbert. Mark Brunell's the backup quarterback. The legendary coach up there in Washington, Don James. They were playing Nebraska in the heyday in Lincoln, Nebraska, having big games. Nap Kaufman, that team was loaded. Steve Entman was supposed to be the real deal. Did not work out like that.
Johnny Manziel, number 9. Speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Number 8,
Hold on, real quick on Johnny. Did you think he was going to pop in the NFL?
No. I thought Mike Evans was so devalued it was unreal.
Yeah,
that second year with Johnny was nowhere near as good as the first.
Yeah,
I was suckered in after the Alabama game. I thought he was so sick. Turns out Alabama just had a bad defensive year. Pretty much.
Mike Evans was unbelievable.
But what's crazy is the next year they played Alabama and he wasn't
even close.
Wasn't even close. So I don't know.
All right, so Manziel number 9, number 8, and Steve Young agrees. Lawrence Phillips.
Oh my!
He was so sick though in college. Tommy Frazier and Lawrence Phillips.
He had trouble in Nebraska. He came back for the national championship against Florida State.
They
lost 1916 to Florida State, Orange Bowl. Yeah, I want to say rest in peace, but the stories just kept getting. He had a situation in L.A. where
going to leave him alone.
These kids are playing. True story about Lawrence Phillips. These kids are playing sell-out football. He either was playing in a game or he got mad and he took his car and drove onto the field and tried to run people over.
There's a special place for him.
He's just a wackadoodle.
Place for him.
Yeah.
It's not up, it's down.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Brian Bosworth's number 7.
I could see that.
He only played 24 games.
Bosworth.
All right. Here's a name that I did think was going to be the dude from Michigan State.
Charles Rogers.
Carlos Rogers was the DB.
Yeah, but I knew the Rogers.
Number 2 overall. You want to talk about someone who kept violating the policies when it comes to drugs.
Remember the first 2 games?
He also passed away way too young.
Look at his stats for the first 2 games, Benoni. Charles Rogers. Stats for the first 2 games. Then I think he popped his shoulder on a touchdown catch. I was never heard from ever again.
Our boss did a little interview with this man. Tony Mandarich coming in at number 5.
Green Bay Packers.
Number 2 overall pick.
Some guy just passed away who was a GM for the Colts. His name is slipping me. But it was a classic cut. Because Mel Kiper Jr., hold on. Mel Kiper Jr. was ripping the Mandarich pick. And the guy from the Colts was talking to Chris Mortensen. Rest in peace. Mort, young Mort, had full set of hair. And he's interviewing him, and the GM from the Colts was like, hey, who the hell is this Mel Kiper Jr. guy? He's never played. He's never suited up. He's never been around a team. He's never scouted. Who the hell is he to tell us that we made the wrong pick?
Bill Tobin.
But classic soundbite.
Here's why I know you made the wrong pick. Because here are the next 3 picks.
Yes.
Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, and Deion Sanders. No, not the same draft. The next 3 picks. Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, Deion Sanders.
That's insane.
That's insane.
Mandarich is supposed to be the
Bonte,
did you see his physique?
Bonte, I could make an argument. Barry Sanders and Deion Sanders are the 2 greatest ever
at their position.
At their positions. Yeah. And Derek Thomas is on a short list of pass rushers of all time.
Rest in peace, Derek Thomas.
Okay.
He wasn't far off from Lawrence Taylor. He may have been right there with Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, he was amazing. Kajana Carter comes in at number 4, number 1 overall draft pick. Just wow.
Well, he tore up his knee. That was unfortunate. The injury got him there. Cincinnati, bad place. Kajana Carter, first play in a Rose Bowl against Oregon. True story, Spinoni. Ran for an 80-yard touchdown. First play of the game.
Number 3, Achilles Smith. We referenced earlier. Yeah. Number 2, Ryan Leaf. Number 1, Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell did start 25 times and went 7-18. Is Trey Lance going to start? I'm dead serious on this. Is he going to start 25 times in the NFL?
Maybe in the CFL.
Bonte, you could make the argument Trey Lance is a worse bust than all these. They traded 3 freaking picks for him.
I can't find it. Maybe you scrubbed it because I've been looking for the video with Shaska and I walking off the field gushing over Trey Lance.
I scrubbed it?
I don't know if you did. I can't find
Trey Lance's team might have.
Yeah, Trey Lance.
Remember the video? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We walked off the field. Deputy security guard was shutting
250,000 views.
Well, that same day, Adam Schefter, because we heard it from Fort Ball, was like, some guys at ESPN were asking about you guys and who these guys were in the video.
Fort Ball like this.
Yeah, well, that video made the rounds in Bristol, Connecticut, because later on that day, Adam Schefter goes, and word out of Santa Clara is Trey Lance is opening eyes and light things up, and don't be surprised. The way he said it,
the irony was he did. And the play-by-play guy for the 49ers, I'll just say Greg Papa came out on Monday and said it was the greatest display of throwing I've seen at a practice in my 30 years being at NFL practices. It wasn't me saying it. It was literally him saying it. I'm telling you what other people said, too. I'm not the only one.
We were just the first to the straw. I remember the video.
Then he broke his finger, and now he'll never play again.
Dude, you looked at me and goes, Vontae, what do you think? I go, folks, I would not be surprised if he started week 1 against the Detroit Lions. This guy had everything.
He threw the first touchdown pass that year. He did.
Where is that video? I can't find it, Chasky. Maybe you have it in your phone.
Maybe the ghost of Trey Lance eliminated
Did you delete the video,
I'm being dead serious on this.
Man, talk about not aging well.
I'm going to be honest with you, No, before you go to him. I think Trey Lance is the worst pick of all these. At least those other guys played.
Oh, my gosh.
He didn't even play.
Oh, my gosh.
Think about that. Lynch and Shanahan, they're got extensions. They're about to give another quarterback $50 million, and they might have the worst pick in NFL. Forget Niners.
Yeah.
NFL history.
You might be right about that. You just might be
Think of how good they were at other things, other than finding out a quarterback in the first round.
And the worst part about it is, he may be the biggest bust in NFL history, and we still don't know if he's good or not because he really didn't get that shot. Really didn't get the shot. Damn. And we walked off the field, and he was lighting it up. And by the way, that same practice, Jimmy looked awful.
So bad.
He threw 3 picks. He threw a pick to Fred Warner. So the beat came up. What's so funny, Sasky?
You were at your back turned, and all of a sudden you turn around, but the ball's in mid-flight, and you're like, "Who punted that?" I go, "Jimmy threw that," and it looked like a 3 flag.
No, yeah, it was in the middle. I go, "Oh man, who punted that? Why are so many people mad? Well, who punted that?" And you go, and it
was furious.
He needed a coach to walk him to the side to calm him down. Shanahan was angry. Shanahan's talking in the walkie-talkie. Angry and Jimmy.
All the receivers were off to the side, and they were all complaining about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Dude, I'm getting a headache now. I got a headache from laughing too hard. I got a headache.
It was so funny.
Because he threw a pick. So, pardon me, that beat came on. Pardon me. Pardon me, right? And so, Jimmy throws an interception. Just Fred Warner jumped all over a quick sled.
I'll never
walked
forget.
into the end zone, and he started getting rattled.
Trey threw a ball to Ross
Twilly on a 7-yard out.
Fred Warner came running over. We were right next to DJ Jones. And DJ Jones was like pushing people back because of the throw. Dude. And Fred Warner pulled his helmet off and says, "That boy's the real deal." And I looked at Bonte. He looked at me. We looked at Greg Pop, and we were all like, "Oh my God, we found our Mahomes."
Dude. He dropped back on that 5-step drop.
All of us.
He threw a laser to Ross Twilly on the outright.
We were all so wrong.
Trey Lance rolled out to the right and let one fly like 60 yards. Joe Shasky, Greg Papa,
we were all
and myself.
We when
I seen him throw that
John
ball.
Lynch
everybody
was on the field.
Oh my God.
Dude, John Lynch
was on the field.
We're on the sideline. We all ran on the field. We all ran on the field.
When I seen him throw that ball.
When I seen him throw that ball.
That was all of us.
Oh my God.
We were dead near.
Alex, it's done.
Dude, Spinoni and Lubin. I swear to God. You know where the numbers are marked?
I know.
It's
I
the
sound
hash
like an
marks
idiot.
and the numbers. We were on the numbers of the football field. We should have been thrown out of practice.
We should have been.
We should have been thrown out of. We all ran on the field to see where the ball landed. Unbelievable. We got to find that video because unbelievable. I can't find it. I can't find it. I don't know. That may be the biggest draft bust in history. Wow.
I hate saying that.
Let's take Adam for a fast 5. We'll take Adam in fast 5. All right.
It's time for the
Dude.
We had our bucket hats on talking about Trey Lance's year.
Look, the sad thing is I was rooting. I swear to God, I don't think I've ever been more happy. I'm so glad they didn't take Mac Jones. Looking back on it, we were all wrong. The Jets, Patriots, the Niners, everyone. But like I want to see him play just so I can see. We don't even know.
We don't even know.
We don't even know. Like
well, we saw a little bit against the Texans. We saw a little bit.
It's just
his Texas game wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo. If that was Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm convinced. If Jimmy Garoppolo had that same game against the Texans that week to keep the playoff hopes alive, would have been Jimmy Garoppolo's a king that week. Trey Lance in it was like, yeah, who cares? Like it was unbelievable. It's like we voted against the guy. Adam and SF, what's your final thought, Adam?
I'm gonna take my take as a bust for the Niners because he only played for a year. But Chris Borland, considering how good he was, got to respect the man for stepping away from football for his reasons. But We thought he was going to be our next great linebacker, and he only played a year.
He was sick, though. Borland was sick.
He was sick. What's your final thought? Chas?
My final thought is, no matter what happens today, and I'm not, this is the anti-Willard take. I will overreact to everything that happens, good, bad, and indifferent.
It bothers me.
Because this is what sports fans do.
I'm looking at it.
We think we go from a 7-win team to a 13-win team today. That's what we think. We think a 3-win team has a chance to win a Super Bowl in 2 years. We think a 13-win team is going to go down to a 5-win team.
Right.
That's what sports fans do. And that's why this is the greatest Christmas day in sports history, the NFL draft. And I love how they spread it out because they know that we're dope fiends. Yeah. We'll be here all weekend.
Dope fiends.
Are we not? We are draft dope fiends. Got any more than picks? Did we do any trades? I traded you a cheeseburger for it. Crack. Tell me I'm wrong.
That same draft for Trey Lance. They drafted Trey Sermon in the 3rd round. And I called the thread. I said, this pick is better than Trey Lance. Trey Sermon, are you kidding me? This pick is better than Trey Lance.
They got Danny Gray just for Trey Lance's deep ball.
And then he had the deep ball against Green Bay. We're like, that's a great pick out of SMU. We hadn't watched one SMU game all year, and yet we were convinced Danny Gray was our next deep threat.
Of course I didn't watch. June Jones, man. I know, was there for a minute.
June Jones.
I just
spring game coordinator.
I love this day,
I love the draft.
I love it too.
I love the NFL draft. And I swear to God, Skip Bayless is... I'm not a fan. I'll just say that. But he did have this tweet.
I'm jealous of
back
his
in
money.
like 2014.
He wears all black too.
I swear to God, he kind of encapsulated everything how I feel.
Yeah.
The one tweet he had that just stuck in my brain.
Yeah.
Like 2014, just out of nowhere, middle of the 1st round, all caps. I love the NFL draft. And I remember retweeting that thinking, hell yeah, I do too. This is great. This is awesome.
Best.
Oh, it is the best. That's my final thought.
Best.
Benoni, love me. Real quick, go ahead.
Just get Penix.
Yeah, draft bust. I remember Orlando McClain. I thought he was going to be good.
Oh, my God.
Mugshot heard around the world.
Oh, my God.
There was a guy who would cape up for him.
That's it for
As
us.
a puncher of throws.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
Oh, that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Get the fastest internet.
Speeding was not his fault.
They both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Fix your camera. Don't tell on me. What's up, Bay Area and beyond?
What's up, baby?
Not much. It's draft day.
That is the best noise in sports. Sound.
You know what sound I like? You know what's my favorite sound in sports?
Silence.
No. And I don't know what kind of sound it is, but it's when a guy takes a 3 in a big game and the crowd goes, huh? And then you don't even have to see if the shot goes in or not. You can tell by the crowd. It either explodes or there's like this year for the Warriors, there were a lot of ohs when Clay and Steph
I kind of like that, though,
took big
Steiny.
shots. That's
you opened up. You should, yeah.
That's
I like
one thing
that.
I like.
I'm in a bad mood.
Let me guess.
You're supposed. You and Evan laughed at me. Spadoni is not aware, but I'll tell them everybody.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm wearing my Troy Aikman jersey because of the draft.
Yeah.
This is the one they wore against the Niners when they lost at Candlestick in the NFC Championship game. And I take all my merch to the cleaners.
Oh.
And I specifically say, don't iron the numbers.
Right. Because
And you guys showed me the star. This jersey I'm in is ruined. But you and Evan laughed as if it were funny. $300 down the drain.
What?
Yeah, $259.
You're still wearing it.
Well, yeah, if it won't be worn after this. I did not see the 8. They messed up. But then you guys go look at the star.
Yeah, the star on the right shoulder.
Oh my! It looks like somebody put bleach on it.
Which star?
Wow.
The one, the left, the right.
Spadoni, it's over. It's ruined.
Can't see the
First
back.
of all, there's no way they ironed it.
Yeah, they did.
Well, that's a mistake.
I said, don't dry clean
Those
it.
things
Just
are like
wash it.
rubber.
Shout
those
out Tyson.
numbers.
Yeah, shout out
It's funny.
Tyson.
The weird thing is usually, usually shirts that expensive,
$259,
won't respond like that. You know what I mean? So maybe you got. Maybe it's not so much the cleaner.
I fought for I said, somebody needs I'm going back now. What up, baby? It's the draft.
Yeah.
Where nobody knows a damn thing. 2021 draft class.
Just say including yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I admit it. Mel Kiper.
Oh, he knows.
McShay.
Oh, my God, he knows.
Florio was on with the morning guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got that sound up on our board. Spadoni's been hard at work.
Wearing his Raiders gear.
Nervous.
Yeah, he is.
This is it for the Lakers tonight.
And the Raiders. They might get a quarterback.
Oh, it's a big night, yeah.
Penix.
Yeah. God, I like him.
Spadone. So what do you think?
Well, first off, real quick, what'd you shoot yesterday? Because you're kind of in a good mood, but you're not in a good. I can't gauge it.
Yeah.
You're smiling. It's that evil smile.
93.
Pretty damn good for a new hip.
No.
I stayed with Willard and Dibbs till you said you drove from here.
Dude, I got to the golf course. You were still on the radio.
We were having the ball.
This is no lie. So I left at 2. I got to BART at 2:08. I'm in West Oakland at 2:15. I'm driving to the course at 2:27, and there's Guru still talking.
Boy, I was having a ball
Still
with my
talking.
buddies. Oh, man. We had a ball. That's how we should be, Stoney.
It was a great crossover.
227 every day.
No.
It's just time.
No. No. Speaking of time, do we have a... Go ahead. They're not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, yesterday... No, you said they weren't. I got to be consistent. You said they weren't. But we won't know until tonight, about 7:45.
Who's
Which side of the bed did John Lynch wake up on?
Who's number 8? Who's got the 8th pick?
The 8th pick?
Yeah, just give me a team in the top 10.
Now, why would you say 8?
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Falcons.
They got Cousins. So
I'd like to announce a trade. The San Francisco 49ers have acquired the number 8 pick in the draft. Ooh, what about something like that?
That's sound. What do you think of Caleb Williams? Is he a sure shot, or does that even exist anymore?
No, he's not a sure shot.
I'm worried, Stoney. He did a lot of backyard boogie stuff behind the line of scrimmage. He's got a phenomenal arm. But, Stoney, you can't do that stuff on Sundays. So if he's not protected, I'm just saying. I don't know.
So our boss did something today.
I found out.
That was really
I was going to bring it up in the meeting, but let's air it out. Let's air him out now.
It was
Evan ain't happy.
I'm trying to think of what it was. It was just so synthetic.
Yeah, jacking for beats. Ice Cube had a song, jacking for beats.
Wrong. So Evan last night on the thread,
he was phenomenal.
Put a real good question up there, I thought, and I'll tell you what the question is in a minute. But Evan goes, "I got a hypothetical, but it's kind of fun." And sure enough, he tells us the hypothetical, and I'm like, "That's a good one.
Let's go.
That's definitely going to use it for the show."
Yeah.
Again, I'll tell you in a second. This morning, we're sitting around, and the boss comes in, and the boss goes, "Hey, I got an idea for you guys today." And I'm like, "Okay." He goes, hypothetically, if the 49ers had the number 1 pick in the draft, do you think they'd take Caleb Williams? And I said, that's
sexy.
Not your question. That was Evan's question.
Yeah.
It was on our show thread last night. I didn't say it was mine.
But the roast didn't use it.
I don't know if the roast used it or not. The point is the boss tried to sell it as his own.
Man, yeah.
And then only until we told him, Evan had that last night on the thread, did he do the Michael Jackson moonwalk.
Great minds think alike.
Wow. Yeah. Hate to see it.
So let me throw that one out there because it's a way to start a discussion about some other things too. If you're a 49er fan, and I told you had the number 1 pick in the draft tonight, the number 1 pick, would you take Caleb Williams?
I would not.
If you're John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, what are you doing, 49er fan? If you had the number 1 pick in the draft.
Why would you? When you just went, you were in the Super Bowl. The year before that, you were in the NFC Championship game. You have found a diamond in the rough in Brock Purdy. I keep going to the 2021 draft class. Stouty, I told Willard and Dibbs, I don't know if you heard that. I'm not done with Trey Lance. Like, he's only started 4 games. But to answer your question, I think Brock Purdy is the real deal. And I guess I'm kind of running from Caleb Williams is going to be it. No, he's going to be the next Peyton Manning. So if you got something that's working, why wouldn't you use that number 1 pick on a lineman, a guard or center, what have you? I just wouldn't. I think they've identified their guy, and he's delivered like UPS in regard to a Super Bowl visit and the NFC Championship visit. Like, what more could Brock Purdy do?
Now, I guess,
and I'm being real.
I guess the thing that we have to pass along too is with a hypothetical comes some comments, and Sway on the YouTube chat says that's not even a question. That's not even. Yes, it is.
No, but is he saying hell yeah they would take him?
I think he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. 888-957-9570. Sway, you know it all. Oh, Big Sway, you know it all.
Yeah.
Apparently. So what are you saying? AB says you don't take Caleb at 1.
No,
I lean
no. You
no.
got your guy.
I lean no, but I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
So, well, then what are you saying about Brock?
I mean, what else
does Brock have to do?
Well, it might not be about Brock. It might be about Caleb Williams you think is Patrick Mahomes.
See, I don't.
Well,
and he's got a phenomenal arm. I don't, Stoney. Like, I got to see it.
But what if you did? Like, give me who's a quarterback you were in love with the last?
Zach Wilson.
Forget Zach Wilson.
Okay.
Forget. Let's do. I like this guy.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck.
Oh,
if Andrew Luck were sitting at the number 1 pick right now, and you're the 49ers, and I get it, Luck's had a career already, but Luck was considered a pretty sure thing. Are you saying that you don't think Caleb Williams is as sure a thing as?
Well,
Luck?
I'm not. No, I guess I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's hard to answer that question now that you've seen the success that Brock Purdy has had. That's what I guess I'm saying, partner.
So
I'm all in on Brock, man. Why would you veer away from this? A bird in the hand is better than 4 in the bush.
Well, I mean, Uncle Looney says, Steiny, what would you do? Relax, Uncle Looney.
See, he's learning.
It's a 4-hour show.
Yeah, but people want to know.
I'm coming down Uncle Looney's road today, too, because we're going to have our own drafts about some things
I can't wait.
today.
Good stuff, Evan.
Yeah, Evan's come up with.
He was on fire last
grab
night.
bag today.
Yeah, Steiny pissed me off, so I channeled it into our show.
I text Pedoni on the side, just me and him.
I don't care.
Because I ran some material yesterday. It didn't work.
It was terrible. You had everybody confused, including the listeners. And then I left here thinking, if he was getting
I had
what
to
I think
reach
he
out
was
to
getting at.
Spadone. He's always there for me.
Yeah.
I'll be there for him tonight.
Right.
Sway, let's go. I need an answer. If the 49ers had the number 1 pick in the draft,
this is a
and
poll
you're the GM,
question.
would you take Caleb Williams?
This is a poll question.
I mean, my first, you know what they say? You know what Malcolm Gladwell says? The famous writer.
He said a lot of things.
He has, but one of the things he says is the first thing that comes to your mind is usually the right thing. The very first
I've
instinct.
never heard that.
Your very first instinct. So when Evan put the question up there, my first thing was, I wouldn't. And then now I've been thinking about it for a day, and I might change my mind. I might not. I don't know.
See, if I used that logic, I wouldn't have been married.
Well, you couldn't function, essentially, because that's how you function, which is an admirable quality, for sure.
Wow.
Wow. So my first response was, I don't think I would draft Caleb Williams
because of Brock Purdy.
No. And that's where I want to get into this conversation.
Where do you go to answer that?
888-957-9570. To me, I don't do it. It's less about Brock Purdy than it is about the uncertainty of any quarterback coming out of college.
All right.
That's what it's like. Do I think Brock, if I thought Caleb Williams had a 99% hit rate, I might do it. But the evidence we've seen in the last 5 years or in any draft in the history of the NFL, I'm not doing it. It doesn't mean that I love Purdy. Well, it means that Purdy's good enough right now that I'm going to avoid making that decision as a franchise. Like I don't have to make that decision. We got Purdy right now. So I wouldn't draft a quarterback.
But the rat on the table early.
But it doesn't mean that I think Purdy's Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen.
He doesn't have to be.
We'll see.
Well, he's going to get paid.
He may have to be in a year.
No, you might be right, but the returns you've got from him so far, Stoney, it's like if you like your car and you're in love with it, let me tell you what you're not doing, Stoney. What? You're not going to the car lot to buy a new one because you're happy with your vehicle.
But what if it's just a run-of-the-mill hoopty?
But you don't think that way of Brock. I think Brock is the poster child for all, and I'm not mad at all these people and these men and women. He's like your
Cadillac. He's okay.
No,
what?
He's better than okay. He was a phenom. He was Mr. Irrelevant. All the GMs thought this guy couldn't play except the 49ers. And you draft him, he takes over, and now, Steiny, he has me thinking about all these quarterbacks. Daniels, I don't know. Was a drop? I don't know. That's where I'm at now. So there's supposed to be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round tonight. And I'm just telling you, I got PTSD just as a football fan of, I don't know. But I do know this. Mr. Irrelevant took over for the Niners, went damn near 10-0. Wherever.
How was he in the postseason? He's okay. Yeah. He's okay. It's good.
I want to feel like that's not a fair. But he got you to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was okay. He was okay.
Yeah, but it's not just him, it's the team.
You're right.
But he didn't blow it.
No, but he didn't win it for him either. Caleb Williams might be able to win you games.
Well, we thought that of Justin Fields, and how did that work out? Right.
I didn't. I saw him at Ohio State. I didn't like him.
Well, what about Zach Wilson?
I didn't like him at all.
I'm throwing Dibs under the bus with me.
Yeah, no, I didn't like it. I didn't like any of those guys.
Come on, Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, God.
Clemson.
Stinks.
No, but coming out of college.
Listen, I would have never drafted Trey Lance. I would have never drafted James Wiseman. All right, that's not who I am.
That line's around the corner, though, for that.
No, not at the time. Reaches. Not at the time. I can't stand projects.
But aren't they really?
Well, I don't know. How much of a finished project is Caleb Williams?
Man.
I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking NFL draft. It starts tonight. 49ers are going to be on the clock. We're estimating that their pick will be at approximately 7:45.
And Evan Sterling.
And you can listen right here.
Go ahead. And Mark Grandy will have the draft show 6 to 10. So they'll be on about an hour and 40.
That's a big college football crew he's hanging with tonight.
Yeah, our guys. I can't wait. I'll be listening.
And
watching the Lakers.
Why?
Steiny, what was Caleb's most impressive game? Oh, week 3. Just go back and look at the numbers.
See, that's what's scary. It's not about the game. It's about his mannerisms. He can throw the ball, Steiny, but he does some off-script stuff.
You never know with
where
you.
it's like,
now you don't like it.
No, the Fran Tarkenton.
Oh, you don't
it's
like it.
That was great, but can that work on
Hell
Sundays?
yes, it can.
All right.
Against those fat defensive linemen?
Stop it.
Please.
Yeah, they can run.
Please. I tell you what, let's go out to where the draft, it's kind
Detroit.
No.
That's where it's at.
I know it's where it's at, but that's not where the hotbed of the draft is. The hotbed of the draft.
I'm listening.
The city that the draft goes through. The city that runs the draft this year is the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. They have the number 1 pick and the number 9 pick. Let's go out to Gustavo in Chicago with his finger on the pulse from the place that has the most. What's going on, Gustavo? How you doing, buddy? Load on me.
How's it going, man? How you guys doing today?
Hey,
Doing well.
draft day, baby.
Hey, was that a great hypothetical by our producer, Evan Giddings?
Yes. The Caleb Williams question.
Yes.
I think if the 49ers had the number 1 overall pick, they should absolutely take Caleb without even thinking.
So what would your reasoning be behind that?
This is what I'm waiting on.
So my reasoning is completely different than what you guys think. Yes, they have their guy, but the traits are there that make him 10 times better than Purdy. Purdy has a below-average arm that I've seen. His processing isn't as quick as him, and his athleticism isn't as good as Caleb. I personally think Caleb would elevate this 49ers team above and beyond.
Man.
But you got to be honest with us, Steiny. We've given Brock Purdy a passing grade on his legs. He has shown an ability to extend plays. We've seen it in the playoffs, get first downs, that Green Bay drive. So he's not a stiff. We got to put some respect on just Brock Purdy's athleticism. Back me up on that.
I'd give him a 5.
On a scale of a what?
1 to 10.
That's an F.
No, it's average.
That's 50%.
He's an average athlete at the quarterback position. Hey, a tick above.
I'll give him a 7.
Evan, you with me? A tick above.
Not a 5.
Sneaky athleticism is not athleticism.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, if Lamar Jackson's a 10.
No, he's 11.
Okay, it's a scale of 1 to 10. You can't do that. This isn't Monty Python.
10.
Okay.
Give me Mahomes.
He's an 8.5, 9.
I want to go with what Evan just said about Mahomes. Sneaky athleticism.
Yeah, he's more than sneaky.
All right.
He's also bigger, but
yeah. I'd give Purdy a 6, maybe.
Josh Allen, where are you putting him at? 8, 9?
I'm giving him a 9.
He's a tank.
Yeah, he is a tank.
Yeah.
He ain't got it all upstairs.
Purdy's dropping down to like a 3 or 4.
Nah.
more athletic than Tua.
I mean, it's like quarterbacking with Festus Ezeli out there. I mean, geez, he barely moves.
I'll tell you what.
I
just thought of Game 7. Don't bring that up.
How about this, though? Mr. Irrelevant MC, and he's a guy who on the YouTube chat, every once in a while, I do like to think that I'd want to knock him out. He can be a pain sometimes, Mr. Irrelevant MC.
Yeah.
But this is a fair comment. Purdy's a 10 out of 10 upstairs in terms of his mind.
There you go.
So, yeah, Josh Allen, I'd say, is a 9 or 10. Who else we got?
Dak Prescott?
What about Burrow?
Burrow?
I'll give Burrow a 7, 7.5, 8.
So Burrow's more athletic than Brock Purdy?
I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So quietly, we're coming up with a lot of guys who are better athletes.
Pre-torn ACL, I think.
Okay. What about Justin Herbert?
Oh, yes. God, I give him an 8, 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Dak, Goo?
I'll give Dak pre-injury, pre-ankle.
That's true.
No, right now.
Now he just kind of lumbers.
So is he not as good of an athlete right now as Brock Purdy?
I think I got to say he's better athlete than Brock.
All right.
But you want your quarterback, you want that processor so you don't have to use the wheels. But if you have both, you're deadly, and that's Mahomes.
That sounds like Caleb Williams to me.
We're gonna see.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put my.
I don't like his height.
What is he, 6'9"?
Well, everybody lies. It's Lions season, but he ain't Herbert.
Brock Osweiler? What?
Wow. Remember him?
I do. Former Denver Bronco.
It's like 6'8".
Yeah. My sources, by the way, I've been in touch with some.
The agent?
It's none of your business. You think I have one guy? It's so funny. You think I have one guy?
You can't get Lacob on the show and that's your dude.
I don't want Lacob. You know why I don't want Lacob?
We want him.
I don't want it. You can have him. You know, you stuck around and did a show for a half hour without me yesterday. You get him on.
It was fun, Jack.
You know why I don't want Lacob on? Because you fall for every damn thing he
Please
says.
stop.
I think we're a championship team. Steiny.
I'll never forget before
I looked
last
in Joe
season.
Lacob's eyes.
I saw something.
When he
Ritter
was here
too.
at the Odyssey studio back in
ain't happy.
September, and he
He's
was
not happy.
adamant that we were going to win a title this year.
By the way, speaking of welcoming people to the building, Steiny might have had the least
Oh boy,
the least
what's going on?
genuine welcome I've heard to anybody. He opens the door for someone who's coming in because they're ringing the doorbell, and he goes, "Welcome to Odyssey."
Like, didn't mean none of it.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, dude, you're a prankster, a wankster.
He didn't have to say anything, but he did. There you go.
I also didn't have to open the door for. By the way, we got to talk about something.
Shout out
The
Chivalry.
bathroom.
No,
Because I was
Well, we
smoking
gotta talk
on
about that,
Friday
too.
yesterday. I had to use it. It was Grand Central Station.
It's a joke.
I had to come back.
Careful though.
Oh yeah, you don't complain about the job at the job.
Right. So okay,
I
the
might
other.
go viral.
So Friday, I'm with my buddy. All right.
Stiffed us.
You
You missed the shindig, boy.
So I heard. So I'm with the guy, and his name is. I'm just gonna call him Mike. He's single. Mike is single. I want to make because every time I do this, people misconstrue. Oh, Steiny. No, my buddy Mike is single. All right. So we're sitting at this restaurant bar,
Ready to mingle.
and there's a woman bartender.
Oh, I love them.
And Mike starts talking to her. And they're having a good conversation. It's, hey, it looks like it's going pretty well. And 5-10 minutes.
It's her job to be nice.
Yeah, but
some guys take it the wrong way.
It's getting a little personal.
Oh.
You
You ear
where
hustling.
do you live? Well, I'm with my friend.
Yeah.
I'm there. Now they're talking for 5 or 10 minutes, and she goes away, and I'm like, hey,
What's going on?
you do the guy thing. Hey, there you go.
Got some action.
She comes back, talks for another 5 minutes, and she casually drops. Well, my husband and I are going to.
Oh no!
And I'm like,
she's smoking for.
She wasn't wearing a wedding ring.
Uh,
How do we feel about women and men who don't wear their wedding rings?
you
is
have
that
to
okay?
wear it to me. No, it's not okay to me. I'm being real. You got to wear it.
That's what I thought. Like, I thought, if you're.
Did you ask her why is it not on after she said that she was married?
She said she didn't like to wear it at work.
Oh, no.
At a bar, she doesn't want to wear it.
You need to wear it. But I would be, you have to adamant. Wear that thing. Because your boy would have been like, oh, she's off limits. Don't get my hopes up.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was just an observer. But 888-957-9570. I mean, you're married. Wear the ring, right?
Yeah, I'm with you, Stoney. Just not on the hoop court. I've guarded dudes with the ring on.
That's fair.
I'm like, take that damn thing off.
Maybe if she's in sales, though, she feels like if she's not wearing it, she could be a better salesperson. You get where I'm coming from?
But you're selling
and maybe
dreams
that's
then.
towing the line of a little shady there if you're doing some flirting. But I'm not mad at the hustle.
No, that's what
I
it
wear my
is,
ring
but
all the
no,
time if Jade's listening, by the way. I love
Yeah,
you.
there you go. I've lost mine a couple times. I had to get a replacement.
Well, interestingly, we've got a worker here, Jesse, who's married and doesn't wear his ring, and he jumped into the conversation. Now he
lost weight.
He said he lost a lot of weight, and the damn thing just slips off.
Yeah, look at my boy.
That's one of the reasons you lose weight is to have that ring.
And we got a
slip off.
quandary we need to figure out too.
Well, hold on. 888-957-9570.
Dude, it's 25 already.
Are there seriously? Are there reasons why a married person would not wear their wedding ring?
I'll tell you on the other side.
I do know one of the reasons, and it's a little bit shady. 888-957-9570. Also throwing around a fun hypothetical. If the 49ers had the number one pick, would you take Caleb Williams right now? The hell with Brock Purdy. Guru's saying no. I'm leaning no. But let me tell you what today's about. Hope. No, it's about fun. On 95.7, the game.
That's on me! Is today.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Guru, I love you. I love you. Hit me again, Spadoni.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you guys and women out there are up to no good, and you know it.
Gotta have that thing on, man.
You know it.
Gotta have that ring on, man.
A couple people on the Xfinity mobile text line coming up with all these they call good reasons to not wear a wedding ring.
Give me one,
I know what
Steiny.
you... All right. Here's one from the 206. And the question is, and I think what we're finding out is that people know that if you're married but you're not wearing a wedding ring, you're up to something. You're up to something.
See.
So the 206 said, hell no, I'm not wearing my ring at work at least.
Why?
I've seen someone get their ring caught and skin their finger to the bone. Outside work, yeah. Come on. Come on.
I mean, maybe carpenters.
You hear the stories, but no one's ever really had that happen to. Oh, my ring got caught in the rim.
That's an excuse, Donnie.
415 said she's not married. Women will say they're married, so guys won't ask them out. Don't believe me? Ask me. Wow. I wear rings, but not my wedding band. That's the one you gotta wear.
No doubt.
I
You
try
shouldn't
to
be
wear-
married if you're not rocking it.
Yeah.
It's like a tattoo. You can't mingle.
415, I've been married for 25 years, and my wife almost never wears her ring. She's a nurse.
Oh, boy.
And
need
has
to
to
talk.
wear gloves a lot, and also is constantly washing their hands a lot.
She's around doctors, ballers.
Ooh.
I'm just saying. You got to have it on.
Where's the trust?
Yeah, why? You know what?
No such thing.
But those things cost a lot of money, Spadoni. That's the rat on the table. You got to wear it.
I don't wear my actual one I wore when I got married. I have this rubber one that I wear all the time. It's like an athletic one. It's what to wear like quarterbacks and stuff.
What is
wear.
that? That's interesting.
I'm not crazy about those.
But does it look like any different? Like, can you see it right now? See, it's just black. There
All
you go.
right.
What if you're like Steph and you have a tattoo? You know, does that count?
Boy, I didn't know Steph had that.
He's up to no good.
No, stop.
He's up to no good.
We love you, Curry.
Oh, we love him.
And we got Curse Sound coming up later, too.
Yeah, we do.
TK podcast.
All right, it's the NFL draft today, so we're gonna have a little fun, Guru and I, and you can join in if you want. We're gonna conduct our own draft with some of our own categories.
And what about my quandary I have?
About
we're doing it now. Go ahead.
About what? Your jersey?
No, something that happened Friday that I just found out happened today. So I'll tell you. Nobody asked. I'll tell you real quick.
Okay.
So Friday we had a great time.
No,
Evan
I
and his
wasn't
date
there.
got your caddy.
Did you have a better time without me?
We had a great time. Nobody
Did you
missed
have a better time because I wasn't there?
No, I will never go there. But your name came up a few times. Anyway, we all bonded, went and saw Fig, Fireball Friday. So Evan and his date, my friend, all had a good time. So Evan had his car parked in Oakland, the town.
Okay.
So Evan was getting on Bart, and they were going to go dancing and watch our guy
Yeah.
from New York here, Brooklyn, Justin. He works here with us.
Oh, sure, Jay.
Yeah, and I said, I wanted to get out and dance, but I had a curfew. So I dropped Evan off in West Oakland, and I said to myself, this is where Justin's DJing. He goes, yeah. I go, not be careful, the town. I said, okay. So I dropped Evan and the date off, and I went on about my way.
Torch Rooftop Bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm familiar.
Come to find out this morning, Justin's walking around. He got a little shiner. Right? He's a DJ.
Sure.
And I just like to have a conversation with him because the story goes a speaker fell on him.
He says he tripped over a wire. He's a DJ. He tripped over a wire.
I understand tripping, but
and a speaker fell on his eye.
the town can be vicious, and I know some people, Jay. So if you did, talk to me,
He's got a scar like Anakin
Did he
Skywalker
trip
right now.
into a fish? Because the town is vicious, and if you play a song nobody didn't want to hear, you got to be careful. I just got questions. That's all. I'll see him.
206-90. Not all of us talk for a living. To the bone, brother. What's
the bone?
Bad to the bone.
I wasn't denigrating the 206, was I?
No, we're just, you got to wear your ring and bling. Yeah, you got to have it on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's kind of what
Starty, did he trip into something? Just the
He said he
speaker.
tripped over a wire and a speaker fell in his eye.
Right.
Essentially.
I love you, Jay, but Norm would have questions.
We got the
Yeah.
We'll do one of these coming into each. We'll do Guru's first draft.
All right.
Evan, why don't you set it up? Why don't you be Roger Goodell?
Well, so would you like the categories, or do you already have one in mind that you want to start with?
I got 3 categories, but I like my top 5 Bay Area rappers.
Okay, so we'll start there. Yeah, so I figured we
Steiny!
could have some fun today. NFL draft's coming up, but a chance for each of these guys, Steiny and Guru, to take, I don't know, their first 3 rounds, 5 rounds, whatever they're feeling of each category that we have come up for them. So each of them will do theirs individually at the beginning of respective segments. So, Goo, you're up first.
Number 1.
What's the top?
Top 5 Bay Area rappers for your boy.
Top 5 Bay Area rappers.
Here
Who's
we
your
go.
first round pick?
It is Short Dog, Mr. Too Short.
All right.
Second, Evan, and listeners, E40 Fonzarelli.
All right.
Third, Fabby Davis, friend of the show, Mr. Fab.
All right.
Community activist. And this guy is from the Delinquents. His name is Vidal. He can spit, Steiny. He got bars. So Vidal, my fourth. And rounding out the top 5 is Richie Rich. Yeah.
Well, I've got a couple questions. It feels like there's 2 notable omissions. Now, you know me. I'm not as familiar with I think they call it the game.
Yeah.
The rap game, as you. But what about Andre Nicotina?
Yeah, he went,
Great call, Steiny.
Yeah, no, that's my guy, too.
Mac Dre?
Yeah, but...
See, he fell outside the top 5, though.
But these guys came before Nicotina.
Okay,
Yeah.
what about Tupac?
He's from New York.
He's from Marin, I believe.
I don't.
Marin
He's from all
City.
over.
Yeah,
So
I don't. Yeah, he ain't from the Bay.
And then what
I
about
love Pac.
what about
That's my top 5.
what about
Messy Marv?
the man that I call?
Marv was up there. He was honorable mention. Messy Marv.
Oh boy, your top 5 rappers is Garbo.
Who said that?
415.
Guru's list is people 50 and over.
Well, what about
That's right.
what about my own personal friend? I call him E. Other people call him Equipto.
No,
He's just not. Say it. He's not good enough.
No, those are my
He's not?
guys. These guys hit me earlier than those 2 guys. Those dudes are legends. It's my top 5. I said what I said.
What about Mac Dre?
I forgot Mac. But yeah, Mac Dre's a legend. Those are my 5.
A lot of 707. A lot of people are saying no Mac Dre means the list.
And I love Mac
is
Dre.
incomplete.
The Thiz Dance. But those were my 5, Stoney.
Yeah.
Be honest. How many of the 5 did you know? Outside of Short and 40. You didn't know Vidal from the Delinquents.
No, I didn't know him.
Richie Rich. You got you.
The name's familiar.
Oh,
what about my guy from my Vivek's friend?
Rick
Ross?
Ross. Yeah, that's Florida, Miami,
Oh, he's
Dade
not
County.
from-
Yeah.
And what about Quavo?
He's from Atlanta.
Getting closer.
Yeah, my top 5. Evan, what a I love it.
Walk it like you talk it,
There
Steiny.
you go. You hate that song.
I do hate that song.
JT the Bigger Figure, all those guys were honorable mentions, man.
These
RBL Posse.
people are
Lincoln Spadoni.
People are throwing names out here, but I don't even know if they're real or not. So you tell me.
Silly
what about
cell?
the Jacka?
Oh,
R.I.P.
rest in peace.
Okay.
He's a legend, Steiny.
If somebody wants to snooker me on the text line, they could do it right now so easily. Andre Nicotina.
Dale the Funky Homo Sapien. He went to
Burner?
James Logan. Burner from the
Burner?
city. Cookies.
Burner is.
Those guys are all. I got to do a top 21 day, Evan. But yeah, those are my 5.
Okay. It's a good list.
Yeah.
It's a good list.
Might have reached in the 4th.
Which one was that?
It was the guy I didn't
Oh,
recognize.
Vidal, delinquent.
Yeah, that
Evan.
was. That's your
Dude.
Trey Lance.
No, but stop.
Seriously.
No, dude.
That's more Darius Hayward. Man.
Vidal got some balls.
Straight line
man.
speed, no hands.
Yeah. See, you guys, you don't know.
No,
Your
you're right
catalog
about that.
knowledge,
I
and
don't
you're too
know.
young to know. Vidal, he can spit.
I don't.
But we got rappers in the Bay, Steiny.
Yeah, I'd say when I rank.
San Quinn was honorable mention
when
too.
I rank, cities for rap music, the Bay isn't in the top 5.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I mean,
Now that's a blazing
you
hot
don't
take.
believe that.
Oh, I think you got to
Take
go.
that back just for the
You
betterment
got to
of the
go.
show.
You got to go with the ATL right off the bat.
No, they're new booty. We did this
Please.
before Atlanta.
Oh, please.
Steiny, the South wasn't even around in rap in my era. Now they're the hotbed.
Let me tell you where most rap
And
comes
Yuck
from.
Mouth was right there too.
You telling me San Francisco rap music is better than Memphis?
Oh yeah, Memphis they're like the expansion. They're Steiny. They got great rappers, but they weren't
Yeah, they
around
do.
early. What we've done here,
And when you
allowed
say
them-
we, you mean they.
well,
They got 3-6.
yeah.
Okay, what are the best cities for rap? Seriously. What are the five best cities for rap music? Where's the best rap music coming from?
Los Angeles, I would say Compton, Oakland, San Francisco.
Okay.
New York, thank you. And then
got to be the ATL.
ATL, yeah. And you can throw Memphis in now if you want to do currently, but
anything coming out of Denver?
Not really.
How about Phoenix?
Not really.
DJ Jokic.
Who is that? Somebody for real?
No.
Oh, all right. That's my 5.
Let me ask a favor.
And we forgot Detroit, Eminem.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Don't
Houston.
Don't stick it to me and
Houston.
The South.
Put it out on the social media that I said.
Well, you're not on social media.
Well,
Why does it matter what I put out?
I'm not, because I don't need it. I just don't need it.
Oh boy, my phone's blowing up, Stoddy.
Why?
My friends, they didn't like the list. Some of them.
Your list or mine?
Tell Steiny rappers from everywhere take our slang and style.
That's what you think.
No,
they do.
that's Tyshawn. Steiny,
That's
it's
coming.
true.
That's
It's
coming.
facts. Thank you, T.
No, that's coming from a guy in the Bay who overestimates his own worth and thinks that people are borrowing from him.
When
They're
we
really
say
not.
fashizi or hecka and hella, people have stolen it, Steiny, and act like it's theirs. Keep it real now.
I'll tell you what. We got to get back to Mike Florio.
Sports.
Very soon.
Yeah.
We got more drafts coming, by the way.
But,
I love it.
Now, why did you say San Francisco and not the Bay?
Well, I wanted to give like Messi, Marv, San Quinn, all the legends, Rapping Forte, all those guys. I wanted Steiny. This is a hotbed. We got legends here.
Right, but when you say San
Messi,
Francisco,
Marv.
so there's nobody in Oakland?
All the guys I said.
Is that too short?
My top 5 were Oakland.
And Fabby.
Yeah.
So
E40 Vallejo.
Not
Sebo
Grant
was
Vallejo.
honorable mention. He was Sacramento.
All right. Let's get
God,
into
that
some,
felt good.
let's get into some sports.
All right, let's do it.
Mike Florio was on with the morning roast.
They're
Pro
having a
Football
show
Talk.
meeting right now. It's
Who?
kind of loud in there.
Oh, God.
We got one today. Go
I'm
ahead.
not
I'm
going.
sorry. You canceled and weaseled out on the crossover. You're staying today.
Yeah, you made your choice.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear Mike Florio or not?
Yeah, I do.
He's the guy who says what he says.
That's what I said.
What's going on with Brandon Aiyuk? By the way, no, before I go to Florio, I've got some news.
Oh, go ahead.
I have sources. Here's the bottom line. Brandon Aiyuk, he's not going anywhere.
That's how I felt the whole time.
And the reason he's not going anywhere isn't because the 49ers aren't taking offers. They're just asking for a ridiculous haul, just like they did for Garoppolo.
Which means you don't really want to do it.
Exactly. Exactly. They want something they know that nobody's going to give them. And then they'll proceed and they'll move forward with Brandon Aiyuk. You heard it here first. Mike Florio, what do you have to say about this?
The 49ers have had this guy for 4 years. He barely had 1,000 receiving yards his third season. He had 1,300 plus last year. Was a second-team All-Pro. They know him better than anyone, and they have a value on him that he clearly isn't happy with. The question becomes, is there someone else out there that values him at a high enough level that they're willing to pay him what he wants and give the 49ers what it would take to make a trade happen? That's the real question. That's the great unknown. So, bottom line, 49ers have made their assessment based on 4 seasons with the guy. And they haven't budged from that assessment yet.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. The way he makes it sound, Goo, is there's a gap. There's 2 things. One is the Niners aren't getting what they want in terms of a possible trade. And then B, they're, I don't want to say far apart, but they're apart on the numbers.
And
So what do?
You do what you did. You negotiate, Steiny. You do what you did with Bosa. You do what you did with Deebo Samuel. And I hear what you're saying, but if you're telling me they're asking for the moon, that means they're okay with you know the trade not happening. Brandon Aiyuk is a fixture here, and Steiny, I don't know when, but I expect a deal soon. Or if they play hardball, shout out baseball, and decide to, because they don't have to do anything. They're not.
Hold on a
Football
second.
can be over in one play.
Let me stop. I mean, do you really believe, because I don't, we'll have a deal soon? I don't.
Now,
if we don't, if the 49ers don't trade him,
I meant before this season. That's where I'm at.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, then you're jeopardizing the season.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Right?
Well, you did that with Bosa, but we knew he was never going anywhere.
But how did that work out? Everybody says he got off to a slow start.
But you got to the Super Bowl. I hear you.
But did Nick Bosa have a great year?
No, he did not.
Okay.
For his standards.
And then what happened with Deebo Samuel the year that he came into camp late? I just messes with you.
I got you.
Just messes with you.
And it messes with the team.
Exactly. So I think all the options that I'm hearing, the one thing I don't think is going to happen is tomorrow they say we've got an extension.
Oh, yeah,
with,
no
Brandon
doubt
Aiyuk.
about that. I meant before the season starts.
So you're really going to head into the year with a guy holding out, just like last year, Nick Bosa, and then once the season started and things maybe didn't go great over a period of time, especially the 3-game losing streak, then it was, Bosa coming in late hurt us. It set us back. So
I can't argue that because those are facts, Nani, but at the end of the day, I expect Aiyuk to remain a Niner. Now when, I don't know, but I expect him to remain in the red and gold.
This is Florio talking about what value Aiyuk may hold to another team.
First-round pick is a pretty broad proposition. 1 to 32, there's a lot that goes on in that range. Could there be an opportunity for the Bills to offer pick 28 for Brandon Aiyuk? And what would the 49ers say about that? And what would they feel about the guy they get? You know, there's a thought that maybe we get down to the bottom of the line. There aren't a lot of high-end first-round talent available in those last few picks in the draft, and there's going to be teams looking to trade out of there. And maybe that's what the 49ers could do. They could get that pick and then immediately trade right out of it if they work out another deal.
Mike Florio talking about some options tonight for the San Francisco 49ers.
And let's put the rat on the table, Stoney. I got some, for you, Spadoni and Evan, since 2000, I got 20 years worth of data, 2 decades of hit and misses in the first round at said positions. And we'll talk about the most successful ones, see if you guys can guess them. And the ones that are, Stoney, might shock you. This is all a crapshoot. And the diamonds in the rough are like the Brock Purdy's in the second and third and fourth rounders. So don't get me wrong. I want a number 1 pick, but it does symbolize you didn't have a good year the year before. And that 2021 draft class, I can remember like yesterday. This was pre-Evan. We didn't even know Evan existed. He wasn't family yet. And I thought there was going to be a 30 for 30 made of all those quarterbacks. And right now, you can't even get a commercial out of that.
What's the game we're playing going back to 2000, though?
The positions that have the highest hit rate in the first round.
Hit meaning picks
successful,
worked out.
Yeah, worked out.
Well, who's determining whether a pick is worked out or not? Is there criteria there, or is it just somebody looking and saying,
"Now I love you.
That guy worked, that guy didn't"? Because I'll fight you on guys.
I think the names speak for themselves. You know what I mean?
You'd be surprised. Yeah. So how are we going to do this?
I want to fight you now.
But how are we going to do this? Like what? Who are they? Start the. I got. So you got a list of busts since 2000.
It's
a percentage of hits.
Yeah, hits
by certain teams and
by position.
The definition of a hit is someone that signs a second contract with the team that drafted them.
And that's what I was kind of looking for.
So we got the position. It'll shock you. I believe.
In theory, a guy like, I'm just trying to think.
There are no names on here.
Did Solomon Thomas get a second contract with the 49ers? But he did get a second contract.
He got a second contract.
So that would not be.
Would not be a hit.
That would not be a hit.
That would not be a hit.
It's your own team that drafted you, signing you to a second contract.
DeForest Buckner would be a hit, but he got his at another. But he still I would consider him a hit.
I'm starting to come around to this game. All right. Now, how do we do it, though? How do we play it?
Well, we could start right now. What position do you think since 2000, all three of you, that has the highest hit rate?
Okay, so the position that when you draft, you're most likely to hit.
And this is at 92%, number 1 on the list, this position.
All of the positions, not just a group.
So it's all the offensive line, the center guard, tackle.
Oh, so we're going specific positions.
Yes, sir. Look at you. You like this.
There's a position out there.
92%.
You draft a guy at this position, and 9 out of 10 times you're going to sign him to a second deal.
It's an A-.
Center.
See, you've seen the list. That's a great guess.
I have not seen the list.
You got it. The center. 92%. Right. He likes this. Mikey likes
Jim Otto.
Wow, Steiny, I'm shocked.
Next question.
Okay.
The next one is at 59%.
Oh my God.
The next position.
There's that big a drop off between 1 and 2.
Now we're getting to that's a dip.
Okay, 59%. You draft this guy, you draft this position, you got a 59% chance that it's going to go well and you're going to re-sign it.
Think about it. You hit the first one. Evan, do you know?
I'll just go guard.
Offensive tackle at 59%.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll go guard for the next one.
Dude,
well, that's because it makes sense.
And it's at 50%.
Okay, so what that tells me, obviously, is that O-line is the safest pick.
No doubt about it. Wow, man.
Okay.
We'll get back to it later.
Well, is it over?
Dude, the first one just shocked me.
Give me the one that with the least. What position is the most risky?
This one is at 27%.
We've been talking about one a lot this week.
Steiny, you got to guess this. And you can use your lifelines, but dude, what?
But you know what?
Yeah, so I believe you didn't see the list. It's wide receiver.
No, he said we've been talking about this position all week. Now that
27%. Think about that.
Now let me throw a little fly in the ointment.
Yeah,
and this is where sometimes a conversation just it just emerges, and then what I'll end up doing is bringing up things that you don't think about. No, so I wonder if wide receiver has to do with more than the other positions of the guys who are good, you're going to really have to pay. And even though a guy might, like Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
Like he may be considered a miss.
No, that's a hell of a hit.
But did his own team sign him to the extension?
But it doesn't matter. It's not just,
I think
you got to get two contracts from the same team.
Right.
To me, like a Pro Bowler.
So he did. Stephon Diggs got a second contract with the Bills?
Yeah.
Or the Vikings?
Diggs he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just thinking he's not on his original team.
Oh, no, but you're still putting up numbers, and you're all pro.
Just for the sake of this, did Diggs get his second contract from his original team?
I think it was from the Bills.
Okay, so that's
that'd be a yes. That's why the list is interesting because like A.J. Brown wouldn't be considered a hit.
Right.
He got his second contract from the Eagles.
That's what I'm trying to figure
hit.
out. Sure.
So I think it's interesting, though, that the list is basically telling us that wide receivers stick with their team the fewest amount of times beyond that first contract.
So Terrell Owens wouldn't qualify for because he got his somewhere else. T.O.
Well, he might have gotten his first one from the team.
Yeah, but the big one came in Philly when they traded him.
But like Tyreek Hill is a hit because he was in Kansas City for 6 years. Then they decided to trade him later.
I'm trying to think of give me a star receiver who's been traded within his first contract.
Calvin Ridley.
Okay.
I mean, he's not a star.
But I don't think that's a hit.
But what I wonder is
Justin Jefferson might not be considered a hit by this list if he gets traded this offseason.
I know one. Amari Cooper was traded. And then the Cowboys
now he's a hit.
Yeah. He was a hit. He was a top 5
pick. Yeah, and that's kind of what I wonder is a guy like Amari Cooper, he's a hit. But maybe in terms of this list, he's a miss if he didn't get.
So you say that's why you think it's at 27% if they're not taking that in?
I'm just thinking out loud. And I think it's got to have something to do. Well, it obviously has something to do with the position, but like that number may be skewed because of the way the stat is put into place. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's low because guys like Amari Cooper.
Well, maybe you interpret it as wide receivers are the most replaceable position.
Yes. And they might be one of the most fickle positions, too.
I mean, look at the Niners drafts at that position under Kyle outside of Brandon Aiyuk.
Can I ask?
Now this Debo.
I am fascinated with this. Go. But I have a question, and it's right on my mind right now.
Yeah.
And I'll forget it.
Go ahead.
Just remind me about. We're talking about like even 7th round picks.
You got the goal,
right? Like the 1st round pick and 7th round pick are weighed equally under this. All right. Let's see. What are we going to do here? We got to download that Odyssey app. That's one thing we got to do here. Don't forget to do that, Goo. And
I got you.
That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
What did I do wrong?
Spring perks are here at Safeway.
to hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy, Steiny, this listening. K. Diddy has said you're right.
Who's he?
The main man in our sister station in SAC, 12 to 4, D-Lo and K. Diddy.
Oh,
yeah. He said Steiny is right. New York, Philly, Atlanta, L.A., and Miami. No, K. Diddy.
Question my rap
That's
game
how
knowledge.
Steiny stopped. He's not right.
So,
Justin Beltray also weighed in, Goo. He's listening to the segment. He's got Chicago in his list above the Bay, too.
All right.
And Jay knows.
Yeah, look at he's from
He just
New
got
York.
hit by a speaker.
Right.
Hey, wait, what was I going to say? Shoot. I lost my train of thought.
There was something before the break you said, don't let you forget.
Yeah, no, I did. I already forgot that.
City Boy chimed in. Tupac, Too Short, Mac Dre, Spice One. I forgot Spice.
What's with this
and E40? T.O.O. Too Short.
Yeah, no, come up
He
with
was the
something different.
first. Freaky Tales? Oh, boy.
How about this? This is just interesting from the Xfinity Mobile text line. What if the 49ers take a wide receiver? Just they take a wide receiver at 31.
That would not be smart.
Would that put pressure on Aiyuk to sign at a more reasonable rate? Or would that usher in his exit?
Okay, listen. Kyle's wasted picks with the Trey Lance debacle. You don't use that to prove that point or put pressure on somebody, Steiny. This team needs some help on the offensive line with 92% hit rate for the center. But I'm just telling you, you don't do that. And you just drafted a receiver, Ronnie Bell, out of Michigan, Steiny. I'm not mad at what he has to offer. You got Juwan Jennings if you were to move off of Aiyuk. Ayuk's going nowhere. You got a Super Bowl to win, man. And that window doesn't stay open forever. How about them apples?
And it doesn't necessarily shut if Brandon Ayuk's not here.
Makes it more difficult.
Does it?
I don't want to find out. I'm sure Niner fans don't.
If
you're telling me you're going to take away one of his weapons, Brock Purdy, you're not the Dan Marino, Mark Clayton, and Mark Duper type
You're
of
afraid,
offense.
aren't you?
No.
See, that's the thing.
That doesn't make sense.
No, that's what we're really talking about here is the real reason people are scared to get rid of Brandon Aiyuk is because they know that could possibly expose their quarterback.
I appreciate you saying that's on the table because that's how I would look at it. Especially in a year, you're about to give him 40. We don't know what Brock is about to make, but don't you want to feel good about it? And what would make me feel better about it is him making sweet music with Aiyuk, Debo, Kittle, and the rest of the gang. Why take that away?
Well, because the 49ers apparently don't like how much money Ayuk's asking for.
Never go full Jeff. Tell me what you think of this. Goo, if you think Aiyuk or Debo is gone next year, which I do, one of the two, you draft a wide receiver.
Yep.
Juwan Jennings is a free agent next year. And if you don't want to sign him, they can draft a wide receiver to replace him. Do that, but not in the first round. This pick tonight, Steiny, put this in the cap, will be an O-lineman by the San Francisco 49ers. We saw them lose the game because they couldn't block.
You know, this one
Super
ranks
Bowl.
This one ranks right up there with you picking Scotty Scheffler to win the Masters.
Oh, but you like way to
their
go out on a
offensive
limb?
line is their weakest position group, according to David Lombardi.
Yeah.
And
it's the reason I think they lost the Super Bowl.
It's also one thing that I've told you is the hit rate on offensive linemen is much better than at other positions. So, yeah, I think they'll take
our guy
D.
D-Lou on the chat, Steiny. These supposed great receivers didn't show up when it counted.
Exactly.
They didn't have the best day.
No, I know.
Tip your cap to Kansas City and that PFF.
Oh, you can't blame it all on Aiyuk.
Oh, they didn't get any separation.
They didn't.
Aiyuk dropped the dude and was wide open in the end zone.
That's why the offensive line is more important. Because 9 out of 10 receivers,
I know
9 out of 10 receivers would have done the same thing Aiyuk did on that play. In other words, a rookie receiver would have been just as open. He would have dropped the guy.
Now I feel
but
like
the reality of the situation is you need offensive linemen first.
No. I'm just telling you the art of being Gregory Hines and having that nice footwork at the line of scrimmage. Debo doesn't have that. Ayuk does. Donnie, it's everything.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go out to one of the rap capitals of the world. Let's go to Mr. Jones in the ATL. What's up, Mr. Jones? How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's up, man?
Talk to us.
Man, you know, it's Christmas Day for us football players, you know what I mean? We're going grocery shopping today.
Yeah.
Trying to go hit the good grocery store. You know what I mean? I just don't hope us Niners go in there and pick up no trash from the discount aisle over there. You know what I mean? Like my boy said, we don't want to go back to this Trey Lance trash can again. We're not throwing away picks just to be because we got money to go blow. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
But I'm with you guys too, though. I mean, I'm really all three. We could go O-line, but check us out though, right? We could lose Aiyuk or we could lose Debo, right? We're already down. We took Debo in the early of the second round last time, right? I've been saying go back to South Carolina if we lose Debo or Aiyuk and go get Leggett. You know what I'm saying? Also, but, you know, I love my Purdy boy. So, of course, we got to go get, you know what I'm saying, another offensive lineman to protect him. It just depends on how it falls. You know what I'm saying? Because, true indeed, you really don't want to – it's like we love Aiyuk, right? But we know how this thing goes. It's a revolving door. We got to reset the door with one of these wide receivers. We can't really necessarily afford to keep both, maybe. So we lose one, and we just go get another one.
There you go. Let me ask you this before you get off. Have you? This is an honest question. Have you recovered from the Super Bowl loss?
Oh heavens!
Oh, that was it. That was your answer.
I was there in Vegas, right? And honestly, I was at they had a Super Bowl party at Caesar's Palace that I go to.
Blue, yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you this, right?
How was the party? Forget the game.
Oh,
was it action?
Oh, man, the food was great, man.
I'm not talking about the food, Mr. Jones.
Buffalo, hey man, we gotta eat the food, brother.
Thanks, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it, man.
That gas was his answer.
What's that?
That was he ain't got over it, Donnie.
Stop.
He did sound like the rapper Mike Jones, Donnie.
Oh, I thought Killer Mike?
He's from Atlanta. Look at this. But that ain't Mike Jones.
Not the same one?
Nah.
So there's a rapper, Mike Jones, and then there's a different rapper.
Killer Mike. Yeah, and he's killing right now.
It's Killa.
Look at like Warren Sapp.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a fixture down in the ATL. So can we do mine?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Okay, let's we're having our own draft.
Would you like to set up the category first?
Yeah, go ahead. You do it, Evan.
Well, no, you have to do it because you're the one that's drafting. So which category, which I presented to you, do you want to select from your top 5 first round?
I'm holding Evan wants us to hold a draft. My 4 selections are...
For the category. What's the category?
My 4 categories are... golf courses, pickup basketball courts.
Yeah.
Documentaries.
Oh, boy.
And then show crutches. These are things that I use as a crutch.
Oh, wow.
I like those.
During
we need a top 20. No, I'm playing. Go ahead.
Which one do you want? Go pick one of the 4.
Let's do golf courses.
Okay, golf courses.
Get it out the way.
Golf courses.
Number 1.
This one's the most boring though, kind of. I think. Number 1, Carica Park in Alameda.
Wow, in the Meta.
Played there yesterday. It's been redone. It's a great course, friendly people.
What made it
It's all
number
redone
1?
now? Everything, all the courses?
What's that?
Are they still working on the other course?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
They're working on their second 18.
What made it number 1?
Convenience to my home. Condition of the course. It's a links course. The people there are super friendly. The price is pretty reasonable. It's a fun course, wide open.
Look at
Donnie. Number 2 would be Baylands in Palo Alto. Baylands golf course.
Wow.
Typically another links course, which is wide open.
Now, when you say links course, for the people that don't know.
It takes its cue from the old courses in Ireland and Scotland. Peacock Gap.
Number 3.
Peacock Gap in Marin.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Shout out
Peacock Gap
Tupac.
in Marin, another fun course. And then I'll go.
Number 4.
I'll go with Poppy Ridge. Poppy Ridge out in Livermore. Solid course. It's the NCGA home in Northern California. Sister shop to Poppy Hills down in Carica.
Number 5.
Carica. Oh.
Your 5th one.
Oh, I don't have a number 5.
No, that's okay.
I'll do number 5.
You decided to trade up for your 4th round.
Yeah,
number 5, I'll do...
Give it to us.
I'll go to a country club. How's that? I'll go to Claremont... I'll go to the Claremont Country Club in Oakland, California.
Is this all just Bay Area specific?
I did keep it to the Bay Area. I kept it to the Bay Area. Like I could say Whistling Straits, which is an unbelievable course that's held some majors, but
You didn't go Olympic Club either.
No, it's too hard.
Oh.
I didn't do I didn't do any of the 4 sister courses that are hard.
Okay.
Olympic, San Francisco Club, Lake Merced, and Harding.
No Sequoia Country Club.
No.
Hieroglyphics are saying that.
Yeah, well, tell Hieroglyphics they could be a little more
Kyle
friendly.
Kelly, yeah.
They could be a little more friendly to non-members at Sequoia Country Club.
We're starting
I'd have
easy.
a problem.
I'm kidding.
We'll work up to the show crutches.
There you go.
Yeah, the show crutches. Let's get to Mike.
That was great.
It's-
Yeah, 4.
I mean, we'll see how great it is. We'll see if I get free rounds at any of those courses over the next 2 weeks.
Next question.
Mike Florio talking about the kind of team that might be interested in Brandon Aiyuk.
You know, it's got to be a team that's looking for a receiver now that has the wherewithal financially and draft pick wise to get the deal done and has to want to do it. That would be the buyer beware that I would say, even though I always want players to land where they want to land, go where they want to go, and be happy with what they're doing, especially when they've become second-team All-Pro. That's a big deal. Second-team All-Pro is harder to do than second-team Pro Bowl because it's all one league, and there's only so many spots available. What he did last year was significant. But where is that team that views Brandon Aiyuk at a significantly higher level than the team that's had him on the roster for 4 years does?
Yeah, that to me is an interesting point. And that's why I think at the end of the day, Aiyuk's not going anywhere. Because in order to acquire Aiyuk, that team is not only going to have to give up something to get him, that team's going to have to pay him. So in order to get Brandon Aiyuk, you have to have the ability to pay him at a top rate, and you're going to have to give something up. Like if you're a team that needs a receiver, but you have a pick in the first round, why wouldn't you just draft one? You get him under better cost control. You don't have to give him.
Well, what if I threw that? What was the wide receiver position success rate? It's not as easy to find a Brandon Aiyuk and have him pop. That's why the Steelers and we played Andrew Filipponi. His sound from the fan in Pittsburgh, Donnie. You got a lot of people in Steeler Nation that would love and covet one Brandon Aiyuk to go with their receiving core, and they would have the ability to pay him. I just don't think he'll be free.
Hey, what'd somebody do, Spadone? Somebody just called in? What'd they say?
Yeah, you referenced Poppy Ridge.
Yeah, Poppy Ridge.
One of your top 4 golf courses here in the Bay Area.
Sure.
I believe you said Livermore. It's actually in Pleasant.
What's the difference?
Oh, Steiny. No, but you're big on that.
Get the hell out of here.
Steiny, you're big on that.
Get out of here.
Oh, boy, Steiny.
That is right.
They had to call in to get it right.
Let me tell you.
It was wrong. You don't live in Hayward. You live in Oakland.
I mean, Fremont's not San Jose.
Yeah, right. Union City's not Berkeley.
Adjacent to the golf course is the Lawrence Livermore Lab. Are you telling me the Lawrence Livermore Lab is in Pleasanton?
Pebble Beach Golf Course is not Pacific Grove.
They called
what kind of a horses behind calls in a show?
They want respect. They just want their city to shine.
Tell Steinmetz it's in Pleasanton, and then they hung up?
Yeah.
Gutless.
Sounded like somebody wanted to give you a free round, but unfortunately.
Oh, speaking of which, guys, I just joined Oakhurst Private Club. Open invite to come play as a guest for you, Steiny.
No, where's Mike at? We got to hit Half Moon Bay.
It says, guys, I just joined Oakhurst. Open invite to come play as a guest for you, Steiny.
But admit you got it wrong. You said the wrong city. That's all.
I said the wrong city.
Yeah, sorry.
Who cares?
People can't wait for
you. What do you want to stop the show every time you say something wrong? I mean, what are you doing?
Cool.
Seriously.
My takes are never wrong.
No, they're
now,
seldom.
Logistics, I'm not your guy.
Yeah, no,
I'm not your guy. Dates and logistics, Google it, but my takes are mine.
File this under doesn't matter at all. George Kittle says he can't see Brandon Aiyuk on a team other than the 49ers.
And there you go.
Okay.
Nothing to see here. You think he's lying?
And I'll say the same thing about George Kittle that I said about Steph Curry. You're just a player.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Joe Lacob said about the big three. They're just players.
All still warriors, Steiny.
Yeah, but you know what? They don't make the decisions.
I won't fight you on that.
Steiny, Atel. You know what? Some of these rap texts that are coming in, and I don't even know if I can read them because there's words on there that may be.
No, you're good.
That may be. What's the third one from the top?
Just jump into the deep end.
Steiny, ATL rap is 90%. What's that word?
What are you on?
Third one down. I've never heard that word.
Poop soda.
What's that?
Boo-boo.
That's a dumb phrase.
Yeah, I never heard it.
That's dumb.
Yeah, that is. I didn't like
Why
it.
did you think you couldn't say that?
Because I was looking at the word.
Ebonics ain't right.
It didn't come, I don't know.
Yeah.
It literally just says poop and then soda.
Yeah, it just, those letters together just didn't look like a regular word. And you know how there's
it's not in the Merriam-Webster, but
you know some of those words now. You got to be careful. You better be careful. Hey, 925. I got married at Poppy Ridge. Oh, and it's 100% Livermore,
dude. A lot of weddings at the golf course. They had one at the one we were at Monday. There was a wedding upstairs. A lot of people get married on the golf course at the. A
lot of them have nice clubhouses.
Man, I was like,
by the way,
I got married in the backyard.
So I got a question because you're friends with what's our guy from Billy?
Yeah,
Billy from ATCO.
Yeah.
So okay, we were at Stone Tree Golf Course.
There you go.
It was an ATCO pest control tournament. What's agape? Like what was that? The shirts say agape. What was that part of it?
Oh boy, I should know.
You wore the shirt yesterday.
I did not see that word.
It said like agape.
Billy will text us.
Agape ATCO pest control tournament. Like what's the agape? I think it means like love or peace or something. But why would you just shoehorn that word into the tournament?
No, I wonder why this didn't come up while we were out there.
Well, because I didn't think of it. Go ahead, hey, Billy. What's going on with that? And by the way, we're going to need you to cut some more checks.
It says in Christianity.
Yeah. In Christianity, agape is the highest form of love and charity.
You bet it is.
Wow.
He deserved it.
That's what. So basically, this show is agape for me. Right? All I do is show love to my partner in the Bay and Steph.
Some people call you Lucifer.
I'm out.
Please.
The radio version. I'll play them with you.
Let's go to Miles. Miles is in Livermore. Hey, Miles, how you doing, buddy?
Poppy Ridge.
Oh.
How's it going, guys?
What up?
Yeah, I live in Livermore. I just want to let you know, Steiny Goo, I listen to you guys a lot every day. You guys are amazing.
Right on, man.
Thanks for keeping my middays busy and interesting.
Agape, baby.
You guys banter. But Livermore is where Poppy Ridge is at, Steiny, so I'm giving you that one. Love
there you
guys.
go.
Keep doing what you're doing. I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it, Miles. By the way, my buddy Dan, you know Dan.
Yeah, Dan Daly.
Yeah,
D-double. He ain't been around.
Yeah, he's been around.
Oh, okay.
You just haven't seen him.
Okay, whoa.
By the way, if you're looking for any healthcare needs, Lawton Skilled Nursing, always looking up in Marin. Call
Dude, they
Dan
play
Daly.
that on the station.
Yeah, he
here.
advertises
you
with
don't
our
get
station.
Anything of that?
I get nothing.
That is.
He gets even less.
Why? I want to rip
I'm
my mic out.
No, he's been doing it now for a year or two.
But you should be getting a little kickback. That shit, I can't believe it.
Yeah,
that's like Rutherford having something play on here and they don't get good nothing.
He said, speaking of Livermore,
yeah.
All right, he found himself in Livermore 3 times over the last 2 weeks. And we were talking on the golf course this past week, and he's like, hey, Steiny, I get Livermore. Got action.
Did he have his ring on?
He was with his wife.
Okay, there you go. She's lovely.
You've never met her.
We met her at the bar, at the cafeteria.
What's her name?
She's lovely. I don't remember her name.
Anyway, I seconded Livermore.
They got outlets out there, too.
Yeah, but they got, tell you what, a nice Saturday. Get out to Livermore about 1:30 in the afternoon. It's got some action. It's old cowboy town, Livermore.
Yeah,
did you know that?
But it's got some hip stuff, too.
Yeah, now it does. Now it does.
So if agape means love, do you think the 49ers have agape for Brandon Aiyuk?
No doubt about it, Evan. No doubt. I just hate this type. He's not going anywhere.
You know what pisses me off? That this guy, this D, had the nerve to call into our radio station
I was like,
at 888-957-9570. This D actually picked up the phone.
He wanted his city to shine.
Dialed the number. Said,
I'm not mad
tell
at him.
Steinmetz, Poppy Ridge is in Pleasanton, not Livermore. And he hung up. The reason he hung up is because he's gutless, because he didn't want to be put on. And now he's wrong.
Uh-oh.
He's wrong. It's in Livermore. I was right. Now that's important that I be right. It's like the most important thing on this show. Poppy Ridge is in fact Livermore. Yeah, hit the pike. that guy. But I just should have.
Tell him to call back and put him on.
And you Denny Greened him. You let him off the hook.
Well, in fairness, he hung up. I couldn't hang,
No.
can't control
this guy is such a D. All right. This is the part that Mike Florio talked about this morning that I think is the interesting part. And David Lombardi spoke on it a little bit the other day. Take a listen.
I think they believe they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't be flirting with this potential end game that results in no Brandon Aiyuk on the team. Conceptually, look, the draft is a lottery, and your pick is a lottery ticket. And the 49ers moved up in 2020 to get Brandon Aiyuk. When you get a winning ticket, the jackpot goes to the player, and the obligation is you got to pay it. Why would you swap out a guy that has shown he can get it done for an unproven player? Unless you are damn confident that you know how to scout receivers, and hey, Kyle Shanahan, former receiver at the University of Texas, maybe he feels good about this reality we now see in the NFL, where it's almost becoming kind of like the running back position, where there's a lot of great receivers. Why are there a lot of great receivers? Because 7-on-7 camps everywhere. College football, throwing more than ever. Those balls are being thrown. Those balls are being caught. Players are developing. And maybe Kyle Shanahan, working with John Lynch, just had courage of his convictions that I'll find another guy. They're surely eyeing this guy, that guy, the other guy, who would be the guy that they take in the event that they don't have Brandon Aiyuk on the roster. So
that was Mike Florio.
Well, so he basically, you pay the man his chicken.
No.
You can hit the lottery ticket.
No. That's not what he's saying.
Does Kyle have arrogance to think he could go replace Brandon Aiyuk?
I mean, the reality of the situation is if Kyle Shanahan thinks there's a guy in the draft who is really good, we know Kyle Shanahan will probably pick that guy if he thinks he's the right guy.
Well, right now, the wide receiver position for the Niners is a position of strength, and I don't know if you want to, be cheap and kind of do it again and hope that that guy can be Brandon Aiyuk or better.
I mean, I don't want to fight you on a position of strength. Who's their number 2 receiver? Is it Debo?
I think they got a 1 and 1A, but they do different things. They're traditional, my wings. They're traditional.
Debo's
number 1,
not traditional.
No, is Aiyuk, the guy that can, Fred Astaire.
Am I a hater if I don't think Brandon Ayuk's like a 1?
I would ask you
honest
why.
to God, I think he's like a 1. I think he's like a 1.5. Because I don't think he's as good as the best of the best.
But you will
I don't
admit,
think he's Jefferson.
All right, this is what I got. But see, what if you put him in that? And this is what I love. You love doing this sometimes.
No, he's not as good.
Just put him in an offense that through Detroit,
he is not as good as
St. Brown numbers, I believe, or close.
I don't think he's as good as those.
And
guys.
I think that's what's bothering him.
Oh,
well, not like that, but that's why his girl and his brother are popping off.
Get your people.
Remember, Keyshawn Johnson wrote a book, Throw Me the Damn Ball. He was a rookie.
925, Agape is unconditional love with no expectation of any kind of return.
What I have for you.
I don't need it.
That's the problem.
Go ahead and, you know what?
Yes,
Go ahead and use that Agape on somebody else.
Dude, why does it say Morning Roast? That's why they're calling us Bonte and Shasky on YouTube. It says the Morning Roast.
That's the kind of stuff that bothers you. It doesn't bother me one iota.
Wake up!
Hey, coming up in 1 hour at 12 at 12:30, we're gonna have Brad Graham. We've had him on periodically. He is a 49er expert. You can check out his YouTube page at the SF Niners. He's also had Brandon Aiyuk on his podcast a couple times. Got a real good relationship with him. So we'll get some insight into the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Coming up on the other side, Guru goes into the draft.
Another draft.
Into the draft. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, 49er fans, like how jacked up are you about this draft tonight? It's the first time in 3 years they've got a number 1 pick, but is it just a little less sexy because it's a number 31? How you feeling coming up as draft night approaches? And what's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Guru, yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery.
The NFL.
Debo has a special package.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I think I've gotten to the heart of the problem here.
Oh. We got a few. Which one are you speaking of?
Best receivers.
Because I did some homework.
Yeah, I did too. Why don't you tell me what you did?
The all-time top 5 number 31 picks in the NFL draft. It's pretty good. See how many you know. You guys know.
Oh, boy.
Number 1, out of the University, out of the Ohio State, still currently playing, Cameron Haywood, defensive lineman.
Oh.
He was drafted in 2011 and is still balling.
Yeah, he changed the franchise.
No, he's a baller, though. That's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, 1968.
Gale Sayers.
Spadoni, and Evan weren't around.
Jim Otto.
Curly Culp.
Oh, I remember
out of
him.
Arizona State.
Played for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Steiny, wow.
Come on now.
1968 to 74.
Up my alley.
Curly Culp?
Yes, Curly Culp.
Shout out Big Gulp. Number 3, Tommy McDonald.
And I don't remember. Wait.
1950, you weren't here.
I'm thinking of
1957.
A great Irishman.
I'll tell you, he was great. One of the greatest players of all time. Was it Tim McDonald? Former 49er? He played
Safety.
Secondary?
Yeah.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was great.
Well, he's not on this list.
Well, he wasn't picked 31.
Yeah. Tommy McDonald was a flanker.
Tommy.
Played for the
They
Eagles,
don't have that
Cowboys,
position anymore.
Rams. Yeah. They call it the slot. Here we go. Number 4. This is tragedy because this dude was headed to the Hall of Fame. Center for the Dallas Cowboys out of the University of Wisconsin in 2013, Steiny, Travis Frederick. He has some spinal neck issues, had to retire, but he was a perennial All-Pro.
All right.
And number 5, this dude's killing it on the mic right now. He does games. Out of the University of Miami, 2007 draft, none other than the tight end, Mr. Greg Olsen.
Oh.
Number 5. Yeah, he's killing it.
He's
on
great.
5. Yeah, he is.
Is Brady coming this year?
I don't think he can do it.
He's already been practicing, with like Kevin Burkhardt and stuff. Yeah.
There you go.
So what's happened to Olsen?
He's gone. He's number 2.
Are you kidding me?
Listen.
See, this is
He's going to get traded for some picks.
And this is the fundamental part of athletics.
This is like Barkley, Kenny Smith taking over the college stuff during the tournament.
Unbelievable.
Get out of there and let the guy that have done it all, Clark Kellogg.
No.
That is, I can't stand famous stuff.
This, you just think everybody who starts should always start. There's something called competition. And Tom Brady has now beaten out Greg Olsen.
Oh,
sorry. That's the nature of athletics.
What's scoring? How are you judging it?
Guru's the kind of manager that would say, you know what, we're not going to field our best team, but we're just going to have some
Tom Brady. He can run for president. He you know what I mean? He'll win. Like I don't like stuff like you got to earn your keep.
He has.
Where's Greg Olsen? If it's Burkhardt and Brady, I'm out.
I'll tell you where he's going to be a lot. Jacksonville. He's going to be in Jacksonville a lot.
To see Barkley and Kenny and Ernie take over the NCAA tournament stuff.
I love it.
Get out of here.
I love it.
It's not fair.
No, it's more than fair. No.
You shouldn't feel bad for Olsen because he'll probably still be on one of the crews. But whoever the 4th color commentator is for Fox, that's the guy that's getting the axe.
It might be your old Cowboy fullback.
Johnson, no, he's solidified.
No, Johnson's on he's on the 2 team.
We'll see. We'll see.
See, that's
see.
What's wrong with it.
No, they're mulling some changes at
Well,
CBS.
I think if I'm Amazon Prime, I'm looking at him. Kirk Herbstreit's so college, but if I'm them, I pay Greg Olsen a lot of money.
I'm with you.
And who's the lead? Who's the guy that falls asleep on the Prime? Al's a goat, but you give it to somebody this.
Do you believe it?
TC's in Sacramento. Some call it our sister city.
TC.
Hey, TC, what's up, my man?
Hey, Steiny and Goo, what's up, man? How y'all doing?
What's up, baby? Draft day.
Yeah, we're doing well.
Hey, it's draft day. Hey, look. Hey, I call in all the time, bro. Y'all know how I really feel about Kyle, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. We need to sign BA and keep BA here. I don't trust. This is coming from a diehard. I don't trust Kyle and John with 2 first-round picks, bro, let alone 1. Period. I'm gonna leave it at that. So if we trade BA or even Debo, right? I don't trust Kyle, bro, with 2 first-round picks to pick another receiver, bro. I really don't.
If this has nothing to do with me disliking Kyle or any of that, because I feel a certain way about Kyle that a lot of Niner fans don't, bro. And Kyle rubbed me the wrong way a long time ago. This isn't last year, the year before. It's something about Kyle, bro, but that's like a personal conversation we can have, bro.
Wow.
I really don't like this, bro. I really don't.
Let's have it.
All the time.
Okay, TC.
Trey Lance has to be at the lead.
No. Let's cut to the chase. What's the thing you dislike most about Shanahan?
That was the straw that broke the camel's back with the Lance situation. You got up there and told us this was our guy. You was ready for him, bro, and you didn't even treat him like the guy. That's just the Lance situation. He never got a fair shot. I don't like Kyle. How it's me. Everything has to be my way. If you're not doing it my way, you're in the doghouse. I don't want to listen to nobody. I know more about everything about anybody around me. I'm not giving anybody a chance to talk. Everything has to be my way, bro. That's why we haven't won a Super Bowl, dog. Because you're not getting out your way, dog. If you get out your way and let people help you out around you, bro, we probably will have 2 rings right now. We can go on and on, Steiny, and cool about Shannon. But this ain't about Shannon.
No, you got it.
Really get deep in it. I don't trust you, bro, with 2 first-round picks. That's all I got.
Wow.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate it.
That was from the Coach
of the Year.
That was from the cardiac muscle. Steiny,
somebody on the text line wants to know, the Xfinity Mobile text line, if that position, we talked about the hits and the positions.
Yeah.
They said Dibley and Willard did something like that yesterday.
No, I didn't hear it. I jacked it from the. I did in the Hegan.
You did their whole show with him yesterday. What do you mean?
I was there for a couple minutes. Steiny.
Yeah.
I took it from. I got it from somewhere. I did what Nahegan did to Evan.
Which is what?
Took his idea. I took it off the TV. Because I'm always.
Because somebody was
thinking
saying
about the show.
Where's
Hey.
Where's the one that says, oh, here it is, 707. Guru, if you're going to steal a segment, get the criteria straight.
No, we got it straight. You're mine.
When
you're
you say
Russell
we,
Crowe.
you mean they.
Well, we got it.
I'm out.
Yeah, we got it straight. I can't believe you. What? You don't feel me on like this Brady thing. You're not qualified.
Okay.
I hope this doesn't. I am out on Brady if this happens.
I'll be serious here. This is why I love it. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I think when you've got Barkley and those guys doing the games and they've never seen the players, like they're actually better than hearing Clark Kellogg, because there are certain pro players that see the game differently, and they notice things like right off the bat, and they have no preconceived ideas about these guys. They just see them one time, and they say, that. And I'm not saying they're always right, but
is it fair when they come in, though?
Have you ever watched a game with like a bigwig? Like a coach? Yeah, okay, yeah, perfect.
E-House.
Right, and they notice stuff that you don't notice.
No, they're handy.
Right, and so I
get what they can bring.
I really love it.
But what about the guys that have done it all year? Guess what? Tournament time. You know what, Steiny? We'll see you next year. That's crapola. That's all.
No, it's not.
You're oversaturated. Like, that's not fair. I'm not saying Barkley, they're not great. It's not fair.
So what?
I'm a man of the people, man.
Who's the best at their craft? It's Charles Barkley.
And doing pro.
Who's the best at their craft? Stephen A. Smith. That's why they're on all the time. Because they're the best. Why would you not put the best out there?
I feel like you're making half a point. I hear that, but Stephen A. Smith, he's doing the same thing all the way through. He doesn't hijack somebody else's season. Oh, it's important time. Here we come.
No, he does that all the time.
Could you imagine the boss? Hey, Steiny Goo, it's draft day. Yeah. I got Tom and Jerry coming in for you too. I would feel some type of way. You guys sit this out. We got Tom and Jerry coming from New York. They'll do the draft. You guys come back on Monday. That would not sit well with you.
It would sit perfect. Do I get the day off?
You would golf. Yeah.
Do I get the day off?
But you would miss the message.
You're right. I would miss the message. Doug's in Berkeley. Doug wants to jump into the conversation, talk about Brandon Aiyuk. Dead man walking.
Hey, guys. Good. Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, really.
Yeah. The last caller had some good points about.
Yeah, he did.
He actually. He did, really. Spagnuolo out-coached him. Yeah, and he fires. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah,
anyway,
I got you.
about about Aiyuk, put the rat on the table like you guys often do.
Nice.
It's not all about Aiyuk. He's progressed every year. I can see him in my mind right now, reaching down and catching a ball, off his shoe tops that he got, from our quarterback. He's arguably a favorite receiver. It's about the fact that they overpaid Bosa based on his performance. And I love Debo, but he's hurt a lot, and they paid him a little bit too much. They don't want to do that again. And so that's in the back of their minds. It's not an isolation about Aiyuk. Aiyuk has earned his money. He's gotten better every year. He's a top receiver. He's worth what other top receivers are getting. It's not in a vacuum. It's about all the stuff that the 49ers have done, some of the mistakes, shall we say, that they've made, and don't put it all on Aiyuk. Put it on the front office, and they're kind of being tight because they should have been tight before.
Real good call, Doug. Appreciate it.
But is anybody saying Bosa's overpaid, Stoney? I'm not.
He is. I mean, you got to pay him, but would you say that he had a great year?
No, that I totally get. Yeah, but I'm betting on him this year and the next few years.
They need Bosa to be better.
Well, he's coming off Defensive Player of the Year. And I get what you're saying. He held out
last
the year before last.
Right.
He got Defensive Player of the Year.
So he took a step back.
Right. But did the team? Well, if you say defense, oh boy.
I'm just saying, like, it's absolutely fair. It's okay. It's absolutely fair to say, and I said it going into the playoffs this past year, it's like, Bosa's got to be better. Like, Steph had to be better.
I'm giving you a high five from over here.
You know what? I'll just say.
Well, what edge rusher would you want right now in the league? Bosa's almost top.
He wasn't as dominant.
He's in that group.
He was not as dominant.
I give you that.
Okay. Well, he's got to get back.
But he was worth the contract.
Well, if you think he was, then he was. I'm just saying he got a contract and he took a step back. He's got to be better. And let's put another rat on. Let's put a bunch of rats on the table. Yes. Let's just throw some names at you. Stephon Diggs.
A baller.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill.
Baller.
Justin Jefferson.
The baller.
CeeDee Lamb.
Baller.
Devontae Adams.
Baller.
Cooper Kupp.
Baller.
How about Mike Evans?
Baller.
Okay, well, that's right there. 8 How about Chase?
The baller.
Okay. So stop saying he's a top 5 receiver.
All right. Well,
those are 8 guys, and he's not in their league.
I get you.
Well, that's important. It's wholly important.
But we're speaking on something we think we know, but we don't. Do we really know Brandon Aiyuk is trying to get top 5 money? That'll come out when it's all said and done. So but you feel that way though, huh? See, we don't know that, and you're right with that list. I wouldn't put him in there.
But I would just say, do we know that? It's a good question. It's a great question.
And the rat on the table, real quick,
so do you think the 49ers aren't?
How important is he to what you guys are doing?
You know what?
That's where I'm at.
Not as important as all those other guys are to their teams. You know why? Because we have weapons. We have more weapons. And that's the one thing.
I ain't saying you're wrong.
As I was listening to Doug in Berkeley, they paid Debo and Bosa. Look, circumstances change. They can just change. And we've seen it with the Warriors. They paid Draymond Green a year ago. Do you think they're going to pay Klay Thompson this year? They might not. Is it fair?
Do you
Probably
think that's
not.
Because of Draymond and what they got?
It's because of the circumstances of the entire team that they're in right now. And the Warriors, like the 49ers, have to try to figure out what a guy's worth. And if they don't think he's worth what they're asking for, guess what?
Yeah.
This year's different for the Warriors. Like if when they signed Jordan Poole, they went, oh boy, that's steep. $30 million for Jordan. That's a lot. Oh God, we don't want to do that. That's a little more than we're comfortable. Well, you know what though? We won a title last year, so he gets paid.
Wiggins too.
The 49ers and the Warriors situations may have changed to the point where, yeah, we get it. We paid Debo a couple years ago, and we get it. Aiyuk's been good for 4 years, but we are not in the same position we were in 2 years ago.
I ain't mad at you.
Like in a crazy kind of way, if you flipped Aiyuk and Debo, I think the 49ers would have paid Aiyuk a couple years ago. And now they'd be asking the same questions about Debo. Like, I don't think it's personal against Brandon Aiyuk. I think it's more they look at the entire situation.
Yeah. You could trade like I keep looking at next year, Steiny. If you sign Aiyuk, you could still trade him next year if you decided if it really got funny and the money got funny. You still could get off one of those guys, but for the meantime,
maybe they're just getting off a guy now. Maybe they've just look. We got to get off a guy. You can do that,
but you better be damn sure you can replace his production,
or make up for the lack of production by improving on all the other areas of your football team. Let's go to. By the way, coming up in 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Who we got?
That's 12:30. Brad Graham. You can check him out on his YouTube page at the SF Niners. He is locked into the draft. He knows what's going on. We've had him on before, and he really is an information machine. So looking forward to talking to him at 12:30. Let's go to all right, we'll go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno.
Our guy.
What's up, Rob?
Baby.
How you doing? Rob. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Hey, Rob. Sorry.
He's one of the originals.
Start over, buddy.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Talk to us, Rob, baby.
Hey, but I just came in on a conversation, but I agree with you on Bosa, Matt. To me, he ain't play up that contract. He got all that crying he was doing about money. He didn't play that. To me, he didn't play that well. And I'm looking at the Super Bowl.
Yep.
He cost us. I'm gonna say it, he cost us with his undisciplined eyes. And then to me, that they've been getting like that for years now. His name's just one player. They've been getting him. He hasn't got better at setting the edge. He easily takes the bait. Man. But anyways, in my opinion, if we're serious about winning a Super Bowl, you got to get Purdy as many weapons as possible. Man, re-sign BA and let's run it back. Stop playing. There's no need to be playing. If we trying to win the Super Bowl, why we acting funny with the money? You know what I'm saying? The dude produce. Pay him. You know what I'm saying? Me, I'll draft 2 more tight ends and let Kittle go. For what? You're going to block anyways. This NFL game is about letting the receivers work. You got to pay BA. I'll drop Kittle in a second, draft you 2 more tight ends, and I'll work with the tight ends. This Niners offense is tight end friendly, so they can always find them a tight end. It took us almost 20 years to replace T.O. We just don't replace good receivers, so I'm not down with getting rid of Debo or BA. Let Kittle go, let Juszczyk go, replace those dudes, and let's get to it.
Thanks, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, no, Rob, I would just want to leave you with this. This does bother me about Bosa. He took the bait like the best rat, Tom and Jerry, and then had the audacity to say and throw Wilkes under the bus with about they weren't ready. That I did not. That was nasty work, man.
Jerry's a mouse.
Yes, that'll be out. All right, but you know what? I didn't like that.
There it is. Bosa's great.
We were good on the back end, and you were the one crashing every damn play.
You don't hold the players responsible, though. I mean, it's funny. Like, I just make a statement that,
I said what I said.
Bosa's got to be better.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
What do you mean?
God, what button these guys,
that pushed the button with me.
Yeah, well,
now I can't say Bosa needs to be better?
No, and I agreed with you. I'm just, the whole thing was the next 5 years.
That doesn't matter.
You know, if we had a draft, Bosa's probably going to go top 3, you know? Around the league at his position. That's what I was saying.
At his position.
Was last year the best thing? No, but I didn't. And Rob said what I said after the Super. You threw that man under the bus, man.
Do you hold it against him that he's a bad teammate?
Well,
blames coaches for his shortcomings?
Well, the coach got fired. I didn't like that, though.
So he gets your coach fired.
That was nasty work.
Yeah.
We weren't prepared.
By we, he meant me. John and Benicia. John, tell it like it is. Tell it like it is.
Johnny.
Hey, John. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing? I just wanted to say that I think that Aiyuk is the third best receiving option on the team. So, I mean, if you want to pay one guy, $32 million a year, when you could probably get someone of a similar caliber in the draft and pay him $8 million for the next 4. I mean, the only reason Aiyuk really rose to prominence is because Debo was out. If you put Debo and Aiyuk on the same field, he's going to be the number 2 wide receiver, and he's probably the third option behind Samuel and McCaffrey.
Well, what did Rob say, Steiny? You never have too many weapons, and you don't know what you have until it's gone. I just think Aiyuk's a player, and I don't go to the box score to say, hey, Steiny, look what he did. Dude can play ball, man. He can run routes. Yeah. And if you feel like
he's just not one of the top 5 receivers.
Oh, well,
so stop asking for that kind of money.
Well,
stop asking.
What did we just?
I'm not going to tell you, so stop asking.
Hey, we
Nick
don't
Saban.
know he's asking that.
Of course we do.
Nah.
Well, then why is it not done?
The same thing. Why Debo go to the fourth quarter?
Well, then why are you so panicked about it? Why are you so worried?
Because we keep hearing draft talk. They're not trading them.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
Well, then we don't have to do a show today.
Well.
I'm just saying.
2 more hours.
Yeah. And we got a couple drafts. You didn't go to me.
650.
You didn't go to me.
You know what?
I was open.
If I spent all day going over what people on the text line think you're hypocritical about, that would be the show.
Now, I could say the same thing, but I'd never do it.
Oh, Guru, you mean you wouldn't jump at the opportunity to broadcast, to be an announcer for those games if you were asked? Yeah, I'd like to imagine Guru saying, no, I wouldn't want the spotlight.
But if you told me I was filling in for Collinsworth after he did the whole year.
No?
Oh, totally.
You liar.
I would be a fraud,
lie.
Steiny.
You're a liar. You're a fraud for lying about it now.
No, I'm telling the truth.
No,
you
you're
didn't
not.
know that about me.
No, you're not. You're not.
They're come on, Steiny.
You're not.
You got to earn your keep, man.
Oh, my God. You would leave me in a second.
Well, I'm not saying
money.
I wouldn't.
Exactly.
But that's different.
No, it's the same.
No, that means there's an opening somewhere, and they
there's an opening every March for Charles Barkley. That's right.
Keep it like it is.
No, you know what?
If I see those guys in person, I'll tell, hey, Chuck, I love you guys. I've grown up on you.
Hey,
but I don't like that bit you guys do, and you should feel bad.
No, you shouldn't.
And I'm not the only one that thinks this way. You go on the gram, there's a lot of people like me.
Yeah, those people are real, too. You act like social media means something. Seriously.
No, it does.
Lose Twitter. You'll feel so much better. I do.
And people are tweeting at you. They've made up a new tag for you yesterday.
Tell me what they've done.
I clicked on it. I go, Steiny's back.
Let me guess. They're saying like Steph Curry's the greatest of all time? Are they trolling me like that?
Something about music.
Yeah. All right, coming up on the other side,
we got a draft.
Okay, we'll do our own draft on the other side, and there's one other thing here. I'll figure it out. Yes, we've got a guest at 12:30.
I'll figure it out. Is classic.
Brad
You're
Graham.
great.
I will.
You're the man.
Not a real host. Brad Graham coming up at 12:30. That's in a half hour. 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
I know everything.
City Cruises creates amazing dining experiences.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who was the guy who was
What does that
wrong?
mean?
Who said I was wrong? It was wrong.
Oh yeah, you won't let that go.
Speaking of wrong, like clockwork.
But that's where you're getting it wrong.
Like clockwork, the text came onto the thread last night at 7:04.
From
Celtics are fake.
I told you guys.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Eric Spoelstra never has won Coach of the Year. That's that's Macbeth.
Have you noticed?
That's NBA Macbeth. He's a bad.
Have you noticed?
They play tough.
Just FYI, have you noticed that all these teams that supposedly stink and they're fake, they're actually in the playoffs. But the team you think is really good and still is capable of winning a title, finished in 10th place.
Right. So real quick, got to do my top 5 sitcoms of all time.
Okay.
We're going to do a draft. But before, I got some breaking news that happened yesterday. This is great.
That's literally.
The San Jose Sharks have fired their head coach.
Quinny?
Do you know his name?
It's Quinn. Yeah. His last name's Quinn.
But I hate that you know that.
Yeah, I do.
David Quinn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, they had a tough
thought I had you.
Sharkies had a tough
Dude,
year.
it was.
Hey, by the way,
bad.
I gotta fix something on my list. And I purposely kept it. I had my.
This is stinking from the head.
Thank you,
That is the greatest.
I held my draft for my golf courses.
Oh yeah,
and I purposely omitted country clubs.
You regret it?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
because I would put a certain country club.
Give it to us.
The Contra Costa Country Club.
Okay,
wonderful golf course. Right. Beautiful people, just wonderful.
Did they reach out to you? Somebody?
Oh.
All right. Well, if we're doing that, let me do my.
You want to change?
I'm gonna add a rapper.
Okay.
Spice One from Hayward, and I know him, Chico. Yeah.
All right.
Trigger's got no heart. These are all right. I'm ready.
Here we go.
My top 5 sitcoms of all time.
In honor of Draft Day, Guru and I are holding independent drafts. And
Number
this is
5.
Daryl the Guru Johnson's top 5 sitcoms.
Yeah, of all time.
Sitcoms.
Number 5. Martin. Shout out Martin Lawrence. That was a great. I still watch it, Steiny. Number 4. Elizabeth, Sanford and Son. Yeah, Steiny didn't know. Number 3, The Jeffersons. Moving on up. Number 2, I just want to go to a place where they know my name. Cheers, Steiny. Yeah. Shout out to Sam Malone. And number one, Mr. Larry David, Curb Your Enthusiasm. The greatest sitcom ever invented. The show was based on his life. His real life. He made a show out of it. Larry David's that is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
What was that list of?
Sitcoms.
It's okay.
Did somebody get in your ear?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody got in my ear.
Dude, I got it. Yeah. Those are my top 5.
Hit me again, Spadoni.
Any problems with that list, Donnie? Cheers, Jeffersons, Martin. Curb Your Enthusiasm.
No Seinfeld.
I like Seinfeld. I got to it late.
What about
Alice was up there too?
So you wouldn't consider like the Brady Bunch as a sitcom?
No, it was honorable mention.
Okay.
Good Times is honorable mention.
Does a sitcom have to have a laugh track?
Now we're talking eras then, though,
Because
right?
that would exclude Curb. Because it doesn't have a laugh track.
Yeah, that's got to be a sitcom, though, right?
Same with The Office, right?
Oh, The Office.
I never watched The Office.
It's pretty good.
They got memes, though.
Parks and Recs I've never really gotten into.
Fresh Prince?
No.
Yeah.
Family Matters?
No. And let me tell you.
It's really not
Let me tell you the
Family
show. But is that the one with Urkel?
Yeah.
That's out.
That's Family Matters.
Yeah, that's out. That's not on the list.
The Jeffersons. All in the Family was right there, too. Meathead.
You ever see some old clips of All in the Family?
Dude, you couldn't have it.
No, you couldn't.
Full House?
And him and the Jeffersons were neighbors. The Jeffersons was a spinoff.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's do one with me real quick,
Okay.
and then we'll jump into some calls.
Take your time.
Well, I've got...
The boss is doing something in there. He's got people in there.
Is he?
Yeah.
Who's he yelling at?
Well, he ain't yelling at him. Whitley's in there.
Oh, he never...
I'm not being nosy. I just looked in because there's a window. But go ahead.
All right, here's my list. Which one do you want to do? Pick up basketball.
Your crutches. People want your crutches for the show.
Okay. All right, give me some music, please.
Yeah. We could do 10 if you like.
Sorry,
on
I
this
thought we
one.
only did one draft per.
Oh boy.
So you had to push a button you didn't think you would have to push? I mean,
No, just took me a
what are we talking about? Okay, so this is show crutches.
Go 5-1. Yeah.
And I guess the thing
Or
with this is, I guess I'll do my list, and then everybody else can throw in a million other ones. All right, my show crutches, what I lean on when I get into trouble.
We might fact check you.
Number 1, touching the microphone.
Oh boy.
Touching the microphone.
You are the king.
Is number 1. Number 2, fidgeting.
Number 2.
Fidgeting is a show crutch.
Oh.
Number 3, Uncle Looney.
Number 3.
Uncle Looney I use as a show crutch.
Kavon?
No, Uncle Looney on the text line. He usually has something
I didn't know that.
I can always address something he said that's usually
all right.
And then apparently Shasky says that I start a lot of sentences with "I'd be shocked if." Now I don't.
When did he tell you that?
This morning.
That is great.
I didn't even realize it. Do I do that? I'd be shocked.
I had
if?
noticed.
Yeah, I haven't.
He also said he liked it.
Mark Abanez on you. Remember, Mark said what word do you use all the time? He's
or like.
Oh, like.
Oh yeah, like.
Shout out, Mark.
Yeah. All right, now we go to Brian. Brian's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Brian, what's going on, man?
No number 5?
There's one more.
Uncle Looney, microphone touching, fidgeting, and I'd be shocked if. I'm sure people have. Hey, what's up, Brian? Yeah.
Back to Williams.
I got a Larry David story for you.
We're ready.
Years ago, I was invited. Yeah, years ago, I was invited to a charity event that was hosted by Ray Romano, and the whole cast and crew were there. And it was a golf event, and they paired us up with a celebrity. And me and 2 other unsuspecting guys get paired up with Larry David.
Wow.
So we meet him out on the first tee. He kind of looked at us and said, hey. First guy gets up and hit his tee shot about 10 feet. Second guy gets up, hit his tee shot, popped it up there, might have gone 30 yards. I get up there and I crush it, except it went about 1,000 yards to the right. Larry gets up there, tees up his ball, looks around, and he hunches his shoulders, his hands go up in the air, he looks at us, he goes, well, I guess it's going to be one of those effing days. And he never said a word the entire rest of the round after that. So at dinner, he sat at a table all by himself. So what you see about Larry David is the truth. That guy is, he is wicked. He's just terrible to be around, but the show's fantastic.
Wow. I don't like that for Larry. Come on, Larry.
How
about you hit it straight?
Man. I believe that story, but sit by yourself. I can see you doing that.
There's an eye in David.
Well, I'm confused.
Oh, boy. Well, your list or mine?
You're telling me that Larry David says, I'll participate in a celebrity golf event, and I'll golf with 3 other guys, and I'm not going to say a word to him for the entire round? Come on.
Well, he said he'll participate. He didn't say he has to like anybody.
Never meet your hero.
Sit by yourself?
Well, that part doesn't bother me. It's a part about golfing with 3 guys and not really talking to them.
It's Tiger.
Although my dad said he kind of had something like that with Jack Nicklaus once. We got to be careful here because sometimes the boss.
Jack's
will be like,
at the game tonight.
Jack who?
Nicklaus. Oh.
Next question.
Evan just boy.
I don't think Jack Nicklaus is going to the Lakers game tonight.
Oh man. One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
And Zuki Main says all those guys in Larry David's foursome all hit it longer than Guru.
Well, the second shot went about 150.
Yeah, that's still with your driver. I hate to break it to you 3 days later, but even your good drive was pretty lousy.
The 150?
Yeah.
They have that at the range.
Yeah, you should hit a driver. You're a big fella like you.
Yeah, well, you see me really in Berkeley hit it.
Yeah, you don't get the most out of your driver.
Was it 150?
Swing is very flawed.
Like, was the carry 150 or
no?
Oh,
of course not.
You don't know.
I do know.
You talked to the boss?
No, I saw it.
How? You didn't see. You're lying.
I'm not lying. I saw the first one go 2 inches, and then I saw the second one pulled left, dribble down the road, and down into that little gully.
No, it did. Now, you know what? I'm upset.
It went into the gully.
No.
I scouted the hole before
You
you
did
hit
not see that thing went 150 straight.
Let's get back to let's get back to the 49ers because they have a
And you didn't put no, I'm not going to answer on your top 5 crutches. Like when I throw a question at you.
Is that one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Evan, thanks. Evan over the top.
Okay. Hey, the morning show, not the morning show, the afternoon show.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
That was
That's number 7.
Tim Kawakami of The Athletic was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe this? Take a listen, because I was talking yesterday as though it was the other way around. Let me ask you what you think.
They came pretty close to trading Debo 2 years ago, and they didn't. In fact, I would say they probably were more willing to trade Debo Samuel 2 years ago after a monster season, one of Kyle Shanahan's favorite players, than they are now with Aiyuk. Although, the more you listen, the more you, okay, maybe they are pretty close, or at least willing to talk on Aiyuk.
All right, so he says the 49ers were still closer to trading Debo a couple years ago than they are Aiyuk now. And I feel like it's the other way around. But it's just a feeling, so.
But you still felt like, because you said a couple of days ago, Steiny, you don't think he's getting traded. All right, Aiyuk.
It's kind of, sometimes a move can be just too risky. The path of least resistance might be to overpay, if that's an overpay in your mind, and just get him back in here and see if we can win a Super Bowl.
I mean, man, that makes all the sense.
That's obviously and that's
take an O-lineman tonight, and you got the other rounds to bolster up the O-line and other positions of need.
But if it were that easy, we probably wouldn't be talking about it like we're talking about it right now. Jerry's in Voltron is in Oakland. Oh, he's one of our favorites. What's up, Voltron? How you doing, man?
I'm good. What about you guys?
Hey, we're good.
Okay, good. So I have a question. What do you guys think about this? If the Niners trading Brandon Aiyuk, the best team for them to trade is the Raiders, because the Raiders might get from Commander the second pick. They have to give up, a receiver, one of their star players, and then in order to get to be on second pick, they're gonna go for their quarterback, and then the Raiders need a receiver. Who else? Best suit is the Niners, Brandon Aiyuk. Tell me what you guys think about that.
I mean, it's risky. It's more risky than trying to find a number for Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, which, by all accounts, Tony, I know it's easy to say he's asking for the world. That is the one caveat we do not know about this puzzle. But again, you just said it, risky. And if it's about getting that damn Super Bowl that you've been close to twice in the last 5 years, Brandon Aiyuk is going to remain on the outside as a threat to go with Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, and run it back as we talk about the Warriors.
888-957-9570. Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to visit with Brad Graham. You can check out his YouTube page at the SF Niners. We're going to get into all things regarding the NFL draft, which starts tonight. Goes all weekend, obviously, and the 49ers with the 31st pick. What will they do? Let's go to Vince. Vince is in the city. Hey, Vince, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Just wanted to talk about this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation. I feel like the decision it depends on how Kyle Shanahan wants to run the offense. If he wants to continue with this smash mouth style of football, I don't see how Brandon Aiyuk really fits that bill with the price tag that he wants, because you just re-signed Juwan Jennings, and he plays that role really well. And he's still a really good wide receiver. If a move has to be made, I see them maybe trading away Brandon Aiyuk because, like I said, they got Juwan Jennings, and they can go maybe beef up a line position somewhere. Or the other flip side of it is, if Kyle, I feel like he might want to air it out more this season, then Debo would be the odd man out, and you would want to keep Brandon Aiyuk because he is more of a pure wide receiver.
I think that's all in the equation. I think that's absolutely all in the equation. Here's another thing I was thinking about is the whole idea of Kyle Shanahan and his arrogance, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
What if Kyle Shanahan is thinking, so conventional wisdom is, well, we got Aiyuk, and he's been proven now. 4 years he's been in the league, and we know what his value is. And boy, if you draft a wide receiver that you hope's going to come in here and let's say start contributing halfway through the year, don't you think Kyle Shanahan somewhere in his mind says, well, you know what? We'll go out and draft another Brandon Aiyuk this year. Only the guy we draft this year will have a better attitude coming in as a rookie than Brandon Aiyuk. In other words, if Brandon would have done what we wanted him to do right off the bat, he would have played right off the bat more and been more of a contributor and been ahead of where he's at now. And then maybe we would be more willing to offer him the money that he wants.
I can't say that you're wrong, but I would have to tell you then the relationship is soured between Kyle and Aiyuk. And every time we hear Kyle talk about, if you want to call it a doghouse that Aiyuk was in a couple years ago, Stoney, he talks about the kid. He glows when he talks about him from where they were, what he was, what he wanted Brandon to do. We talked about it when Brandon was having success on the field, Stoney, that Brandon matured, checked all the boxes.
That's what they're saying.
Now I know, for me, and I do this a lot of times in sports, I envision guys on different teams in different situations, and I believe if Brandon Aiyuk was on the Cowboys and he was CeeDee Lamb, he could put up those type numbers. So I believe Kyle knows that, and I don't think this is about.
But why would the Cowboys want Brandon Aiyuk?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
but that's kind of
it's about talent.
But right, that's kind of my point, is I went down and I listed 10 great receivers.
You did.
Okay, well, he's not going to those teams because they've already got great receivers. So
what if he went to the Steelers? And I know they got Pickens and Johnson.
Well, who's their quarterback? Russell Wilson?
Yeah. / Justin Fields.
I don't know. Is that better than the 49ers? Will he catch more balls for the Steelers? I don't know.
Now, the thing about this whole situation is I keep going to Brandon's girlfriend, going on Twitter, again, talking about this might be the last game. So that tells me they've talked about it. I look at Brandon's face on the bench. He was despondent. So all of them were. And I know he probably was looking around, Stoney, like,
blaming
I only got
everybody
5
else.
targets. What the F is going on? But, again, it's about what does he want? And will money shut you up? And so if he gets the money, is him having 1,400 yards, knowing I'm probably the third option on the team.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
No, I'm not saying anything's wrong, but he wants to be compensated. So which one is it going to be?
He may not be good enough to be the number one option on a really good team. Like, he might not be good enough because he might not be as good as the top 8 receivers in the NFL. And then if he's not one of the top 8 receivers, he's not as important as Christian McCaffrey on the 49ers.
And I again,
so
does that bother him? Like, does he think he can do more?
I'm sure he thinks he can do more, but will there ever be a time when he replaces McCaffrey in the pecking order? No chance.
No.
Okay, so then the question becomes, who's more important, Debo or Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, I told you if I had to pick, and I think that's going to be the situation next summer for the Niners, it would be Aiyuk for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how to.
But you don't expect him traded tonight. We're together in that. I don't see it popping off.
Who knows? There's certainly been a lot of talk about it. How are the 49ers positioning themselves with this Aiyuk situation? Here's Kawakami.
The 49ers are positioning themselves around the league that they could trade Aiyuk. Maybe that's the way to get the best trade offer. Maybe you put a scare in Aiyuk. I don't know. That's how they're positioning it, in the way I've heard. And I think Aiyuk's camp is positioning it. Yeah, fine, trade us. We're going to go somewhere that will pay us. We just want to get what's right. Both sides, maybe it's a stare down, maybe it's a game of chicken. But you know what? Games of chicken sometimes end up in crashes. So I'm going to wait. It's going to be very dramatic. I guess there's a potential they could even do it the next day for a second-round pick. I think that would be silly. I think Brandon Aiyuk if you're going to trade him, you got to get a really good first-round pick and get a receiver that you can plug right in there. Because if they trade him for a second-round pick, boy, I think they really take a step backwards in this quest to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I agree with them
because all the All my sources are saying they're asking for a boatload.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant
so they're not.
If he were out of town,
like
he would make your offense lesser.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying if the 49ers can say, no, we're interested in trading Aiyuk. Okay, what do you want for him? 2 firsts. You're not getting 2 firsts. Yeah. But no, we're interested in moving him. Well, you're not really interested. And this is. I always come back to the.
But
Garoppolo
what do you get
thing.
from that? Scaring Aiyuk? Because at the end of the day, when Tim said scare, I'm like, okay, Tim, you could put a scare in him. But I don't believe that's going to say, okay, you know what? I don't want that amount of money. Give me half of that and I'll be good. Like the fear factor is, to me, pay me what my team thinks I'm worth. And that's the one piece
21.
we're missing.
We think you're worth $21 million.
Then you got to get me out of here.
Okay.
I ain't
well, we're looking for 2 firsts. We're looking for 2 firsts.
Well, if you don't
we're probably not going to get it.
I don't think you get that.
And then I'll tell you what, we'll catch you after the draft. And I'll tell you what, you're going to take 21 or 22. Yeah. You just will. Because that's the way we do it here in San Francisco. Like they're not going to pay him something they don't want to pay him. By the way, coming up in 10 minutes, Brad Graham. We're talking San Francisco 49ers draft. Brad Graham, you can check out his stuff on YouTube at the SF Niners. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Appreciating listening to the conversation, good talk. But, I've been listening all week with the draft build up, and it's all been about Aiyuk.
Yeah.
I get it. It's a hot topic, but I think that's kind of distracting what the 49ers really need. And that's the offensive line and secondary. Because you look last year, they used 0 draft capital on the offensive line. They didn't sign anybody the whole offseason.
Right.
And then you look at the secondary. I mean, we had to resort to guys like Jason Verrett and Deontay Johnson. Like, I think that's something they need to worry about more than who's playing receiver because, last year we had to have George Kittle in the Super Bowl stay and help our right tackle to block. Like,
good point.
I get Aiyuk had a good season, but right now we have to get the trenches intact. I mean, it wasn't too long ago. We got all 4 quarterbacks hurt. I mean, protection is important. And our secondary is, I get we have a good pass rush, but we've been getting by with guys. I know Ward had an all-pro type season. Hopefully he can, get another one in there. But I think secondary is we're lacking depth, and offensive line has always been kind of a question mark. Because if you lose Trent Williams, all hell breaks loose. That's all everybody talks about. So we're so dependent on one person on the offensive line. So, yeah, I get Aiyuk is a hot topic, but because they didn't really do anything this offseason thus far to address those positions. So I think tonight is very important, so more so than receiver, offensive line, and secondary help.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's going to be the call. Offensive lineman.
How much, E?
4.9.
$4.9 million, Juwan Jennings? I mean, see, that's the way sometimes businesses in the Niners would look at things. So we have Juwan Jennings for $5 million. Why would we pay Brandon Aiyuk $25 million? He's not 5 times better than Juwan Jennings. So can you pay Juwan Jennings $5 million? You lose a little bit of production or a certain amount of production at wide receiver, and then you upgrade everywhere else so that maybe Brock Purdy's got more time? Can you be a better football team?
You have more time to do what, though, Stoney, if you're throwing the left? Like,
throw to Jennings, third and one.
Jennings is good, but
he's real good.
He's not worth the first. Like Aiyuk's a baller, Stoney.
He is. But could they? Like
they could, but that would be.
I don't see the idea that if we lose Aiyuk, we're in big trouble. Like, I don't think the Niners look at it like that. I think they're saying, obviously, we want Aiyuk, but we've got somebody under contract who we think is pretty good.
What did you draft him for? He turned in everything you drafted him for, right?
No. They don't think he turned in to a $30 million receiver, apparently. On the other side, we got Brad Graham. Brad Graham at SF Niners on YouTube. Check him out. Brad Graham coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
The NFL Draft. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You got nothing, Goo. You got nothing.
After our guest, I'll show you.
That's right. First things first. Let's go out and talk to Brad Graham. You can check out his YouTube page at the SF Niners. Brad, what's going on, man?
Oh, just getting ready for a big draft day for the San Francisco 49ers, but I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, and you're on the perfect day, obviously. What do you expect to happen tonight? The 49ers have the 31st pick, and there's a lot of noise around wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk. How do you think tonight plays out?
I think, number one, trying to figure out and see what is going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk is at the number one on the list, because if the 49ers do try to trade him, it would likely try to be for a pick that is above 31. So it'll be interesting to see if that does occur, because that will likely be the first move that happens. But I was listening to Mike Florio earlier with Fonte and Shafty, and I thought, he summed it up pretty perfectly. It's a high price for the 49ers to trade away Brandon Aiyuk, asking for a first-round pick, and then for the team to pay him as one of the top wide receivers in the class or in the NFL right now. So because of that, I do think there is a strong chance that Brandon Aiyuk sticks around. We did see a situation play out similarly with Deebo Samuel. There was a package given by the Jets. The 49ers ultimately turned it down, kept Deebo Samuel, paid him right before training camp. So that does feel like that could be the most likely outcome. However, you guys know just as well as I do, anything can happen on draft night when teams are trying to add as much talent as they can.
And we're joined by Brad Graham. You can check out his YouTube page at the SF Niners. Real quick, my understanding is if the 49ers are to move Aiyuk, they would do it right before the selection that they trade for is picked. What would be the earliest you would expect any kind of Brandon Aiyuk trade to occur? At what kind of number and what team?
It feels like right now that the highest it could be would be the Colts at 15. They obviously signed Michael Pittman. They have a rookie quarterback. Their wide receiver 2 spot's a little shaky, but they have a solid slot wide receiver in Josh Downs. And it feels like they could use a legitimate wide receiver 1 to kind of pair up with Pittman. But then also I could see potentially the Pittsburgh Steelers being very interested in Brandon Aiyuk and getting a wide receiver to pair up with George Pickens. So it kind of feels like the highest I could see a potential trade going down would be pick 15 with the Colts. It feels like the sweet spot, though, would be maybe early 20s, and the latest I could see it going would be the Bills at 28.
Brad, let me ask you this. Obviously, the Niners offense as a whole in the Super Bowl didn't have the best day collectively, but everybody's talking, and I get it, that the offensive line is where they need to, the position they need to draft. What word would you describe the current state of the Niners offensive line?
Well, I think when we look at the Super Bowl performance, I honestly don't hear a lot of people talk about the fact that Jonathan Feliciano got hurt early on in that game. And Spencer Burford had to step in, who he's, has been a starter for the last couple of years for the 49ers. But I do feel that Feliciano had brought a level of consistency to that group up front, specifically that right side. And when he went down, you could kind of feel that throughout the majority of the game. So the 49ers brought him back on a 1-year deal, and I expect him to be slotted in as the starter moving forward for this year. And I do think that will bring a level of calm to that right side, especially with Colton McKivitz there as well. But I do think the 49ers are looking at this like we have the starting line that took us all the way, into overtime at the Super Bowl. Now, can we improve the offensive line? Of course. But I don't think they're looking to feel like they have to pigeonhole themselves at pick 31 to take offensive line if the right player isn't there. So I do think the offensive line can be upgraded, but I don't think you have to reach at 31 to get that done.
Brad Graham joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can check out his YouTube page at the SF Niners. Is there any scenario in which Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch may think, okay, if we start Juwan Jennings at wide receiver in place of Aiyuk, who we trade, and we upgrade the offensive line and other areas, that we could still be an overall better football team, even though Aiyuk is not on the team as a receiver?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think Juwan Jennings is a phenomenal player. Third and Juwan, what he does in big-time moments. I mean, he was almost a Super Bowl MVP there for a second. But I also look at what Brandon Aiyuk brings to the table for the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, he was 31st in the NFL in receptions, but he was 7th in yardage. He is just a productive player. And also, too, when I look at Brandon Aiyuk, I think about what he does as a blocker in this offense. And I think of some of the big-time plays that have happened just in the playoffs alone, where he has sprung, I think, a Deebo Samuel going about 60 yards up the left sideline against the Seattle Seahawks in the divisional round. I think of Christian McCaffrey busting a huge run against the Green Bay Packers up the middle for a big-time touchdown with Brandon Aiyuk making the final block. BA is such an integral part of what this offense does and has proven to be a trusted weapon of Brock. I feel like if the 49ers want to have their best shot at getting back to the Super Bowl, it would be with Brandon Aiyuk a part of the team. And like I said, I feel like you can find offensive line in the mid-rounds. There's guys like Blake Fisher that I really do like. You can find guys like Roger Rosengarten a little bit later. But unless you're trading up 15, 20 and taking a Troy Fautanu or someone like that, I really would think that Brandon Aiyuk does give you your best shot, opposed to just having Deebo Samuel and Juwan Jennings, Ronnie Bell, Chris Conley, guys like that try to get the job done. Obviously, still got George Kittle out there. But I do feel like Brandon Aiyuk is a big part of this.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brad. I'm looking at so many positions on the defensive side of the ball. Chase Young is gone. Gregory, the Niners tried to enhance that. We saw Greenlaw get hurt in the Super Bowl. What is the theme of this draft, do you think, for the 49ers going into it tonight is going to be the theme?
Well, I think there's a lot of focus on the offense, and rightfully so. Offense sells tickets and, puts butts in seats, and we really appreciate what Shanahan does. But if there's anything that we've heard from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan is the emphasis on really building out this defense and the defensive line. So I really do think, if we're talking theme, it might be solidifying the defense. I could see, I know fans are already cringing as I'm saying this. I could see a situation where they go interior defensive tackle early. I could see them going cornerback early. I could see them adding a safety maybe in the second round, maybe third, fourth as well, and more edge help. So I really think when you look at what the 49ers did last year offensively, you had Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy put up MVP-style campaigns. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk was a second-team All-Pro player. George Kittle was the only tight end in the NFL who eclipsed 1,000 yards receiving, and they returned every starter on the offensive side. So I really do think that defense could be the theme of this draft coming up here.
We're talking to Brad Graham. You can check out his YouTube page at the SF Niners. Okay, a quick one here. What do you think the 49ers, who do you think they'll take? Give me a name of a player you think they'll take at 31 if he's there, and then give me a pick at 31, somebody you like, just a guy that you would like to see him take, maybe your dream pick.
Ooh, that's a good question. I could definitely see the San Francisco 49ers taking cornerback Nate Wiggins out of Clemson. They had him in on a 30 visit. He's one of the fastest, if not the fastest, cornerback in this class. He ran a 4.28 has him in the 99th percentile, and he has a good frame, 6'1", 170 pounds, and he's got phenomenal ball skills, great athlete. And I think when you look at it, he would be able to pair up with Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore, who are both free agents at the end of this year. And if you get those three guys out there, I think that would present a huge, huge challenge for other teams. If I had to go for a player that I would pick, I'm looking at guys like I said earlier, I'm all for going more defensive line. So a guy like Darius Robinson out of Mizzou, or even Chop Robinson out of Penn State could be enticing options for me. But if I had to have my dream, Steiny, my dream would be Troy Fautanu out of Washington, offensive tackle. I think he could be an all-pro at all 5 spots across the offensive line, and he could start wherever you wanted him. It could be center, it could be right tackle. I think he is one of the unicorns in this class. So, but there's going to be some options, and it's going to be fascinating to see what the 49ers actually do at pick 31 if they stay put.
Yeah, Brad, I love that word fascinating, because that leads me to my next question. I can remember this day, honest to God, 2021, about the quarterback draft class, and I was telling Steiny, man, there's going to be a 30 for 30, and right now it doesn't look good, and yet the Niners draft a quarterback, mystery relevant, and he comes in for the mistake that was Trey Lance, and he's taken over, you know, the football world. What questions do you have left for Brock Purdy? What's on your sheet this year for him? Because there's bags waiting on him. What's next for him in his growth?
I honestly think that his arm could get better. I think when you look at what Brock Purdy had to do to get prepared to even be ready for training camp, he had about 2.5 months from UCL surgery to get ready to go, where it was straight into rehab, straight just being able to learn how to rethrow with the surgery, and then straight into the season. I think we saw some photos of him this offseason, that one a little viral of him looking pretty buff, like he's been in the gym. I think he can improve his mechanics even more. I think we can see even more zip on the ball, and I think we could even see even more improved deep ball from Brock Purdy. So I think I think mentally he's about as good as where you want to be for a 24-year-old in this league. But I think from the physical standpoint, his body's still maturing, and I think he could find another level to that arm. And I'm excited to see what he looks like without an off season of rehab, without an off season of just trying to get ready for training camp, and just being able to attack it in a very methodical way. And from everything that we've seen and the work he's been doing down in Florida with his quarterback coach, Will Hewitt, it does look like Brock is definitely attacking this offseason the right way. And I think we could see even more fireworks out of him next year.
Brad, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and just great information. Thanks for your time, man.
Steiny and Goo, thank you so much.
All right, that's Brad Graham. Check him out on his YouTube page at the SF Niners, and a lot of great information from Brad.
Yeah, I hadn't.
You okay?
Yeah, I hadn't seen the.
And you had 20 minutes to cough and turn your mic off.
I'm all right. Wow.
Go ahead.
Wow.
No, now you have to
Who
continue.
needs friends with a partner like this? Hey, I hadn't seen the viral videos of of Brock. Did he look a little buff?
Let me tell you what the viral video looks like. It looks exactly like the video of James Wiseman dribbling the length of the court
physique,
in cones.
I don't know if you've seen it, Evan. He put on a little muscle.
Well, if you saw James Wiseman put up a top 3 MVP campaign the year before, it might look a little bit better.
Thank you. Take that.
That type. That's why you don't need Aiyuk, because you got a top 3 quarterback.
Aiyuk not going anywhere.
Bye-bye.
He said defensive side of the ball. Yeah.
What illusions this guy has of grandeur, this Brandon Aiyuk. We need more than one good year from you.
Remember they say Aiyuk when he catches the ball. Aiyuk.
Yeah, they're not going to be doing that next year. Eric in we'll see. Eric in San Francisco. What's going on, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey guys. What are your thoughts on the fact that?
Yeah, you hate to see.
Sound like he's getting mugged. He
can
safe. Yeah. Stay safe.
What was the gentleman's name? Eric.
Yeah.
Eric can call back. Terrible
connection.
Yeah, very bad connection.
Brock get some arm strength, huh? He did. Man, 2.5 months.
He's got a weak arm.
He didn't say that.
That's what he said. He better get better at the deep ball.
No, but I'm saying
I like my quarterbacks who can throw the ball more than 30 yards
UCL
downfield.
surgery and then worked and got ready, man. So you got to give him that. But what an offseason. Where's he at? Florida?
Hey, where's the Super Bowl this upcoming year?
I should know this.
I know.
I want to say New Orleans.
Okay. They got a shot. We still got to figure out what this guy can do when it's damp outside.
Oh, the wet ball?
Yeah. So he can't throw. If it's not 75 and sunny, we got an issue.
Oh, good thing it's in a dome then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got a shot.
Jimmy can throw a wet ball.
You got to keep. Jimmy could throw anything.
Well, he won in Green Bay.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like 2 throws.
Hey,
another game Aiyuk couldn't get open.
Damn you!
They just couldn't.
You need someone to throw you the ball.
Yeah, you need somebody to get open. He has gotten a little better getting off the line, but boy, when they press on him, man, sometimes it takes that extra count that it takes Aiyuk to get off the line. That's the difference between a 20-yard completion and a sack, especially when your quarterback's not athletic.
Look at you throwing shade at Jimmy.
This team stinks.
So is a turnstile at right guard.
Let's put the rat on the table at 12:50. Give me my love for knowing where the Super Bowl was at. Yeah, I got that.
You literally didn't know.
I said New Orleans.
You said, I should know this.
And then I said New Orleans. But I knew it.
Evan got it. That's on Evan's ledger.
See, this is,
No,
good job. I got it.
Evan's got that.
Give me my propers.
Nope.
Point goo.
Yeah, thank you. Because could you imagine had it been in Miami?
Fine, take
and
it off
I said
Evan's
New
ledger.
Orleans. He would have been like, oh,
you know what?
boy.
Never,
take that for data.
Put the win on K's ledger.
What did K do?
He isn't as arrogant as you guys, so he deserves the win.
Yeah, I mean, I already got too many points today, so we're just getting
Evan, wow. I like E.
He's all right.
Yeah. What we do without him? We got to rank our producers. We've had some.
And the show always goes on.
I got a couple text messages that week I was out.
Talking, dude. Yeah, you're phenomenal.
Guru, you came in on Wednesday after you laid to rest your auntie.
Miss Palmer, yeah.
And we did a crossover with Willard. And the whole show, the whole crossover was about, and you agreed with him, how when somebody leaves a job or leaves this earth, it takes about 36 hours and they're forgotten.
Evan, don't even listen to this, man.
If we walked out of the
I
office
understand
today,
the show goes on.
Okay.
I get that.
What's
going on here?
You're not here tomorrow? Is that correct?
You worried?
Not really.
Yeah, I'm in tomorrow.
Okay. What? I thought you said he was out.
No.
Monday is he out?
No.
When are you out?
You worried of when I'm going to be out next?
This is like, what's going on in that pea brain?
I could have sworn somebody said Evan's not going to be here tomorrow and Monday.
Oh, no, out meaning the cafeteria.
Yeah.
Oh.
After the show.
Oh.
Yeah. Payday Friday.
How could I get
None of us
something
are
so
gonna be there.
important mixed up with something so trivial?
Boy.
You stiffed me the last 3 days.
Dude, I didn't like how you did him, too.
You know what I'm finding out? You
stiffing us Monday.
You guys need me. You guys need me so bad.
We went different locations last Friday. Got in the caddy.
That's why
had company.
That's why I couldn't go.
Yeah.
I got to stick to my
You were
routine.
thinking about us, though.
We thought about it. Dana and I thought about making a city
Why did
run.
he? Come on.
Yeah,
You gave me an ETA.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off.
I always do that.
That's right.
Be there in 25.
I go, he come. Yeah, please.
25 later. Yeah, sorry, I'm out.
Let's go to Dave in San Jose. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, Donnie, what's going on, dude? What's up, man?
What's up, draft day,
there you
baby?
go. There you go.
Hey, let's go. It's draft day.
Thank
Come
you.
on, man.
Yeah.
You know, all right, so here's what I got, man.
I love Aiyuk, man. I think we all do as Niner fans. He brings an explosive threat. But you have two options. You trade him today or you call his bluff. Now with what it is, I'm looking at this list. I think we all seen it today. The list of 49ers free agents, starting corners, Greenlaw, Huff, for next year. And, I think and Brock, of course, I think you have to trade him. And I think wide receivers, those have kind of been one of those positions where you can plug and play a kid from the draft, so it's going to be tough, fellas, but I think he does get traded today.
Oh, thanks, Dave.
Call us tomorrow, D.
I mean, it's not the end of the world if he's wrong.
No, I'm just.
He said, I think he might be. Yeah, you don't know.
No, I'm just.
In fact,
he's not getting traded. You agree. You think right now you would bet if you were at the counter, you're not going anywhere. They've played, what did Kawakami say, chicken? And there's crashes. That was a good line. Come on, Stein. They played chicken with Bosa. He got his break.
They played no chicken with Bosa.
Everybody held out.
Everybody knew Bosa was getting signed.
But why did it take so long?
This guy's not as valuable as Bosa. Yeah. That's why there's more uncertainty.
What about Debo? He played chicken, requested a trade. That worked out. He came back, 19 problems.
Yes, but those are two impact players.
So was Aiyuk.
Yeah. He's more a run-of-the-mill wide receiver.
I love Aiyuk.
He doesn't have the, you know what?
He has the ha-ha stuff.
No, he doesn't. Not like Debo.
The catch against Detroit in the playoff game, that acrobatic catch, there was an interception.
Okay.
Let's put it around. Okay. That thing was a pick.
And
come on now. That thing was in the air waiting. No.
Who has more ha-ha, Debo or Aiyuk? It's not even close.
All right, I'll give you that.
It's not even close.
And no shade in that.
It's the freight train,
Who has
Debo
more
Samuel.
Red Cross between the two?
That's because he runs harder.
No matter.
You're going to hold it against Debo Samuel because he runs harder than Aiyuk.
Whose Carfax report is longer, Evan?
Well, Ayuk's just a more smooth player.
That's
his
great
game,
call.
Finesse.
I don't think Debo Samuel's game is aesthetically
he's a tank.
pleasing, though.
Yeah.
He
He's
just
Earl
runs
Campbell.
through people.
That's why he's more valuable.
But I wouldn't hitch my wagon to that, Steiny. I wouldn't hit my wagon to that.
You already did.
He left the Green Bay playoff game.
The issue is that how much longevity can you get out of Debo?
Yeah.
Doing all that?
Debo will be traded next offseason. Put it in the cap, Kay. Yep, put it in the cap.
Or cut.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened?
You'll be wrong again. That's all that's going to happen.
I can't believe you wanted Evan off.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
that just is amazing.
No, he doesn't, is the thing.
Yeah, no doubt. He was worried.
Debo, stop acting as though
coming in with that.
Stop acting as though Debo Samuel's injury prone.
What do you want me to do?
Stop acting like he's injury prone.
What happened in the playoff game against the Packers?
He missed like 7 plays. It's football.
No, Stein, he missed a whole half. Bud.
Oh, and what happened?
They
barely
won.
They won.
Yeah, they barely.
Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing?
Not because of him.
He missed a half.
No,
he's injury prone.
That's all.
I'll go look up his numbers and I'll translate them for
injuries
you.
are when
we got to go.
He's like Bogut.
No, we got to go.
Anthony Davis when he's on the ground. Oh no! Is he going to get up?
Might be the toughest player in the NFL on 95.7 The Game.
How? What you mean you're not done? You are done.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain brings over 6 decades.
Can you remember? I had acne.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I was putting up big numbers.
17.
Yeah, at 17. Wasn't turning it over. Great assist to turnover ratio. Efficient.
Should have went D1. Down 56.
Wasn't good enough.
Every time I see Whitley Sandretto, the great Whitley Sandretto,
okay,
I think of Steph.
There's your guy.
Oh, Justin. Yeah, Tyson.
Oh, you see him there.
Yeah.
In honor of draft day, we're having some fun today.
Evan's in his bag.
I think it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully Evan will.
He's ready.
All right. So in honor of the NFL draft tonight, Guru and I are holding our own drafts.
Number 1.
What am I on? Oh,
which topic do you want?
Let's go with, we've
This
done
is great.
My 5 favorite golf courses. We've done my 5 show crutches. I'm down to the 5 best pickup basketball places in the Bay.
This is dope.
And then the documentaries.
Let's do the hoop.
Has Guru done 2 yet?
Yeah, I did the rappers and sitcoms.
That's right, sitcoms.
Yeah.
What you guys thought I said?
All right. I'll do documentaries because
all right. We only got an hour. No, I liked it. We only got an hour. I got one more too.
Well, I have 2 more.
Number 1.
Well, is this the first pick, or is this the number 1 pick?
think
Well,
you
you've
should
been
go-
going 1
yeah.
through 5, but we can go 5 to 1.
Yeah, 5 to 1 is exciting.
Let's go 5 to 1. Number 5. Roger and Me. Michael Moore. About the auto industry in Flint, Michigan.
Okay.
One of the greatest movies. Pets or Me?
Yeah, I seen the McDonald's one he did.
Oh, what a movie. What a movie.
Number 4.
Number 4, Hearts of Darkness. The documentary on the movie Apocalypse Now.
Oh,
it was a documentary about the making of a movie, and it was unbelievable.
The Marlon Brando stuff was
It's
great.
incredible. Hearts of Darkness.
Do I need to check
Of course,
that out, E?
The title of the Joseph Conrad novel of the same name. You guys don't deserve all this information.
Number 3.
Number 3, When We Were Kings.
Now I seen that one.
When We Were Kings.
Yep.
Story of the Ali fight
told me
against
about
George
it.
Foreman.
Rumble in the Jungle.
Yes, sir. And now we've had a change at the top.
Number 2.
We have had a change at the top.
Oh, a late draft pick?
No, I've had
A trade?
I've always had my list of top 5 documentaries.
Someone sending you Aiyuk for a documentary?
There's always been a number 1, and it has been the number 1 for the past
can guess it.
18 years up until about 6 months ago.
Can I guess it?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Attica.
Hoop Dreams.
That
Hoop
was dope.
Dreams.
That was sick, man.
Arthur Agee and
call.
Gates. No.
Both sad stories, man.
Incredible.
Chicago.
Evan, seriously, that one doesn't ring a bell?
I haven't seen that one, no.
That's
Evan, you
incredible.
gotta- yeah,
it's about they follow 2 high school basketball players
in Chicago.
One went to the same prep school as Isaiah Thomas and
Man.
played for this legendary coach. The other one went to like an inner city school where he didn't get as much coaching and attention, and they followed these 2 guys' lives.
Heartbreaking, man.
And in a way, the one guy ended up where you think the one guy would end up, and the other guy ended up. It was phenomenal.
My skin lady just texted me, Catherine Leverett, friend of Mitch Richmond.
What'd you say, a skin lady?
Yeah, she does a facial.
You get facials?
Oh, man, everything else. Not peels.
I know you get them on the
She said
court.
heart. Oh, my. That's the name.
Seriously.
Hey, Hearts of Darkness, she said, is number 1 for real.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
It's a doc.
Yeah, that one is fantastic.
Hearts of Darkness.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And then my new number 1, it is by far the documentary that has captivated me.
Here we go.
More than any other. Man on Wire. Man on Wire is right now the number 1 documentary,
dude,
on my list.
What happened to the rock climber?
Oh, I forgot about those guys. No, the Man on Wire's gutsier than a rock
I gotta
climber.
watch that.
Man on Wire's about a tightrope
Yeah,
walker.
why would you risk it though?
Because it's what he must do. It's what he must do.
He's gotta
It's what
tame
he
the
does.
wire.
So he tightrope walked 3 incredible places.
That's man.
The Church of Notre Dame in Paris. He went between the spires. He also walked across, I believe it was Melbourne, Australia. He walked across a bridge.
Dude.
And then, of course, the coup de grace. That might not be the right phrase, but the big one was the
Pièce
the twin towers.
And these were obviously they were filmed, but not on national. Like Evel Knievel used to come on way back in the day, Wide World of Sports, and we would watch him crash.
The thing that's amazing about Man on Wire is while they were doing all the prep, they had to go through so much stuff to like pull this off. It was unbelievable.
Ordinance with the city.
There's no ordinance. There's no ordinance.
By the way, coup de grace is a death blow or dead shot.
Yeah, I knew it was the opposite. It was
so they were sneaking. They had to do this one.
It's not just a movie about a tightrope walker. It's actually also a caper. It's phenomenal. They had to sneak around.
The laws were broken.
Dude, you know how they got the wire across?
No.
With a bow and arrow. They tied fishing line to a bow and arrow, right? And then they had one guy on the top of the one twin tower, another guy they shot the arrow. It made it to the other side with fishing line. And then they spent the entire night like pulling across a bigger wire each time.
It took a crew.
It was unbelievable. They almost got caught a few times. So they were taking video of most of the preparation for the actual walks. It was the footage is just unbelievable. Did you end up seeing it?
I've seen that multiple times. Okay. Yeah, it is.
Wow.
It is one of the best documentaries, if not the best.
And I'll tell you what, honorable mention, absolutely, from the 415, The Alpinist or Alpinist.
Oh, that is awesome.
That's a great movie.
Okay, what's this one about?
That's about mountain climbers.
Oh, okay.
I think a specific
Alpine
mountain climber.
climbers. Yeah, he does it free, like solo.
Yeah,
without
no
slack
lines. No ropes. No ropes.
The things that some people do. This dude was risking his life.
Yep.
It called to him.
It did. It was a calling. Avocation is what they say. Mark's in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much. Just getting ready for the draft.
Yes, sir. Now, how do you get ready? How do you get ready for the draft, Mark?
I'm just waiting, listening to the radio, listening to all you guys, hearing all the talk on TV. That's how I do it.
Gotcha.
Anyway, what I wanted to say is this year, the offensive line and wide receiver are deep. And I think that the Niners can rebuild their offensive line and get good receivers in this draft. I think that's where they really need to look at, those positions, because they're deep.
And I think those are the two spots that, they're going to use the 31st pick.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, not really.
You just went to the Super Bowl, and I appreciate the call. They do need attention in both those areas, but you don't want a facelift, the Joan Rivers.
Searching for sugar, man. It's probably up there, too.
I can't get it. The wire thing is on my mind.
Hey, can I jump in here?
Yeah.
Harlan County, USA.
You never have to ask, Kay. You jump
you didn't
in,
like
you're
it?
part of this show.
I liked it.
What was the name?
Well, we're talking about two things here. We're talking about you jumping in, and then we're talking about the documentary.
But which one is he talking about?
Well, you said it's okay for him to jump in.
All day.
We'll see. Let's hold off on that. Actually, that's the one about the union strike or
the
coal
miners in Kentucky.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
No, actually, I have not seen that in a long
It's pretty
time.
raw.
How do you find these?
You just do research.
No, but what makes you say I want a doc? I'm watching the game.
There's a category that says
game.
Documentaries. I watch old games too.
If you look at the top ones, I'm sure a lot of Steinies are in that top 10, top 15. Yeah. The one that I saw that most recently was the best one that I've seen. Until the Wheels Fall Off.
What's that
It's
one?
about Tony Hawk.
The skateboarder?
Yeah. And
I thought you meant the Warriors season.
No. All right, now I'm going to
give you a 3 for that.
That's not bad. Now I'm going to be honest with you. That's not
Tony
doesn't
Hawk.
sound like it would be up my alley. Now I don't understand. Now
it's about him as much as it is
climbing.
about skate culture and how these guys. It's like a drug for them. It's like the Alpinist, or it's like Man on Wire. But that's just what they do. That's how they live, at the expense of their bodies. And
it's the expense of their. My thing to you all is, I don't want to call them trendsetters, but I wonder, have young people been moved by watching this and tried to replicate it?
Probably.
But now you couldn't do nah.
What was the movie the original skateboarding movie / documentary,
Dogtown and Z-Boys.
Yes,
I was gonna piggyback off of.
I knew it was Dog
Evans.
something.
Yeah, and
You've
that was
seen it?
Yes,
no, but I hear that's the. I've never seen it, but I hear
it's
that's
the evolution of skateboarding and what it was looked at originally and what it became and how the phenomenon.
You guys got me, man.
Yeah, you got a lot of work to do, Goo.
Man. I just want somebody, the new person, to try to do what they've done. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Like,
what are you talking about?
The latest person that tried to walk on the wire. Like, why hasn't that taken off?
Well, the great Wallenda has a son who still does some wire stuff.
But we never, it ain't mainstream.
Now, he walked across, Wallenda's son did something recently where I think he walked across like the Snake River Canyon, but he had guide wires.
And that
means if you fall, you don't really fall.
Wow.
But the dude, man on wire, Philippe Petit, the Frenchman, he was the real deal. Dude, you got to watch it. The whole movie, you're going to be like.
Now, what about the coal mine is the one they got? Because you hear about that. So obviously they get trapped in there.
Black lung, it's an issue. Yeah. But let's get back to the NFL draft.
That was pretty dope, man.
Oh, man. Love your list, Steiny. Thank you. Have you seen The Aristocrats? It's a documentary about one joke. It's you know what, Cyrus? I've actually seen that movie. It didn't really do it for me, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. Why? The biggest why? Siskel and Ebert. Come on, give it to us.
I don't know. Sarah Silverman was in it. I love her. Every comedian was in it, pretty much.
Yeah, Kyle Kelly on the YouTube chat says, I watched Man on Wire because of Evan and Steiny. So I guess we
Did you like it? Tell me if you liked it. 888-957-9570, Man on Wire.
Felipe Estrada, OJ, rest in peace, is the best doc.
The Staircase is the best documentary I've seen. Cyrus, what's that one about?
Yeah, The Staircase.
That sounds great.
But what could it be? Somebody get close?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's that one about, Cyrus? Let's get back to some football talk. This is more Tim Kawakami from yesterday, Willard and Dibbs. This is how he views looking at Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk on the same team in the immediate future and long term.
A potential declining player. This was kind of was the issue that they had with him 2 years ago. It was like they just didn't see how he was going to be a $27 million player in 3 years. Well, he's probably not going to be. And they have their way out of it. So for pure math, you could say if they give the money to Aiyuk, it's probably not going to go to Deebo. But that's not limited to just the one player. I know. And we saw it with Armstead. We might see it with several other players. They have outs for these long-term deals. That's why players fight for the guaranteed money. And when the time comes, when the guaranteed money doesn't hit the 49ers as hard, you start seeing some players going.
Wow. All right. Can I disabuse some people of a concept that many believe in? This idea of Deebo Samuel. Okay, so maybe Pro Football Reference is wrong.
All right.
But according to Pro Football Reference, Deebo Samuel's played 86% of the games the 49ers have had in the last 3 years.
Well, I'm going to go Steiny to you. How many of those games has he played in and left hurt and not finished?
I don't know.
So that number is what I
know that it's unfair to call him injury prone. I do. I think. He's played, in the last 3 years, he's played 16, 13, and 15 games.
Missed a playoff game this year.
He's never missed a playoff game.
Well, he left Green Bay early.
He's never missed a playoff game.
I'll give you that.
In his tenure as a 49er, they have had 12 playoff games. He's played in all 12. So the last 3 years...
Well, he's a badass.
Right. So I think... But
remember the Dallas game, he limped out.
Yes.
No, that's the essence of him. He'll finish... But it'll look like. But Green Bay, he didn't finish the whole game.
Okay, well then let's be honest. We're holding it against him because of how physical a runner
There's
is.
no doubt.
Okay,
and we thought that was going into maybe the Niners,
but he's
or
been
him not wanting to do the whole job. Remember how reduce the workload, and that was not the case on his part because he's still been doing the same. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, the Deebo experience is he'll finish. but he'll get tackled, and then he'll be like, he's reaching at something all the time.
He never gets tackled. That's it's the point. Like,
he left the Packer game early in the first quarter.
You're not going to do this, are you?
No, I'm just telling you, I respect Debo. Come on now. If I had to pick between him and Aiyuk, I would pick Aiyuk because of him just being a more traditional, natural receiver, beating the guy off the line of scrimmage in the route running.
That's all fine.
Debo is a Swiss Army knife, but Steiny, I'm telling you, that Green Bay would have resulted in a loss, and it would have been because his impact, he was gone to the locker room, came back out. That you just wonder how long can he keep that up because he's so physical. That's all. Dude's a badass, and he was a badass before Aiyuk. He was a badass before.
So you gave him
I remember him single-handedly beating the Cowboys in the playoffs in 2021, beating Green Bay,
right?
Catching a touchdown against the Rams.
You paid a guy a big salary, Deebo Samuel. He's been healthy since he signed it, but we're holding it against him because he might get hurt more frequently than Aiyuk.
Dylan Rich, Steiny. Hey, Goo, I'm with you. Debo's definitely injury prone.
No, he's not. He's played 86% of the games in the last 3 years. He's like, come on.
Hey, I have no agenda. I just know he left the first quarter of the Packer game.
Okay, this is a great question because I think it's easy. Who's more replaceable? It's Brandon Aiyuk.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Debo is, there's no other like him, Steiny.
Christian McCaffrey.
Who is more replaceable?
Yeah, I'm saying you have Christian McCaffrey on your roster.
Oh, I thought he meant between Debo and...
Yeah, that's how I answered it.
But,
you can make the case that Debo is more replaceable because there's a guy that does exactly what he does that's also on the same team.
Who?
Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, I would argue that because Debo's such a unique player, that he's harder to replace as opposed to a Brandon Aiyuk who's a great receiver in the traditional mold.
Yeah. Real quick from Truth and Hurts.
Unbelievable.
You have to watch One Night in Paris, a true masterpiece. That title caught me. I don't know. One Night in Paris. One Night in Paris.
Why would you only spend
get swallowed
one night?
up?
I've been to Paris on my honeymoon.
Exactly.
They play Tupac in the mall with the cuss words.
You better be.
It wasn't what you saw
on
in the
your
movies.
honeymoon.
I didn't like it.
Because let me tell you something.
Vouvez-vous-vous?
Let me tell you something. Never mind. I don't want to go there.
I've been to Paris.
The French women will put you in your place.
Well, I was married.
Well,
we've got some late intel coming in here. I'm not sure we would. It's about Paris Hilton and a specific.
Oh God, yeah. Where
piece
is
of
she?
footage?
Oh, is it about the video?
Yeah.
Oh,
come on, Goo. You were just snookered.
I read it off the YouTube.
You thought it was the Marlon Brando movie that was a classic.
They said a true masterpiece.
Don't
Take
do
it
that
up with
to
Truth Hurts.
Guru.
Truth Hurts. Where is she?
You
by
just
the
got
way?
snookered.
Paris Hilton. Well, you know who's replaced her?
I don't know.
Taylor Swift.
That's disrespectful to Taylor Swift.
No, Taylor is just, she's the most popular person in the world right now.
One has
the double
talent.
album.
One doesn't.
No doubt. I got you.
Now, Nikki Hilton, now she had game.
Nikki Hilton.
Paris's sister. Right. See, Nikki was the more serious of the two sisters.
I don't recall
so she
her.
didn't get as much attention as Paris. But Nikki, I believe, went on to be a very big executive at Hilton, which is, of course, what her parents owned, or dad.
People saying The Last Dance is the best doc. You hate it. Look at it. He hates Jordan.
Can it be a documentary if there's 10 parts?
Thank you.
It's a docu-series.
Man, you guys just, oh my goodness. I love you
it
both.
Can't be a documentary if it's fiction. And that's fiction.
Matt Pittman. Stop.
Propaganda.
Dude, stop it. How Jordan used to interact with the doormen and all the guys that worked in the facility. That's what I love. That's how you judge character. They loved Mike.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
I know. I saw what I saw.
That one guy, the one security dude with the long hair who he's pitching nickels against.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's my guy.
Another
I feel like I know 10 of those dudes, man.
Another guy who gets all his validation by telling his friends, I shot nickels with Michael Jordan. Oh, you must be really cool.
I did real quick,
please.
Just random. Scotty Burrell on the airplane telling Michael Jordan while the camera's rolling, Evan, my mom and dad are watching this, so kind of don't say what I do. And Mike didn't care, just was telling all his business.
Friend.
I was like, what a jerk. Like, I felt bad for
and there
Scotty,
it is.
man.
That
there
was
it
the
is.
moment.
There it is. Oh, Guru loves Jordan's great. Jordan's great.
I didn't
Then he'll spend
appreciate
5
that.
minutes saying, no, he's a jerk. He's a jerk.
2 minutes.
He shouldn't have done
I didn't
that.
like that one.
Shouldn't have done this. Should he have hit Steve Kerr? Probably not. Mm-hmm.
Some say Kerr threw the first punch.
Please.
The streets say it, Steiny.
Please. Preach, Steiny. Okay. Glad you know about, what about the Kardashians?
Oh, boy.
What about them?
Kim's beautiful. Take that to the bank.
I'm not.
Well, you're hating. She's one of the top 5 beautiful women of all time for me.
I look at what's on the inside.
Somebody give me some oxygen. No, but you know what?
It must be lion season.
You guys, you know what?
They do have a thing called beauty pageants, men and women. They're sex symbols in the world, Steiny,
like,
men and
seriously,
women.
I work with people like this.
Oh, come
They're
on.
still
Patrick
talking
Duffy?
like it's 1971.
That's it.
What are you going to do tonight? Go home and watch All in the Family? Like, seriously.
They'll still come on. Hey, they still show the old ones.
Kim Kardashian.
No, she's beautiful, Steiny.
She's had a lot of work done.
It worked. You gotta give you a 3.
Evan, seriously,
Evan,
like
you
this.
gotta give you a 3.
Evan, just jump in.
It worked off of the work.
But
Real special.
I don't want to get it.
No,
We got like 2
I got
minutes. You have your last
Yeah,
track coming
yeah, my
up on the
last
other
one
side?
coming up.
All right.
You want to do it now? Or?
No,
we're at the 2 short segments.
We got to do both of them then on the other side.
How many do you have?
I have one more. I have.
I can save it for tomorrow.
No, it's draft day.
We'll be all over Warriors tomorrow.
Oh, we got the Kerr sound
Steve
for
Kerr's
tomorrow.
ultimatum.
That was great.
Brent and I is going to get traded tonight.
Well, then we'll talk about Brandon.
Hey, real quick, where are you watching the draft tonight?
Wait, what?
Where are you watching the draft?
I'll catch the highlights.
You're playing.
The highlights?
Ding, ding, ding.
Right. No, it's all
with the second pick in the draft. This team picks another guy
watching
you've never heard of.
NFL Network. You got a lot to
It's
pick
all
from.
about my guy from Oregon. Just tell me where he goes.
Jackson Powers?
Bo
No,
Nix.
the receiver.
Oh, Troy Franklin.
That's the guy.
Oh, boy.
He's the guy I've isolated,
Okay.
like Dalton Connect. He's
Neck
going to
deep.
pop. Oh, you know what he's going to do, Goo? Oh, I think he's going to pop. Oh, he's going to pop.
Both second
Brandon
round picks.
Ayuk's popped.
You guys are crazy.
Please. Yeah, I like the Kardashian I like is the dad.
Robert.
Yeah, he's passed.
Now, OJ's a boy.
He was, yeah. So,
Respect the dead.
Man, he just passed.
what's your list coming up?
Top 5 Union City athletes.
Do you have 5?
I got it. It was
Are
hard.
there?
I had 10.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's the one. What's the guy's name? What's the
Gotta
guy?
go.
What's the guy's name?
Get out.
Who was overrated? Who ended up
What?
playing for the Cowboys?
Other side.
Oh, he didn't actually make the list.
Williams?
Yeah, Roy. That's
Hey.
my guy.
Wow, if
he didn't make the list.
He didn't make the list.
No.
All right.
Yep.
Evan's waving. That means it's time to go. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromise.
The NFL Draft is today. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, NFL draft coming up tonight.
Yeah.
Starts at 5 o'clock. 49ers, 31st pick. Who are they going to take?
And will they trade Brandon Aiyuk?
Yep, that's what we're talking about here on 95.7 The Game.
Just a moment ago from Diana Rossini of ESPN, apparently the Chicago Bears are open for business at number 9.
Damn.
And like I said earlier in the show, which you didn't get, the draft runs through Chicago.
Oh, look at you.
Uh-huh.
Dude,
they're the biggest player, and they run the board.
If I'm the Raiders and I need a quarterback, Evan, I might have to make that call and get up. Man.
But they're risky.
Well, no duh, but somebody's going to
But you wouldn't move up to take Caleb Williams.
I didn't say that.
You think Brock Purdy's better.
I didn't say that.
In honor of the NFL draft, we're drafting some things on our own. And you know what?
What you got? Because this is a too short segment. We got to hurry up.
I know. And you know what? I'm going to do one too.
Okay. I got you. Union City athletes. You liked it.
Okay. This is the top 5 Union City athletes.
Yep. At number 5, Steiny.
Okay.
My guy, Vince Amy.
Never heard
James
of him.
Logan High School, went to Arizona State, got drafted by the Raiders in 1998. So he's number 5.
Did he play for the Raiders?
Yeah. Number 4, Phil Handy. Currently, shout out 94 feet a game from Union City, went to Logan, doing his thing. Should be head coach of the Lakers.
Not really famous, but he knows famous people.
Stop. He's Kobe and Kyrie, he worked him out, and Gigi, rest in peace.
Yeah, it's who he knows.
Phil
it's not
Handy.
him.
Number 3.
Number 4.
And he loves our show.
Who?
Was the center fielder for the A's and Giants.
Hold on.
Union City's own.
Oh, FP Santangelo.
Darren Lewis. Number
D-Lou.
3, D-Lou.
Okay.
He probably listening. Number 2, the one and only NBA champion. I coached him at CYO, Eddie House.
Okay.
Now, I lived on Queen Anne Drive. Around the corner, the next street was Queensboro. 1984 Super Bowl winner, linebacker.
Number 1.
For the LA Raiders, one Daryl Bird. Yeah, Google it. Super Bowl time. We got rings. Nice. Eddie, Daryl.
Well, you're not going to want to hear my list.
These Reading, PA? Let's go run through it.
These are Reading, Pennsylvania. See, I didn't have to keep it just to athletes because we have all around people.
Evan
there.
really said citizens, but I just made it athletes.
Let's see.
Come on now.
I'm going to start with number 7.
Oh, you had it too.
Number 7. The notorious warrior killer, Lonnie Walker. Lonnie Walker, number 7. Number 6, attended the same high school. Friend of mine, Danielle Marshall.
Okay.
Danielle Marshall. Number 5. I'm going to go with Stu Jackson. Stu Jackson.
Reading, PA.
From Reading, Pennsylvania. Former
your guy.
bigwig at the NBA. Coached the New York Knicks. Coached the Wisconsin Badgers. Number 4. It's got to be John Updike. John Updike.
Who is he?
Famous author, Run Rabbit Run.
Wow.
I believe you've heard
remember the title.
Novelist from Shillington, Pennsylvania.
Updike.
Number 3. You know what? He may be right now the best coach in the NBA, Chris Finch.
That's your guy.
You name me a team that plays harder, ladies and gentlemen. You can't. And by the way,
the Phoenix Suns.
They sweat. The Phoenix Suns do not.
That's a joke. Go ahead.
And by the way, just FYI, this is a team that swept the Warriors this year, Minnesota. Beat them 4 times.
A lot of good teams.
Number 2, Michael Constantine.
Who is that?
Michael Constantine, who's in Big Fat Greek Wedding. And he was also
actor.
The principal on Room 222. Remember that show?
Steiny, stop.
And then number 1 is not even close. It's one of the most famous people on planet Earth. And you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. But she's number 1 on our list. Taylor Swift.
I did not have.
She's from Reading, Pennsylvania. Technically, she's from Wyomissing.
Oh, there we go.
Which is where I'm from. She moved to Nashville at a young age to pursue a career in singing.
You don't know her family or anything?
My nephew does.
Wow.
Yeah, my nephew knows her.
Nice list.
Yeah, she's a nice girl.
Yeah. You like my list, though. Athletes.
Well, I want to know what happened to that guy who played for the Cowboys.
Oh, that's my guy. He was Roy Williams, number 31. Beast at Oklahoma. and would hit the snot out of you, but he was a baller. Shout out Roy Williams. And
you left off somebody else. And I'll tell you what, this guy should be on.
There's nobody I left out.
Yes,
That's
you
my
have.
city.
Nate Robinson.
Well, he had a cup of coffee in the Union. He played for Logan.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, I like
I'll
this.
tell you what, I'll say this right now. Nate Robinson, one of the most
Needs a kidney
incredible
right now, Stanley.
athletes
Yeah.
I've ever seen in person. It's an unbelievable athlete.
He's got
Nate
some
Robinson.
issues going on. They're trying to
He could have
rally.
played pro football.
No doubt. He was a DB at Logan.
He played
had
in
heart.
Washington.
Yeah.
Then he got knocked out by the celebrity boxing match. Who got him?
Russ Paul.
Was it
Logan Paul?
It might be one of the Paul
Chris
brothers.
Paul?
It wasn't Chris Paul.
Which is the one Logan's likable and the other one's not, which I can't
They're
tell.
both unlikable.
Yeah, they're both
Jake and
douchebags.
Logan.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I've noticed, though?
Why would you try to
Jake Paul.
separate them?
Well, I'll just be honest with you. I've noticed that guys, Evan's age, and I'll put K in there. You guys are so jealous of Logan Paul. It is unbelievable.
I think you're thinking of Jake Paul.
I'm
but-
thinking of both of them. You guys want to be the
Who's
Paul
Chris
brother.
Paul's alter ego on
you
that
guys
commercial?
You guys
What
want
would
to be,
make us jealous of that?
You're just jealous of their success. You guys want to be Logan Paul so bad. You want to be Andrew Tate so
Look at
bad.
this guy.
You're so jealous of those guys.
Oh, wow.
Because they
I don't wanna
run.
we don't wanna be
social
toxic.
media.
Yeah,
They
no
run it.
doubt.
They run.
Steiny, what about Nate Robinson? He needs a kidney transplant. So he
I
put it
didn't
out
know
on
that.
social media. Yeah, he said his life is in, he really needs one.
Yeah.
So hopefully, people get that and he can get the help he needs. But man,
More of a Cliff
Nate
Paul
Robinson
guy.
played in the Union. Eddie played in Hayward.
at Hayward High, that's because Mr. House wanted him to play his dad. Varsity as a freshman, and Coach Chong didn't put him on, so he went. But he played CYO.
So
coached him
Mr. House was one of those guys.
Norm was too.
How was Eddie's? So Eddie's dad was
Eddie
one of those guys.
He was. Hey,
Eddie's
Mr.
dad's-
House is great. But
Is he still alive?
Yeah, Mr. House still with us.
Good. Hope all the best to Mr.
Yeah,
House.
no doubt.
All the best. All right. What do we got coming up?
The guys,
dude,
Willard, they're going
I
to
swear
get
to
you
God.
about leaving them early.
You think I care?
No, I didn't say you can't. I just prepared.
When do I do it next Wednesday? It should be a Wednesday.
Well, it used to be, but sometimes you cower. So I'm just telling you, stick your chest out.
No, I won't. Not to Willard.
We had a great show, man.
No, I heard it. I'm scared of Willard. I heard
That's
it.
what I'm saying. That's all I'm talking. Don't be scared today.
The one thing, and
What you got?
well, we got 50
We got
seconds.
a show meeting. Yeah.
I know.
Business is good.
1 minute.
It can't be
it's
bad.
1 minute before we came in out of the break, and I remember we had a show meeting, and that's why I was down this past segment.
Wow.
What?
When business is
What
good,
can he tell us today?
they were not
That's
fired.
new from
They were
last Thursday.
Hey, you can come in tomorrow. Hey, Darren Lewis, though,
I want to
he
know.
likes our show.
I may drop my proposal on Nahigian today.
What you got?
You're going to propose?
A 4-day work week for me. I'm going to just start.
He may say you do that already.
Just have
You're
Evan.
here, but
Evan can just come in and do Wednesdays.
Dude, we killed it Friday.
I'll take 80% of my pay. Give Evan a 20% raise, and then the listeners are happy too. Think of how much fresher I'd be if I only had to do 4 shows.
You still talk to Danielle Marshall? People want to know.
Yes, I do.
What's he doing? Not coaching. He just left the game.
He was coaching.
You just suggested load management.
Yeah, I know.
4 days.
All right, we got a 2-short segment coming up on the other side.
No, we're in it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, this is
All right, here's when the two
4-day work week.
Here's when the two Ñaños join us. Willard and Dibbs on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Binge drinking. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Apparently, a lot of people liked my idea.
Which one?
Having Evan come in one day a week for me.
Oh, yeah.
They said, why don't you make it 5?
Wow.
That's pretty good.
You got plans?
Hey, Willard and Dibbs in the house.
Tell him your joke you had when you got out the car at the golf course.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday.
No, why? Dibbs, I made it to Karika. Guru's still on the air.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We had a ball.
I swear to God, I'm at the Karika parking lot, and it's 2:27.
We had a
and
ball.
you guys couldn't lose him.
Wait a minute. If you can get there that fast, why'd you leave so early?
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Why don't you hit Waze before you leave?
No, he took Bart, too.
Going.
Bart to the car and
That's
then
the only
drove.
way I can do it to make it.
You got to Karika at 2:27?
No, I got to West Oakland at 2:27.
Okay. All right.
And I turned on the radio.
He's a little
and there he
jelly.
was at 2:27.
There he was.
Talking.
Yeah, we had a ball.
You know,
we invited him to stay long.
Same old talking points at 2:27.
Good, though. Good.
Yeah, we had a ball.
Yeah,
Awesome.
tomorrow's not promised.
Never
which was
is.
great, yeah. It's great. I think you were here for that part of it. And then
Right,
you walked us off.
He left.
Yeah, you dropped the bombshell in last.
Shot
as
at
I recall.
93.
Yeah, I had the same score yesterday.
Yeah, no, I won't be leaving at 2 anymore. I don't have to. I can get there at 3.
Boss got to you.
He means nothing. First of all, it means absolutely nothing.
I think we.
Last thing he said to me was, "Hey, if you didn't want to leave at 2, leave at 2." I said, "Okay."
2:11.
Yeah, day's getting longer,
I've left at 2.
And then suffer the consequences.
I left
There
at
you
2.
go.
Yeah.
I've left at 2, I would say, 4% of the time. Mm-hmm.
But 87% you said you're leaving at 2 and then you cower.
Yeah.
Well, that's because I'm scared of Willie.
That's pretty good.
Like,
those are facts.
Like, today was not worth leaving early yesterday because I got to hear it.
Someone asked me. I rode the elevator because I went and got an extra coffee. So I rode the elevator 20 minutes ago, and I was asked, over under, what time do you think Steiny's leaving? And I'm not going to share with you what the over under was.
This is unreal.
But I said, oh, he's not going anywhere today.
Oh, boy.
We have a meeting today.
I know you have a meeting.
Yeah.
I know you have a meeting.
There
but
you
I'm
go.
like,
I love him.
he left at 1:59 and 50 seconds yesterday for golf. He's not going anywhere today.
See,
It's
now,
draft day.
Yeah.
And you're cheesing.
that goo.
He not
Your
going.
Clint Eastwood when they're not around.
not
Now
It's
you're
okay when you say that.
He's
Yeah.
not
Eddie
going.
Haskell now.
Don't look at me.
Yeah.
Don't look
He's
at
not
me.
going anywhere
Hey,
today.
I mean, it's free will up in here.
Oh, let me guess, Goo.
Tomorrow's not promised.
There are 2 teams on the TV that aren't as good as the Warriors, but they're still playing.
Now, I got a bet to worry about tonight with Willard and Dibbs.
You're in a lot of
I need a
trouble.
Laker
What's the
win.
bet?
Yeah, this guy.
The Lakers were going to win a series.
Did I tell you?
Not
he-
knowing they were going to
He
get
folks,
Denver.
I come in here early on.
Yeah, don't
this
tell him he
guy,
will.
no, I got to tell him. It was because it was too funny. He comes flying out like 11:45 yesterday.
Oh,
And he sees me, and oh, hey, what's going on? Whatever. He goes to the bathroom, comes back in. He's getting, but before the next segment starts, door flies back open. He goes, hey, the bet was off, right? We don't have a bet, right?
I had to check my
And he had a
traps,
big
Simon.
grin on his face, and it kind of like caught me off guard. Because when someone comes at you like that, you want to be like, well, yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, it's almost like someone asking you, you good? You good? Yeah, I'm good. So the bet was off, right? That was off, right? And I'm like, no,
Denver lost that last game to San Antonio, fell to the 3.
But they were winning, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's down. Cue up the Guru, but they were winning by 7.
Well,
while we're in the NBA space, and
Okay.
I know this is a Friday bit at 2:00 as far as what's bugging you.
Oh, I can't
but
wait.
What's bugging me is what has happened to my precious association because you watched the Boston-Miami game last night, and they took 75 threes between them. 48.7% of the shots taken were threes. The drive, draw, and kick has turned into the drive and fling, the drive and chuck, or the pass, shoot the 3. I'm just going to put it bluntly. I'm sick of it.
Man,
and
I'm right with you.
To me, it's not quite unwatchable, but it's less enjoyable than a game where teams actually, I don't know, shoot the 2. So if
There's
they don't
no
want
variety,
if they don't
Dibbs.
want if they don't want to make the 3 good again, make the 3
Move it back.
widen the court by 2 feet, make the corner 3 uniform to the 3 above the break as we go around the association. To me,
it's bad, man.
It's made the product less enjoyable to watch. It's kind of the base basketball version of the 3 true outcomes.
Respond to that, Steiny, because it's real.
Well, he agrees
your
with me.
favorite player's problem. He caused it.
Steph?
Yes.
No, you're right. And it feels a little hypocritical to criticize it because the Warriors got their championships because of their groundbreaking approach. But now it is beyond the pale.
Man.
They have jumped the shark with the 3 ball, and I find it much less enjoyable to watch.
Did he cause it, or did
the Rockets,
or did analytics cause it?
Both. I think you're right on both.
Let me be clear.
Okay.
Curry and what Curry and Clay did is different than what every other team does.
How so?
They shoot it better.
All right.
They
Start
shoot
there.
it better. Like the idea that other teams could do what the Warriors do was flawed thinking in the
100%.
first place, because they have 2 guys who shoot it better than anybody who's ever shot it. So other teams just started using the math. Well, the math works a lot better for the Warriors.
Well, they also have 2 guys who created threes through either breaking down their man or through ball movement, as opposed to what LeBron James, if you want to really blame someone, what LeBron James perfected was, I'm a physical freak, give me the ball, surround me with 4 people who are just standing there, which is what the Rockets then took even to another level with James Harden.
Yep.
Surround people who are just standing there to catch and shoot. And that's the brand of basketball that I don't find all that fun to watch. But
3-on-1 now, Willard, they're kicking out a 3-on-1. They're throwing it, shooting it 3 wide.
Like it's like any other sport, though, where someday you do figure it's going to have to change, like tiger-proofing Augusta, or what we talk about with, okay, now you're throwing 102 miles an hour. What happens when that gets to 107?
Man.
You're going to move the mound, or you're going to lower the mound.
Yep.
And yeah.
You think that's coming?
I mean, what, the 3-point line moving back or the mound? It's probably going to have to.
Man.
If you look at 1968,
someone's going to get killed.
And you look at the last time they lowered the mound, they lowered it from 15 inches to 10, which is where it currently sits. And it was because of a guy named Bob Gibson.
Oh, man.
Whose ERA was 1.12. That year, there were, I believe, 7 teams in baseball that hit less than 230 as a team. Mark and I did this last week. As of last week, there were 9 teams in baseball hitting below 230 this year. And the ERAs aren't going to be as good because pitchers usually only go 6 innings. But look around the league at guys throwing 97 plus. Every team's got probably at least 2 guys who can throw
amazing,
97 plus. The Giants have Doval and Jordan Hicks, and you can go around every team, and it's just garden variety now to throw 97 plus.
Yeah, just going back to basketball, where I think we're headed for a change is, so we've seen this kind of possession all the time, where guy has the ball at the 3-point line, somebody runs at him, they put the ball on the floor, they penetrate, then they kick back out.
Yep.
And
Jaquez to Robinson, Robinson to Hero, back to Jaquez.
And what does it always and there's a 3 from somebody. So in the past, you broke down the defense, and if you got to play 5-on-4 or 4-on-3, you would get a good shot, maybe even a layup. Well, now it always ends up in a 3-point shot, and what's the best 3? Oh, the corner 3. That's the one we all love.
What is it, 21-9 in the corner?
Yeah, but let's say, they shoot 40% in the corners. Okay, that's still 2 out of 5. That means you've broken down the defense. You've got mid-range opportunities left and right, maybe even a quick pass for a layup. You're still getting the shot you want, but it's only a 40% shot still. That's where I think people are going to realize.
But you got to go north of 60% on your 2s to beat that.
And that's why
3 out of 5 2s equals 2 out of 5 3s.
Right.
But what they're eschewing more and more are layups and stuff like that off penetration. Guy will drive into the lane, big man comes to guard him, you bounce pass, he gets a layup. That's just an automatic 2. Like those, they're not. Teams don't look for that as much. They're looking for penetration and to kick it out more than penetration, unless it's the alley-oop for the dunker spot.
To Mark's point about the math, though, so you'd have to go 3 for 3 on those penetrate and bounce pass layups in order to match you going 2 for 5 on the corner 3.
Well, yeah, I would look at it. So 5 times we're playing at an advantage.
Right, 5 on 4 from the top of the circle.
Can we score 3 or 4 of those times?
You probably should.
I mean, my math would be if you can get that, the math is the math. And I'm going to have to say, well, you got to make 4 out of 5 2-pointers to equal 3 out of 5 3-pointers,
Right.
which would still be better.
Point behind, yeah.
But
3-pointers.
What maybe you're not factoring in, though, is it's more work. Like I look.
Good point.
I look at the 2-point shot, the layup is kind of like, I don't know, like maybe like staying 10 minutes later at work.
Woo-hoo,
And so
shots fired.
you have to be willing to put a little extra effort in order to get that payoff, or you could just mail in a 3 and then, go play golf.
211.
Yeah.
That's a
Dude, he went and
0.3.
got that one.
That was terrible.
If you weren't so afraid of him, you would rat-a-tat-tat right back at him.
No rat-a-tat-tat.
You would talk about, why do I have to stick around and carry you guys for that opening quarter hour?
Well, I
Can't you
know
do your
why I
own
do.
show?
No, I know I have to carry you for the first half
Because you're afraid
hour.
of Willard.
No, because
there's a drop.
That's what the greats do. They put teams on their back.
I love it.
I mean, we've seen it with Steph for how many
Simple solution to this is you widen the court and you make the corner 3 a real 3, because then it won't be such a gimme shot, and the teams that rely on substandard shooters,
I wonder if that would even change it now.
You would not allow your substandard shooter to hoist and jack it up from 23-9.
It's not that it's a bad thought, but I wouldn't call that a simple solution. Changing the measurements of the game from what they've been forever, that's a huge change.
Baseball did it last year. They changed what's the distance between first and second? It's not 90 feet.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about you're talking about an inch.
Basketball
it's more like 6 inches.
No.
3 inches on each
got a
bag.
history of changing the rules.
Sure, but the size of the court.
There used to not be a 3-point line.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
Your era.
And that's what, to me, that's the same as changing a few inches on stealing first to second base. If suddenly you took first and second, the first and third base lines and just like, boom, angled them out toward the dugouts.
Well, you get
that's
100
what you're
runs
suggesting.
now, yeah.
That's a huge change. Like, offenses would be completely reconstructed if the court were bigger, don't you think?
No, I think that offenses would realize that the 3 is more of a precious thing that you would only allow the good shooters to shoot, as opposed to now. Last night we had 75 threes hoisted, and Miami beat Boston.
Man.
Good on you. You made 23 threes. And the whole idea of it's a make-or-miss league has become... It's a make-or-miss league by guys hoisting from 21-9 or further. It used to be about, Alex English getting in the mid-range and George Gervin. I'm not afraid to be the old guy in this conversation because I miss a more diverse basketball than what we have now.
I appreciate that.
Well, you make the court bigger.
A little late, Randy.
You make the court bigger. You're going to get, with today's offensive star, good luck stopping them. You give them more space, they're going to score whenever the hell they want.
But they'll do it in different ways.
Maybe.
Like mid-range, pull-up jumpers, and, penetrate and kick and dunk, and a lot more slashing to the hoop.
I just think the arc of a three-point shooter, they're only getting better. That three-pointer is only feeling more and more like a free throw. That's only going to be the next 10, 20, 30 years. That's only going to grow. So you move that corner 3 out another half foot, they'll hit that too. They'll hit that too at a very high rate. And if your court is now bigger, now it's an even more wide open game. And, you're going to see games in the 140s and 150s, I would think, constantly.
Raise the rim.
You could do that.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
I'm still standing on my spot. I want to see if you guys have anything happened last night to make you think that Aiyuk might get traded, because I'm a for sure no now.
May I share a tweet that Diana Rossini just sent?
Oh, boy. I like her, too.
She's good. I believe her.
Oh.
The 49ers have had conversations with teams, including with one picking in the top 10, about trading either of their prized wide receivers, Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel, in an effort to move up in the first round.
Wow. I am ready to go.
The wording of that is interesting on two fronts. Because first, Mike Silver was the first earlier today to put out, and it wasn't that long ago, the idea that teams are now asking about Debo as well. And it does. It serves the same master, if you will.
No doubt.
Right? Like what you're trying to do is only pay one receiver. And I actually dig this idea, even though Debo said last week that he had been promised he won't be traded.
I missed that.
Yeah, he said
Mike
that.
Dunleavy.
Yeah, he said.
Wow.
Thank you. But anyway,
man.
To me, if you're going to keep one of these receivers, I'd absolutely much rather keep.
We talked about
Brandon Aiyuk, but the interesting wording here is she says at the end, this isn't in an effort to clear their salary. It's in an effort to move up in the first round.
Yeah.
In other words, like there's a targeted players. I don't know.
Yeah.
Got to be offensive
That's
line.
a little bit of a different vibe than what we've been talking about, which was just resetting the wide receiver books.
Can you imagine?
Right. Well, if you're going to move up, if you trade Debo and number 31 and you get, let's just call it the 10th for the lack of a clarity on where it'd be in the top 10, then you go from 31 to 10 and you lose Debo. Maybe you get a 4th next year or something else back to compensate for it, and then you get maybe your offensive tackle of the future.
And Aiyuk gets his change.
Aiyuk gets that big bag, and then you draft a wide receiver somewhere in the second round, because the wide receiver draft is top heavy, but it's bottom full. There's the big 3 that everyone talks about, and then after that, there's 8 to 12 wide receivers, depending on whose mock you're looking at, who are all going to be second to third round guys. Yeah. And if you love one of them, they'll be available for you later in the draft, perhaps.
You guys like Benjamin Albright?
Love him.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
The real BA.
He just thank you.
You're welcome.
He just quoted. He just quote tweeted the Rossini tweet and just wrote one word. Yep.
Whoa.
Which is a cosign to the report.
Thank you.
That's
so
it,
one of them.
Thank you.
Could
not,
be gone.
no,
I wasn't sure what yep actually meant.
No, meaning it's not showing agreement
they're
with the idea. It's showing agreement that yes,
the report,
these conversations are underway.
You know what that is, right? It's a corroboration sensation.
I was going to say
is what it is.
Yeah.
I use that in the green room.
I was going to say conversation sensation, but that's way too.
Yeah, he's
boring.
corroborating the report.
I stole something coming in this morning,
here, guys.
I'm
dragging
it's
here,
only
guys.
205.
You are?
Shout out, Puff.
Yeah. We had fun with the
Then
positions
go.
that hit in the draft, and then listeners were like, Willard and Dibbs did that last
Yeah,
week.
he stole your idea.
No, I stole it from the TV this morning. We had fun of.
Wait, what did we do? What was it?
Remember
Since
the percentage of
2000 to
drafts that hit and
2019,
miss.
the picks that hit.
Yeah, yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And wide receiver was last, and then
Dead
Steiny,
last.
like only Steiny could do. What if a player gets 2 contracts from the same team? Does that constitute as a hit? Or can it
that
be?
is the hit, right?
That is the hit.
Right.
Yeah, there's a big loophole in this.
Right.
There's a
But
big
like
error.
Diggs would be a hit if he got his second contract. That's not a miss.
Like
No,
Amari Cooper is considered a miss.
Thank you, Steiny.
as is AJ
then
Brown.
that's why
Okay.
that is
And-
that low then, because
and-
that's not.
Well, no, but
Now I got an issue with that
those
being
guys
no,
get
there's an
traded
issue with it, but
or
that's
gets
true.
traded.
That's true for every position. But yes,
now it's
I mean,
about tenure.
Well, look, there's no perfect way to describe hit or miss. How do you describe that?
I would say Diggs has panned out, and so has Amari.
Of course, but again, now we're getting into the realm of opinion. You have to, in order to make a chart, you had to actually have a factual
two
way to do it.
okay.
There's definitely a hole in the way that they built that. Because as we said yesterday, it would mean that A.J. Brown is a miss and Daniel Jones is a hit.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not accurate.
It might be too simplistic, but
the
Mark's right.
O-lineman is
It
real.
is simplistic across the board.
Yeah,
Right. And it gives you an idea.
And
And
I
it's
wonder
not-
because O-linemen are. That's the one I think.
And well, the centers are 10 for 11 or something.
And
Yes, they are.
And
I mean-
offensive linemen, I do think are
I'm
the
with you.
easiest. They
I'm
are
with
the
you.
easiest, like famous offensive lineman busts. Tony Mandrich,
Oh, man.
and what's the next one?
Uh,
Right. Like there's really
No, there's
like,
one more.
There's not that
There
many.
is one.
Good time
more.
to promote Tony Mandrich's appearance on I'm Listening
Oh, yeah.
with our
Good job,
boss.
Butterbean.
You
Yeah.
can find it on the Odyssey app.
Boss killing it.
Yeah, really good interview talking about what Tony went through
No doubt.
mentally and emotionally after he went from boom to bust.
Him and Bosworth, the biggest bust to me. Mandrich and
Yeah. I mean, among those positions, we can.
Jamarcus Russell,
Well,
Ryan Leaf.
talk
And I hate to say this to you, Goo, because
Oh, boy.
it's Trey Lance.
Well, I thought we had a great time yesterday saying I made an argument that he's only played quarterback 4 games.
Correct.
We could make the argument that he's not in that group.
No, he's
like I'm excited to see what Lance can do.
He's not in Bustville yet, but he's shopping for a house.
Willard, you had my back yesterday. 4 games.
It's only been 4 games.
Yeah. Not 4 good games.
No, but I come from the area code of there's a reason he's only been allowed to start 4 games. Like coaches,
he broke his ankle.
Practice matters.
He broke his ankle.
Coaches,
practice matters.
Lost his job to injury.
Yeah. Got to beat somebody out. We don't just hand you positions.
Lost his job to injury after the head coach had already gone to the owner and said, "We got a 7th rounder who's
and
way
so
better."
Did who was it? Trent Williams
and Fred Warner.
That was incredible.
Seems like they might know football.
If Trey goes on to start and play somewhere and actually get a gig and play pretty well,
or
then
get a shot,
then he can move out of Bustville. But right now, he's not in Bustville yet, but he's looking for a home.
Although you could argue there's 2 different ways to define the word bust. And you could firmly say bust because the team that freaked out to get him does not get to keep him. For the 49ers, Trey Lance was a bust.
So the James Wiseman thing.
Right.
You can be Lou Alcindor in Detroit.
James is going to be a bust. No matter what.
And Matt Jones
I had
in
a talk
his
with a
rookie
good
year
friend of
led
mine
his team to the
yesterday.
playoffs.
Detroit?
Good friend of mine yesterday, he's like, hey, where'd that guy that the Warriors drafted, that big guy, go?
This is James
left me a
Wiseman.
message.
There you go, Greg.
By the time I called him back, he's like, yeah, I Googled it. And he went to Detroit. Man, he hasn't done a damn thing, has he?
Oh, boy.
I said, yeah, pal. He
got to Google
Could you imagine had they hit on that where he would be right now for this franchise? Hey, Curry.
See, I can't imagine this.
Here's the baton. He would be out of his puberty. He would be ready.
What if he was...
No, I'm just saying if he was good.
What if he was Alperin Şengün?
No doubt. No.
Wow.
What if he was Şengün?
Well, then we'd talk. Then he'd be better.
We'd be still in the dynasty window.
You would think you got something for the future, Steiny.
I mean, Şengün's a real one now. I mean,
he's a badass.
Yes, he's a great player.
I hate they went on a
so
run
good that they
without
got better without him.
Because
all he does is clog the middle. What time is it?
You got 2 more minutes.
Yeah, you got 1 more minute.
This has been a good
But Mac Jones led his team to the playoffs in the first year.
God.
I know it's bad, but damn, that don't get me out of Bustville. I know you're not on the team anymore, but
he is
Trevor Lawrence.
firmly
What
in
word would you
Bustville.
use for Trevor?
Oh, Trevor's not
Trevor's
a bust
good.
at all.
Trevor's a good player.
Yeah.
But how far are we away from? Is he the guy?
He doesn't live in Bustville, but he doesn't live in elite town.
No,
he lives in between those 2 places.
Like you don't. I mean, there's got to be some sort of a middle ground.
Won a playoff game.
I don't think Trevor Lawrence is even like that's not. He's not a bust.
He lives in
can't be a
Fairfield.
bust.
If
He's 3 incompletions.
He lives in Fairfield.
Well, sure. If he goes over 3 to start the year.
I was just saying. He's the one.
He's good. He's good. He's.
Do you think Caleb Williams is like? I don't know.
Wow, this is what we were playing with.
That backyard stuff
gonna get
you
into
do ain't
it.
going to work on Sundays when you
backyard boogie.
Fran
You called it. I love
targeted.
that.
Yeah, like
All right,
okay.
I know that. I know this question's been bouncing around the building so far today, but there's a different way or different reason I'm looking for the answer. If the Niners had the first pick in the draft tonight, would you take Caleb?
And that's a great question.
I'm being real. I'm saying no. Dibs, I don't know where you're at.
I probably would lean no.
Okay. Only lean though. Why lean?
I'll tell you why is because it's not because I think Purdy's the greatest quarterback of all time. It's because of just the uncertainty that I saw in 2021. Like I just don't think they're sure things.
PTSD.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Purdy or Caleb?
Caleb.
No, what
The
I'm saying is
2021 class.
What I'm saying is I'm not necessarily passing on Caleb Williams because I think Purdy's great. I don't know that Caleb Williams is going to be any good.
that is my
like Purdy's good enough now.
What I don't and I do think that this is what happens. The draft is exciting, and we're on Twitter, and everyone's waiting now. Ooh,
but you've seen Brock though.
But that's the point. Like we get overly excited about shopping. We love to go shopping, and
Bird
this
in the
is
hand
new
is better
stuff.
than 2 in the draft.
But I want to remind everyone that half the time when you open up a Christmas or a Hanukkah present, you return it. So I know it's exciting to open the presents, but at least half the time it doesn't fit. And so whether you're talking Purdy or Caleb or the actual thing we're talking about, Brandon Aiyuk and his replacement, I am going to every time.
Man.
I will pick the one that I know can play.
Right.
Versus and I'm willing to pay for it.
So you got your Caleb Williams technically with Brock Purdy.
You got to
Brock Purdy.
We got a meeting.
Oh, by the way, pay the over.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The line's always set at 212.
No, I've been hearing that, Willard.
It's always set at 212. Yeah.
He's not even on the shoulder.
All right, I got to go.
What?
You're bothering me now.
Tomorrow's a payday Friday. You're going to set the line at 206. 206
I don't even know if we'll be here.
You know what? I may have to make an airport run, so I may be here till 2:27.
Oh, look at you. You're welcome to.
Stay for the whole show if you want.
All right, gents.
When's the flight?
I know.
Yeah,
we'll be listening.
All right, gents.
Yeah.
Countdown to draft.
Say, what's the name of the station?
I think you know it.
Okay.
95.7, the game. Mm-hmm. Yay!
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Freaking Amazon.com.
Let's go.
No, seriously. And God, I hope, and I know she's not, she's actually got a life, but I hope the lovely Christy is listening. I swear this woman, her job is to return stuff. I think that there are people out there who buy stuff just to return it. We live in a day and age where we've got access to everything every day. And the only reason we don't even blink, Amazon, click, sure. Like, how many days a week are you buying something on Amazon?
5.
Thank you.
Yep.
At least. And I don't even plan to. But there are 3 other people in the house, and one of them, at least on a daily basis. Dad, the second I hear Dad, oh, crap, what's this going to cost me?
Exactly.
Click, 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 click. Why is everybody so willing to click? Because all you got to do is show up at Whole Foods the next day and give it back if you don't like it.
Yeah, very convenient.
But those of you who want to go on a shopping spree, how often, this is the question I want to ask everyone today, how often would you click, submit, or payment, or send? How often would you click it if in big block neon letters right above the button it said, no returns? No returns. And these are high-priced items.
Right, but your other item that you would be looking to replace is maybe 50 times more expensive than the item that you would be purchasing. It's like when you lease a car and your lease is coming due, and you could either pay the money, pay that lump sum to keep the car, or door number 2, get yourself a new car. And you know what? Maybe you won't like that new car. Yep. Maybe that new car that you're going to buy or lease won't be as good as the car that you've loved for 4 years, but darn it, maybe you don't want to pay that big lump sum. The dealer's licking his chops saying, yep, your lease is coming due in 3 hours, 2 hours and 44 minutes. But sometimes you got to make that hard choice.
But you love the car.
But it's expensive. I don't want to pay that.
But you love the car.
It's too much, Mark. I might love this next car.
And you spend a lot of time in your car.
Only 17 weeks of the 52.
You need that car. You got places
20
to
weeks,
be.
Yep.
You can't be taking a risk. By the way, I'd argue with your analogy, you're not going to get a brand new car. You're going to go to Craigslist, and you're going to go down the street, and there'll be a man or woman standing there with their used car, and be like, you want this? It could be the best deal out there.
Might be a lemon.
Or it could, I tell you what could happen. Happened to me once.
Oh, boy, I got a lemon.
Bought a used car. Check engine light came on the way home.
No way.
No joke. No joke. And
I bought a Jetta back in, man, it was a nice Jetta, all leather interior with the moon roof, and bought it used, paid a pretty penny if I can get that out.
Mm-hmm.
And within 8 to 12 weeks, S started going wrong. The door handle in the interior, oh, that comes off. The rear right window, that won't roll down. Moonroof, that got stuck. So I know what you're saying. There are lemons out there, and there are lemons in the draft.
A lot of them. A lot.
There's
draft,
also some peaches.
The draft is a minefield. It is a total minefield. And you've got to walk through it, which is what fascinates me every single year, because so many of us line up because you're excited. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being excited to walk through a minefield?
Be a thrill.
I mean, now look, it's not life or death, so you're not actually going to die, but this is a metaphoric minefield for a football team. And for my taste, way too many people are willing to walk the minefield as opposed to, like, I love, here's the other thing I love. Wow, gosh, you can't pay everybody. Well, you kind of can. I mean, you're the San Francisco 49ers. You're worth $1 bajillion. The salary cap's going up every year. Don't buy this whole, like, oh, God, but Brock Purdy. Yeah, Brock Purdy, right. He's going to get paid. He's not going to get paid right away. And there are different ways to structure this whole thing, same way they're doing with everybody else. We sat here yesterday and went, oh, Amon-Ra, 4 years, $120 million and 77 guaranteed? Actually, no, $35 million guaranteed.
Yep. Guaranteed at signing, the real guarantee.
Funny money. You want to talk about Tim Roy now. The true manipulation sensation
Cha-ching!
that is available to teams, especially those like the Niners who do it well. You can move this, that, and the other around. Are you kicking the can down the road a little bit? Sure, which is, by the way, what you do when you're in a Super Bowl window. The number of people, for my taste, who are willing to take the unknown over the sure thing is wild. Absolutely wild. When you were, a nose hair away from winning the Super Bowl, and have very little reason why you couldn't be that and do that again this year. Give me the known thing. I'm not even terribly comfortable with this new report that now has Deebo Samuel involved in these conversations.
But you're more comfortable because you were going to move off him next year most likely anyway.
I'm more comfortable because he's going to be 30, because he misses a lot of games, and because with the presence of Christian McCaffrey, his role has been diminished already anyway. Yes. Absolutely, I'm more comfortable with it. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm more comfortable with it.
Right. But if you sign Brandon Aiyuk, then that might hinder your chances of keeping Christian McCaffrey, who, some reports are starting to emerge that he might want to have his deal reworked.
That wasn't a report. That was a wondering aloud by Mike Florio on our morning show.
Yeah.
That was just wondering aloud. I wonder if Christian McCaffrey... Totally fair to wonder.
Even though he's at the top of the market for running back. He was a top 5. He was higher than your quarterback in the MVP race.
He's underpaid.
Right.
He is NFL
and he's
underpaid.
Wildly important. He's probably the most important member of your offense outside of your quarterback.
Oh, many would argue that he's the most important.
Right. And I would put Trent Williams in that same conversation, and maybe they draft Trent's replacement here within the next 5 hours. Stay tuned to our great draft show with Mark, Evan, and Sterling. Full breakdowns on every pick. I look forward to that.
Who knows? If the Niners are trading Aiyuk and or Deebo, they might get a pick in before you and I leave the air.
That would be dramatic because I don't think that we're going to get more than 4, maybe 5 picks.
Well, 5.
Because it's a 10-minute clock, right? Is that right, Grandy?
10 minute?
First round, 10-minute
clock. And when does
it
actually start? Like, is that 5 when they put someone on the clock, or do they not put them on the clock until they've done a pregame?
Yeah, maybe we don't get a pick until like 5:15.
Yeah, so 5:15 and then 5:20. But somebody might not take their full allotment.
Well, I wonder how long Chicago drags out the opener.
Seriously,
because
guys.
it's
they've already admitted that they know what they're doing,
and I think that he's it's minus 10,000 or something that he's the first pick.
He's the first pick.
So you got to bet like 10,000 to win $1, which in most casinos won't book more than like 1,000, so you can win 10 cents.
Caleb Williams, hit or miss?
Caleb Williams is going to be a miss.
You think?
I'm just not sold
And again,
on...
the definition of that is that the Bears will not sign him to a second contract.
Sure. And what you said before about him, and it's not about him, it's about the team. A lot of this, when it comes to the quarterback, is so situational, and we can look at Brock Purdy and we can say... we can now say that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. It's fair to say. But he also is, and this is not a detriment to Brock, he's benefiting from the coach, the talent around him, and the system. All those things have helped him have a better start to his career than if he were a fill in the blank, if he were a Jaguars, or if he was a Panthers, if he was a Bears, if he was a... Pick whatever drag of the bottom team you want. If he was on that team, it's less likely that he would have this good of a career.
You know what's funny? It's not just Brock, as it turns out. It's all 49ers. I didn't realize this till this morning. I'm on the Golden Gate Bridge, and I'm listening to Bonte and Joe. I came in way early this morning. So I'm listening to Bonte and Joe, and Florio is on. And Florio, they asked him, how's the league view Brandon Aiyuk? And Florio, we dove into the tape and we're looking at Brandon Aiyuk, and you know what we noticed? We noticed that he's open a lot. He's wide open a lot, which clearly means that it's a product of the fact that there's Debo and there's Christian and there's Trent and there's George. And I went, oh, for the love of hell. Y'all have built a scenario where 49er players are not allowed to be good. They can't be good. Anytime you see any of them do anything good, you're like, well, there's good players everywhere.
Oh, it's Kyle, too.
It's Kyle. And oh, by the way, the defense put him in good position. And I mean, like, have we really reached this point? 49er players are not allowed to be good. Every single one of them is just a product of their environment and the system and all the good that's around them. How often can you say, well, all of these players are good, so that means that each individual is not? Wait a minute. You can't say both.
Right.
Or like, I thought that Brock Purdy was good because he's got Aiyuk and Debo. Well, now Aiyuk is only good because it's like,
the whole thing is complementary.
The whole thing you've built a vortex where no one can individually succeed.
Right. And that's, if you have that opinion, I think you're missing the mark, because for me, all these players are talented, but they are more talented, A, when playing with each other, and B, when playing for an offensive mastermind. I don't think that you can look at Shanahan and what he does to scheme people open and say, well, Aiyuk would be equally open on a team with a lesser scheme, a lesser offensive line, and a lesser quarterback. And that's where I look at this quarterback question about bust or no bust, because if Mac Jones was a Niner instead of Trey Lance, and Mac Jones was the quarterback here, he would have been a better quarterback than he was in New England with lesser talent and a lesser offensive mind.
I agree with that.
And
I agree with that, but would he have been a good quarterback?
I think he would have been better.
Would he have been an extension
would
quarterback?
He have been, yeah, exactly. Would he have been a hit as opposed to a miss? And I don't think he probably would have been.
I agree with you.
And that's where I look at two things. One, Trevor Lawrence and his situation now with a better offensive coach than he's had previously. Now is the time for him to show that with Dougie P, he can take that next step toward being elite.
Look, I thought he was disappointing last year.
A little bit, yeah.
Trevor Lawrence doesn't mean he's bad, but based on coming out of all of the what's his name, the coach, the Florida coach who messed him up. Why am I blanking on this?
Urban Meyer.
Thank you. Based on the Urban Meyer situation, Trevor Lawrence coming out last year, Dougie P, phenomenal receiving core. I expected more. Absolutely expected more. Hell, the Texans
playoff no-show.
Yeah, the Texans beat them.
He threw 2 pick sixes in that game, right?
Yeah. So he just, it was not bad, but it did not measure up to what we thought it was going to look like. That's fair to say, don't you think?
Yes. Yeah. And so to that extent, the Caleb Williams question for me, I would lean bust, because much as the Flus might have some good offensive minds there, I don't know if the Chicago situation is going to be good enough soon enough for him to really thrive.
Known at a premium cost or unknown at a discount. We'll take your calls on that and your reaction to the 49ers potentially talking about trades for Aiyuk and or Debo. And if you're going to lose one, who are you more willing to lose? That's all on the table. 888-957-9570. It's draft day, and we have got you covered. Tune into Draft Night on the Game with Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett, starting at 6 p.m. The guys are going to take you up to the Niners, pick and react right after it. Draft Night tonight, 6 p.m., right here on 95.7 The Game. Larry Kruger's going to join us for the full 3 o'clock hour. Wait until you hear about some of the stuff he's been tweeting. It's crazy. We'll tell you why. All of it on a big day right here on Willard and Dibs.
The NFL
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Here's my NFL Draft theme song. This is what I play after about 90% of the picks. Come on, list them for me, Dibs. Who might the Niners be moving up for?
Well, this is from...
Come on, hit me with it. I want some names.
This is from 95.7 The Game contributor Larry Kruger.
Oh, he'll be here in 26 minutes for us to make fun of him. Go ahead.
In response to the Diana Rossini tweet...
You can call her Diana. It's okay.
Diana.
I do like Diana. That sounds a little bit more global.
Thank you. A little bit more, exotic.
Eclectic.
She got the second N in there, so it's not Diana, it's Diana. Her talking about the Niners in conversation about trading Aiyuk or Debo to get in the top 10, and Larry coming over the top into the tweet saying, who's the move up for? Question mark.
Yeah. Okay.
Latham? Fuaga?
That's right. Play my music.
Thomas?
Who?
Latham.
Who?
Fuaga.
Who?
Neighbors.
You can't say Fuaga on the radio.
You better dump that.
Yeah.
One too many Fuagas. And Talisi Fuaga.
Who?
JT Latham. JT Latham is an offensive tackle out of the University of Alabama by way of Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
Before all you freak out, yes, I've heard of all these people.
He's got 11-inch hands.
There's a reason for this song. This song is to remind everybody it's possible that none of them can play.
Wait a minute.
None of them.
You telling me that Malik Neighbors isn't an absolute can't-miss blue chipper?
That's what I'm telling you.
I disagree with you.
Who are you? Have you done it before? Would you hire anyone who walked in and they're like, yup, I'm really good at radio. Oh, where have you been doing it? My garage.
Malik Neighbors was doing it at LSU.
Oh, LSU. How many games would they win in the NFL?
Couple.
No.
He's a 6-foot wide receiver.
No, some of them are going to work out, and some of them won't.
He's known for good hand fighting and post-up talent.
I'm not giving up my I got it, I know, I've seen it, it's working, we went to the Super Bowl. I'm not giving any of that up. For who are you? I don't care what their last name is. I don't care what school they went to.
Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU?
Who are you?
He's a 6'3" wide receiver. He goes 209. I wish you'd do your homework like I do.
Who are you?
Latham, Fuaga, Neighbors, Thomas. Who would the Niners be moving up to get? 888-957-9570. Who of that powerhouse quartet would you like instead of Debo or Aiyuk?
Thank you, Grandy. I think that ran its course. Good job. Appreciate you, brother.
For me, it's Fuaga.
Who are you?
It's
Talisi
Fuaga.
I can't even look you straight in the face right now.
It's easily Fuaga.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
6'6" tackle out of Oregon State. Grandy knows him well. He pushed your Ducks around at 324.
Yeah, what do you think?
Please.
He's a Beaver. And he's good.
324 pounds of good.
Yes, he
Defensive tackle Brandon Dorless. Look out for him in the second round. He dominated Fuaga.
That's exciting. Oh, wait a minute. Did he? Someone's going to take this Fuaga guy in the first round, and he can't even beat your Dorfel or Duck guy. What's his name?
Brandon Dorless.
Dorley can't
Probably
even beat...
the fastest defensive tackle in the draft.
This Fuaga guy can't even beat somebody named Brandon, who's not even going to be a first rounder. But
you better be careful.
Seriously.
Can't miss.
Are we going to be doing this whole Duck thing all day?
Well, you're over here, Mr. Trojan, with the Caleb Williams is better than Brock Purdy take.
Oh, geez.
How do you
silent on it.
How do you explain Not anymore. How do you explain yourself?
Looks great. That's what I project him out to be.
That's what
probably
I
the best quarterback of all time.
There's a reason when babies vomit, they call it projectile vomiting, because that's what I think of all your projectiles.
They call
that's
it
what
spit
I think.
up.
It's like the same saying cannon and cannon are
Some
the same
babies
thing.
don't spit up. It goes out.
Your projectile vomiting take is much more of like a first-year fraternity kind of thing.
Well, that's fine, too.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it a little less gross.
I get it.
You know what I'm saying?
Man,
Let's drink.
As a maybe, As a man who has a baby currently, much more of spitting up than projectile vomiting.
Listen.
I like it.
A lot of these names you're mentioning are going to be very good players.
Malik Neighbors is a can't miss prospect.
That's not true. He can miss and very possibly will. So I want to be very clear with what we're talking about. I'm so excited about tonight. And I worked at a college football network all year. I love watching these players. I even know who Grandy's Duffeldorf's guy is. I know exactly who he's talking about. We watched him every week at the network. Thank you. So a lot of these guys are going to be really good players. I'm sorry, the 49ers already have good players. And I don't really have much interest tonight in letting any of them go this year in favor of your question marks. Even the question marks that you're excited about. You can be excited about question marks. I'm reminded of something. So, I moved, right? With the kids and I, we moved to a new place January 1st. And I never forget a conversation that Christy and I had about 2 weeks before we moved in. We looked at the place. You try to think of it from all the angles. Okay, I think it's a good move. We're going to do it. You put the deposit down. And she just read on my face. She goes, Are you nervous about it? And I go, yeah, absolutely. Now, it's turned out to be, my God, the best thing that we've ever done. So loving it. But point is, you don't know till you get in there. I don't know if the place has got rodents. I don't know what noises come through in the middle of the night that I don't know about. You can't just walk through a place. That's what we've done. You've all walked through the house. You went to their pro day, and you watched them run with no pads and no defense. And you went, yeah, let's move in there.
That's too simplistic.
It's
because
not.
You've watched these players in college, and you've looked at the tape, and you've done full breakdowns of the player.
And you know that half of them will bust, or at minimum be disappointing. Half of them. This is data.
But you could strike on a player who's not. And this is where you and I approach things differently.
But
I'm not afraid of change.
No, I'm not afraid of change, Dibs. You're missing the circumstances of this conversation.
I'm getting to the essence of the point, which is the comfortability of the known commodity versus the uncomfortability of the unknown commodity.
Right now.
Exactly.
Right now. I'm not called, this isn't a catch-all. It's 2024, and they're the Super Bowl favorite. That matters.
It does, but you can still get better with your draft picks by drafting the right people. And you are allowed to do that. You are allowed to find a wide receiver who turns out to be as good as Brandon Aiyuk in this first year. I mean, that can happen if you've scouted right in a wide receiver deep draft.
Right.
If you move up and you find a player like, I don't know, Malik Neighbors, might go number 10. He might be the best receiver outside of Marvin Harrison
He
Jr.
might be the best receiver of all time.
He might be.
He might.
If you think that, then you can validate the risk and you can make that move.
I disagree. I don't want to think that. I want to know that. You're the Super Bowl favorite.
Sometimes you can't just sit back and make decisions based on what you know.
Do you want to know?
Chances have to be taken.
Do you want to know what the reported, this is only a report, but the reported best offer for Debo right now, as of maybe a few days ago, do you want to know what it reportedly was?
Sure.
4th rounder. How you doing?
Yeah, you're not doing it for a 4th rounder.
Feel good?
You're not doing it.
How about a 3rd rounder?
No. I mean,
no.
3rd rounder, and I can move up in the 1st. The whole key to this would be you move from 31 up to a spot where you can draft a player that you really want to draft. That, to me, is the essence of any of these trades. If it's Aiyuk, if it's Debo, I'm not doing it unless I can go from where I am to a spot where I get somebody, one of the, 21 guys that they have targeted as first round.
I thought, didn't John Lynch say 22? And now I'm seeing reports of 16.
Larry has the number.
Yeah.
Larry Kruger joins us at the top of the hour, and he'll break down the gold helmets and all the rest of the jargon as it relates to the Niners draft
22
spots.
first-round grades. They have the 16 gold helmets, which is like their favorite prospect.
Larry, by the way, this is a little different. Larry has 642 guys that got a first-round grade. Just saying. Go ahead, Dibs. What were you saying?
How dare you diminish and mock
Not diminishing
the work?
No. He loves them.
Can I refer you to Latham, Fuaga, Neighbors, and Thomas? Okay. Those are 4 names that Larry and I will break it down.
Can't wait.
In excruciating detail coming up at the top of the hour. If you can go from 31 to a spot where you can get one of your gold helmet guys, I'm all for it. Because in John and Kyle, I trust.
I trust them too. I do. I trust them too.
I know you do.
Possibly.
And listen, here's the only thing I'll say in favor of this idea. I think the 49ers are smart. If they're this deep into these conversations, Mike Silver and Diana Rossini.
Diana. if your last
name
is
she's married to DiVincenzo or something. But anyway, if they're this deep into conversations, I will at least submit they have a good reason.
Right.
They know their cap better than I do. They know, by the way, this is sort of like what Florio was suggesting and why it came up. Like, maybe there are guys behind the scenes that need new restructures and new deals that we don't even know about.
Yeah.
Maybe McCaffrey's like, I ain't coming to camp for $16 million. I'm not coming to camp. You crazy? 300 plus touches? You're a nut job. I'm not showing up. I'm going to sit around and flag an anthem polos all day and take Instagram pictures.
Shout out Shasky. He got me into that with his live reads.
I love their stuff.
Great stuff.
Anyway, so maybe that's going on. And so the Niners are like, yo, we got to get one of these receivers. And so I get it. More will be revealed.
Yeah.
I'm not calling them stupid. I'm just sitting here telling you that all things being equal, I would much rather deal with this next year than this. And if you're going to deal with it this year, I'd rather get a 3rd rounder for Debo than a 1st rounder for Brandon.
Interesting.
Absolutely. Give me the 26-year-old, durable, 1,300-yard receiver 1. Give me that guy, please. Do not make him be the guy that you move off of for a bunch of 30-year-olds.
Well,
I don't understand that at all.
I would rather get a 3rd for Debo than get nothing for Debo next year at the end of the season if you decide to just cut him. If that's what you're going to do, then get a 3rd now for him. I get that. But I don't think that the value for Debo on this team is 3rd round worthy. If it's, you trade Debo and you move up 16 spots from 31 to 15, and I'm just randomly throwing that out, that to me has more value than a 3rd round pick in this draft. Because the key for me is to get one of those gold helmet guys that you really like. And if you've got 16 gold helmet rated players and all of them are going to go in the top, let's say 22 picks, and you most likely won't sniff one of them at 31, then go up and get one of those guys.
Well, let me add this too. And
get her done.
This is probably relatable to anyone who's ever done a fantasy draft. I know. So 16 gold helmet guys. I've heard a lot of people sort of translate that to mean, well, those guys are all going to be gone by 20. No, they won't. Like these evaluations differ wildly.
Right,
I bet.
Right.
Like these are different sets of eyes. These are teams that have different needs, and people see different things. You watch it every year. Someone will pick someone at 15, and the other team will be like, we think that guy's a 3rd rounder. Took him at 15? You ever been in a fantasy draft?
Yeah.
And you're like, it's 4th round. You're like, I can't believe this guy's still on the board. What are all you seeing? So 16 gold helmet guys does not mean that one of them won't be available at 31.
Correct.
At all.
I also would imagine that the quarterbacks who are all going to go 1, 2, 3, and maybe 5, I would guess that none of those guys are among the gold helmets because, you're scouting the quarterbacks. After the Mahomes debacle, you're probably always going to scout quarterbacks from now on just in case, just so you can say, oh, yeah, we scouted that guy. Because, without Brock Purdy, there'd be so much egg on their face for not drafting Patrick Mahomes, even though they had, in my opinion, many, many, many more needs ahead of quarterback. But some fans still hold that against Kyle and John for not really doing their homework on Mahomes.
There's a chance that without Brock Purdy,
they're gone. Yeah.
Kyle and John aren't running the team anymore.
You're right.
Don't you think?
Absolutely.
I don't know if it would have been this year, but they would be, their seat would be on fire.
Absolutely.
Right?
Instead, they're like George Gervin on that ice throne. Second George Gervin reference of the day. I'm not afraid to do it.
Coming in really hot.
Yeah.
It's not even 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
But we won't get one in the 3 o'clock hour because Larry Krueger is going to be here breaking down the 6th round.
I can't wait.
Incredible.
He's going to be breaking down this idea and more.
It will be fun. It will be fun. I think tonight is going to be fun. Boy, it feels like the likelihood of something large and 49er related has gone up. Does it not?
I think so.
I do have this question.
Okay, because I was going to follow up with something you said in the green room, and maybe this is your question. Because you asked me earlier before the show, why? Why do you think? Is that your question?
That is absolutely my question.
Well, then you lay it out. You're better at it.
So here, well, I don't know about that, but it's my question, so I'll give it a shot.
Go ahead.
Football teams, corporations, people who need PR reps are smart. They don't have to tell you anything. When the 49ers traded DeForest Buckner, or when they traded to move up in the draft to get Trey Lance, or when they acquired Christian McCaffrey, you didn't see it coming. It surprised you. There had been, right, like whispers, Niners might take a quarterback. Ooh, McCaffrey, that'd be amazing. But like it largely came from the weeds. Even Tim Kawakami saying to us yesterday, Niners got really close to trading Debo before the draft 2 years ago. They did? I didn't know that. All I heard them say, like, the rumor was out there because Debo had requested a trade. And the Niners were like, no. Moving on.
Right.
But they almost did. So they lay in the weeds. So why? Because I could count 10 reporters, and I respect all of them. And they've all come out of the church with white smoke with the exact same answer. We don't think Brandon's going to get traded. We think he's probably going to stay, but anything's possible. Or as Tim said yesterday, this is going to be stressful. It definitely could happen. There are conversations. Now here come Mike Silver and Diana Rossini on draft day, hours away from Detroit being lit up. And here they are. Niners are deep in conversations. And it's not just Brandon. It could be Debo as well. Dibs, why? Why do we know this? Why are the 49ers feeling, because they clearly are, that it benefits them to get this information out to the public?
To me, it just keeps other teams interested and engaged in the possibility that these players might be available. So if you continue to stoke this narrative, like when you go camping and you're one of those fire tinkerers who, and that's me, you're always poking the log, trying to get the flames up, and you move this log over and you put a new log on and you make sure the oxygen, dispensing is good. And so the flames come up and you don't get smoke in people's eyes. You're poking the flames, Mark. You're trying to keep all teams interested in the idea of Aiyuk and or Debo. Now Debo is injected into the conversation. So if you are looking for a receiver, maybe you don't want to give up your first round pick, and all of a sudden now Debo's a guy you might have a chance at?
I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. Like, maybe they're putting it out there because, and they have alongside it, it's like, well, they've put, Niners are in discussions. They don't like the return as of yet. So is it a message to other teams? Do better. You're going to need to do better. Maybe. Is it to put a scare into the receivers? I can't see that with Debo. He's under contract long term. He got his bag. But Brandon, is it to, hey, man, like, okay, you don't have to take our money, but we might trade you to the Panthers. That's the end of your 1,000-yard receiving years forever. So, like, is it a leverage game in there? But I'm fascinated by how accessible 49er information is, unless it's just lying season and this is all a bunch of crap. And they're actually going to do something completely different. But if they were just going to stand pat and make their picks, then I don't even know. Why would you go through this exercise?
Right. You wouldn't. And if you were really dead set on extending Brandon Aiyuk, you would have done it by now. And you would have probably tried to do it before Amon-Ra if you could have gotten it done at a price that was going to work for you.
I don't know about that. I mean, they have habitually waited until the last minute. Now they've said that they don't like that, but we're still, if it comes to contract extensions,
April,
it's very
it's
early.
Super early. No doubt.
Yeah.
But the longer you wait and the more dominoes that fall around you, the higher the price goes. So I think it does you only a service to continue to have this out there in the public. So if you're another GM and you see Deanna Rossini's report, then you're like, ooh, Debo too? Let's get into the war room and let's talk about what we might offer the Niners for Debo if we want him. Do we want Aiyuk for a lot of capital? Maybe we can get Debo and upgrade our wide receiver room and only have to give up a third and a conditional fifth.
I mean, I can only guess that it just means the 49ers are very much open for business.
Right.
But I don't think that they've settled in. Like, I don't, and I like this about them. This is just my read. It's very fluid, which means the 49ers are not dead set on exactly what they're going to do. And I like that. In other words, it's like going to buy a car, but you're like, you're not hitting my number. So I'm out. I'll just keep driving the one that I got. It's like searching for a job when you've already got a job. It's a much easier conversation. The 49ers are not going to do this unless the deal really, really speaks to them. And I guess that's the message, but the message I'm getting is that means they're going to do something, I would think. I don't know what, but they're very much wanting their situation to be maybe a little bit different than what it currently is. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Here we go. We're just moving full steam ahead toward the draft. The full next hour, we'll be joined by our buddy Larry Krueger. He has individually met every player who will be drafted tonight. He knows all of their moms' names. It's going to be an unbelievable breakdown, and we'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Say hello to spring at the California.
Stop whopping me.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's time. It's time. I hope you guys don't mind. Do you mind? Like for this 3 o'clock hour, I'd really like to do this. You okay?
Sure. Oh boy, we're drinking early, Larry.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Larry, what time did you wake up? Did you wake up like 3:30 and wake up your family so you could run downstairs and open all the presents?
It is Christmas Day in this house, that's for sure. I'm fired up. My kids are fired up. Wife not as fired up for the draft, believe it or not. She's not, she's not as into it.
I will also say this. You sent out a tweet about, let's see, it's about 2.5 hours ago. And and it says some quick draft thoughts. And so I cut and paste the whole tweet into a Word doc so I could count the words. 225 words. These are not quick draft thoughts. This is a draft essay that you wrote, Larry.
I have extensive thoughts. Because Mr. Musk has given me the extra characters, I feel like I got to use them.
That's nice of him. You started off by saying, I hope San Francisco keeps Aiyuk. Why do you feel that way?
Because he's their best wide receiver. They're inside their Super Bowl window. He operates expertly in the middle of the field. His best football's ahead of him. They've gone through there's growing pains, as we all know, with many young receivers. They've gone through that with him, and now they're ready to get his best football. And to me, it would be unfortunate to see him walk. But I do understand that it's a cap sport. You're going to be paying Purdy, I think, north of $50 million in a year. And they're a run-first team, So I'm not sure if it really makes sense to pay him and Debo. I don't know that you can move Debo. There's new Diana Rossini rumors. They're shopping Debo today, which goes totally against what Debo was told by the team, that he would not be dealt before, during, or after this year's draft. But who knows? Maybe everything's in play. I'll say this, guys. Last year, I asked John Lynch about Bosa. I said, John, is there any chance that Bosa gets traded? And before I could even get the question out, he's like, absolutely not. Nope, that puts an end to that.
Yep.
He stopped well short of that this time. I mean, as soon as Mayoko asked him on Monday, have you given his agent permission to seek trades? He's like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. He shut it down right there. So to me, that was an indication that the answer to that question is yes. We have given his agent, license to go shop other teams. And clearly, when you look around the league and what's being talked about over the last 48 hours, it's clear that he's out there and can be had. And Silver's reporting was pretty on point.
And if he is shopped, the idea would be to move up from 31 to fill in the blank. And I know that Diana had the thought to move into the top 10, and I'm looking at your quote-unquote quick draft thoughts, and you talk about moving up to 17. Would it be there to draft a lineman, in your opinion, and wait to get a receiver in the second round in a draft that looks to be pretty deep with receivers?
Well, I'll say this, Dibs. I thought if you went and did the breakdown on the Super Bowl 58, right, and did the whole autopsy, if you will, football autopsy, I think that you'd find that the Niners, I think, lost mostly because of L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie and how great they were against the Niner receivers. And I think that's a lasting memory. I mean, we just saw Kyle pick up Trent Taylor the other day. Well, I think he may have something tells me Kyle's watched that video a few times. Let's just say that. And I think he's learned. So I personally think that the target on a trade up is Quinyon Mitchell. And I know that's not a name that you're hearing a lot of, but Lynch referenced that, this could be about this year, but it could also be about next year. Can they pay Mooney Ward? Can they pay Lenore? Can they pay both? I think they really want that dominant corner. And I think Quinyon Mitchell is one of the cleanest prospects. I mean, he had 4 picks in a game. He's an awesome man-to-man corner. Then he went to the combine. He was an incredible tester. So I just think that he could be the target if they trade up into the middle of the first round. If they're trading into the top 10, then I got to think it's either for J.C. Latham or Talieisi Fuaga from Oregon State, one of the 2 premier offensive tackles.
Larry, I think that, don't hate that idea at all as far as attacking the defensive backfield, but let's back up for a second and talk about the actual team as it stands now. If Brandon Aiyuk's not on it, even if they were to get one of these hot shot receiver prospects, you know that it takes a minute, especially in Kyle Shanahan's system. If Brandon Aiyuk's not on this team, how is the receiving core viable enough this coming season?
Yeah, I mean, Mark, I listened to you guys yesterday driving back, and you were making this point, and I understand it. They'd have to make do, right? Well, how would they do it? They would still have Debo. They would still have Jennings. Tyler Boyd is still out there in free agency. There are a couple of really polished receivers that could help them in this draft, including Ladd McConkey, who could be their pick at 31. He could be their pick if they trade down from 31 with the Commanders into the high second round. I think he's really polished, guys. He's really ready to go. To me, he looks a lot like Cooper Kupp. I saw Greg Cosell did a whole breakdown on him. He's in love with him. I think McConkey grows on you. I've got some durability concerns about him because he isn't the biggest guy, but man, played the big conference, ran incredible times. When you watch the film, he's an outstanding, refined route runner who can play at different tempos. He's kind of like I hate to put the label on him, but he's kind of like a Cooper Kupp 2.0 type guy. So I think he's ready to roll. Malik Washington from Virginia, ready to roll. And there's a couple other receivers that are pretty refined. It wouldn't be Aiyuk, but if this isn't the Niners, if they move Aiyuk, it's not because they don't like him or appreciate him or want him. It's because they're paying their quarterback $50 million and they're looking for cap relief. And I personally, if you're asking me my thoughts on it, I think that the Niners know what Aiyuk's camp wants, and Aiyuk knows where the Niners are, and I think they're at an impasse. And I think that the agent and Lynch have a good relationship, and the agent pushed back on the shopping rumors because I think he's trying to do Lynch a solid and help him maintain leverage. He knows they're only going to trade him. He's only going to get his top price if he's traded, most likely. They're only going to be able to trade him if Lynch gets his price. So it makes sense that the agent and Lynch would work into cahoots to try to make it seem like the Niners have total leverage here when do they? It sounds like he's far outpriced himself from their budget from afar looking at it.
And you look at the other big contracts that are bound to come up with Jefferson and also with CeeDee Lamb. And if his contract comes after those, his price might go up, even though he's not as good as those two guys. The top of the market being higher than what it is now might affect what price he's asking for, what price they're willing to pay. If this does go down, Larry, would you expect it to have to happen today as far as the Niners then either moving up in the first round by trading Brandon Aiyuk or getting an additional first-round pick? Do you think that after Thursday in the opening round, can Niner fans breathe easy, or could this be a day two deal as well?
Well, I mean, there's Dibs. It's always possible it could be a day two deal, but I still think we would probably, I think there's a very good chance 49ers make no picks tonight, that they get to 31. There's teams that might want to trade up for Penix or Nix if they're still on the board. There's also a hot report today that the Commanders badly want one of the top tackles to pair with most likely Jaden Daniels, who I think they'll take it too. And the Niners would be a prime category or a prime target to trade up into the back of the first round. Could that trade be grown to include players and picks? I mean, the Commanders have a bevy of picks inside the top 100, and I think they've got 5 inside the top 50. If they traded 36 and 40 and something in the third round, I mean, and players, I mean, you got to remember it's a new regime there, so could be some high picks from previous regimes, guys like Emmanuel Forbes and Jahan Dotson that maybe the last regime liked, but maybe Adam Peters and the new regime aren't as wed to. So that happens a lot. Could you see a deal involving them? Could the Niners throw Ambry Thomas to them in that deal? Could Aiyuk be in that deal? So I think there's a possibility of a bonanza trade, I think, between the Niners and Commanders at the end of the first round tonight. And then as far as tomorrow, I think once the first round goes, I don't see the Niners trading Aiyuk for second-round picks, but it really depends what kind of number he wants. I mean, let's just say this: if they kept him and made him sit there, he could walk at the end of the year. They'd get a compensatory third-round pick. So if they really can't afford him and have already crossed that bridge, I guess any package that's better than the compensatory pick might be something that could be attractive to them. A lot of people say, hey, just let him sit and wait and, make him wait. They're not going to do that. They're not going to sit there and say, we have you under contract and play super hardball. I think they're going to deal with this tonight or this weekend.
Larry Krueger with us, Willard and Dibbs. It's draft day, 95-7 the game. We are breaking all of it down, and there are rumors running everywhere with regard to what the Niners are going to do. 31st pick right now, but reports that phone calls are being made with both Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel's name getting tossed around. Larry, in that tweet that I referenced earlier, you said big fear is that the Rams or Seahawks end up with Michael Penix. Why is that scary to you?
Because he's the best quarterback in this draft. I mean, and there's no doubt in my mind. He's got the biggest arm. He's got 11-inch hands. He can flick it. He's got a laser. I mean, we're talking about a Joe Flacco. This guy's arm makes Mahomes' arm look like nothing. I mean, this guy's got a huge arm. He was the best quarterback in Indy. He was one of the best quarterbacks in the country the last couple of years. I mean, I'm a huge Michael Penix fan. I mean, I saw him last year on a Thursday night game with like 40-mile-an-hour winds up in Seattle, and the quarterback that they were going against, they almost couldn't throw it at all. They just ran the ball because the wind was so great. This guy was just throwing lasers that cut right through that wind. So, I mean, he throws it the best of all these guys, and he had a whale of a career. If he didn't have some injury concerns, I think he would be much more of a slam dunk. I'm a big Penix fan.
Well, clearly, but can we back up? I'd like you to say that again and make sure everyone heard. If you're distracted by someone in your car or if the boss is talking to you, tell him to shut up, because Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, all of that. Say that again, Larry.
Penix is the best quarterback in this draft, and history will show that over time.
And this from a man who saw Brock Purdy coming before virtually anybody else. How much would you be concerned, though, Larry, about not only the age, I think he'd be the second oldest first-round quarterback ever drafted, but the fact that he's had major injuries throughout his career, including 2 ACL injuries.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. I mean, he's had major injuries, which is part of his story, right? Which is probably part of the reason. But he's proven over the last couple of years that he's healthy, and he's played. I mean, now the big concern is not the injuries, Tibbs. It's the fact that he did play behind a very good offensive line at Washington, and there's a lot of people, including Dave Softy Mahler, that believe that line made him look good. Other people feel that Odunze and McMillan, having those receivers, Westover, the tight end, made him really look good. I mean, there's no question he had a great surrounding cast, but I mean, don't ignore the obvious. I mean, Caleb Williams and Penix played in the same conference this year. SC's got a ton of talent as well. Penix won all the games. SC was disappointing. Penix wound up in the national championship game. Then Penix wasn't afraid at all to go to Indy and throw. He was the best quarterback in Indy. He threw the ball better than any of the other prospects. So, they played the same conference against the same competition. It's not that I don't think Caleb has talent. I think Caleb does have talent, but I just think Penix has a bigger arm. He's got mobility. I think it's important to him. I like Penix a lot. I like him more than Nix. I like him more than Daniels, May. I like him the most of these guys.
How many QBs do you think come off the board tonight, and how many of them do you think will pan out?
I think 6 come off the board tonight, and I think 2 of them will pan out probably. And my 2 that I think would pan out, as far as when I say pan out, I mean all these guys will be in the league. But as far as special, I think the best that I've seen out of these guys is Daniels from LSU and Penix. I mean, Daniels wasn't good at ASU, but Daniels the last couple of years now, was it Neighbors and Thomas Jr.? That helped. But, I mean, the way he throws with touch and timing, the way he moves, I think Jaden Daniels is pretty exciting prospect.
While we're in the quarterback sphere, who do you think that the Niners would look at late in the draft, a la Brock Purdy, as far as just taking a quarterback? It feels like with all the picks they have, 10 picks in all, they might just take a shot at somebody. Do you have a late round sleeper for the Niners at QB?
I absolutely do. You know I do.
That's my guy.
You came to the right place. These are not the droids you're looking for. No.
Thank you.
No, Austin Reed from Western Kentucky is a really great prospect.
Yeah.
Why? Because he was the quarterback for Malachi Corley there at Western Kentucky. He was a lacrosse player who started playing football, and he supposedly is just a film junkie. He's a 4.4 GPA. If you see him interviewed, he reminds you a lot of Brock Purdy with the yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir, aw shucks. He's got that thing down. He's he's thought to be an amazing competitor who lives to watch film, is super bright, and he's also kind of like Purdy. He's 6'1", 225, doesn't quite have what the arm that NFL teams are looking for, but he processes what he sees at the line of scrimmage. The ball comes out on time. Very productive player for the Hilltoppers. That's the guy for me on day 3, Austin Reed.
Larry Kruger with us, Willard and Dibbs, draft day, and we're spending the whole hour talking this whole thing out. Can I ask more of a sort of a feel question? No. All right, never mind. Back to Dibbs. No.
Great question, Dibbs.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. You said you hope Brandon stays. I hope Brandon stays. Every reporter all week long has sort of hemmed and hawed but guessed that Brandon will probably stay. Yet the buzz of the day sort of makes it feel like people are now expecting at least something large to happen. This is an up-to-the-minute question. Right now, do you feel like something big is about to happen for the 49ers or not?
I do. I absolutely do. I just think they're at a crossroads. I think they're at an impasse. I don't think they want to pay this receiver $30 million, and it's a deep receiver draft, and I think that they want, the talk is that they're shopping him, but they have an enormously high price. And I understand that because he's an enormously great player. But I just think that their cap situation is, there's other receivers that if they wanted to align the contract with Devontae Smith, they could have gotten it done by now. And I just think that they're at an impasse. I think they respect Brandon. I think they like Brandon. I think Brandon respects them and likes them. But I think that they're looking at a team that needs to build a wall in front of Brock Purdy. They need to get a number one type player in their secondary, a true alpha corner or alpha safety or both. And they still need to replenish their defensive line. They have some needs here. And it's a deep receiver draft with some guys with some polish. And you also have guys like Tyler Boyd sitting out there that you could sign. Tyler Boyd is no slouch. I mean, the Niners couldn't cover him when the Bengals rolled in earlier this year. So I think they love Aiyuk, but I think that they have a high price tag for him, and I think there's enough desperate teams. Trent Baalke's fired at the end of the year if Jacksonville doesn't make the playoffs. He's terrible at picking receivers. He drafted A.J. Jenkins. You think he wants to roll the dice on a receiver? He's a survivor in this league. To me, he's going to prioritize his job security over what's best for the Jags. I think Jacksonville will be ready to move. I think Ballard and Lynch have gotten together. I think Ballard is desperate for a receiver for his young quarterback, Anthony Richardson. I think could show some desperation. And then you got to remember Adam Peters is sitting there, and I think Peters, from what I've been told, guys, Bob Myers went there to rapidly get them from where they're playing now into a new stadium. And that's going to up the value of that franchise. So they're on no 5-year plan. They're in a rush. And I think Aiyuk, to the Commanders also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you mentioned Indy. They're at 15. Jacksonville's at 17. And the Commanders with those 2 top of the second round picks. That'd be interesting if the Niners could somehow keep their first round pick and maybe pick up both those seconds or do a second round swap of some sort. What about Buffalo, a team in desperate need of a receiver sitting at 28th in the first round? Would you think they might be a candidate for Aiyuk in a trade?
No question. The only question is, does Lynch and Shanahan put Buffalo in that category with Kansas City? It's like Kansas City, I'm sure, would love to have Aiyuk. Do you want to move him there? I mean, that's like Charles Haley did the Cowboys. I don't know if you want to relive that. And Buffalo's right in that window as well. So, and then also Buffalo's got the 28th pick in round one. Isn't Aiyuk worth more than the 28th pick? So I don't know what the ask would be from the Niners. The Jacksonville one makes sense to me because I think you could get Walker Little, who's a Stanford guy, who's their backup left tackle, who can play left tackle and right tackle. He's only 25 or 26. He was a relatively high pick. He was a blue chip prospect at Stanford. I think it's reasonable to think that Lynch may like him. If you could somehow get Jacksonville's pick and Walker Little and maybe a day 3 pick, maybe the Niners would pull the trigger on that. It would give them some protection this year with a swing tackle for McKivitz, or maybe it would make McKivitz the swing tackle and Little would play right tackle. But I could definitely see that being a marriage because Little's got talent and he's sitting number 2 on Jacksonville's depth chart.
Larry, it's obvious in listening to you every year that you love young people. This is very obvious. And I'm not saying that I don't. I dig the draft, but I'm having a problem with it this year. And this is my question. The fact that the Niners are in such a window, just nose hairs away from winning the Super Bowl, followed by being the favorite again this year. In your opinion, how does that affect the way they behave tonight?
I think if they go for if they trade up for a lineman, if they trade up, it's got to be for somebody that's going to play. You know what I mean? It can't be you're trading up for a tackle that's going to sit the bench for a year. You have to believe that they're plug and play type players, right? So that's why I mentioned Quinyon Mitchell, because Mitchell is just, you could put him in there day one, opposite Mooney, and now you've got 3 corners with Lenore and Mooney and Mitchell. That would really be exciting. I just think that they can't go for anybody who's in any way a project or anybody who's going to take time. And then it also, Diana Rossini is reporting that Debo, who's been promised that he wouldn't be traded before, during, or after this draft, according to other reports over the last month or so. Now she's saying that he may get moved today in an attempt to move into the top 10. I just think that, I don't know if you saw Belichick on the McAfee show last week, but he basically was like, hey, history shows and the stats show that drafting a quarterback or a receiver in the first round is truly a 50-50 proposition. So, man, that's what's so scary about moving Aiyuk and the idea that you may try to replace him with some receiver that you draft. It's very hit and miss. And even if you hit, like the Niners hit with Jerry Rice, it didn't necessarily really show itself until that second year. So do the Niners want to waste a year, coaching up a talented young receiver? Brian Thomas is a better prospect on paper today coming out of LSU than Aiyuk was coming out of ASU. At the same point, he's a better prospect, but it doesn't mean he's going to play better this year. In fact, it's very unlikely that he's going to play better this year.
Or ever.
Yeah, or ever. That's the other thing. It's like, the one thing about trading known quantities for draft picks is I think in some ways you got to go 2 for 1, or you got to get, multiple picks for, you have to be multiple ones, but it's got to be multiple picks because, like, you knew DeForest Buckner was good and you traded him for Javon Kinlaw, who you hoped would be a DeForest Buckner. And there's a miss rate to these draft choices. And we're all excited about it, the things on TV, but if you've ever done the due diligence, and I have gone back and done some of the math on the draft, most of these guys are going to bust. Not most, but a big percentage of the draft choices are going to bust. The draft is about identifying false favorites. Every guy in this freaking draft is the best guy in his college team. They're all Americans. They're this, they're that. They run great. Everybody's going to be excited by who they pick. But in reality, there's a huge bust rate to this thing. So if you're trading a known like a Buckner or an Aiyuk for an unknown, I think you got to get multiple bites of the apple as far as that unknown. Otherwise, I think you're the odds are against that you're going to be able to replace a great player with another great player.
Great stuff. Great stuff. We're not done yet. Larry's going to hang with us for the entire 3 o'clock hour. Stay right where you are. This is absolutely just dripping with intrigue. It is draft day. We've got you covered in every angle. Draft night on the game is coming when we're done as well at 6. That's Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett, all getting together at 6 o'clock to take you all the way up to and through the 49ers pick, and then get your reaction. Draft night tonight at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. But we're talking draft night with our buddy Larry Krueger, and we're not done yet. Much more ahead on Willard and Dibs.
And right now it's Dan Dibley.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I'm laughing because Larry fell off Zoom, and now he's not answering, which is a classic thing to do whenever something goes into the vortex. It's like when you lose a call because you're driving across a bridge here in the Bay Area, you call that person back, goes straight to voicemail.
Stop.
Because they're in the vortex.
Yeah.
Larry's got to get out of the vortex.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get him back on here because I got 1,000 more questions. I'd like to ask him, in fact, the one that you and I were batting back and forth right before he came on.
Hypotheticals.
Which is, why do we know so much about what the Niners are seemingly doing right now or thinking about? Why is this being sent to reporters in a public space? Now, they could be getting it from agents. They could be getting it from other GMs. But it seems like the 49ers are very willing to kind of share where they're at right now. And I want to know in what way that benefits them.
Yeah.
Like, why is that happening?
Well, let's ask him right now because he's rejoined us.
Larry is back.
Our very own Larry Krueger. 2 earbuds, 1 man, and
2 buds
inside
this show.
His ears.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard the question, Larry, but it's really to sum up Mark's meandering quandary, his query, actually. Why are we finding out about all of these reports about the Niners' activity, about Brandon Aiyuk, and now Deebo Samuel as well?
Yeah, like why did the Niners benefit? Why would they want this out?
Well, I just think that when you get into what we're about to go through here, which is like a gigantic league-wide conference call, you can play your cards close to the vest, but you have to, as the thing gets closer, do a canvassing of the league, and any number of people could be talking and whispering to the Diana Rossinis of the world and ESPN and NFL Network, and I just think it's a very difficult thing to keep things quiet when you're actually entertaining trade talks. So I think I would say this. I believe the smoke. When they say that they're looking, they're talking to teams trying to get into the top 10, I bet you they are. When they're talking about, any number of teams, John admitted that there were a bunch of teams that were showing interest in Brandon Aiyuk. So he's a very coveted player, and especially on a night like tonight where you start to really get close to pulling the trigger on picking one of these players, you start to assess the risk factor. And then a guy like Aiyuk, who there's very little risk, right, in trading for Aiyuk, you pretty much know what you're going to get, becomes more attractive. And I think the Niners are keenly aware of that, and I think that they're kind of waiting. And Lynch made it perfectly clear that, the key to being good on draft days, you got to be nimble and you got to be able to adjust the stuff on the fly. And I think they're waiting to see if somebody blinks at their high asking price for Brandon.
Especially if it's one of their, quote, gold helmet prospects, right? And so if they're in a spot where one of their gold helmet guys that they really love is still on the board with a team that maybe is one that they have targeted, is interested with Brandon Aiyuk, do you think it could be that simple that when that team gets on the clock, like Indianapolis or Jacksonville, and one of the players that they love is still there, would they be then more motivated to do something bold?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt, Dibs. And not only that, I will go further than that. I don't think they'll pull the trigger unless they had a player that they highly covet there on the board. And I think that's part of the reason they don't want to do this trade, even this afternoon, if there is a trade on the table, because they want to see who's on the board. I mean, we've been speculating. The NFL Network has a mock draft every 15 seconds. So they're speculating constantly, but it's all just speculation. And I guarantee you the one thing that we can say definitively is that if we were privy to be able to walk into every team's war room, what you'd find is that these boards are not the same. They're different. And in some cases, they're dramatically different. So it's all guesswork as to, where these players are going to go and who's going to fall. I mean, give you an example. The UCLA pass rusher is a tremendous player. He's probably a top 5, top 8 type player, but he's had a neck injury. He's had multiple injuries, and there's a good chance that he falls tonight just simply because of the medicals. I heard a buddy of mine told me that they don't have Latu on their board in the first 2 rounds because they view him as a medical risk. So, That, to me, is really interesting. So, I mean, could a guy like that fall out of the first round because of medical situations? Guys fall for any number of perceived slights, or sometimes, like Tavondre Sweat had a DUI in the last week. He's projected to be a late first, high second round pick, maybe mid-second. He may fall into day 3 now. So all these boards are quite a bit different.
Larry Krueger joining us on Willard and Dibs, talking draft day, and we are counting down, in fact, an hour and 20 minutes away from the start of the actual event, and Dibs and I will have you for the first hour of the actual draft, and then our team of Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings and Sterling Bennett will take over there at 6 o'clock and take you through the evening and the whole first round tonight. Larry, it's clear you think it's on the table that the Niners get a higher first-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk. What do you make of Deebo Samuel entering into these conversations today, and what might they net for him?
Less, but
sure.
You know, here's the thing, too. It's like people have been debating, well, you know, they should move Deebo instead of Aiyuk. You know, guys, I think it's time for Niner fans to come to grips with the reality that they're paying Brock Purdy most likely 50 times what he's going to make this year in the future on a big contract. So I don't know that either receiver is really safe, short-term or long-term. They both could be sacrificed. You know, why? Because receivers are thought to be easier to get. The last 4 or 5 drafts, the receiver classes have been exceptionally deep. Teams are playing the spread in the college level now, so you're seeing many, many more receivers, you know, viable for the draft every year. And there's good receivers still in the free agent market, a couple at least. So I think that, you know, the whole, well, should they have to move off from Deebo or Aiyuk? Guys, when push comes to shove, they may have to move off of both. So, and then I think there are teams that really highly covet Deebo. I think Shanahan really has a high thought of Deebo. From what I was told, Deebo was promised that he was not going to be moved before, during, or after the draft.
Right.
So to see Diana Rossini throw that out there is surprising. But there may be a team in the top 10 that, Deebo is a unique player. He's almost like a one of one. So if you love his skill set and believe that his skill set is something you want to have on your team, you know, maybe there's a team, all it takes is one team to say, hey, we got to have that player, and that player moves. So there might be some cachet to Deebo that we're unaware of here.
And does that also come from the fact that it seems like more teams are starting to incorporate some of the Shanahan stuff in their offense, whether it's the pre-snap motion or, you know, the jet sweep, for example? Not that he invented it, but it seems like it's more emulated now than ever in the NFL.
Well, I mean, Gibbs, the NFL is more chunk yardage plays than ever before. It's not about 13-play drives. It's about quick strikes, and it's about mismatches and isolating guys in coverage and getting the matchup that you want. And in Deebo's case, I'm sure there's a lot of people looking at the 49ers and the success they've had. Even though they haven't won the Super Bowl, they've been in the conference championship game, and then looked at Deebo and said, man, I'd love to have something like that. You know, I'd love to have a receiver that can create dynamic plays, that we don't have to rely on our quarterback, and in bad weather, we can hand it to him on a toss sweep or an end around, and he can create those chunk yardage plays that, you know, every team's covet. So, you know, I just think that when, you know, we have him here, so we see some of the downsides, the injuries, and, you know, he puts on weight sometimes as the season goes on, and sometimes he hasn't been the most dynamic. But other people see, man, that's a unique weapon that, it's hard to replicate. And so maybe there's a team out there that has put a high price tag on him and really covets him, maybe. And that might be to the Niners' benefit. I'll say this, though. If you do covet him, you're going to take on 2 years of big money. I think close to $40 million in contract obligations there. So, I think maybe the 49ers might view it as a gift, to be honest, if somebody gave them a high asset. I would say Deebo's worth like a 3rd-round pick and this year, and maybe a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick next year. But if you paired him with your pick, could you move into the top 10 if the team coveted him? Maybe. It's possible.
Larry, can I ask you about my draft crush?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Please,
all
I want
right.
to know who it is.
Yes, Malachi Corley, Western Kentucky. He's thick, Larry. He's got a base, and he's the king of yak. Could he be the next Debo if there's no Debo?
Absolutely. And I think that would be like if they took him at 31, more likely than not, maybe in round 2, or maybe in a trade back scenario, or if they did deal with the Commanders and got those multiple 2s from the Commanders, I could see them using one of those picks on Corley. Supposedly a large Niner contingent went out to Western Kentucky to look at Corley. Now, he's not Debo, okay? So for those of you saying, oh, he's Debo, he's not Debo. He's a poor man's Debo. He runs through arms tackles. He's good run after the catch. Football's really important to the guy. He's more than he's a kind of a running back receiver, but he's not 220. He's more like 210, 215. He's kind of a less powerful version of Debo.
Who would you say then in this draft is the, quote, poor man's Brandon Aiyuk? Is it Malik Neighbors out of LSU? Is it somebody they could attain at 31? Or to get somebody who could approximate Aiyuk, would they have to move up in the first round?
Yeah, Aiyuk is so interesting. The poor man's Aiyuk, I think I would say I don't know if he's a poor man's Aiyuk. He might be better than Aiyuk, but Brian Thomas is the guy that reminds me a lot of Aiyuk. Just that he runs across the middle without fear, long arms, plays fast, big playmaker, unafraid. There's a lot. He can catch it short and take it the distance. He reminds me a lot of Aiyuk, more so than anybody. I also love, Xavier Legette. I'm not sure the pronunciation on that, but the South Carolina receiver who's, he's kind of like an A.J. Brown. He's maybe a little bit bigger than Aiyuk heavy-wise, but, he runs in the 4.3s, run after the catch, only had the one big year this year, but, he played in a top conference. He tested incredible. Every time you see him, he doesn't create tons of separation on his route, but he creates an enormous separation as soon as he catches the ball.
Larry Krueger with us here on Willard and Dibbs as we count down to the draft, which is starting in a little bit over an hour. Hey, could I have you clarify an answer you gave us about a half hour ago? Because you said that even though everyone's sort of slanting toward Brandon stays, you said we've reached a point where you do think something big is about to happen, but I didn't necessarily pin you down on what. Do you think that Brandon Aiyuk is going to be traded tonight?
I kind of do. I was hoping I was wrong, but it just seems like why? Because I think that even though the Niners have put a high price tag on him, I think there's when you factor in the failure rate of rookie wide receivers, the nervousness of executives, and the talk from Silver's article that they may be willing to take a high second and a player or a high second and a package of picks. And then you got the Commanders there with 2 high second picks. I think, I was talking to the Niners announcer the other day who basically said that he didn't think that Washington was a good fit because they already have Scary Terry McLaurin. But I just think Washington is in a rush to get better right away, and Aiyuk helps them get better. And they've got, a number of picks that could be very attractive to the 49ers. So, yeah, I do think Aiyuk gets moved, and I'm not wishing for it, because it seems like, how do you get better by moving your best receiver inside your championship window?
There you go.
But but here's the thing. Brock Purdy has had 2 different opportunities to talk about Brandon in the last couple of weeks with reporters, and he has talked about him in past tense. And to me, when you talk about somebody in past tense, that means that you're, it's like, go look at those quotes. It's like, Brandon has meant a lot to me, and it's amazing what he's done for me. It's like a lot of it seems kind of like, he's saying things like, like Brandon's out of there.
Well,
and he was asked about Brandon the other day, and he finished his answer by saying, I have confidence in John and Kyle to find the right pieces to put around me. And that was a question he was asked about Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, if he really, was just absolutely believed that Aiyuk was going to be there, he'd be like, hey, you know what? This is just business. It's all going to get done. That's my number one guy. I need him to survive, whatever. He's not saying any of those things. He's like, I'm not getting involved. I've got confidence in John and Kyle that they'll find the right pieces to the puzzle for our offense. To me, it sounds like he's moving.
Well, Larry, what about the way Brandon has behaved? This is something I was really thinking about today because, as you know, the particulars in this case know more than we do. And I can't get out of my mind the fact that Brandon, his girl, his brother, there's been so much that's gone out on social media. None of it's been positive at all. And this started literally moments after they lost in the Super Bowl, where they were all predicting that Brandon would be gone. Why would that be?
Yeah, I mean, if you study the history of wide receivers in the NFL, they typically only get that one big deal. And he wants to get his money, and it's already come out that I think Schefter had it about 3 weeks ago. If it comes, he wants to be a Niner, all things being equal. He wants that big deal, but he wants the big deal more than he wants to be a Niner. And maybe that's incorrect reporting, but that's what's being reported. So the other thing is, like, he's sitting there with Jaden Daniels 5 days ago, going, 5 days from now there's going to be fireworks. I think Daniels is going to the Commanders, and I think. They're going to try to get Aiyuk there. They've got plenty of arsenal of picks and players to make it happen. And I just, obviously Lynch and Peters, there's a trust there, so it's not hard for them to get on the same page. If you ask me, bet on it, I would say Jaden Daniels goes to the Commanders, and his number one receiver is going to be Brandon Aiyuk somehow, some way.
And the package would be, and the Commanders have number 36 and number 40 in the second round. The Niners would get number 36, you'd figure, and then maybe a fourth round later?
I think Brandon Aiyuk is worth more than that, than the 36th pick in the fourth round. And a fourth round pick. I think, the Niners would hold out for 36 and 40 and maybe even want a guy like Jahan Dotson. I could see Ambry Thomas, who's probably kind of gone, as far as he can go with the Niners here, who's, Peters was a big fan of his in the draft. I could see him going over there. I could see them making a deal involving multiple picks and players.
Wow.
And that involves Aiyuk. I mean, it's, some people don't think it's a fit, but I from what I've heard about the Commanders, they really want to accelerate. They're not on a 5-year plan. They're trying to win right away. They're trying to put butts in the seats, show some momentum, get a new stadium, get out of FedEx, and kind of rebuild the overall value of that iconic franchise, which Dan Schneider has ruined. I think that's why Bob Myers is there. So I don't think they're going to operate on a long-term level like most, first-year regimes. I think they're going to be in a sprint mode, and I think that could be involved. That could be directly involving Brandon Aiyuk going there.
Larry, the offensive line, as we sit here today, is basically the same group. It's the same group that they had last year. Let's take the whole weekend into account, and how does the offensive line look after the weekend, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, it's absolutely essential that they get 2 or 3 draft picks committed to this offensive line. As far as who's it going to be and what round, I mean, the common wisdom has always been, if you want a top-tier tackle, you got to be in the top 20 to 25 picks. And so do they use that trade up to get that tackle? Possibly. And then, it's a very good tackle class where you're going to find some really good tackles in round 2 and round 3. And there's a couple guys that I think really fit them. The Notre Dame kid, Blake Fisher, I think fits them. I think he's going to be a round 2 or round 3 guy. Javon Foster from Missouri, long arm tackle who has experience at both right and left tackle. I think he's a candidate. Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota State has like 35 starts at left tackle and 24 starts at right tackle and is very athletic and showed it at the combine. I think he could be in play. The other name is Walter Rouse, who started at Stanford, transferred to Oklahoma, allowed, I think, the lowest pass rush or pass block win rate in the, he only 1.32% of all pass rushes were successful against Rouse. He played opposite Guyton at Oklahoma this year. He also is a dominating run blocker. I could see them showing a lot of interest in him on day 3. So I definitely think, maybe center. I'm a huge fan of the West Virginia center, Zach Frazier. I wouldn't totally shock me if they took Frazier at 31. I mean, he's a dominating center who, he's everything you want. I mean, he's 48-0 as a wrestler, 4.0 GPA, tough as nails. He got hurt this year. He crawled off the field instead of being put on the stretcher. Baldy told me last week in a thing that I had with him that you can't have a great offensive line unless you have a great center, and that guy's a great center. So, him and Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon, I think, are probably in play as well at 31. We don't talk about center a lot, but it wouldn't shock me if they went with a center at 31.
If you were to line up their first 3 picks by position, Larry, what are their first 3 positions that they're going to take off the board?
Well, I mean, how do you not go D-line when you know it's this franchise? They always go D-line. So I would say D-line, O-line, corner. In that order.
D-line, O-line, corner. Okay, but not wide receiver. Wow. Look at you.
No, I think it's an exceptionally deep wide receiver group. And, I do think there's a high likelihood they wind up with Luke McCaffrey. That's the other thing, too. It's like, Lynch, I think they really want to get Luke McCaffrey. I mean, and maybe they're willing to change out their wide receiver core. Daniel Jeremiah had him taking Xavier Worthy from Texas, who's just the ultimate burner, who would basically be like a better version of Danny Gray. The one thing about receivers is they got to complement one another. And the Niners could use that vertical threat, and they could also use a guy like McCaffrey who could help them in the return game.
All right, Larry. You're Larry Krueger. You have now met every single person who's going to be drafted tonight. You also know all of the GMs in the league. And with that information as a backdrop, what is the absolute perfect scenario as it plays out tonight for the 49ers in your mind?
The perfect scenario is that the Jaguars say, we'll give you 17 Walker Little and a day 3 pick, maybe in like the 5th round for Aiyuk for 17. And then at 17, you take, I think their number 1 target is Quinyon Mitchell, just because of how clean he is as a prospect. Dominant player on the field, dominant tester, no real risk. I think they were scarred by what McDuffie and Snead did to them in the Super Bowl. They want their own McDuffie and Snead, and I think Quinyon Mitchell would be the pick at 17. Then when you come back at 31, I think there's a high likelihood they trade 31 with the Commanders, who I think want to get up for like a Tyler Guyton or a Marius Mims or, a tackle to protect Jaden Daniels. And the Niners trade back and get a couple more picks and get into that 2nd round range. And then I think they go line of scrimmage with either a center like a Zach Frazier or a defensive tackle. I think that, like a Michael Hall or Luke Aroro, something like that.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
And then I think you go for your receiver at that point in round, in the next go round, in the 3rd round, and then when you're in the 4th round, in that window. And I think there's some good receivers there, Malik Washington and others, Luke McCaffrey, and there's even some day 3 receivers. So I think they could sign a Tyler Boyd, but Ladd McConkey, it wouldn't shock me at all if Shanahan was in love with Ladd McConkey at 31 as well. But I think they trade back into that 2nd round.
The most Larry Krueger draft answer ever. I asked you about tonight. You laid out the whole weekend. Larry, don't yell at people who try to talk to you during the draft tonight, okay?
There will be no people. I've cleared out all people.
Okay.
I put on the holiday fogger, and that gets rid of most of all insects and people.
Thanks for coming on with us, buddy.
You're the best.
Anytime, guys. 2 Gapper, with a thick bubble.
I
All
love
right,
it.
let's text tonight.
Technique.
After every pick, I want a text from you.
Just get ready for this, guys. We're just surprised that he was there.
Yeah.
And we're just absolutely tickled pink that he was there.
I love the pick.
I like the player.
Yeah, I love the pick. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Larry Krueger in his element. And there he goes. We'll react to all of it coming up next. Take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
I'm David. I'm John.
The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-858-0815. That's 800-858-0815. Again, 800-858-0815.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, goodness.
What?
Hit it.
No.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
What?
The moment we've been waiting for is here.
Shut your mouth.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Curry has won the 2023-24 NBA Clutch Player of the Year award.
Oh,
you guys are jerks.
Totally. I mean, I'm happy for... Thank you. Happy for Steph.
Wait, what did you think I was going to say? What?
Exactly.
What did I do? Steph Curry just won a huge
hit
award.
Me with the, Brendan, go bye-bye.
He won a league-wide clutch player. We talked about this all year.
Larry just said he expects him to get traded at some point. We thought it was going to happen now.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly. Instead of,
there was no way that was going to happen at 4:06.
Why not? The draft starts in 54 minutes.
You don't announce it now.
DeForest Buckner got traded a month ago.
Why do you think that Roger Goodell always goes up there and goes, with the 17th pick, we have a trade to announce? You don't tell people ahead of time.
Because it happens right then and there. It doesn't happen an hour before.
Yes,
and in this day and age of leaked deals and tipped picks,
I disagree with you completely.
If the trade happened right now, we would know about it.
No, we
now.
wouldn't.
Oh,
no,
absolutely.
No, because teams have pending trades. Absolutely. There is very much the possibility that the Niners have an agreement in principle reached, but it is dependent on whether or not the guy they want is available. Teams do that all the time. Yeah, we'll trade you Aiyuk for the 17th pick. Let's wait until the first 16 picks go down and see if the guy that we want is still there. Because if you do it now and announce it, then other teams are going to have intel on who the Niners might want. They might jump them and get back in front of them. So, that's why so many of these guys have been telling us it's going to be so stressful tonight. You're going to, every pick, you're going to have to, when Jacksonville at number 17, when Roger walks up, dude, I'm going to be holding my breath.
Yeah. Indy at 15, Jacksonville at 17.
Plus, at any moment, Roger Goodell could fall over and be taken to the hospital.
He's not that old.
Did you hear about this?
No.
So he just had back surgery.
Dang.
3 weeks ago.
I wonder what his copay was and if he could afford it. Poor guy.
Which is pretty crazy, considering, back surgery. That's not... I don't care what you had done to your back. That's a lot. The recovery's a lot.
Hey, it's Tiger. I had my back fused. I've had five operations on my back.
Peyton Manning and my wonderful mom twice. Okay?
Mark.
Yeah, exactly. My back. So
my neck and my back.
It hurts.
Yep.
So anyway, among the things that we need to be watching tonight, apparently it is unknown at this hour if Roger Goodell will be able to do his signature welcome to the league hug that he gives to each player in the first round. Don't know if he could do it. 350-pound lineman, whack, whack, right there on the back.
Talisi Fuaga, seriously.
Thanks, Raj. And boom, straight to the ground and straight to the hospital.
Well, then he shouldn't be up there. If he can't deliver on what he's really known to do, then, bring in somebody else. Bring in a backup commish for the night because you got to hug it out. It's Roger's bit.
Well, maybe not tonight. Not playing with a full deck.
So they're going to tell every prospect when they get the hat, right before they walk up the stairs, they're going to whisper in his ear, remember, you can't touch Roger. Pretend he's the Pope.
Remember when Deebo Samuel played a game earlier this year and they never threw him the ball because he was just a decoy the whole time? Sometimes you got to go out there without your best stuff and you got to give what you got, and sometimes it's not the whole thing.
Yeah.
Got to get out there and give them what you got, Raj. Now, I might ask, how the hell did you schedule this thing 3 weeks before the draft? Waiting for insurance to kick in or something?
Could have been an emergency. You never know.
Could have been.
Could have been an injury, and which precipitated the procedure. That'll be definitely something, I guess, to watch amidst all of the madness. And you and I were talking to Lucas, the great producer, who you just heard from during the break, about the scene in Detroit and all the Honolulu blue and all the crazies that have been out there for hours.
The draft is turning into, what was that? Was it Georgia versus Florida? They used to call it the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. Yeah. And then somebody canceled it or whatever. They're not allowed to call it that anymore because it's there might be drinking in the SEC. Anyway, whatever. This is turning into that. The draft in Nashville, and now the way this looks in Detroit, the people who are on the scene are saying it is absolutely lit on fire right now, the way this crowd is. I don't know what it is about the draft. I get the excitement of the draft, but the whole, we're here on the scene. I mean, it's not a spectacle in person. Is the draft better in person than it is on TV? It's just a podium and a man in a suit, and then they walk up, right? They walk up, you get a hat. I don't know. But if it's a party, and who cares why you're there?
It's a full-on palooza, and this is one of the few events where you go into it and all 32 teams are all tied. All 32 teams, assuming you have a first-round pick, and sometimes teams don't, but if you have a pick, you get a chance to have that moment be about you. Even if you're sitting in Kansas City spot and you're pick number 32, you're the champ, so you don't really care. But take any team that has a pick, and for that 10-minute moment, you as a fan of the Tennessee Titans at 7, that's your moment. And you can either be happy about it or mad about it in real time. And it's kind of a fun reaction because what the hell do you know? They're going to take a player who in a year, 2 years, 4 years, or never, you're going to find out if the pick then was good or not. But for tonight, you get that visceral moment. And I think about Jets fan every year that it was held in New York, where Jets fan would be pissed immediately, no matter who the player was. It was kind of their bit.
Absolutely. I think the Eagles fans did that as well. They weren't obviously there on the scene when it was in New York every year, but they would travel. Remember, they were all there to boo Donovan McNabb.
Yeah.
And for a while, forever, I mean, it was the best quarterback they had ever had there, even though he didn't get it all the way done. But anyway, updating the situation as it stands, the draft is going to get started here in a little bit more than 45 minutes. We will have the coverage. We will have the picks live. We will have the reaction, the discussion. I will predict that the Bears take Caleb Williams. I don't know about you. That's my prediction. We'll see if it comes true. We'll take you all the way up to 6 o'clock. That's when Grandy and Evan and Sterling are going to take over, and then they will be with you all night long until this thing is over and beyond so they can react to what the Niners do. I would like to make a firm prediction right now.
Okay.
A firm prediction
Do you
right
want
now.
the chime for your firm prediction? Or
Yeah, sure. Let's do the chime. And this is in stark contrast to something that draft expert Larry Krueger said a short time ago. I am going to contradict Larry in 3, 2, 1. The 49ers are keeping Brandon Aiyuk. Lock it. The 49ers are keeping Brandon Aiyuk. Do not
It's not a bold prediction. That is clearly still the favorite, despite the Deanna Rossini's and the Michael Silvers.
Well, there's
and even the David Lombardi that I just saw on Twitter.
First of all, I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to wow you.
I know.
I'm just telling you because it does, and part of this is just social media. Social media takes us in an emotional direction. And so the draft is about to be here. There's a lot of talk going on, and we talked to Larry about this, and he agreed that the vibe had kind of changed. And it's funny because what changed the vibe? We're not even there. So what changed the vibe? Well, there were some tweets, and it feels like a drumbeat of the Niners are about to do something, and they might. But my very firm prediction is it won't be that. You can call that based on some conversations and some things that I've seen. You can also call it what I've been saying all week, which is that I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. Like, you don't sit here with a bunch of either 30-year-old or about to be 30-year-old battering rams who are already getting paid in the NFL and go, yeah, we'll ride with those guys into the future and get rid of our 26-year-old budding star. You don't do that. So the 49ers, in my very firm opinion, will not trade Brandon Aiyuk tonight, but there's another reason I feel that way. And let me ask you this. Dan Dibley, why the hell did Deebo Samuel's name just pop up out of nowhere today? Why?
Because they're fishing for picks. They're fishing for a way to either get more picks or get better picks because they're sitting at 31 and they see players that likely will go in the teens, and there are players there that they would love to have more than they maybe have somebody fall to them at 31.
Okay, and it also to me means that you're fishing around in that area because you've sort of decided, let's not do the other receiver. You're not doing both of them.
No.
You're obviously not doing both of them.
Maybe you don't feel confident that the teams that are ahead of you in the first round will wow you and give you their pick and take Brandon Aiyuk, like Indianapolis, who's sitting at 15, and the Jacksonville Jaguars at 17. If those potential deals with those two teams feel like they're not going to be live when those picks get on the board, then maybe you're thinking, all right, maybe we'll float Deebo then as a possible trade piece in a way to, maybe you trade Deebo to Washington and you get pick number 36 in the second round for Deebo. It's a way to float another name to maybe get more action in the draft trade realm.
Or maybe it is actually, Gabe Kapler, a consideration.
Yeah.
Maybe it is a consideration. Look, we're clearly in a spot where the 49ers, I would argue, feel less than comfortable about the potential cost of their wide receiver room. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you going to do about it? And what we've been sitting here speculating about for a week or 2 or 6 is that that's all about Brandon Aiyuk because he's the one that's about to get paid. But yeah, there's 1,000 ways to cut this cookie. There's you can do this in all kinds of different ways. And for me, that's the one that makes the least sense. We're always talking about, well, hey, a football team's got to look down the road. Exactly. And there's not a one of you out there who feels if you asked who's going to be the better player in 4 years, Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel? Laughable question. Of course the money play on that one is Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know how life's going to pan out. We'll see. But of course, Brandon Aiyuk is the answer to that question, is the more likely, productive player who, by the way, I would also argue, as long as Christian McCaffrey is going to be on your team, Brandon Aiyuk is a way better fit than Deebo Samuel. Way better fit. Deebo 2 years ago freaked out, had the season of his life. Absolute season of his life. And the reason for that at the time was Niners had no choice. They couldn't keep a running back healthy. They didn't have a quarterback who could throw the ball downfield. Deebo left, Deebo right, fight. And his numbers went crazy. You don't need to do that anymore. I got a QB, I got a running back, I got running back depth, and I got a wide receiver one who has developed. So again, I'm not saying this to kick Deebo out of town. I love the guy. I hope they're both still on the team come tomorrow morning. But if you're arguing who do you want to hitch your wagon to for the next few years, I don't know, man. I don't even see this as a conversation.
It's absolutely a conversation because who could you get more for tonight? And the answer is Brandon Aiyuk. And so it doesn't matter who's going to be better 4 years from now if you're worried about tonight and if you're worried about what you're going to do tomorrow and how you're going to navigate this. And I think that the reason why Deebo Samuel's name is coming up now tonight on draft night is because what we've been talking about for a week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks, which is moving off of Deebo Samuel. And if they are going to move off of Deebo, if in this hypothetical you decide, all right, we can't afford Brandon, we'll bite the bullet. We don't want to pay 2 receivers that much. So Deebo is going to be the one who goes at the end of next year. Well, you'll get nothing for him other than a compensatory third. So if you can trade Deebo tonight and get more than a compensatory third, if you can get, I don't know, a second-round pick from Washington, the number 36 pick, that becomes a valuable way to get something for Debo. If you're going to keep Brandon and pay him, but you don't want to keep Debo long-term, then you trade him to Washington. And Washington has to bite the bullet for 2 years of a high salary. He becomes their wide receiver 2. And Larry made a great point about, Washington not looking at this as a 5-year project. They want to get a stadium built. They want to get better quickly. So they might be willing to part with draft assets, and they have a lot of picks in the top 100. So that, I think, is why Brandon Aiyuk and Debo Samuel are both being thrown out there.
Yeah,
potentially.
I always look at it as, you accurately say, hey, you could get more for Brandon. And I'm like, right.
Yeah.
Because he's more valuable. So keep that guy.
But maybe the price that you're being offered back is not good enough.
Yeah. Again, what is that price? To me, there's the like, okay, line this up. What pick do you want? But how do you quantify the fact that you are, in my opinion, you are markedly worse football team if Brandon Aiyuk is not on it without a real way to replace him this year? There just really isn't a way to do that. You're not going to in April or May go out and find a wide receiver 1 who's got downfield blocking skills and understanding of Kyle's system and a chemistry with Brock Purdy. That doesn't exist.
Larry mentioned Tyler Boyd, who had a good year last year. He's still out there.
He's a good receiver. He's not a wide receiver 1. He doesn't have any chemistry with Brock Purdy.
Right.
Doesn't understand Kyle Shanahan's system. Like, whether it's veteran or rookie, I just don't think that exists. So that one doesn't make any sense to me. And do remember that Debo's got 2 more years now. There's a potential out in the contract next year. But this is not like not a tradable contract at the end of the year either. I understand that the price will continue to go down, but you keep saying that they'll get nothing for him. Not necessarily
if
the case.
they would cut him.
Yes.
That's the idea.
Right.
And everybody's saying that they wouldn't be able to pay both of these guys after next year. That's been the prevailing notion.
Right, so you could trade Debo next year.
You could, but the value there would not be as high as it is, for example, tonight, when you've got teams that are absolutely clamoring for wide receivers and, teams who want a more proven commodity as opposed to what you've talked about on and on. The wide receiver draft success rate for first rounders is not great.
Yep.
So if you're a team like Buffalo who's looking for a first round wide receiver, probably because your wide receiver room is literally empty.
Decimated.
Your wide receiver room has just the wide receiver coach.
Well, they got Curtis Samuel.
And Curtis Samuel.
He's good.
He's sitting there by himself.
Right.
Saying, hey, guys, any chance I get a teammate in here?
They'll figure that out. Maybe they'll sign Tyler Boyd. We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Let's take some calls, okay? Like, how would you feel? This feels potentially like an emotional night, not just an active night for 49er fans. We're sitting here batting around 2 of the favorite names on this team with regard to the fan base. How would you feel if we go to bed tonight and either Debo or Brandon is not a Niner? 888-957-9570. Philmo Mike on with Willie and Dibby. It's great to hear from you on draft night, brother. What's up?
Oh, man, it's hard listening to the draft because it is an emotional night. And all throughout the day, all throughout the week, like, as a Niner fan, I know how important Brandon Aiyuk is. I know how important Debo Samuel is. So to hear all these fake backhanded compliments to Debo. Debo's good, but I'd rather have Aiyuk, and he had a hell of a year 2 years ago. We don't need him. I say this every time, man. We need everybody. Christian McCaffrey's also injury prone as well. FYI, let's not forget about that.
Not with the Niners. Not with the Niners. He hasn't been.
Let's not jinx this, Mark Willis.
Yeah, no. You're right. You're right. I got you.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, man, it's just hard to listen to everybody talk. We understand Debo's great, but to hear him say, oh, we could trade him and it's no big deal, I mean, it tugs at my heart, and I kind of like tensing up. I heard Shasky talking about it all day. Guru, y'all talking about. Diz ain't been saying nothing bad. He ain't no slander on Diz name, but man, and y'all not slandering him. That's the thing. Y'all just saying if the scenario plays out. So I'm just saying from a Niner fan, I don't want to trade nobody, Marky Pooh. I really don't.
Mikey Pooh, I agree with you completely. Remember now, this conversation is based on a premise, and that is if the 49ers have decided that they can't pay both. I don't 100% know that they have, but it certainly feels that way. I'm having a hard time imagining Brandon and Debo on the team together beyond this year. I can imagine it this year. I'm having a hard time figuring out with the Purdy extension that's coming for sure and all the other factors with salaries and top of the market on offense and all of that. I'm having a hard time imagining both on the team at top of the market salaries after this year. And if that's the premise and you got to unfortunately play, somebody's got to go, who is it? Then that's the conversation we have. But, I mean, Filmo, in a perfect world, I'm with you. We just wrap our hands around all these guys and play for another 5 years. That's what I'd like to do.
Got you.
Unfortunately, it's hard cap.
I respect it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I think come Monday, you won't have Debo and Brandon Aiyuk both on this team. And I'm siding with what Larry said to us when he joined us for an hour. I do think he gets moved.
You think Brandon does?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think there are enough teams that are interested. And as we get to the point, the inflection point, when Indy or Jacksonville, when they're on the clock and they're staring at their decision and the Niners have a player that they really love, and you mentioned it at the top of this segment, there's probably conversations that have been more than just preliminary. It's, hey, if this guy's available, then we will really do the trade. If that's the conversation, then we might get to 7 o'clock tonight and the chime goes and we all be shocked.
You want to put something on it?
Nah, not really.
You don't?
I already owe you a box of donuts. I got to bring those in.
You do, but I owe you babysitting.
Yeah, we could talk odds because I'm definitely playing in the underdog spot.
You are. I'll give you odds.
Probably I'd say it's probably an 80% chance he's still a Niner. I'd still think it's probably 80-20.
Okay. All right.
It's a bit of a long show. I don't know
I'll
what
make you an
think.
offer. I'll make you an offer.
I like that.
I'll see if I make you an offer you can't refuse.
Trying to get out of that babysitting, aren't you?
Damn right. 888-957-9570. If Debo or Brandon are not Niners by the end of the night or the end of the weekend, as a Niner fan, how would that make you feel? We keep taking your calls, and the draft's a little bit over a half hour away. Willard and Dibbs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly
2019 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Nick Bosa, defensive end, Ohio State.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. We're getting close.
I like the pick. I like the player.
I do too. I think he's going to be a hit, Dibs. He might get a contract extension with the team that drafted him.
He was a hit.
Ecstatic about that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm a Niner.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Sackaroonie. I love that one.
All right.
26 minutes, Mark. Tick,
Let's
tick,
go.
Tick, 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 tick.
26 minutes till they start telling there's more minutes before somebody makes a pick. But
That's
anyway.
all right.
Yeah. No, we're there. We're locked in. We're ready to go. Is it going to be a big night for the Niners, a medium night for the Niners, or a small night for the Niners? I mean, we're here talking about a big name could be gone all the way down to Niners might not call anyone's name tonight.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's in fact, if you want me to bet on a side.
You can rank it three ways: move up, move back, or stick and stay.
Move back
is your first thing that you think is going to happen.
If I were to predict.
What would be your second choice on what you think is going to happen? Stick and pick? See what I did there? Stick and pick? It's either stick and pick or move up. And if they move up, you know what that means, right?
Well, there's a number of ways.
Go bye-bye.
No, there's a number of ways to move up.
You could. I
There's
don't think
ways to move
I
up.
mean, you could take Debo in your 31st, and I guess you could move up a little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
But Brandon would be the most likely candidate to be traded and have you move up.
They're clearly interested in the idea of moving up, but that doesn't mean they will. I think that my read on it is they don't love the potential cost of their wide receiver room. Duh. But also, I don't think the Niners love where they are. I don't think they love
the draft.
Well, think about it now. So the 31st pick in the draft, they've already said there's 22 guys they love. Now, could one of them still be there at 31? Absolutely. In fact, I'd argue probable, but it's also possible they're not. And so if they're not, then now you're making a first-round pick for a guy you don't think's a first-round pick. So what do you want to do? If there's 22 guys, I'd argue you either want to move up or you want to move down. Stick and stay is probably, for me, their last resort. They'll do it if they have to, obviously, but that all depends on what someone's offering and who's available as far as the college kids coming out. So that's kind of the way that I would handicap it. What do you think?
I would go in opposite direction to the first two choices. I think the third most likely is that they stick and pick.
Okay.
I think the most likely is that they move up. I think they get aggressive. I think what you said at the top of your explanation is something that I agree with, and that is they don't like the theoretical prospective cost of their wide receiver room, and so they got to do something about it. And not the easiest thing, but the most consequential thing to do about that would be to trade Brandon Aiyuk. You get the most for him. He's going to cost you more money in totality than what Debo is and will. And so I think that's the move. You trade Brandon Aiyuk, you move up, and maybe you get a player back as well. I don't know what the total deal will be, but I do think if you're going to be aggressive by trading Brandon Aiyuk, you're going to want to move up and get a player that you love. I think that's the most likely thing.
We're going to go to the phones here again. If Debo and or Brandon are traded today, how would you feel as a Niner fan? But I wanted to get this takeoff real quick, too, just because I heard Florio on with the roast earlier this morning. Listen to this, because this is something Mike said, and I was like talking to my radio. I'm like, that's not what it means at all, Mike. So he's talking about Aiyuk and the 49ers' valuation of him.
The 49ers have had this guy for 4 years. He barely had 1,000 receiving yards his third season. He had 1,300 plus last year. Was a second-team All-Pro. They know him better than anyone, and they have a value on him that he clearly isn't happy with. The question becomes, is there someone else out there that values him at a high enough level that they're willing to pay him what he wants and give the 49ers what it would take to make a trade happen? That's the real question. That's the great unknown. So, bottom line, 49ers have made their assessment based on 4 seasons with the guy, and they haven't budged from that assessment yet.
Yeah, couldn't disagree with that one more, because the insinuation, sensation,
thank you,
from Mike is that the 49ers know him better than anyone, and they've looked at him, and they've hung a value around his neck. He doesn't like that value, and the Niners are like, well, that's who we think you are. And I'm like, that's not what's happening at all.
That's a little simplistic for me.
Well, but like, that's his insinuation, at least, what I took from it. Niners know him better, seen him for 4 years. They put a valuation on him. Brandon doesn't like it. I'm like, no, dude, it's April. It's April. Of course they're not going to like their valuation in April.
Right.
Because it's April. Like, the only thing that matters is where you get in August. And I reject the idea that the 49ers, it sort of sounds like they don't think that highly of him, and someone else is going to think even more highly of him. I think the opposite is true. The 49ers understand that their room is expensive. They don't want to pay as much as they're probably going to have to pay. Who does? That doesn't mean it's a bad evaluation. It just means we'd like to save every dollar that we can save. That's the way every team or any business or individual
That's how
operates.
Negotiations work, as you know.
But the only reason an Aiyuk deal hasn't happened yet, based on all reports, is that the Niners not only love the hell out of this dude, but they're like, we're not budging unless someone gives us a top 20 pick. How can you have a higher valuation than that?
Right.
That's saying that he's worth like one of the top picks in the draft. So I heard that this morning, and I was just like, I don't see the Niners' approach to this being that at all. It made it sound like they weren't real big on Brandon. I think they're huge on Brandon.
Right. He made it seem like, we're going to give you $20 million a year, and that's where we see you.
That's right.
And
we're not budging.
Exactly.
Like, of course you're not. It's April.
Well, and of course, Brandon right now wants a lot more than the Niners want to offer. And if he doesn't get traded, and we all circle back on Monday, and Brandon Aiyuk is still a 49er, then we're going to get into posturing season, and it probably won't be until July where you start to heat talks up again, and then they'll either find a common ground, meet in the middle, and he'll get a deal, or we'll get into training camp, and this will again become a gigantic problem, because I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk is going to even report unless he gets a new deal.
Yeah,
based on what TJ Houshmandzadeh, his close friend and personal coach, has indicated. So, if we get past Sunday, or past Saturday rather, day 3 of the draft, and he's not traded, well, then all this will calm down for a while. It'll be back burner, but I wouldn't anticipate anything happening for the next few months.
Probably about 20, 25 minutes away from Commissioner Goodell putting the Bears on the clock, and then the little dingy thing is going to happen a bunch of times. There you go.
The anthem right now being sung.
Every time there's a pick, we will have that for you. We will have it for you immediately. And if and when trades start percolating, we're going to have that too. So stay right with us. And then we'll lead you right into our draft day special. Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett getting ready. They're an hour, 19 minutes away from taking you deep into the evening with all of the happenings and the reaction. Until then, let's get out to you. Guru in San Jose. Different Guru, I would assume. We'll find out. Hey, Guru, what's going on?
Definitely a different Guru.
Okay.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah. Not much.
What's up, Goo?
Yeah, thanks. What's up, guys? Yeah, so, obviously listening to the conversation throughout this week and going back and forth on it myself, obviously you're sad if either Debo or Aiyuk leaves the team, though you know that in a salary cap league, and being a fan as long as I have been, since the late 90s, really, you know that players come and players go, and that's just the business of the league. If I'm sad about anything, it's the fact that we lost the Super Bowl this year. That's really what I'm sad about. And that's the opportunity that you miss, and you realize that these windows are really smaller than they seem. And that, if I'm sad about anything, I'm sad about that more so than Aiyuk or Debo, as far as them having their last day on this team. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that. And whatever happens tonight, go Niners. I hope they trade up, and I hope they're aggressive today.
Guru, thanks, man.
Guru.
I think you got a really good, kind of an interesting take on this. Grandy brought this up earlier, and I wonder what you think. How would the Niners' approach to tonight be different if they had won in February?
Well, they'd be picking 32nd instead of 31.
Correct.
Which would change their slotted salary if they stayed in that spot.
It's a good point, Dibs.
Yeah, that's just one of the small nuances, but how would their approach change? I think they'd be a lot more conservative.
Okay, but see, the pressure to win the Super Bowl and that win now mode would be less. So would they? It feels to me like they'd be maybe more open to moving Brandon Aiyuk if they felt like, hey, we can't afford this salary room thing, but we could take a little step back at wide receiver for a year or two because
interesting way to look at it.
We already won the ring.
Yeah, I kind of see it the other way where, you would want to give, and I don't want to say thank you contracts, but Aiyuk would be a Super Bowl champ, and you'd want to see if you could go back to back and bring him back and bring Debo back and really just kick the can down the road for one more year. And if you didn't have a good year next year, well, at that point, you could look to blow it up, I think, a little bit more easily.
Michael in Lemoore. Hey, Michael, welcome to the show. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, I just got off work. The Bill Belichick once said, if you want to sustain success over the next 20 years, you can't pay everybody. And that's our situation. I'm perfectly comfortable should we move off of Brandon Aiyuk and both Debo Samuel this weekend. I trust Kyle Shanahan in developing receivers. I mean, in 2019, we had a young, immature Debo who didn't know Kyle Shanahan's system very well. He was a rookie still, and we had a dancing Kendrick Bourne, and we also had Emmanuel Sanders, and we still made it to the Super Bowl. The wide receiver position is the least important position on any team, on a team, particularly ours, because our identity is the run game and the defense. And why are we going to pay $60 million towards two receivers when we don't necessarily throw the ball that very much?
Well, I'm going to reject a few things here, Michael, and stay on the line if you want to react to this. But you have some fair points, although you're denigrating who Emmanuel Sanders was at the time. By the way, and secondarily, that 49er team that made the Super Bowl, I'd argue throwing the ball on that team was way less important than throwing the ball on this team. I think it's a reaction to what the Patriots achieved for years when people say that wide receivers are the least important position on the field. If that's the case, you wouldn't have teams signing the contracts they are now signing. That's like saying years ago when Charles Barkley was like, 3-point jump shooting team's not going to win a title. Right. Well, the game changes. And throwing the ball has never been easier and never been more important. And the reason there are teams that are literally built around receivers right now. Take a look at the Miami Dolphins, who, by the way, are off of the Kyle Shanahan tree. So I think the better and older Brock Purdy gets, the more they will continue to throw the ball. Christian McCaffrey cannot be a 325 touch guy every year. He's going to completely wear out. So I think the idea that you could have both, you said both of them could be gone next year.
That's shocking.
Michael, don't you want to win this year? You're not winning if both those guys are gone.
Absolutely, I do. I think we'll win this year. I think we'll be just fine. I mean, like I said, we have CMC. That's our identity right there. And that sets up the passing game. And let's go back to Miami. They're a joke. They're never going to win a Super Bowl in years in my lifetime. They care about more lifestyle there and not paying taxes over there and then winning a Super Bowl. Let's be real.
Michael, yeah, thanks. We listen, I'm not going to do this to everybody twice. The Niners did not make a trade. However, there is large breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Wide receiver market makes, yet another move. The Philadelphia Eagles and Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown have reached yet another contract extension. They just did this with him when they acquired him. 3 years, $96 million extension for A.J. Brown that includes $84 million guaranteed, $32 million per year, highest AAV for any wide receiver in the game. Again, we don't know how much of this is funny money as of yet, but for ego's sake and for whatever it's worth, as you said yesterday, this market is only going to keep going. So, there you go.
Bag alert.
Major. $32 million a year, $84 million guaranteed. We'll see how much of that is the practical guarantee versus the injury guarantee.
Cash going up on a Thursday. Which means if I'm Brandon Aiyuk and I saw something from his social media account yesterday or earlier today where after the last contract was released. He was dancing around. I think it might have been on Instagram. So somewhere, somehow, Brandon Aiyuk is seeing this tweet, according to sources, and he is again smiling and doing that dance because he's not going to get A.J. Brown money.
No.
But the top of the market keeps going up, 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 up.
Well, and
it's like the Willy Wonka on the Wonkavator, where you blow through the glass ceiling. That's what this is for Brandon Aiyuk.
Going up.
Totally.
Yeah. So, by the way, and for the you can't pay everybody crowd, Philadelphia Eagles have already paid their quarterback, Jalen Hurts. A.J. Brown is now on a 3-year 96. Devontae Smith is on a 3-year 75. Offensive tackle Jordan Mailata is on a 3-year 66. Guard Landon Dickerson is on a 4-year 84. And they just brought in running back Saquon Barkley for a 3-year $37.75 million deal. That's all just on the offensive side of the ball. That's just the offense. So in short stints, you can, and I still would make this my number one hope for the Niners. I hope that this coming year is one of those years. You ask me my perfect scenario.
Yep.
I'm not trading either of these guys. I'm dealing with this next year. I am paying everybody this year. Let's go win the Super Bowl. That's my hope.
Yeah, and at the end of this upcoming year, you're going to have a lot of hard questions to ask and have answered. And Mike Florio earlier with the Morning Roast talking about Christian McCaffrey and then his possible desire to want his deal reworked. And I wouldn't fault him for it because he's making, 14 this upcoming year, which is,
14.1.
That would put him behind George, Debo, and Brandon if he got his deal signed. And if I'm Christian McCaffrey, I'm looking around thinking, I'm more valuable than all three of those guys, and yet I'm making the fourth most. And not to say that he's that kind of a player, but he's not a typical running back in a depressed running back market. So if you do pay Brandon Aiyuk, you have McCaffrey, you've got Debo, you've got George, all coming up at the end of next year with questions about whether or not they're going to want more money.
No doubt about it. All right, Tyler in Oakley is next up. Hi, Tyler. Welcome to the show. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Enjoy listening to you on my drive to work. I mean, if I have to choose, I'm choosing to keep Brandon, just basically based off the fact that what Debo does is special, but you can probably find somebody to kind of do what he does, maybe not at his level. But what Brandon does is what number one wide receivers do, and he's missed, one game, which the old saying is your best ability is your availability, and he doesn't miss. And he's just solid. For me, you keep them both, and you shore up that offensive line. Because if we get that offensive line right, I mean, Chris Jones may wreck the game in the Super Bowl, but he ain't dominating the way he did, and we're winning that game. You know what I mean? So that's just what I think. Probably won't happen. I'm sure one of them will get traded just because of the nature of the business, and they got to stay competitive and all that stuff. But everybody being all doom and gloom with these Bay Area teams, got to relax, man. Yeah, we lost, in the Super Bowl, but hell, we made it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, Tyler, although everybody wants to be the last one standing, and the Niners are still in the midst of that. It's a good call, though. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. I do want to say this just off of what he's saying. This is one thing, and we haven't really gone off on it yet this week, but I get a little annoyed at the whole crowd of what's Brandon Aiyuk done in the playoffs? It's like
three catches in the Super Bowl, Mark.
Right. So
a little bit of Steiny there.
Not wrong. And you can't credit a receiver for numbers if you're not going to discredit a receiver for numbers. And I understand that, but I have a hard time simply making the whole conversation about numbers when you play a complementary position, albeit an important one. It's not like he was dropping balls. It's not like he wasn't getting open. They didn't throw the ball to him. And sometimes that was Brock's fault. Sometimes that was the offensive line's fault. Sometimes that might have been the play calling, game situation. Wide receivers have games like that. A.J. Brown just got $96 million. A few weeks into the season last year, people who drafted him in fantasy were hucking things off the wall.
Totally.
He wasn't doing a damn thing. So you have games like that. By the way, also want to remind everybody, A.J. Brown's agent Debo's agent.
Yeah,
Same
Tory
guy.
Dandy.
Same guy.
Yep.
Same guy has DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown, Debo Samuel negotiating an extension for all three in the same year, and now already re-ups again for A.J. Brown.
Yeah, and that's what you do when you've got a premium wide receiver that you love and you want to keep, and the 49ers have a chance to do that. They could come out right now in the next 3 minutes and announce.
Bomb.
Yeah, they could Schefter bomb us with Aiyuk extension, but feels like we don't play with that at 4:53.
Right, but listen, the
that's
Eagles,
a yellow card caution right there for you, Grandy.
The Eagles have no defense and fizzled out. And Big Dom is a loser, and all the things that we can say about them.
I'd like the extension for A.J. Brown.
But
I'd like the deal.
But for everyone who's been at their water cooler this week being like, well, in the NFL, you can't pay two receivers on the same team. $32 million a year, $25 million a year, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, pretty sure they've got the same helmet. So you can. You can. The 49ers might not want to. But it ain't against the rules.
And I don't think that the 49ers want to.
I agree with you.
You can look at last year, they ranked number 32 in the NFL in pass attempts. 2022, the Niners ranked 26th in pass attempts. Yep. I don't believe, and you said this earlier in the segment, that the Niners could suddenly become a team that wants to throw it. I don't believe that their head coach wants to be that team.
They already want to throw it. We're making it sound like
they don't throw it as much as the majority of the league. And
that's fair.
They're a 50-50 split for the majority of the last 2 years. 2022, they ran it 504. They passed it 512.
Right.
This last year, they were exactly the same. I think that's Kyle Shanahan's comfort zone.
And that's fine. And that's still half the plays. And I would argue...
Which is less than the majority of football.
And I would argue with the presence of Christian McCaffrey, that slants that a little bit, and he's not going to be around forever, certainly not for the life of a potential Brandon Aiyuk deal. So I understand that, but the whole, we're a run team. No, it's a run/pass team, and in today's NFL, that's more running than other teams, but it feels like the conversation is slanting in this direction of the Niners don't even like to throw the ball. They got to throw the ball a ton. Guy had 1,300 yards last year.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they throw it a ton, quote unquote, but I know what you're saying.
Remember, that also had to do a lot with, there were a bunch of 3-touchdown leads in the fourth quarter.
Exactly, and when you lead, you're going to run it, and I get that.
You're not going to always lead.
And, well, you've pretty much led for the last couple of years, 3 or 4 years.
Not enough.
Yeah, you've been in front the majority of games, maybe not the Super Bowl, but the fact that you have so many other weapons, I think, offsets your need to sign Brandon to a big contract. Like Philadelphia, you need both receivers. You need to throw it, and you have your tight end, and you throw it a lot more than the Niners do.
Yep, although the Eagles are a running team too. I mean, they do with their stupid little push, and their quarterback runs the ball more than anybody else. I mean, I love the balance. But let's not discredit the importance of the pass game with the 49ers, particularly because Christian McCaffrey is about a year and a half away from being 30 years old. 888-957-9570. We will continue to take your phone calls. How would you feel if Debo or Brandon turn in their wings this weekend and go elsewhere? Plus, the draft is about to begin. The Bears are about to be on the clock, okay? So we're going to be all over it. It's all presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And also remember, tomorrow's Friday. And every Friday, we bring you the Big Three throwbacks. Check out our social media platforms each Friday. Our very own Whitley Sandretto, What's Up, Whit, gets the Big Three. That's Steph, Clay, and Dre, for those of you who don't speak dubs, talking about the non-basketball topics like who is the most famous person you got in your phone. Big Three throwbacks brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department. Are you ready to make a lasting impact in your community? Visit joinacpd.org to start your journey today. Together, let's make a difference. Your community needs you. We need you to be right here because the draft's about to start on Willard and Dibs.
Now it's time for the...
just to keep one. He's not worth 6 to 7 good players. Allow me to respond. I did not say it was a good thing. In fact, I was acknowledging that the Eagles likely are having something fall off because they're paying 2 receivers. I am actually not suggesting, and Dibbs will back me on this, nor have I ever suggested that the Niners should pay 2 receivers long term. I have said they should do it this year, and this year alone.
And this year, they actually wouldn't be paying 2 receivers giant money because Aiyuk's number would go from 14 on the cap hit down to about 10, I believe.
Exactly. This is an extension that won't kick in until the year after. So I'm not suggesting that they do what the Eagles are doing. I'm suggesting that they wait until next offseason to figure it out. So that's number one. My point about saying that you can do it is simply to say you can do it. You're allowed to. People have been saying all week, you can't pay 2 receivers. Well, you can. There's a way to do it. I wouldn't necessarily do it, but the Eagles are, and they're not dummies. Pretty good football team. So that's one. Number 2, the idea of losing 6 to 7 players to pay Brandon, that's an overstatement in my mind.
Yep.
We're not talking about losing 6 to 7 players. You're probably talking about losing
Probably 2.
1 to 2.
Yep. I was going to say 2 to 3, depending on who they are, but it really will come down to Debo, Christian, and George. Those will be the choices I think that are the toughest. And, Trent is coming up to the end of his run, so he'll probably be able to play it out as such. The other one to keep an eye on would be Mooney Ward. And Larry Krueger joined us a couple hours ago, and he mentioned that if he were the Niners, he'd be looking at getting a very good corner, maybe with the first pick that you have tonight, as an eventual replacement for Charvarius Mooney Ward, because he's getting to be expensive, and you don't want to end up having to pay too much to your 2 corners.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Mooney Ward and his contract aside, I think DB is an area of, I don't want to call it need. I like their DBs, but I would love more depth. I'd love more depth. I'd love more dynamic play from that spot. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I really like Lenore, and everybody loves Mooney Ward, but boy, you're an injury away from that being a really, really touchy spot.
Yeah.
And add in what you just said, which is that could get to be a really expensive room soon, and you'd rather not do that. And there's some really interesting corners that are going to go in this first round tonight.
And also, teams play more nickel coverage than ever before. So your base defense, a lot of times, is with 5 DBs, which means you need a third quarter on the field anyway. You need somebody to play in the slot. And since K'Wan Williams left, you've kind of been juggling players as the nickel corner, the guy who comes in and plays in the slot. And so that is going to be a need, whether or not you talk about future contracts or not.
I will give the NFL credit, man. We're sitting here watching the show that is getting started, and the way they're trying to put the Bears on the clock. And instead of Roger Goodell coming out and just going, the Bears are on the clock, instead, he brought out Eminem. And then Eminem brought out the biggest names on the Lions, Jared Goff, Aiden Hutchinson, and now here come the greats, Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson, walking out onto the stage, and the Detroit crowd, let's see, appears to be appreciative of what's happening in front of them now.
I could not have seen that coming, Mark. I'm absolutely shocked that they're applauding these legends. And, man, give it to Jared Goff. You talk about a rehabilitation sensation of a career. He goes from Super Bowl loser in L.A. to scapegoat to cast off to being a key part of turning Detroit around. Good for him, the kid from Marin Catholic.
But is that Amon-Ra, by the way? That's Amon-Ra St. Brown who's doing the chant, right? They're doing a Jared Goff chant. I haven't seen...
One quick note about Amon-Ra.
I just wanted to say real quick, I haven't seen all these guys this excited since halftime.
Oh, man.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
One quick note about Amon-Ra that I learned from Adam Schefter yesterday. He took the SAT test in high school in 3 languages.
Who did Schefter?
Schefter said that Amon-Ra took it in French, German, and English. 3 SATs in 1 year.
But how'd he do?
Probably pretty damn well. You don't take it in German and get a 710.
People don't even take the SAT anymore.
Not anymore?
They kind of, I mean, they do.
Yeah.
But it's not.
My son got screwed because he was in the COVID year, and he would have dominated that thing, and he probably would have gotten into, UCSB's no slouch.
No,
he
I
would
know,
have gotten into Cal.
But a lot of the universities are not, it's not prioritized in the same way.
They're starting to bring
anymore.
it back.
Yeah, you can take it and it can help, but it's not put it this way.
It was the linchpin when we were kids.
It's not the thing that it was when, like I took it the first time and my parents were like, nope, we're going to do that again. You're going to take a class all summer long, and then you're going to do it again. And then my score was like, okay, that's much better.
That's so funny.
Yeah. It still wasn't perfect, but anyway, that was a big deal back then.
Yep.
Now, most kids are just like, don't need it, unless there's specific places you want to go. But anyway, the draft is happening. So
is it happening?
Well, no.
Looks
Roger
right
Goodell,
now like a Detroit Lions rally, like a pep rally.
Great. Have fun. Look, the NFL has found something with this NFL draft, obviously. It has hit a nerve. It's always been popular, but the party that they have turned it into, especially, you mentioned COVID. Remember where the draft was like 4 years ago?
It was in
like Belichick's kitchen
in the backyard.
That was Kingsbury.
Oh, that's right. No, it was
or McVay.
It was Arians.
Was it McVay or no?
Arians was in a lounge chair with his sunglasses on.
He might have been. Belichick was in his kitchen with a dog.
Yeah,
and then I can't remember if it was Kingsbury or McVay or both. And they were, like everyone loved their house.
Yeah.
Like they were sitting there in flip-flops in that living room. It's just like, damn. And we're like, yeah, they make a lot of money. They got good contracts.
Yeah,
these jobs.
You nailed it, by the way. You said about 5:10 this would start. The Bears officially are OTC. They are on the clock.
On the clock. And let me be the 1,000th person to say today, hey, Bears, if you take the whole 10 minutes, you suck. You have been sitting here waiting to do this for months.
Since he traded Justin Fields, right?
Just go make the pick, for crying out loud. 1 year, I want to see the draft open, and like literally the GM of the team runs up to Goodell 2 seconds into being put on the clock. Here's the pick.
Do they still hand cards in this electronic era in which we live?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they send a text.
Yeah,
no, I actually have no idea what the process is.
And the Bears have 8.5 minutes left.
Which is already annoying.
This reminds me of that caller we had yesterday who was building up to his great point, and he's building up, and he was building up, and he kept building. And it's like, dude, just deliver your bit, okay?
Just like, come on, man.
You got to go, buddy.
I mean, oh, look, there's Caleb Williams laughing with a phone in his hand. I wonder.
Doesn't look nervous.
I wonder what's about to happen. This is super dramatic. Anyway.
It's weird that he has a bear head on, too. It's kind of spoiling the bit a little bit.
He does not look upset, and he would. He would. If
and his pocket square is a snowflake. I don't quite get that.
Yeah, well,
is he getting ready for Chicago in the winter?
He does some different things.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah. Will that dome that they proposed yesterday, will it be built before Caleb plays for a different team?
Boy, that's a great question.
How about that one?
That is great.
Will Caleb
That's a
play?
great question.
Thank you.
That's a great question.
That's why I asked
Will he play home games in the dome?
Will he play in the dome?
As a home quarterback.
Will it be called the Caleb Dome by the time it gets built?
Because it's, 5 years is what it's going to take? So he would need to be a hit with a second contract.
It's still going to be approved, right? I think it's just a proposal at this point.
I guess.
If that was in California, it would be ready.
Forget about it.
It'd be ready by 2090.
Howard Terminal, hello.
All right. We'll keep taking your calls. If Debo and or Aiyuk are not Niners by the end of the night, how would this make you feel? K-Dog and Corda Madera. Hello, K-Dog. What are you doing?
I am driving around.
Yeah.
Doing my job. And, I would love to talk about Debo and Aiyuk. I love Debo. Debo's got a great attitude. He brings a good energy to the team. I am a little concerned that he's kind of beat up and may not have his best years ahead of him. I do love Aiyuk. I think the most important thing for the 49ers to focus on 100% is to get offensive line protection and or offensive line coaching. I don't know who the coach is there, but I do know that there's been way too many guys who have just blown through that line ever since Shanahan's been there. And if we give Brock Purdy time, he will shred. He will shred defenses. That's all I got to say. Let's get some offensive line help, coaching and players?
Well, I think players is definitely what I would focus on. You got to have players, and I'm with you that the Niners need to walk out of here with at least a lineman or two by the end of the weekend, and I think they will.
Yeah.
Someone asked me earlier, and was it you? Someone asked me today, like, what's more important for Brock Purdy going forward, a great receiving core or a great offensive line? How would you answer that?
A great offensive line.
I agree completely. Yeah. That's not to diminish because, I mean, hell, we've sat here and talked about the importance of the receivers. But to me, O-line is what makes the whole thing go.
A great offensive line can make a mediocre receiver better. A great receiver can be made mediocre by a bad offensive line. You can go ahead and tweet that, Lucas, because that right there
Did you see
was
how I paused?
mid-draft genius.
Well, I paused because I was like, I'm going to let that breathe for a second.
And I kind of jumped in on my own out there, but I think we had a clean edit on that.
I want everybody to let that seep in for a second.
I firmly believe it.
Like, what if James Earl Jones said something like that?
If my voice was a little bit deeper, it'd be much more profound. Well, we always say that about a good pass rush makes a mediocre secondary better.
And it did with the Niners.
Right. And it's the same thing about a bad pass rush. It makes a good secondary mediocre when you have to cover for 6 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the offensive line, like a bullpen in baseball, you get to the end of a game and you'll have all these players and you're like, why didn't that go well? Like, I can't even figure out why did it not look better? And you're like, yeah, because the guy that you've never heard of who pitched for 3 batters in the 7th inning was ineffective. And so you get to the end of the year and you're like, we got all these great players. Why did we go 81-81? Same thing happens in the NFL.
Yeah.
I got a running back. I got receivers. I got a QB. I got a tight end. We got linebackers. We're going to be great. Yeah, you're going to stink if your offensive line's not blocking people. And the Niners were okay at it, maybe even okay plus.
Yeah.
I'll give them okay plus. They were not bad, but you'd love to see them be a little bit more elite.
The Bears have 4 minutes. Do you think they're still undecided, Mark?
No, the pick is in.
The pick is in.
The pick is
finally in.
I'm still annoyed that it took 2/3 of the minutes, but at least they didn't wait till the end. So appreciate that.
Maybe they just finally made their decision. I did see Caleb Williams take a phone call about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it was the Bears.
Might have been his DoorDash driver.
Could have been.
Yeah, something's on the way. But anyway, we'll have it for you shortly. Bears fans right now who have made the trip to Detroit appear to believe that Caleb Williams is going to be the pick. One more time, our producer Lucas, he would take Caleb Williams if he were the 49ers right now. He believes in Caleb more than Brock Purdy, even though Brock Purdy has already proven that he is a Pro Bowl level quarterback in the NFL. See, that's the kind of stuff that I don't get.
And I thought about this before the show, and had Andrew Luck been the player likely to go number 1, I think then you take a look at that and you think, you know what? We love Brock. He's been to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship.
I don't know.
Andrew Luck, it looked to me at the time, and forget the fact that he gave up on the game. At the time of the draft, he looked like he was a turnkey, possible best quarterback in history kind of guy.
And he was very good, but I don't think you can turn your back on the part about him giving up the game.
Well, like you didn't know that would be the way that went after he got drafted. Well, nobody saw that coming.
But those are the sentences I'm talking about.
Nobody saw that coming.
Nobody saw that coming. All right, here's the pick.
24 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams. Southern California.
Quarterback, Southern California. It's USC, Roger. What are you doing? Grandy, play the thingamabob. I know you had to go to the podium, but I want the thingy.
Oh, yeah.
And play that from now on when the pick is in. Just hit that, and that lets us know.
Yeah, just interrupt us.
Right.
And I'm sure you're listening to it in queue to talk radio. That means he can hear it without it going on the air. As soon as you know that the chime is happening, just pod it up. Play it for the people, and we'll shut up.
All right, and now here's the next big dramatic moment. Will Caleb Williams and Roger Goodell hug? Because Roger just had back surgery, and Caleb, though not a lineman, large man.
But he's walking fast, too. He might light Roger up.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, God, watch it. Be careful.
Oh, my back.
Oh, wow.
My neck and my back.
Yeah.
Spinal.
He dapped him up.
Yeah, he did.
Dapped him up and hugged him. He's fired up. The way they've set up this draft, by the way, do you remember when The Weeknd was the Super Bowl.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The weekend, not
Yes.
till tomorrow. But do you remember when he was the Super Bowl halftime
I
act?
loved it.
And remember all the little hallways and lights and things?
Totally.
They set one of those deals up at the draft. These players are walking through a hallway that takes them literally a minute and a half to get through. This thing's super long.
Yeah. Well, the green room is up, and there he is on the phone. He hangs up. He did not send the Bears to voicemail. He's smiling ear to ear.
He's super fired up. Oh, he's crying. He's crying. I'm kidding, Lucas. I'm kidding. He's fine.
He's going to pull through?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I just think it's funny that he's like this excited. It's as if he didn't know. Was he the last to know? Oh, and the Bears war room is giving themselves a standing ovation. Hey, guys, great job at sucking every year and getting all of the top 10 picks. Way to go, Bears. Good job.
Guys, you know what? We're going to end this run of 44 years of bad quarterbacks. And, Caleb Williams is crying because he just earned $38.54 million, which is the slotted amount as the number one overall pick. So I'd be crying too.
In the age of NIL, I think it's a pay cut, honestly.
I don't know if he got quite that much at Southern California.
All right. You are now a Bears quarterback. Oof.
Thoughts and prayers?
I mean, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. But anyway, 888-957-9570. We are underway. And what could be a dramatic night for the 49ers, just to recap everything that has sort of been put out there. Today's news, if you're just getting in your car after a long day of work, there have been 2 tweets sent out by reporters we know and trust who have kind of gotten our attention. Mike Silver being one of them, who was the first to say, hey, the Niners are making and taking calls, and it's not just Brandon Aiyuk, it's also Deebo Samuel. Though Mike stated the Niners would need to be blown away. Diana Rossini follows about an hour later, saying that the 49ers are making calls in an effort to move up. And the wording of it was interesting to me because it wasn't just like the 49ers are making calls because they don't want to pay 2 guys. It was, no, the Niners want to move up, as if like there is someone out there who they're really interested in. And she too backed Mike's reporting in saying that on the table for discussion are both Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel. It's really, I don't think either one of them is going to go anywhere tonight. But if Deebo did, there's sort of a secondary conversation that we haven't had yet, which is what about this statement and why did it come out public where Deebo has said the Niners promised me that I'm not going anywhere. And so add in, not just are you going to make a move, but if you made a move to Deebo, is that going to resonate as if you just did one of your homegrown favorites dirty?
That might have a ripple effect across the league.
Well, and you'd hate for Deebo to leave. You'd hate even more for him to leave angry. You'd hate for that relationship to sour. Big business. That's the deal. But anyway, a lot going on, and from what we've been coached up to do, you got to kind of hold your breath with every pick.
You do, and I think you start holding your breath when you get down to about 5, because I know that the Los Angeles Chargers have been live in the trade game. I think when you get through 1, 2, 3, there's a chance that Arizona might move off, but the late talk has been Marvin Harrison Jr., so you go 3 QBs, Marvin Harrison Jr., then you get to 5, and that's where you might start to see some hijinks and shenanigans as far as trades go. I do think the Chargers might be interested in trading back. I don't know if they'd want to
possibly
get Brandon Aiyuk all the way up there, but I think that's the first spot where you might see some actual movement.
I actually disagree. I think 4 is where you really could see something boogie. I know a lot of people, and I agree. If I had to bet, I'd say Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals, but many a mock draft have stated that is where the Minnesota Vikings are targeting J.J. McCarthy or doing something at the quarterback position. So those talks may have happened at some point. I'm with you. I think it's probably the Cardinals with a stick and pick, and they do love Marvin Harrison Jr., but keep an eye on the Vikings. Vikings and Broncos are 2 of the teams kind of laying in the weeds,
right?
In the top 15 that may want to pounce and get a quarterback. All right, seeing that maybe the pick is in for the Washington Commanders at number 2. So let us know when Raj heads to the podium.
Just chime it up when you hear it. He's listening to it live. Yeah. So the first note of the chime, just go ahead and bring it up, and we'll lay out. And this has got to be hello. The former player of Herm Edwards at Arizona State, Jaden Daniels. You expect him to go number 2?
And don't forget that Herm was FaceTiming with Jaden when he called us earlier this week and hung up on Jaden.
He gave Jaden the Reggie Bush just got it back treatment.
Well,
That's called the Heisman, Mark.
I think he did that because he's like, dude, don't worry. You're going to the Washington Commanders at 2. Everything's fine.
Hey, he said, Jaden, you're going to Washington. I'm going to the Bay Area right now.
Exactly
bigger
right.
market, bigger deal. So he had to make that move.
All right, so
the pick is in, and the Patriots are already on the clock. You got to love that.
They are?
Well, they are, because once the pick is in, the next team's clock.
Oh, good point. Clock. Yeah.
The next team's clock actually begins.
All right, here comes Roger Goodell to the podium. Washington Commanders.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
There it is.
There it is.
LSU.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, sunglasses on.
Yes.
And about to head down. He's going to need him to head down that tunnel. That's for sure. But so far, a chalk start to the NFL draft.
My mock draft is still perfect, Mark. 2 for 2 scoreboard, people.
That's like when you have your March Madness bracket filled out and the number 1 team in the country dispatches of a play-in tournament team. You're like, I'm 1 for 1.
Perfect, yeah.
Yep.
How many perfect brackets are still there? Mine's perfect, 2 for 2.
along with everybody else. All right, so there go the quarterbacks. And now,
One
of
more
course,
quarterback to come, I think.
This is it does get mildly interesting. I think with each one, we felt like beyond confident with number 1. We felt very, very confident with number 2. Pretty confident with number 3, although there has been discussion today from the New England Patriots with regard, according to reports at least, that the New England Patriots have been taking calls with regard to moving back a little bit. Expected chalk play would be Drake May, right here at number 3, but we'll see. And in fact, we'll have that here coming up in just a few. Draft day, as we've been telling you, we got you covered, not just now, but on into the evening. Grandy, Giddings, and Sterling will be along at 6 to take you the rest of the way. Draft night tonight at 6 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game, but more coming up with Willard and Dibbs.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack this Friday on The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're all up in this thing.
Yeah, we are.
Yep. All right, here's the Patriots with pick number 3.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
It's so weird.
I like the pick.
I don't.
I like the player.
Do you know what I like? Honestly, you know what I hope for? I mean, I understand this, but in the end, it's forced bad business. And that is
3 quarterbacks in a row. What could go wrong? Is that what you mean?
Here's what I'll do right now. And there's no consequences for this, so it ends up just being radio blather. But let's be real. I will bet my entire life savings that not all 3 of those players work out.
Man.
I haven't saved that much. But anyway.
You quietly have a nice little nest egg.
There's no way that all 3 of them are going to work out. And the reason I know that is because I've been alive for a few years.
Has it ever?
No. It never, ever, ever does. It never does. Even sometimes when it looks like it did. Remember when Carson Wentz and Jared Goff were the top 2 picks? And everyone's like, oh my God, one's going to the Super Bowl. The other one's the MVP. This is incredible.
Right.
Like Carson Wentz out the league. Jared Goff traded away. Like
Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson. 1, 2, and 4.
There you go. It's not going to all work out.
Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, 1, 2, 3.
It's forced bad business, and I get it. You have to have your QB, but what happens is if you have the letters Q and B next to your name, you get elevated past players who are so much better than you. Again, I'll do this after every pick. I don't know who's going to be great and who's not, but you tell me who's a better football prospect, Drake May or Marvin Harrison Jr.
Right.
Oh, my God.
You could name 15 or 20 people.
It's not even close.
Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold went 1-3. Josh Allen went 7.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the first 3 quarterbacks, no matter where they're picked, usually all 3 don't work out. And when they go 1, 2, and 3, you can pick 2 of these 3 and say you're probably not going to work out. And that's just the math of it.
Totally. Pick is in on the Cardinals. Okay, so first and foremost, that means they did not trade the pick to the Minnesota Vikings, correct?
Not yet. I think that if they did trade it, then that would be announced by Goodell as he walked up.
But would they actually phrase it as the pick is in?
Yes, they would. I believe, yeah.
Oh.
They would say Arizona has traded the pick to blah, 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 and that they have made.
I see.
And they wouldn't change the graphic yet because they want the suspense of the commish being up there.
Like, I'll admit that I don't even, if you make a trade, does the acquiring team get a new clock?
No. I don't believe so. No.
No?
No. The trade is made and they make the pick and the pick is in accordingly. So
all right.
We'll find out if a trade is made. If no trade was made, it's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr., which would make me 4 for 4. And you never talk about a perfect game as it's going on, but, you know. Yeah, my mock was released just moments ago.
And then do you have the Chargers at 5 getting that offensive tackle?
I have the Chargers actually trading with the 49ers.
Oh, God.
Sorry about that. But
don't do that.
Goodell in the tunnel.
Goodell's back looks great, by the way.
He's moving okay.
Yeah, he just did a little spin move there coming out of the tunnel. Yeah. All right. All right, Goodell to the podium. Cardinals selecting 4th.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
I like the pick.
Yeah.
I like the player.
So do I. I like the pick and I like the player as well. Marvin Harrison Jr., I would argue, if you were to poll America, all NFL fans, and you said, pick one player in this draft who you are most confident is going to be really good at the next level, who would it be? That would be my pick. I am more confident in him working out than Caleb Williams, in fact. Again,
agreed. I'm more confident in him than all 3 of those guys that have been taken.
I'm more confident in Marvin Harrison Jr. than any other player in this draft, which means nothing. But that's for my money. And again, that's why he is, in my opinion, the first non-quarterback off the board. that's often an indicator of who's like actually the overall best prospect, just like when Nick Bosa went number 2 after Kyler Murray. That first non-quarterback, I think sometimes is the player that's giving people the most confidence that they're going to be really good at the next level, and this is that guy.
Yeah, and they already have a quarterback in Kyler Murray, and his dead cap number is astronomical, so they're riding with Kyler Murray at least for one more year. It might be 2 more, honestly, before they can wriggle out of that. So if Arizona doesn't get better this upcoming year, then you might talk about a QB change then. But one thing I do know, somewhere, somehow, Charvarius Mooney-Ward is watching this, and he just got a little bit of a tummy ache.
I was just going to say the same thing.
I mean, he's a great corner.
He's not getting a tummy ache. He's going to take that guy behind the woodshed this year. Twice.
Okay.
He's a rook. Mooney Ward takes DK Metcalf out the game.
Well, that guy is a mental midget.
The game.
This guy is 3 snaps away from Canton. You better recognize, Mark, this guy's the real deal. Offensive Rookie of the Year odds right now.
I love it.
If you can bet on Offensive Rookie of the Year, he's getting my money immediately.
Really? You think?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
With Kyler Murray?
I like calamari.
You do?
Crispy, deep fried, yeah.
Why would you like
He's going to be
Kyler Murray?
a guy who gets a ton of targets this year for a team that's going to have to pass the ball.
They have rebooted their entire offensive skill position set, right, when they moved on from Hopkins, and they've needed a reboot there. Hollywood Brown is nice, but not, for my money, a true, like, performing number 1 receiver. And so now they bring in Marvin Harrison Jr., but you know my rule. Again, are there exceptions to every rule? There certainly are, but wide receivers rarely walk in week 1 and look the full WR1 part. And I'm very bullish on his future, but to me, he's no different, especially in that offense, which is kind of a mess right now. It's not a good football team. Being a wide receiver on a bad football team can be a little bit of a tough spot. And so I think there'll be some growing pains, but I think eventually that's going to be a really good player.
Yeah, I like the player. I like the pick. And now we can let the draft officially begin.
Now it begins.
Because your guy, and I say your guy.
Who, Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah, not knowing if you like Jimmy or not, but
I love Jim Harbaugh.
All of a sudden now, Captain Comeback, who came out of Michigan and is now squarely in the spotlight for the Los Angeles Chargers, it's his moment. Do the Chargers stick and pick? Do the Chargers move out like many mocks have prophesied that Minnesota wants to come on up and get that next quarterback in the draft? Is it McCarthy? Wouldn't it be ironic if Harbaugh's former player got picked in the spot that he vacates to a team that came on up?
It's possible. 4 minutes to go on the clock for the Chargers. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs, and we're right in the middle of the NFL draft, bringing you all the reaction. Nothing has happened with the 49ers yet if you're just joining us. However, there were some tweets earlier today about the Niners taking and making calls about both Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel, all on the table, though nothing expected this early as we are now at the 5th pick. I have seen a lot of mocks about the Notre Dame offensive tackle Joe Alt being in this spot. There are also some that look at the tackle out of Alabama, J.C. Latham, being in this spot as well. We'll see, but a lot of people like a tackle for the Chargers right here. Obviously, their quarterback's in place. Although, you know, the reason Aiyuk's name has come up here as well, the Chargers, like, they've still got some guys, but they dumped and
everybody,
both of their receivers.
And their running back.
Yeah. Austin Eckler gone, Keenan Allen gone, Mike Williams gone. So they've got a full complement of skill position players, weapons for Justin Herbert that they need to reboot.
Yes, and they can stick and pick, and they can take the big tackle out of Notre Dame, who's said to be the best offensive lineman on the board. I don't think they're going to do that. I think that they're going to trade with Minnesota. The Vikings come up and take the quarterback.
Take McCarthy.
The Chargers go back to, I think it's 12, and they'll wind up with Roma Dunze, the great wide receiver. I think that's the direction they're going to go. We'll find out here inside of 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're under 3 minutes. The Vikings are at 11, so it's
My
the
bad.
It's the 11. All good. 11th pick right there that they've got, and yeah, the Chargers have a lot of needs rebooting that entire offense, which is an interesting spot when they've got such a at least perceived established quarterback.
Right.
I know he hasn't achieved a whole lot, but he is right there as the highest paid player in the game, right alongside Joe Burrow. So interesting spot for the Chargers. And yes, receiver is a need, though most are expecting them to do something different. If you want to look ahead a little bit, New York Giants are the ones that are flanking the Chargers at number 6. The Titans are sitting at number 7. The Falcons at 8. The Bears get to do this again at number 9. And Robert Saleh's Jets are at number 10. If you're just joining us, it has been rather chalky so far with the 3 quarterbacks going off the top as expected. Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to Washington, Drake May to the New England Patriots, and Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Arizona Cardinals and joining the 49ers division.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's exciting. And, I'm feeling good about being 4 for 4, but this is definitely the inflection point because I've got them making a trade. Joe Alt would make the most sense for Jim Harbaugh because if you like your quarterback, and I think that they do, you want to protect him. Now, the ultimate stunning blockbuster would be if they took a quarterback and this was a part of a move to trade Justin Herbert. I saw some of those wild reports earlier today that Harbaugh trades Herbert.
No way in hell.
You trade Herbert.
That's why Harbaugh took that job.
Well, he took the job because he won out of Michigan because he was tired of the NCAA tracking him down.
Right, but he could have gone to almost any NFL opening that was out there. So many wanted to talk to him. Why does he choose the Chargers? Herbert.
Quarterback. I agree with you.
Yeah,
reporting on some of the stuff that was floating around earlier, and the pick is
in.
The pick is officially in. So
the pick is in, and there's some
nervous
looking players in the green room. So we'll see where this one goes. I will tell you that like Daniel Jeremiah, who's a friend of our show, I love Daniel. He's predicted a little bit of a surprise here in that Alt is supposed to be the first tackle off the board, but he thinks maybe Latham will go because Latham is a little bit more like ready to be a run blocker. And we remember what Harbaugh liked to do when he was here.
Yep.
And he, like Kyle Shanahan, does want to really establish the run game. I don't know exactly who they're going to have back there. They did pick up J.K.
Dobbins, exactly.
But Dobbins is coming off of all of these major injuries. I have a hard time believing they're just going to sort of hand him the rock as a lead back. There's going to be multiple people carrying the ball out of there. But
pretty clear, though, that he wants to run that power scheme, though, because Eckler is much more of a finesse back, a guy who can catch it. J.K. Dobbins, a much bigger running back. So it stands to reason that Harbaugh would look for an anchor tackle, somebody who could be a road grader in the run game like Latham.
I'm going to go ahead and predict Joe Alt.
Okay.
You're calling a trade?
Yeah, that was my, in my mock that was released widely at about 4:50 earlier
7 minutes ago.
It's been a verbal mock. I'm giving it pick by pick. Roger's looking a little tired now.
Yeah,
He's wearing down.
Roger's hair is already getting out of place. It's been a long night already. All right.
This is exciting.
Selection is in, and Roger Goodell is on his way to the podium.
Let the draft begin.
For the Los Angeles Chargers pick.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle.
Yeah, that's right. I know my NFL Draft. I know my prospects.
Joe Alt not in the green room.
He didn't go?
Well, they went right to video.
Oh,
they would have showed Big Joe with multiple hugs and a walk down that hallway.
Well, I think they told all the linemen, you are not allowed to hug Roger Goodell. Only wide receivers and quarterbacks.
Gotcha.
And so
he's at an alternative venue.
Oh, my God.
It's getting late. The boys running out of material.
Yeah.
I'll take a 2 at best.
Anyway, Joe Alt, expected to be the top tackle off the board, and he is. And so Jim Harbaugh, you can't hate it. He starts with the big guys up front, and I think a lot of us 49er fans agree with the process right there. It's not sexy. It's not fun. It's not fantasy football.
Look at Big Joe with the family.
Yeah, Big Joe. Big Joe looks like he's about to go get some Italian food.
Bringing it. Nothing but sodas and family behind. Look at Joe.
And Dibs, you were talking about potentially trading Justin Herbert. Adam Schefter has tweeted in recent weeks both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Herbert. Per league sources, the answer was very quickly a flat no.
A flat no.
Can you imagine? It just signed him to $55 million a year, and you just took the job because of him. I don't even know why that became a thing.
Well, because people called about it, and the Chargers have a lot of needs, and your skill position guys are depleted. So maybe you pick up some picks and maybe some help. But Harbaugh's going to be there for 5 years. We know that he's a 5-year guy.
He's got time. He's got absolute time. I'm not trading Justin Herbert and then grabbing Drake May and being like, all right, let's do this. I'm here. Come on, man. Like. That's interesting to me that would even be a conversation. That's a total non-starter if I'm the Chargers.
So now we have the Giants on the clock.
Giants are on the clock.
If you're Daniel Jones, are you worried about what might take place over the next 5 minutes and change? Because he's not very good, and his contract is one that it's expiring pretty soon. So
I tell you what I don't want. There's two things that I think are going to happen here, one or the other. And if I'm Daniel Jones, I clearly want one and not the other. I think what you're going to see the Giants do right here is either select a receiver. If for Daniel Jones, that's what you want him to do.
Yep.
If they trade down, now you're starting to think, okay, maybe they want to look at like a Michael Penix, and they feel like they could get him later and start the process of replacing Daniel Jones. I think the Giants are definitely going to come out of this draft with a quarterback, but I don't think it's going to be at this particular pick.
Right. So maybe if you want a receiver, it's Rome Odunze at 6. I saw most of the mocks had him going a little bit later.
Yeah,
but
it could be Neighbors. Could be Neighbors out of LSU.
If you want a receiver, you have your pick of the lot at 6. And, if you want to go with Neighbors, here would be the time. Or you can potentially trade back. If Minnesota is worried about not getting a quarterback, because you've got Tennessee as a team that I don't know how sold they are on their guy.
Like if you're Minnesota, where are you worried about somebody grabbing a QB? Tennessee at number 7 would maybe be the only one that would worry me, but I have a hard time feeling like Tennessee is going to use the number 7 overall pick on a quarterback when they're just starting to figure out if Levis is their guy or not. Atlanta's got Kirk Cousins.
The Jets have Aaron Rodgers.
And the Bears have a guy by the name of Caleb Williams.
Right.
So I listen, this is a real big game of chicken. If you're Minnesota and you do indeed like J.J. McCarthy, which I'm not 100% sure that they do.
Right.
I'm not totally sold that they do. But if they do, I think I'd roll the dice and just stay right where I am and see if I can get him at number 11.
Probably, because this is, like you said, this is really the last stop that you have to worry about because of Levis and Williams and Aaron Rodgers. I don't think the Jets would use this pick to draft his successor when they have so many other needs. So, assuming that the Giants stick and pick, who are they going with? You think it's Neighbors?
I'll say Neighbors, and the pick is in maybe a couple minutes before Goodell gets up to the podium. This will probably be the last pick that you and I get to do. And so we want to remind everybody again that it's draft day and we've got you covered across the board right when we're done. Okay? Grandy and Evan and Sterling will take it through the rest of the evening, but here comes Goodell and the pick.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
Stay hot, Mark. Stay
wide receiver, LSU.
Yeah, there he is. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver. And so if you're Daniel Jones, you're loving this because the New York Giants, this is officially, not that it was unofficial by any stretch, this is their way of wiggling free of what they tried to do a couple of years ago by bringing in Kenny Golladay on a disastrous free agent contract that they've never really been able to wiggle out of. And then you think of the other things that have happened at wide receiver there, where they're, like Kadarius Toney was there. We were going to do that. It feels like who's the number 1 receiver for the Giants has been this rotating attempted door
since OBJ
for the last 3 years at least, if not more. And here we go again. This is the next guy that they're going to give a shot to, and he's a rookie, so it's going to take a minute to figure it out. But obviously, use the 6th pick on him. That's what you're planning for his future.
Yeah, 2nd last year in the FBS in total yards behind Rome Odunze. So it was really going to be one or the other if they went wide receiver. And so they go with Malik Neighbors. And, the Giants in a little bit of a unique spot where they're not rebuilding, but they're a team that still has a lot of developing and improving to do, yet the head coach is probably feeling the heat. So they've got to do everything they can over the next 3 days to get better and get competitive in a very good division, the NFC East.
Fun day, no doubt. We're going to hand it off to the guys here shortly. But before we get out of here, one more time, your prediction on how tonight goes for the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, so far it's gone according to plan for the first 6 picks, and we're running out of spots. Oh, the spots are still there for the Niners to make the trade.
Yeah, nothing was going to happen in the first 6 picks.
I'll make the bold prediction and stay by it and say they will trade Brandon Aiyuk. They will use the 31st pick. They'll trade Aiyuk. They'll move up into the teens and get a player that they really want.
I will predict that tonight the San Francisco 49ers will not make a selection.
Sorry, Grandy.
That is that.
Enjoy the show.
I know. They're like, we're breaking it down till 10 o'clock. The Niners have got more second-round picks.
Right.
Yeah, but I do think that that's the way this is going to go. I think I'm hearing some things that would suggest that a Brandon Aiyuk trade is becoming less and less likely by the minute. Doesn't mean it's off the board, because it's not. And conversations, I'm sure, are ongoing, the war room active. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk, any of it could happen, but I will predict that the 49ers trade out of the first round toward the end of this evening and then have that much more to deal with coming up tomorrow.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
I was just going to ask you that.
Well, you always ask, and I never get to know. You might not actually ever want to do it tomorrow.
But I do.
That's awesome.
Let's do it again tomorrow. Okay. Stay right where you are. Grandy, Evan, and Sterling reacting to everything with Draft Night on 95.7 The Game. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
The NFL Draft is today.
The San Francisco